Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobooks channel for next part. Chapter 1, 800 years ago. The Ancient King. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Countless huge warships surrounded this holy place representing the world's highest power center. The waves roared and hit the indestructible walls. I don't know why. Today, everyone in Marine felt a little uneasy. It seemed that something big was about to happen. The last time this happened was 60 years ago. When rocks attacked the Valley of God. In an office with extremely gorgeous decoration, a goat was constantly chewing discarded reports. Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, sat on a chair with his hands constantly crossed. There was a bit of anxiety in his eyes as deep as the sea. Looking at a report on the table. His brows were slightly wrinkled. The Marine at the door seemed to be affected by him, and his body couldn't help but stand straight. Click. Click. Suddenly. Sengoku heard the sound of food being chewed. His originally serious expression was instantly covered with black lines. Bang. Garp. UBD. Can't you see I'm busy now? Sengoku punched Garp on the head beside him. But unfortunately, Garp was not only unharmed by Sengoku's punch, but even stared at Sengoku with a pair of idiot eyes, and handed the senbei in his hand to Sengoku and said, "What's wrong? Isn't it quite peaceful recently? The pirates haven't made any noise, and there is no news from the revolutionary army. Why are you so tense?" Sengoku curled his lips, rubbed his red fist, and then looked at his old comrade in arms and said seriously. 3 days ago, a historical text was delivered to the bottom of the Impel Down. Do you remember it? Ah. I know, I went there personally for the escort mission. What's wrong? Didn't I hand it over to the historians to decipher it? Garp threw the senbei high up, opened his mouth wide and kept moving his body below, trying to catch the falling senbei. Sengoku resisted the urge to throw Garp out and said patiently. Just now I got the news that most of the content has been deciphered. Wow. The speed is so fast this time. Since these guys learned O'Hara's knowledge, the speed has been getting faster and faster. I would rather they were slower this time. Sengoku whispered. The inscription records the fragments of the lost history. They seem to have deciphered something amazing. It's related to the D family. The moment he heard this, Garp's expression suddenly became serious. The word justice behind him moved without wind, and his eyebrows raised slightly, like a sleeping tiger being awakened. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little tense. Garp exuded an amazing aura. Marine's heroic demeanor was fully displayed at this moment. About the D family. Yes, there is also something related to the oldest king. Alabasta. In Baroque works. Nico Robin, wearing a pair of white gloves, carefully used a brush to remove dust from a huge stone tablet in front of him. This stone tablet was accidentally discovered by Works not long ago in the depths of Alabasta. Crocodile sent it to Nico Robin and asked him to decipher the text on it. Nico Robin, who was born in O'Hara, has long been extremely skilled in this kind of thing. An ancient stone tablet from 800 years ago, it is actually a stone tablet that records history. I thought it was just a trivial stone tablet that recorded some customs. Robin said to himself. After joining the Baroque works, Robin has forgotten how many stone tablets that seem to be historical texts he has helped Crocodile decipher. But most of them are stone tablets that record some useless customs and habits. This is the first time that content about 800 years ago has appeared on a stone tablet. This makes Robin feel a little excited. The lost 100 years can only be seen on this ancient stone tablet. God War. Robin's hand is recording faster and faster. But her expression became more and more serious, and finally she seemed to have seen something incredible. She covered her mouth with one hand. Pa! The last relic of O'Hara, which she regarded as a treasure, fell to the floor. What did you find? Seeing Robin's strangeness, Crocodile's body instantly turned into sand and appeared beside Robin. Although he had been disappointed countless times, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Crocodile would not let it go. In order to find the legendary treasure house of God, he, a 7 warlords of the sea, had stayed in this barren Alabasta for several years. The oldest king. Hearing Robin's words, Crocodile's eyes burst into a gleam of light, and his big hand directly strangled Robin's wrist. He stared at Robin like a hungry wolf. Go on. Robin's wrist was hurt by Crocodile's grip, but he did not dare to resist. Chapter 2. After all, if there was no crocodile, she would still be hunted by the world government and live a life like a rat. The royal family Nefert established their own kingdom in this desert, and the Nefert family is the servant of the most ancient king. They guard the treasure house in the endless sea of sand, waiting for the king's return. The culprit who disappeared 100 years of history, that person's name is Gilgamesh. In the endless darkness, a cold and mechanized voice slowly sounded. Ding! The current equipment character template, Gilgamesh, is 100% compatible. The progress of the divine body transformation is currently 99%. The progress of the divine body transformation is currently 100%. Swish! As this mechanized voice fell, In the endless darkness, an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. In an instant, as if the momentum that could overturn the world burst out in an instant, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened in a trance. The next moment, the more terrifying momentum showed a terrifying power of heaven. Rumble. Air. Buzz. The space seemed unable to bear this godlike power and issued a wail of grief. Countless black thunders flashed in the air, and even the space began to tremble slightly. Fortunately, this heavenly power came quickly and went quickly. At the same time, there was only a light sound of click. The golden light began to gradually collapse like broken glass. A handsome young man appeared in the golden light column. Who with the man's light cry, the power of the golden light column was completely absorbed into his body. The closed eyes slowly opened, revealing scarlet eyes like red agate. Those were a pair of eyes without any emotion. Cold, indifferent, with a bit of superiority, like a king who ruled the world. 800 years. Moye slowly spoke after a long while. What a long time. There was a bit of sigh in his voice. Looking at his hands that were constantly shining with golden light, he showed a smile that was enough to make all women fall in love with him. The transformation of the divine body is finally completed. Everything in the past began to be recalled in Moye's mind. 1,000 years ago, Moye traveled to this world with the strongest role-playing system. This system can extract the character templates of the strongest in each world to play. After playing, the host will have the strength of the character template role. And the strength will gradually increase as the degree of fit with the character increases. Moye was lucky to draw the character template of Gilgamesh, the oldest king from the world of heroes. In that era, he became a supreme legend. He created a gap in the history of 100 years and has split the complete continent under him into various plates of different sizes. But in the end, when Moye's fit with Gilgamesh reached the peak, this pit system actually told him, because his body will be deified, he needs to fall asleep. In a panic, Moye handed his treasures to his servants at that time for protection. He used Gilgamesh's supreme power to create an independent space and sleep for 800 years. 800 years passed in the blink of an eye, but looking back on the past, he still felt a little emotional. 800 years, I wonder if this era remembers the name of the most ancient king. Moye gently stretched his body and felt the terrifying power in his body. It seemed that the space in front of him was like a piece of thin paper, and a little force would cause the space to completely collapse. The memory is a little fuzzy. Moye shook his head. That distant memory was constantly blurred in the 800 years of sleep. Although he vaguely remembered some, he always felt that something very important had been forgotten. Forget it, there is still a lot of time anyway. He whispered softly. His body continued to fall from the dark midair and stood directly on the ground condensed by his divine power. Heaven's lock? Moye frowned, and then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Someone actually coveted his treasure. It's really interesting. Boom. Snap. Moye's body burst into a fierce golden light, and the next moment countless darkness was instantly shattered. Moye's trace had long disappeared. The night in Alabasta was very desolate, and the strong wind swept the sand and dust outside the palace. The guards looked around in fear. These guards who were like beasts in the past are now like dogs who have lost their homes. A pair of invisible big hands seemed to strangle their throats, as if there was a more terrible monster spying on them in a corner. Snap. Suddenly a guard fell to the ground, and his companion was about to step forward to check, and the next moment. Chapter 3. A black figure appeared in front of him. Enemy. Bang. The guard hadn't even finished his words when a terrible force pierced his chest. Blood flowed freely on the ground. Plop plop. The guards around him began to fall down one after another, and black figures appeared in the palace. The bald man in the lead looked at the dead guards expressionlessly, his eyes as cold as a steel knife. "Mr. 2, are they all solved?" A weirdo dressed in a ballerina's clothes behind him said with a chuckle. "Don't worry, Mr. 1, these fools are so easy to fool. The boss is probably at the door of Cobra's palace now. Finally, I don't have to stay in this shitty place anymore." Bentham stretched his waist and his voice was a bit feminine. "I hope the boss can get what he wants this time. I always feel that the title of the most ancient king is simply a lie. How could such a monster exist in this world?" Mr. 1 sat on the body of a dead guard, propping his chin with his hand and looking at Bentham. "Legends are just legends after all. Is it really good for the boss to be so obsessed with legends? Oh, why do you care so much about him? Just do it when the boss asks you to do it." Bentham raised a small finger and tapped Mr. 1's head. But then, his eyes changed, and he looked at the sky behind him with a bit of horror. Mr. 1 also stood up from the ground when he saw Bentham's abnormality. Walked to his side and looked at the endless starry sky, and said, "What's wrong, Mr. 2? The next second, a cold voice appeared in their ears. "What's wrong with you looking at it? Miscellaneous cultivators." Cobra looked at the guards who had all fallen to the ground around him, but there was no trace of horror on his face. At this moment, they were in a huge underground treasure house. Countless gold, silver, and jewels were piled up into mountains. The most precious treasures in the world were thrown on the ground casually like garbage. On the wall, countless precious gems emitted colorful lights. The light from the gems reflected Crocodile's insatiable ambition. Cobra. I really didn't expect that there would be so many treasures hidden in such a country. Even the world's nobles may not have so many treasures, right? He bent down and picked up a huge east blue gem from the ground. According to legend, only the world's largest sea kings can breed such precious gems in the sky. Crocodile, what is your purpose? You use the lives of the people of the country to threaten me, just for these treasures. Cobra faced one of the legendary pirates' 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. There was no fear on his face, but instead he showed an amazing kingly temperament. He looked directly into Crocodile's eyes, and his mouth curled up. Treasure. Crocodile was stunned for a moment after hearing Cobra's words, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Cobra, how long are you going to play dumb? Crocodile's mouth drew a cruel smile, and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. He stared at Cobra and said word by word. I've gone through so much trouble, not to beat around the bush with you, so let's get straight to the point. Hand over the treasure of the most ancient king. What? Hearing Crocodile's words, Cobra's eyes widened suddenly, and for the first time, this king showed an expression of loss of control. But Cobra soon stabilized his mind. Impossible. Only our family knows this secret, and how he knows the secret. The families in this world who know this matter should not be able to say this matter. Could it be that Crocodile is deceiving me? Thinking of this, Cobra's face turned cold and he said coldly. Don't be silly. Crocodile, the so-called legend of the oldest king is just a joke to deceive children. You, as a dignified 7 warlords of the sea, actually believe this kind of thing. No matter where you get the news from, it must be just a rumor. Cobra stared at Crocodile's eyes and said word by word. If you retreat now, I will not hold you responsible to the world government, otherwise, don't forget it. Although I, Alabasta, don't want to become a world noble and move into Marineford, there are countless countries that are friendly with our country. Threatening the king of a country and entering the treasury, I'm afraid even you can't keep your identity as a Shishibukai. Snap. Crocodile's cigar fell to the ground after he finished smoking it. There was also a bit of impatience on his face, as if he didn't listen to Cobra's words at all. He straightened his coat, a trace of disdain hung on the corner of his mouth, looking at Cobra who kept persuading him to retreat as if he was looking at a clown. And Cobra also felt something was wrong. He frowned and slowly leaned towards the wall behind him. Chapter 4. Crocodile suddenly said. The royal family Nefert established their own kingdom in this desert, and the Nefert family is the servant of the most ancient king. They guard the treasure house in the endless sea of sand, waiting for the king's return. The culprit who lost 100 years of history, his name is Gilgamesh. After saying that, he looked at Cobra with a bit of tyranny in his eyes, staring at the king of Alabasta. Seeing Cobra's expression, it gradually changed from shock to horror. He raised one of his hands with satisfaction. My historian, is the translation correct? Servant of the most ancient king, royal family of Alabasta, patriarch of the Nefert family. Nefert Cobra. As Crocodile said this, Cobra's whole body was cold and fell into an ice cellar. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Hi! Crocodile wanted to mock this guy who tried to deceive him. But the next moment, his eyes were deeply attracted by a strong golden light. On the wall behind Cobra, which was not inlaid with any gemstones, a key hung high above was constantly emitting golden light. Crocodile could feel that there was a powerful force sleeping in the key. Once that power was released, even he would be shattered in an instant. Ha ha ha! Is that it? No. Kobuta also felt the appearance of the light behind him, and shouted, trying to grab the key. But how could his speed compare with Crocodile? Bang! Hwalala! Crocodile appeared behind Kobuta with a grin, and a big hand grabbed the key. The oldest king. Garp looked at Sengoku with a serious expression, and the senbei in his hand was crushed. The pair of tiger eyes stared at his old friend with a cold light. Like a ferocious tiger. The atmosphere in the room gradually reached a freezing point. The D clan is known as the natural enemy of God. The secret of D has always been connected with the legendary oldest king. And now the stone tablet about the connection between the two has been deciphered by Marine. No wonder Garp has such a big reaction. The stone tablet says that in the endless sea of sand, the oldest king fell into an endless sleep and his servants will be on that golden sea of sand. Build a great kingdom and wait for the king to return. Sengoku watched Garp's fingers tapping on the table. The pair of eyes full of wisdom became very deep. The king will wake up from his sleep in 800 years, and let the world remember his reputation again on the sea of sand. And today? Sengoku's voice paused, and the tone was lowered a little, as if he didn't believe what he was about to say. It was 800 years later. He is mine. Crocodile smiled wildly, looking at the power that was about to fall into his hands. In a trance, he had seen the world trembling under his feet. Even the so-called celestial dragons and 5 elders were just ants kneeling before him. But, in a flash, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of Crocodile. Those were a pair of eyes like an endless hell. At the moment of looking at them, Crocodile's heart seemed to be swallowed by the scarlet. Almost sank into the pair of eyes without any emotion. Snap. Da 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 da. The next moment, Crocodile's body quickly retreated, took a step back, and returned directly to the ground, with armament Haki 1 completely covered in his hand. A layer of cold sweat formed on his head. BD, what do you want to do to my treasure? Moe floated in the air, looking at Crocodile as if he was looking at an ant. The golden holy light kept shining on his body. The terrifying power made Crocodile dare not make any extra movements. Cobra looked at Moe's godlike figure, his pupils kept dilating. A voice began to surround his ears. A passage passed down from generation to generation in the Nefert family echoed in his mind. 800 years later, the great and most ancient king will appear in front of his servants with endless holy light. His feet are on the road to eternal life, and he carries thousands of lives behind him. He is the end of everything and the master of everything. He is. Click. Without the slightest hesitation, Cobra, the king who would maintain his kingly dignity even when facing an enemy who could easily crush him to death. At this moment, facing Moe, he knelt on the ground as if worshipping a god. He knocked his head deeply on the ground, and his whole body trembled with excitement. The Nefert family welcomes the most ancient king Gilgamesh. Chapter 5. Get up. Moe looked at Cobra who was kneeling on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Well done, the Nefert family has lived up to my expectations. Lord Gilgamesh, the Nefert family has been here to protect your treasures. But Cobra did not finish his words, but looked at Crocodile with murderous eyes. You are, the most ancient king. Crocodile couldn't believe his ears. The most ancient king who disappeared from the world 800 years ago in the legend. Why did he appear in front of him? But if he was not the most ancient king, how could this young man who looked no more than 20 years old in front of him give him such a great sense of oppression? His body trembled instinctively at this moment, and he looked at Moe with great fear. This man called the Sand Crocodile. When facing Moe, he actually had no intention of daring to take action at all. It was like a jackal would never dare to provoke a dragon. Every cell in his body was telling himself, if he took action against this man, he would die. What are you looking at, BD? What an unreasonable beast. Didn't anyone tell you that kneeling down is your only way out when facing me? The moment Moe's voice fell, his body appeared in front of Crocodile. The terrifying holy light around him burst out with amazing power. SS. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, fearing that Moe would see his unwilling expression. Damn it! Is it really that Gilgamesh too has been resurrected? How is it possible? An old monster that has been sleeping for 800 years. Greetings, the most ancient king, Gilgamesh. Even if Crocodile was unwilling in his heart, he had to kneel down in front of Moe at this moment. And Moe looked at the Sand Crocodile kneeling on the ground. Such a narrow space is really disgusting. He whispered softly. A golden light appeared in his hand and waved upwards. A terrifying force like the power of heaven broke out instantly. Boom. Crack. Empty empty. The light turned into a huge beam of light, covering everything around. The next moment, everything around disappeared. This treasure house buried thousands of meters deep in the ground by the Cobra family was exposed under the sky for the first time. This. Crocodile stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. The thousands of meters of desert. As if evaporated by the terrifying beam of light. The layers of dark clouds in the sky were all shattered at this moment. The bright moon hanging high in the sky, with the moment Moe appeared, actually began to ooze blood like residual red. In a flash, a scarlet half-moon slowly emerged behind Moe. His body floated in the air. The key in front of him kept spinning. Lock of the sky, long time no see. Moe said softly. Then he slowly stretched out his hands, and the moment he touched the key, golden light burst out from his body. A strange long sword made of chains appeared in Moe's hand. One man and one sword, standing in the sky. The golden-haired blood-red eyes looked at the world as ants. The most ancient king Gilgamesh. Reign over the world again. Take my sword, and you will live or die. Moe was holding the heaven's chain that had been gone for 800 years, and he was filled with joy. But Crocodile's face turned cold when he heard this. But before he could say anything, Moe casually waved the heaven's chain in his hand in the air. In an instant, it was as if the world was overturned, and countless forces turned into layers of shackles and rushed straight to Crocodile. Bang bang bang! Buzz! The sword energy was like an angry dragon, and the countless shackles bound Crocodile, making him unable to move. And the Logia fruit ability that he was proud of was actually ineffective at this moment. In his eyes, the angry dragon. Getting closer. Getting closer. Getting closer. Whoa! The dragon instantly pierced through Crocodile's body, and in a trance, it seemed like countless chains. It stretched out from the void, as if it was going to completely cut off Crocodile's vitality. But, at this moment, Moe's hand froze, and the dragon shattered instantly. Crocodile's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, under the strong will to survive. His body almost turned into sand in an instant and quickly dissipated. Cobra had already been stunned by Moe's power, and stood there motionless. In the distance, a large white bird with a camera hanging on its neck flew slowly, and the camera kept flashing. Chapter 6. Big news. Big news. I've said it so many times. What I want is big news. There are only these trivial things every day. Morgans, the president of the World Economic newspaper, lay on the rocking chair, looking at the employees who kept coming in and out of the conference room. He pulled his feathers anxiously. He dropped the teacup in front of him to the ground. His old rival, the Wall newspaper, has been gaining momentum recently, and even obtained the exclusive authorization of the world government. Recently, there is a tendency to crush his own World Economic newspaper. If we don't make a big news, it will be really difficult. It really can't be done. Morgan's eyes became fierce. On the surface, Morgans looks like an ordinary news agency president, but secretly, he is one of the 5 giants in the underground dark world. Over the years, I don't know how many competitors he has used shady means to bring down behind the scenes. No. The world government has already set its sights on me. It's really difficult. Morgans directly rejected his own idea in his heart. Bang! The door of the office was suddenly knocked open, and a Zoan fruit user with a rhino head looked at Morgans with ecstasy and shouted. President! Big news! Really big news! He excitedly raised the photo in his hand. Hearing this, Morgan's eyes changed, and he suddenly exerted force on his feet. As an albatross user of the Zoan bird fruit, Morgan's speed was so fast that the rhino man could not see him. He just felt his hand lighten. The photo appeared in Morgan's hand. This is. Morgan's eyes widened, and the feathers all over his body exploded in all directions. There was a bit of disbelief in his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. He flipped the photos one by one, and the expression on his face became more and more terrified. The 2 bird claws on the ground. He exerted more and more force, and even scraped 4 big holes in the precious white bear carpet. This is the big news. Morgans muttered to himself. Then his eyes became very enthusiastic, and his body suddenly jumped high. He shouted excitedly. All members, start publishing this set of photos overnight. The title is, The Mysterious Strong Man Who Revived Alabasta Killed the 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile with 1 Sword. Quick! Quick! Morgan's loud voice echoed throughout the newspaper office. Garp looked at the information Sengoku threw to him with his eyes wide open. His expression became more and more gloomy. Garp! Are you overreacting? This is just a legend. So far, there is nothing that can directly prove that Gilgamesh really exists in the world. It should be the same as those useless historical texts found before, just recording some legendary prophecies. Sengoku looked at his old friend who was so irritable at the moment, and couldn't help but comfort him. But although he said so, Sengoku's heart also had an extremely uneasy feeling. Boom! Sky. The weather was originally clear, but suddenly it became windy. The ferocious thunder continued to explode in the sky. The dark clouds covered the sky, as if some terrible monster was about to appear. The lightning reflected on Garp's face, adding a bit of ferocity to the marine hero. Gilgamesh exists. Boom! Crack! Crack! The thunder suddenly exploded, like a series of silver snakes dancing wildly in the sky. It was chilling. The guard at the door looked at the weather outside and felt a chill in his body. He tightened his clothes unconsciously. Sengoku's eyes suddenly widened, and there was deep disbelief in his eyes. At this moment, his deep eyes were staring at Garp tightly. Both hands also firmly grasped the corner of the table. He exerted force unconsciously on his hand, and forcibly broke a crack on the extremely solid conference table. What are you talking about? Garp said that sentence as if he had let out a sigh of relief, and leaned back on the chair. He looked at his old comrade with a complicated expression and said, The oldest king Gilgamesh, I knew about his existence when I was a child. There are too many things I can't tell you, but I can tell you one thing. If the stone tablet records that Gilgamesh will be resurrected today 800 years later, then... Garp paused, and there were some inexplicable meanings in his eyes. He will definitely come back to the world as the oldest king. Get ready, Sengoku. Compared to him, Rox is just a minion. Sengoku clenched his fists suddenly. Rox's strength is the most terrifying existence in the past 100 years. But in front of Gilgamesh, he can only become a minion. What kind of monster is this? If the stone tablet is correct, you will see the most powerful in history. Tyrant. Chapter 7. Moe felt the sudden breath and felt familiar. When he came back to his senses, Crocodile had disappeared. But he didn't take it to heart. The life and death of ants was not worth his concern. His body slowly fell in front of Cobra. During the 800 years I was asleep, did anything interesting happen in this world? Although Moe's voice was still so high and mighty, it was less indifferent. Cobra was stunned for a moment, and then he knelt down again and said, relying on the ancient etiquette passed down by his ancestors in his memory. During the 800 years you were asleep, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes, and my clan has always obeyed your will. I have been waiting in the endless sea of sand and established your kingdom for the king. In the name of Alabasta. Hearing Cobra's words, Moe was silent for a moment. The name Alabasta was left by him when he thought of this country casually at that time. Unexpectedly, 800 years have changed dramatically. A joke that day actually created an empire now. Although this empire is as different from the empire of God he founded back then as the sun and the moon and the firefly. Does anyone in this world still remember my name? Moe said lightly. Cobra's expression froze, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The name of the most ancient king is only known by a few people even in the highest levels of various forces. But since the king asked, he could only bite the bullet and say it. Reporting to the Lord, the name of the most ancient king has been, already. Has it been forgotten? Moe's tone was half smile, and he raised one of his fingers. A golden coin appeared in his hand out of thin air. Yes. Cobra was ashamed, and his hands tightly grasped the sand on the ground. As the king's servant, not only did he not let the king's name know to all living beings. Instead, he was worried that he would not be able to protect the treasure left by the king because of insufficient strength. And deliberately concealed the existence of the king. This was nothing short of naked humiliation for Cobra at the moment. You have done well, Cobra, don't be ashamed, and don't blame yourself. It doesn't matter if it is forgotten, my statement will spread throughout the world again. Let the world remember Gilgamesh again. Glory. Moe smiled and gave Cobra, and the confidence in his tone deeply infected Cobra who was kneeling on the ground. He clenched his teeth tightly and swore in his heart. He must protect the honor of the family. 800 years ago, countless families wanted to become servants who could serve Moe, but Moe was the first to choose the weakest Nefert family. In the subsequent war, the Nefert family showed amazing combat effectiveness. Like a mad dog, the will to fight to the death, and the crazy fighting style of biting off a piece of flesh from the enemy would rather die. The Nefert family became one of the most terrifying families at that time. At that time, as Moe fell asleep, the backbone of the Nefert family began to retreat inexplicably. The once famous Nefert family seemed to be a flash in the pan, and it quickly weakened. Gradually withdrew from the battlefield that represented supreme honor. Finally, it fell into its current state. But Cobra looked at the godlike Moe in front of him. Did he know that this time the Nefert family would rise again? The world should remember your glory, and it should be so. Moe waved his hand lightly, and Cobra's body was lifted up uncontrollably. Click. A golden coin was thrown into his hand by Moe. Cobra took a look at the very delicate coin with a skull pattern. I only felt that there was a mysterious power hovering over the coin. Cobra, do you know why I chose the Nefert family among many servants? Moe's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Vivi smiled as she watched Cobra running madly in the distance, as if she was separated by countless time and space. She saw the equally beautiful girl from 800 years ago. Father. Vivi quickly ran towards Cobra's direction. With a sound of whoosh, Cobra and Moe disappeared in an instant, and appeared in front of Vivi the next moment. Looking at the beautiful girl so close, Moe reached out and held a strand of her hair. The long blue hair spread out like a waterfall in Moe's hand. You look a lot like her, really a lot like her. Moe said softly. I don't know why. Vivi looked at the frivolous boy in front of her. Not only did she not feel disgusted by his frivolous behavior, and she actually felt a strong sense of dependence. This sense of dependence came from the blood, and was deeply engraved in Vivi's body. Looking at Moe, the pair of blue eyes began to ooze tears. Cobra was a little dazed when he saw this scene. But Moe gently stretched out his hand, wiping across the void. I'm back. Chapter 8. Buzz buzz buzz. The heaven chain was floating quietly beside Moe, and suddenly it made a series of sword sounds. Powerful power fluctuations continued to emerge from the chain. Moe's eyes fixed. He waved his palm casually. The heaven chain immediately returned to normal. It stopped behind him like a well-behaved pet. So that's it, old guys, you are really taking great pains to guard against my appearance. Feeling that the several treasures left in the sea in his own king's treasury were now sealed all over the world, Moe's face showed a sneer. He moved his hand away from Vivi's head. It's time to take back my things. A dark blue panel appeared in front of Moe that only he could see. Roll, Gilgamesh. Features, King's Treasury, 10/6. Although Gilgamesh, played by Moe, can theoretically summon treasures from various time and space in the King's Treasury, there are 10 of these treasures that are the most powerful. And every time Moe holds the most powerful treasure of the king, his compatibility will increase by 2%, and now it shows a 100% compatibility. It was when he brought the 10th treasure. The supreme saint named Indestructible, after Dalandar was summoned, reached the pinnacle, and fell into a deep sleep. But now he materialized the treasure left outside, which was hidden all over the world by a group of ants, which made Moe feel a little funny and interesting. When I woke up, you bowed your heads and only wanted to survive under the prestige of the Empire of God. After I fell asleep, I did such a thing again, which was ridiculous. Are you leaving? Vivi looked at the handsome boy in front of her. Her face was slightly red, and she didn't understand that it was obviously the first time they met. But it seemed that she had known Moe for a long time. Cobra was even more stunned to watch his daughter interact with the most ancient king. This is not bad. If Vivi is really with the king, even if those ancient families that chose to sleep voluntarily because of the king's sleep are revived, we should also look up to our Nephit family for the sake of the king. If the Empire of God is rebuilt in the future. Thinking of the powerful Empire of God that was once recorded in the family, Cobra couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Yet, Moe looked at Vivi with a rare human look. Among the countless families that wanted to become Moe's slaves, there were powerful giants and knowledgeable fairies that had been passed down for thousands of years. But Moe still chose to look at the Nephit family that everyone disliked. Just because of a reason that everyone couldn't believe. Before he awakened the system, a blue-haired girl carried the seriously injured Moe on her back in the endless night, constantly begging others to save her. Moe shook his head. Buried this precious memory. You guys step back. Moe's voice suddenly changed, like a high god, high and mighty. Cobra grabbed his daughter's hand and ran in the direction of Moe's finger. Although he didn't know what Moe was going to do, he instinctively knew that something extraordinary was about to happen. Heaven's Lock. Moe called out softly, and the treasure Heaven's Lock rushed straight to Moe. The body slowly floated into the air. Heaven's Lock unlock. With Moe's order, countless chains with mysterious words appeared out of thin air on the Heaven's Lock. A mysterious seal was outlined in the desert. Rumble. A beast with a terrifying aura was in the center of the seal, and countless chains crisscrossed its body. I'll give you a chance to protect this land for me, and then I'll give you freedom. Moo. A sound like a cow came from the center of the seal. The terrifying sound waves raged in the entire desert like a storm. Rumble. Boom. Powerful tornadoes continued to condense under its cry. Very good, I like sensible guys. Moe's voice was as cold as the eternal ice, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of teasing in his scarlet eyes. Countless ships were entrenched around a huge pirate ship. Those famous pirates on the sea all had smiles on their faces, holding countless valuable jewels in their hands. Even the old rivals who wanted to eat each other alive when they met on weekdays, now abandoned their previous hatred. They gathered happily in this sea area. There was no other reason. Just because today is the Supreme King who reigns over the sea, the most terrifying existence in the entire New World. The four emperors who are above all pirates. Known as the most powerful man in the world. Edward Newgate's birthday. Chapter 9. In addition to his powerful strength, Whitebeard Edward also has a broad mind. And a character that shines on everything like the sun. He will never say no to those who need help. There are so many pirates in the world who have received the favor of this man, so they have come to this sea area from afar and abandoned everything. To celebrate Dad's birthday. Where is Dad? The pirate Carrie looked at Edward, who should be sitting in the main seat at the moment, and he was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but ask. Marco, who was beside him, stared at the small house with a serious face. His eyes were very alert, and there were a few wisps of blue flames on his hands. He said in a gloomy voice. Here comes an uninvited guest. Long time no see, Edward, do you want to try the wine from my hometown? Shanks, one of the four emperors. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he handed a huge wine glass to Edward, who was like a giant. The surroundings were surrounded by a thick, solid conquerors. If anyone dared to appear within half a meter of this room at this moment, it would be considered a provocation to a sea emperor. Edward leaned on a huge recliner and did not take the wine handed over by Shanks. Shanks, if you want to make trouble on my birthday, the consequences will be serious, my lovely sons. For this banquet, I spent a lot of thought. The moment the voice fell, Edward burst out with conquerors that was comparable to Shanks. Crack, 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 the wooden boards around him made a wail of unbearable pressure. The two looked at each other, and an invisible lightning seemed to appear in the air. The atmosphere in the room changed suddenly. Even Marco and others outside the cabin felt the terrifying momentum. Ah! Look! The sky! A pirate suddenly screamed in fear. Everyone saw an incredible scene. The endless sky seemed to be split in half. One side was filled with black clouds, and the other side was swept by countless strong winds. Crack! Crack! Even the sky seemed unable to withstand the anger of the two emperors. But it was okay. The momentum of the two came and went quickly. Ha 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 ha! Misunderstood, misunderstanding. I'm not here to fight with you. Shanks laughed loudly and scratched his head. He showed an idiotic expression. he said to Edward with a big mouthful of white fang. It's your birthday today, I'll have a drink first. After that, he raised the wine glass that was several times bigger than his and poured the wine into his stomach in big gulps. Gulp gulp. Good wine. After drinking wine for so many years, the wine from my hometown is still the most delicious. Shanks wiped his mouth randomly. Then he took out a newspaper from his arms and threw it at Edward. Edward took the newspaper. On the front page of the newspaper, there were several large and exaggerated words written. Shock. A mysterious strong man defeated Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with a sword, suspected to be related to the Alabaster royal family. Gulala. Was the crocodile killed instantly? Edward laughed. He picked up the toast beside him and drank it hard. It seemed that he was very happy about Crocodile being beaten. Ha 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 ha. Right, I am also a little happy that the guy was beaten, but... Shank's voice suddenly sank. That man gave me a very uneasy feeling, the legendary strange sword that Rox had been looking for all those years. It's the one in his hand. What? Edward shouted. He sat up straight, picked up the newspaper, and stared at the sword in Moe's hand seriously. The Heaven's Chain was not originally a sword, but because of Moe's preference, the form displayed in battle is a long sword with a chain as the sword body. It is indeed that sword, the legendary sword of the most ancient King Gilgamesh. Could it be? Edward's eyes became very solemn, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. He suddenly remembered his old captain, a stone tablet about the most ancient king excavated by rocks. An incredible idea appeared in his mind. Everything here is a paradise for food, with countless cakes and breads with long legs running all over the ground. Even the trees around are a bit funny with childishness, as if faces are painted on them with camouflage pens. A huge body sat in the forest. Holding a newspaper in his hand, he tilted his head and looked at it carefully for a few times. Then he lost interest and continued to feast on the food in front of him. I could only vaguely hear her mumbling something. Chapter 10. The dark gate seemed to have countless mysterious patterns engraved on it. On both sides of the gate, countless marine elites were neatly equipped to guard the east gate. The 2 leading men looked very powerful. If a pirate saw this scene at this moment, he would definitely cover his mouth, fearing that he would scream out of shock. Because the 2 marines standing outside the gate as guards at this moment were the marines with the highest combat power, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru. The 2 looked serious at this moment, exuding amazing momentum all over their bodies, and even the marines behind them seemed to be infected by them. Like a steel knife, sharp and deadly. If anyone dared to appear at the door of this room at this moment, they would be waiting for an unimaginable terrible attack. Yo-Yo Sakazuki, what happened? Why did they ask us 2 admirals to guard the gate? I sacrificed my precious nap time. Kizaru's obscene voice somewhat destroyed the solemn atmosphere, but the moment Sakazuki's voice as cold as ice sounded, the whole corridor fell into a more solemn atmosphere. I don't know what happened specifically, but the 5 elders have ordered that anyone who approaches this meeting room representing the highest power at this moment will be killed. Akainu's voice suddenly raised a tone, like a sharp blade scraping at every marine. Kizaru's eyes also changed. He couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. What happened? Could it be that the revolutionary army is going to launch a general attack on the world government? No one told me. 3 years. 3 years after 3 years, it's another 3 years. I'm a marine admiral. You told me you were going to launch a general attack. The golden light kept flashing on Kizaru's feet. Sakazuki nodded with satisfaction after noticing Kizaru's performance. It seems that Kizaru is still ambitious. It's good to be motivated. It seems that he can help me share some of the many things in the future. And at this moment, behind the black door is a white world. The entire conference room is wrapped in white walls, white tables. It's like a white wave burying the surroundings. A huge round conference table is placed in the center of the room. 5 old men in different clothes sit in a circle around the round table. The leader is wearing a black suit, meticulous, and his eyes, which should be turbid, have a brilliant light that doesn't match it. His hands are folded on the table. He scanned the people sitting around with his eyes. On his left, a bald old man in a kimono held a strange long sword in his hand. Countless gloomy ghosts are constantly emanating from the long sword. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees with the appearance of the long sword. He carefully used a cotton swab to maintain his beloved knife, and was unmoved by the glances from the man in the black suit. Number 1, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Why did you go through so much trouble to even mobilize Sakazuki and the others? I haven't heard of any major events recently. The man who spoke was wearing a red suit, and his tie was hanging randomly at the collar. There was a horrible wound piercing the corner of his eye. In such a serious occasion, he actually put his feet on the holy round table. He looked like a gangster. Number 1 looked at him with dissatisfaction, then took out a newspaper from the folder and threw it on the table. Then he tapped the table lightly with his hand. Take a look for yourself. Number 1's voice was like a volcano about to erupt, and some emotions were constantly accumulating in it. Hearing the unkindness in number one's tone, the man in the red suit also looked serious. He took his feet off the table, picked up the newspaper, and looked at the abnormality carefully. His eyes gradually became gloomy, and a rare solemnity appeared on his unruly face. Do you suspect that the man in the prophecy has resurrected? Number 1 leaned forward and looked at the man in red and said. Number 5, in our records of the year, have you ever heard of this person's story? Although I don't know whether it is true or not, this legend has been circulating for 800 years. I don't think anyone wants to see him appear again. It doesn't matter whether he is real or not. What's important is that the world government does not need such a legend to appear in the world alive. Number 1, are you too nervous? The bald man put down the long knife in his hand. Then he took the newspaper and glanced at it. He said casually. Even if there are traces of the most ancient king in the historical text, it doesn't mean that he will really be resurrected. Anyway, I don't believe that there is a being in this world who can sleep for 800 years. It's ridiculous. The bald man's words were loud and clear, and the look in his eyes was even more determined. Chapter 11. Number 2, you should believe that we all remember and have seen the historical materials of that war. Number 1 looked at number 2 with a grim look. There was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. You mean? Impossible. Number 2 seemed to have thought of something. Then he waved his hand and denied it. At most, he is just a lucky person who got the most ancient inheritance like us. Maybe it's not impossible. Number 1's voice was also a little hesitant. After all, no one would believe that a person who lived in legends for 800 years would appear alive in this world. Number 3, what do you think? Number 1 looked at the old man who was lazily resting his head on the table next to the bald man and asked. The old man rubbed his eyes in a daze, and then stretched as if he hadn't woken up. But the words that came out next did make people feel a chill in their backs. I agree with number 2, but it's not good for this strongest inheritance from ancient times to be left outside. It is rumored that the battle even tore the sky apart, so this kind of thing should be kept by our world government. What do you think, No 4? Number 3 glanced at number 4, who had a Mediterranean hairstyle, and asked. Needless to say, such a dangerous thing should be handed over to us who are absolutely just, and put together with the holy, which is the greatest fairness to the world. I agree with No 4's proposal. Reconsideration. Reconsideration. In this pale room, a rapier exuding a noble aura was sealed under the round table by countless unclear spells. But even so, just a faint breath leaked from the sword body caused some cracks in the surrounding space. Such a great creation should be owned by us. Number 1 looked at the golden color greedily. In the dark ages of antiquity, there was a sword that could cut off the time. It cut through the long night of the world and let humans see the existence of light for the first time. The name of the sword was Decatur. In the dirty tavern, the bloated proprietress pressed her fat body on the table. The shabby table seemed to be unable to support the weight of the boss. It made a creaking sound of being overwhelmed. Pirates from all over the world gathered in this tavern. The violent sea breeze roared wildly outside the tavern, and the dark clouds in the sky piled up like mountains. It seemed that the sky could collapse at any time. The gentle sea in the past was like an angry dragon at this moment. Rumble. Boom. The terrible waves kept hitting the coast. The street lights that had been in disrepair for a long time emitted a weak light in such a terrible night. Even a tiny glimmer of light could be the capital for travelers to survive. Madam Boss. I don't think there will be any newcomers tonight. Don't look. Those fools who went out to sea may have become food for the sea. Ha ha ha. What do those guys think the sea is? A lake? A stream? Ha ha. The sea is a man-eating monster. And those fools who want to go to Sky Island. Isn't this weather a good time to go to the sky? Ha ha ha. You are really venomous. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid that the boss lady will sit on you to death? A pirate wearing a blue captain's suit and short yellow hair laughed at the boss lady who was waiting for customers with a weird look on his face. His companions also laughed strangely. The boss lady rolled her eyes at the group of people. Just wanted to say something. Suddenly. Boom. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, and the whistling sea breeze swept into the house, making everyone shiver unconsciously. Take a closer look. A young man wearing white and red clothes came in, with a red cape behind him. Even the most ignorant pirates could see it. How precious is the cape behind the young man. The pattern on it is a famous painting outlined by countless precious gold threads. Gulu. I don't know who started to swallow. Then everyone in the tavern swallowed involuntarily. This cape alone is worth more than 10 or even dozens of years of struggle for all the pirates in the tavern. Da. At this moment, Moye restrained his whole body's aura, just like an ordinary person, but the nobility and indifference in his eyes. But it can't be concealed no matter what. His power is too terrifying for this group of ordinary people. Just a leak of power Kakuzu may crush these guys into powder. Completely disappear from this world. Chapter 12. 800 years ago, Moye could not restrain his breath before the degree of compatibility reached 100%. Therefore, When many prisoners who did not know the truth approached him rashly, they would be instantly turned into scum by his terrifying power. This is also one of the reasons why he was called a tyrant. But now the degree of compatibility between Moe and Gilgamesh has reached 100%. He can completely master the power of the king at will. I want a glass. Moe sat in front of the proprietress and stared at the wine list in front of him. Then he said, I want a glass of dark beer. Ah. This guest wants the cheapest dark beer, which is 5 Baileys. The proprietress couldn't believe her ears. This elegant young man with a noble aura in front of him actually wanted a glass of dark beer that only the lowest pirates would drink. Yes. Moe was not interested in talking nonsense with her. With a flick of his finger, a pigeon egg-sized gold was thrown directly in front of the proprietress. The proprietress's expression turned into a burst of ecstasy, and she quickly grabbed the gold at a speed that was completely inconsistent with her bloated figure. And she took a fierce bite with her yellow teeth, and then shook her fat body contentedly to the back kitchen. She decided to give the freshest dark beer to this inexplicable noble brother. Moe looked at the dark beer in front of him, and there was a bit of nostalgia in his eyes. All the wines in this world that people can imagine or can't imagine. They all existed in the wine pool and meat forest of the Empire of God that Moe got. There will always be a day when you get tired of delicious food, and there will always be a day when you get tired of drinking fragrant wine. In front of Moe's eyes, a short but muscular guy appeared in a trance. He knelt in front of Moe and knocked his head on the ground. He spoke to himself in a tone that Moe had never heard before. Great king! Wine is a delicious thing that should not only be enjoyed by us. One day, I will let people all over the world drink this kind of wine. Honey, your wish sounds interesting. Ha ha ha. My king, I have thought about it. If I really do it one day, the name of that kind of wine will be dark beer. Time flies, and it's been a dream for 800 years. When I woke up again, everything had changed. Honey, you idiot, even if you try your best to let people in the world drink what you think is delicious, what can it do? Dong. Hey, hey, hey. Can't you hear me talking to you? The yellow-haired pirate stood beside Moe with an indignant look on his face. Moe ignored him, but frowned at the dark beer that overflowed because of the other party's fist hitting the table. Stinky boy. Your cloak is nice. Lend it to me to see how it works. The yellow-haired pirate greedily licked the corner of his mouth, with a red light like a jackal in his eyes. In his eyes, Moe was simply a fat sheep that came to his door. Oh my god! Oh my god! How can there be such a handsome man in this world? Suddenly behind the yellow-haired pirate, 2 girls in revealing clothes screamed at Moe's almost perfect face. Ignoring the pirates on the side. Twisting his waist exaggeratedly. This guy from the outer sea, haven't you been greeted by a beautiful girl? That's right. Don't be so cold. We sisters still mind having a wonderful night with you. The 2 passed through the pirates and stretched out their hands to hug Moe. But the next moment, it seemed that a pair of invisible big hands strangled the 2 necks. Moe glanced at the 2 women coldly. No woman has ever been able to stand on the same line with me. You don't even have the qualifications to be my maids. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 women flew out of thin air and were thrown into the corner. Cannibalistic users. Seeing that Moe didn't even move his hands, he beat the sisters away. The yellow-haired pirate couldn't help but scream. But seeing that Moe didn't even pay attention to him, he couldn't help but feel a burst of rage, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Hey! Brat! Don't look down on me! Lao Zi is also a capable person. Dun 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 dun! After saying that, his legs suddenly turned into a pair of springs and kept bouncing on the ground. Lao Zi is a bouncing man who ate the spring fruit. If you don't want to suffer, hand over the cloak. Ha ha ha! Brother! I advise you to be more honest and give him the cloak. After all, if your life is gone, no matter how good the treasure is, it's useless. Isn't it? The companion of the yellow-haired pirate is a pirate wearing white fur. At this moment, he hugged the 2 girls, holding a machete in his hand, and looked at the cloak behind Moe with a ferocious look. The 2 have now been completely swallowed by their inner greed. Chapter 13. My partner is the pirate with a bounty of 66 million Baileys, Mad Dog Bellamy. He has killed countless guys here. Bellamy's expression became even more proud when he heard his companion's flattery. But listening to the threats of the 2 people singing the same tune, Moe only felt that there were countless flies buzzing in his ears. Finally, since entering the tavern, Moe has set his eyes on Bellamy for the first time. Bellamy saw that Moe finally faced him, and thought that his reputation had scared a fat sheep again. Now you know that. But Bellamy's words were just halfway through. His eyes met Moe's eyes. The next moment, Bellamy's originally proud expression gradually collapsed, the cold sweat on his forehead fell like a waterfall, and his whole body began to tremble. The legs under his feet, which had become springs because of the devil fruit, softened like noodles. What kind of eyes are those? Indifferent, empty, and self-centered, Bellamy only felt that under the pair of eyes like red agate, he only felt that Countless terrifying soldiers holding magic weapons roared at him, as if they were angry because he dared to disrespect the king. Gilu. Plop. Without the slightest hesitation, Bellamy knelt down in front of Moye. His spirit had completely collapsed the moment he looked at Moye. And his body instinctively made the movements he should make to the most ancient king. Kneel down. Prostrating himself. Kneel down. Hey. Bellamy. What did you do to Bellamy? His companion looked at the weird scene in front of him with horror. He raised the knife in his hand tremblingly. I warn you. It's better to restore Bellamy to normal quickly, otherwise his voice kept shaking with fear. But. Seeing Moye facing his weapon, a hint of mockery appeared in his scarlet eyes. Anyone who dares to raise a weapon against me is an enemy, a piece of shit. His voice was very light, but no matter the howling sea breeze outside, the surging waves, or the thunder in the sky that was not venting anger, none of them could cover his voice. Although the king's voice was not heavy, all the people in the world should bow their heads and listen to it. Boom. Moye's voice was like a thunder that exploded in the ears of the pirate. At the same time, he was deeply attracted by a golden light, and the expression of fear and repentance was forever frozen on his face. Buzz. Buzz. Countless golden holy lights appeared behind Moye, and only a thin strand as thin as a cow's hair swept across the whole body of the pirate at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. In an instant, the pirate stood there motionless, and the two women beside him gently pushed his body. Hwalala. His body was like a sand statue, shattered. It turned into a pile of sand and dust. Ah, the woman was about to scream, but she seemed to have lost the right to make a sound. Honey, did you see that not everyone is qualified to drink? Moye gently picked up the wine glass. Everyone around him seemed to be cast into a fixed spell, motionless. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. Gudong Moye gently drank a sip of the dark beer in the glass. Then he put the beer back on the table. It's really hard to drink, just like your wine is as bad as your taste, honey. Moye's voice was still so cold, but I don't know if it was an illusion. I always feel that in addition to indifference, there is a little more humanity. But soon. He stood up expressionlessly. He walked slowly towards the door. With every step he took, his aura became stronger, and when he stood completely at the door, he burst out with a terrifying power like the power of heaven. Under his feet, countless golden lights gathered into steps made of gold. All the way to the sky. Boom. Woo woo woo. The wind is roaring. The thunder is roaring. Moye frowned slightly, spread his palms, and the heavens lock instantly appeared in his hands. Quiet. Moye's voice was filled with endless majesty, and the sky chain in his hand burst out with an extremely terrifying sealing force. Hwalala. Countless chains formed by certain rules emerged from the sky chain. Swish. Suddenly. There was only silence between heaven and earth. The strong wind turned into a breeze, the dark clouds in the sky all retreated, and the sea returned to its former calm. Moye was like an unparalleled emperor. At the command, the world obeyed. Sky Island. Moye murmured. The sky chain in his hand made a sword sound. Did you feel it too? Your old partner is on it. You miss it too, haha. Moye sneered. Let me see, those old guys left me the gifts above, I hope they are not too boring. Otherwise, I will be unhappy. You bastards. Chapter 14. In the huge palace made of gold, countless Sky Islanders with wings on their backs were busy with their work. All of them had different scars on their bodies. There was a bit of fear on everyone's face. Zzz. It seemed that there was a huge electric net in the air that contained the entire Sky Island. Countless terrifying thunders were constantly patrolling the entire Sky Island. Ah, how boring. Enel yawned and rested his chin on his hand. His face was full of boredom, and his pair of exaggerated ears drooped down. His eyes were also drowsy. They narrowed. There were more than a dozen beautiful women in front of him, constantly dancing their graceful bodies, and their expressions were all smiling. But the fear hidden in their pupils could not be concealed no matter what. Alas, even in the beautiful dance, it is so boring after watching it hundreds of times. Enel leaned his body on the throne made of pureness. He took a fairly comfortable posture. When the maids who were still dancing heard Enel's words, fear appeared on their faces. Their dancing bodies began to become a little stiff. Ah! A maid twisted her foot because she was too nervous and couldn't help but screamed. But her companions not only did not help the poor girl up, but glanced at her with a look of pity. Her pupils became more and more lifeless. She fell powerlessly on the clouds. Rumble. Then bursts of thunder began to gather above her head. Enel stared at the poor maid lying on the ground with cold eyes and said in an almost pitying tone. How pitiful, mortal. Rumble. Ah. Like a punishment from heaven, the thunder that kept accumulating in the sky. All tilted on the maid. Sizzle sizzle. The maid fell down in black, and her originally fair skin became cracked everywhere. The blood inside evaporated due to the strong voltage, and no blood flowed out of the cracked wound. Instead, a disgusting smell of meat was emitted. But the maids still did not stop their actions. Dance. Keep jumping. Ants, the meaning of your existence is to please me. If you can't do this. Enel's voice began to become gloomy. Then die. After saying that, he showed a ferocious smile, and the pair of squinting eyes seemed to hide countless malice. I really want to know what kind of guy your master is, and how powerful he must be to have the qualification to control you. Enel leaned his body on the golden throne, like caressing the skin of a lover. The action was extremely light. There were countless murals from ancient times on the throne. A person whose face could not be seen sat on the supreme throne, and the strong men of countless races below him knocked their heads on the ground. It seemed that even looking at that person was a sin. Even through the mural, Enel could feel the man's power. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a tremor caused by extreme excitement. It's hard to imagine, only this level can be called a god. Only a god can deserve this status. Ha 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 ha. Now. I am your master. Enel laughed obsessively. Boom. Empty empty. Buzz buzz. Perhaps sensing Enel's mood, the thunder covering Sky Island became more violent. Like a silver snake raging across the world. Dancing his body in the sky with terrible power. Ever since Enel found the golden chair in the Sky Temple, he became more violent. He seemed to be completely conquered by the man on the mural. He tried his best to get closer to that existence. But the closer he wanted to get, the more desperate he became. There was a terrifying power in that chair, and it was this power that made Enel so obsessed. But no matter how much Enel wanted to obtain this power, the result was no. In a trance, Enel seemed to see the soul of this throne. You and my master are too different. Like the difference between heaven and earth. How dare you spy on the power of the king? Enel's heart was completely destroyed that day. He yearned for the supreme existence on the throne. But he had to kill the other party alive. Because how could there be a more powerful existence than me in this world? I should be God. I am the existence standing at the top of this world. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden throne suddenly emitted bursts of light, as if cheering, and endless power continued to emerge from the throne. Enel's eyes suddenly changed. Bang. Chapter 15. The powerful force actually blasted Enel away. A burst of terrifying deep blue thunder burst out from Enel's body. Layers of overlapping formed a series of shields, barely relieving the terrifying impact emanating from the throne. What happened? Enel stood on the cloud, with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. The attack just now was actually a bit too much for him to bear. Snap. 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 Suddenly. The mates who were still dancing seemed to be hit by something. One after another fainted on the ground. Enel's expression showed a trace of invisible astonishment. He could feel an extremely powerful existence, walking towards him step by step. But the heartnet that he was proud of, did not notice it at all. Impossible. No one can move under my heartnet without my perception. Enel waved his hand violently, and the blue thunder seemed to turn into a flying bird. It flew quickly to a corner. A golden stick was handed to Enel. Holding the authority of God who had ruled Sky Island with him for countless years. Enel didn't feel a bit safe. The instinct of a strong man made him realize that the enemy that was about to appear would be stronger than he had ever imagined. Da-da-da-da-da. The crisp footsteps sounded in Enel's ears. A terrifying golden holy light appeared in the palace. Gilu. Enel, who claimed to be a god, sensitively realized that in this golden light, there was a power that could destroy everything. Once it exploded, he would probably turn into nothingness in an instant. Da-da-da. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Enel's forehead began to ooze cold sweat. And a scene that made him feel even more incredible appeared. The great power that could destroy everything in his eyes. It turned out to be a stepping stone under the feet of a man. Moye stepped expressionlessly on the golden carpet constructed by the holy light. Every step he took seemed to step on Enel's heart. This is the king. The mysterious power that can destroy space is in his demeanor, and his whole body exudes indescribable majesty. The cloak that seems to be stained by the blood of countless enemies moves without wind. The golden armor on his body makes him look so sacred. Even Enel, who has always been arrogant, actually felt a sense of shame in his heart. Only this kind of demeanor can be called a god. Moye is like an emperor examining his territory. It is obviously in Enel's bedroom. It seems to be in the back garden of his own home, relaxed and carefree. The blue thunder that originally filled Enel's bedroom seemed to have met the owner's pet. The light that was restrained in the air was like kneeling in the air, shining continuously. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The power fluctuations on the throne became stronger and stronger, as if it was constantly cheering and rejoicing because of the appearance of its master. Moye did not even look at Enel, who was stunned beside him. It seemed that it started from the moment he stepped into this bedroom. Sky Island, which Enel had spent countless efforts to rule, in an instant, changed hands. Who are you? Enel's thunder was suppressed by the holy light and dimmed. Looking at Moye's figure, he actually had the idea of kneeling down to this man. This feeling seemed to be planted in his blood. If Enel had not relied on his strong will to support himself, he would have crawled at Moe's feet at this moment. Like minister. The golden throne kept shining, and the moment Moe arrived in front of him, the power that made Enel feel palpitations completely dissipated. It seemed that because of Moe's arrival, any power had no value to exist. Hwalala. Moe turned around, and the red cloak was like a river of blood, with countless dead souls sinking in it. The Empire of God spent countless secret treasures to water you, and it really didn't disappoint me. Moe leaned on the throne. The throne seemed to have life, constantly adjusting its mentality, and finally formed a posture that was suitable for Moe's body. Buzz. A golden ball of light appeared beside Moe, and in the ball of light, a small figure landed on the armrest beside Moe's hand. Then he imitated the mural. He knelt down in front of Moe. Stepped down as Moe's voice without a trace of warmth sounded, the elf's body bowed slightly again. Then it merged into the throne. For the first time, Moe's eyes were on the original owner of this palace. Enel's body. He lowered his eyes and looked up and down at Enel. And Enel was on pins and needles under Moe's gaze, and his body began to tremble constantly because of instinct. Damn it! Why? My body! Enel couldn't accept himself being so embarrassed in front of Moe, but he was powerless to change it all. Just resisting the feeling of wanting to kneel down had exhausted Enel's energy. But his persistence is so vulnerable in front of Moe. Chapter 16. BD, who gave you the right to stand in front of me? Hi! Boom boom boom! The thunder in the sky that Enel controlled began to roar threateningly at Enel. It seemed to be questioning Enel. Why don't you kneel? Why don't you kneel? Click. Enel's body was completely out of his control, and he knelt down to Moe on the throne. That head that seemed to be forever invincible. It was knocked to the ground. It's ridiculous, the once most humble Cocklebur actually became the god that ruled Sky Island. These 800 years are really interesting. Moe's voice was not loud, but every word entered Enel's ears. In an instant, Enel, who was trying hard to stand up, was stunned as if struck by lightning. The Cocklebur tribe, this is a disappeared race that he had read in countless books on Sky Island. Who are you? Enel wanted to say who you are. But facing Moe, the words he said unconsciously carried a respectful title. Who am I? Moe's tone was a bit playful. Then he glanced at Enel who was kneeling on the cloud and whispered. Don't you know who I am? Of course I. Enel's words had not been finished, and the next moment, countless memories appeared in his mind out of thin air. Moe's figure sat high on the golden throne. Countless powerful and terrifying beings who made Enel feel afraid just by their breath knelt at Moe's feet. They all wore silver-white armor without exception, with a golden sun on their chests. Their expressions were solemn and sacred, and one of the figures actually made Enel feel familiar. From today on, the Empire of God. Establish a country. Moe's voice was still so cold, as if there was no trace of human emotion. But the countless kneeling strong men below had terrifying golden lights in their eyes. We are willing to be the vanguard of the most ancient King Gilgamesh, willing to fight through the long night for our king, and willing to die for our king in 100 battles. The roars today frightened Enel. I saw Moe in this memory. He slowly sat up from the throne. His eyes swept through everyone present like lightning. In an instant, the originally noisy crowd became so quiet that it seemed that you could hear each other's heartbeats. I can only make you a promise. Die under my command. I will lead you to see the truth of this world. See. Above all this, Enel's attention was completely immersed in this memory, looking at the name that Moe was about to say. Very anxious. It seemed that something important was about to be known by himself. But the next moment, click click. The memory was like broken glass, completely dissipated. The most ancient king, His Majesty Gilgamesh. Enel spit out the name blankly. The body knelt down again. A blue light appeared in his two eyes, and Enel's aura continued to grow stronger. My king. Welcome to wake up from your deep sleep. Enel's voice was completely different from before. The previous Enel's voice was full of tyranny. But now his voice is like a wise man who is well read. Calm and wise. Why do you have to do this, Iker, entrusting your soul power to your descendants? This method can keep you alive. But more likely to fall into an endless sleep. The man Moe called Iker at this moment slowly raised his head and looked at Moe's face that he hadn't seen for 800 years. His calm eyes like stars showed a hint of excitement. Because I believe that one day, the king will return to this throne that belongs to you and lead us to complete the battle again. You lost. Moe listened to Iker's words and was silent for a moment. An era without adults is an era without hope. Iker said respectfully. Ha 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 ha. Moe suddenly burst into laughter. The king doesn't care about the strength of his subordinates, because he is already strong enough to suppress everything, but the king cares about the attitude and will of his subordinates. I thought that among the 4 departments of the empire, the only one who would not choose to sleep was you, but I didn't expect that you would make such a decision. You are right, I will fight back this time, but before that, I want to tell some old guys who is right. If the time is not right, continue to sleep. When the day comes when I need you, I will naturally call you. After hearing this, Iker said to Moye. The 4 departments of the Empire, Thunder is the main killer, willing to be my king, fight for 100 battles, and never turn back. Chapter 17. After that, the blue light disappeared bit by bit, and the breath of Akar continued to fade away, and the tyrannical breath belonging to Enel appeared again. Old guys, so you hid it here. Moye looked in one direction. Enel, who had just woken up, followed Moye's gaze. His expression was a little unnatural. Perhaps affected by Akar in his body, Enel actually looked at Moye with some concern and said, Gilgamesh. Your Majesty, that place is a forbidden place of Sky Island. Even I have never set foot there. There is an extremely terrible power in it. Moye's eyes seemed to have cast through countless spaces and directly saw the center of the so-called forbidden place. He said lightly with a disdainful smile on his lips. Of course you dare not set foot there, but that is the place where the Lord of the Sky is. It's really interesting. Old guys, I underestimated you, your courage is really getting bigger and bigger. The sound in Moye's ears became increasingly gloomy, and the air around him seemed to solidify. Enel felt that he was a little breathless. But fortunately, this momentum appeared like thunder, and it was like a tide when it retreated. Moye retracted his gaze and looked at the kneeling Enel. A casual hand. Enel was lifted up uncontrollably. He really looked down on Enel, who was like an ant but called himself a god. But the Akar in Enel's body who was willing to fall into a deep sleep to protect himself. He could not be insulted. Moye's eyes became deep and long. In ancient times, the Empire of God ruled the world, and all the so-called hundreds of races bowed down to the reputation of Gilgamesh. If there were disobedient people, they would be hunted down by the 4 divisions of the Empire. That era. In Mo under Ye's golden 8-legged horse, countless races sought his protection. Even the more ancient families had to give in when facing him. The 4 divisions of the Empire were led by Thunder, Wind Howl, Raging Waves, and Blood Shadow. Unfortunately, all this disappeared with Moye's sleep. Those families who once bowed their heads and cowards who stayed at home, after Moye disappeared for more than 10 years. Finally, they couldn't help their greed and attacked the Empire of God together. This greatest empire in history. Buried by countless big hands, there is no trace left in the long river of history. Countless descendants are pursuing that blank history. But they can never glimpse the most dazzling existence in history. But Moye knows. Above all this, there is this more ancient terrifying existence. The terrible shadow that is far older than 800 years has shrouded this world. No matter what you are, I'm back this time. Moye whispered softly. Then the figure began to disappear quickly, as if golden rays of light were constantly shattering. The terrifying holy light in the palace gradually receded like a tide. Only Enel was left with a cold sweat. Looking at the throne that once made him extremely obsessed, there was no urge to possess it in his heart. The endless dark clouds blocked everything in the world. A pair of cold eyes appeared in the darkness. It seemed that there were countless flames burning in the upright pupils, and the golden pupils were a bit noble. There were some bloodshot around it, as if it was a demon god awakening from an endless sleep. Is its body completely submerged in the dark clouds, but it just flipped its body. The whole Sky Island seemed to tremble. Roar! Awo! She roared, and countless spell-like words appeared in the dark clouds around him, quickly binding his body. Boom! Runes kept appearing on the monster's body. The breath gradually became a little weak from the initial violent. On the monster's head, a handle that seemed to carry the highest power in the world was constantly shining with a faint light. Just a glance would make people feel that the owner of this handle must be the Supreme Emperor. Noble, gorgeous, these words cannot describe 1/10,000th of that power. Only the most powerful king in the world is qualified to hold it. And it should be so. A golden light appeared out of thin air in the endless darkness. The runes in the dark clouds seemed to want to seal the golden seal, and quickly gathered together. But under the golden light with supreme power, the black runes quickly melted like spring breeze melting snow, continuously oozing out black flames. The flames carried an evil breath. Disperse! Moye's cold voice sounded. The golden light transformed into countless golden spears and shot towards the black flame. The seemingly endless black flame was like a candle in the wind under the golden spear. Even if it struggled to hold on, it still couldn't continue to burn. Finally it completely dissipated. And the moment the owner of the pair of terrifying eyes heard Moye's voice, a very human ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Chapter 18. Roar! A shocking roar sounded, and the inky black clouds expanded rapidly. In the end, it turned into a dark palace. The black color seemed like an endless night. It made the people who saw it feel desperate. Lord of the Sky, long time no see. Moye's voice was like the eternal ice. Roar! The figure of Moye was reflected in the vertical pupils of the monster. There was a trace of ecstasy in his eyes, but the next moment, that trace of ecstasy was replaced by unspeakable grievances. Woo 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 woo, the monster whose body could cover the sky and the sun was like a pet complaining to its owner at this moment. In the huge eyes, there were actually bursts of mist. Okay, stop it. I will avenge you. Moe walked step by step to the giant beast whose body could not be seen clearly, and the giant beast lowered its head like a surrender. Let Moe walk on his noble head. Lord of the Sky. According to the ancient legend that exists in the sky, people call it the last ruler of the endless sky. No one has ever seen its true appearance. It is only based on the information recorded on the older historical stone tablets. When the Lord of the Sky is angry, thunder roars, and there is no place in the world that is not surrounded by the thunder of heaven and earth. When he is happy, rain moistens all things. Countless crops can take root, sprout, bloom and bear fruit overnight as long as they are touched by the rain and dew given by the Lord of the Sky. However, no one in the world has ever seen what this legendary oldest beast is. Some people speculate that the Lord of the Sky is a human who ate the strongest devil fruit. Others say that he is a god from heaven. Some even engraved the name of the Lord of the Sky on a wooden board. Worship him every day. But the world will never know that the so-called Lord of the Sky is just a little snake that Moe once saved. Roar. Countless dark clouds retreated, and the true appearance of the Lord of the Sky finally saw the light of day again. It was a huge black snake. His body was so huge that it was impossible to see the whole picture with the eyes, and his head was as big as an island. On his head, a black snake palace quietly waited for his master to return. The Lord of the Sky. The ancient god who controls rain, dew, and thunder. One of the ancient forbidden legends. And its true identity is 800 years ago, the moving castle of the most ancient king Gilgamesh. The Sky Palace. Also, the totem of the Thunder War Department, one of the 4 divisions of the Empire. Ancient God. Oriana Thornton. Thornton, 800 years have passed, and you are even bigger. Moe looked at the black palace in front of him and couldn't help but speak. I vaguely remember that Thornton 800 years ago was also very huge. But when the palace cast on his head could still occupy more than half of the area of his head. But now, Moe's palace once occupied less than 1/3 of the area. It is obvious that in the past 800 years, Thornton's body has become even bigger. Moe's eyes were filled with golden light. Looking along Thornton's body, he suddenly discovered. The entire Sky Island was actually carried on Thornton's back. Roar roar roar, Thornton roared a few times, as if he was talking to Moe. Moe retracted the golden light in his eyes, then nodded and said. I am here to take it away. It is too hard for you to carry it. Moe looked at the scepter in front of him that was constantly emitting bursts of golden breath. Gently comforted the giant under his feet. Then he exhaled. After 800 years, we meet again. My authority. Original sin, holy power. Buzz. The light on the scepter became stronger and stronger, as if waiting for the moment when Moe would pick it up. The aura of the king who ruled the world continued to spread. The Lord of the Sky, who was carrying Moe, vaguely felt a little uneasy. The holy power of original sin should have been a powerful holy sword that pierced through the heaven and earth. But it was distorted by the power of Gilgamesh. And a qualitative change in form occurred. All the imperial auras representing the royal power in countless spaces were condensed into one, becoming the most powerful sword in the past and present. The Emperor's sword. But if Moe does not activate it, he will exist in the form of a scepter. Once this terrifying treasure returns to the hands of his master, it will represent. In this era, there will be only one voice that will be heard, sounded, and then rule everything. And this person is the most ancient king. Gilgamesh. Rumble. Sky. Bang. Moe stretched out his hand and touched the holy power at the moment. Countless black thunders appeared around him. There was an ominous breath in the thunder. It seemed that countless demonic curses were constantly accumulating. One after another, they condensed in the air, and finally formed a terrifying bullhead mark. Appeared behind Moe. The breath seemed to come from the abyss, bringing with it gusts of cold wind like the underworld. Even the space began to wail as if it could not bear the weight. Chapter 19. Crack crack. The space was like a broken mirror, cracks began to appear. From behind the cracked space, there seemed to be countless strange eyes staring at Moe's voice. He left greedy saliva. Although the Lord of the Sky could not see all this, the instinct from the beast made it aware of the danger. If it were not for this moment, if the master he respected most stood on his head, he would have roared and fled from this space that made him extremely uneasy. As for the Sky Island on his back, he. The high priest of the Empire of God once said that for those who are not from my country, life and death are all destiny. Behind the countless broken spaces, under a pair of greedy and evil eyes, there is a very terrifying eye. Those eyes stared at Moe's back. The hatred in his eyes was almost overflowing, and the heart-wrenching hatred seemed to be integrated into the blood. It makes people feel chilling. And Moe didn't even look back at the eyes. A golden sun slowly appeared behind Moe's head. Ah! Gilgamesh! Impossible! How could you be resurrected? No. No no no! You should sleep. Forever. Countless unwilling roars came from the crack and fell into Moe's ears. Listening to the resentful wail, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee bastards! I'm back! Are you ready? Do you hate me and curse my name day and night in the prison of sin, or choose to come out of the shadows? Then become my enemy, and finally be reduced to scum. Boom! The sky seemed to be completely torn apart at this moment, and countless terrifying beings peeked at everything happening in the sky from all angles. Sky Island was like a fragile lamb, exposed to the eyes of countless hungry wolves. The people of Sky Island looked at the thunderbolts disappearing in the sky with curiosity. They looked at each other, wondering what happened to the tyrant Enel. Compared to them, Enel was having a very bad time at the moment. Enel in the palace was trembling all over. The countless powerful auras were almost about to crush him, and his body kept falling, but the pride in his bones did not allow him to kneel down again. Damn it! Enel's veins popped up on his head, and sweat kept oozing out of his head. Just when he was about to be unable to bear the aura like the power of heaven and was about to kowtow, a voice suddenly appeared in his heart. Stand up straight, in the whole world, except for my king, we don't need to kneel to anyone, even in front of heaven. Roar! The Lord of the Sky roared at the higher sky. The terrifying evil spirit from the ancient barbaric period continued to spread on its body. As one of the king's mounts won. When facing an enemy who dared to challenge the king's dignity, it would use its life to maintain the king's honor. Gilgamesh, you shouldn't wake up. An ancient and grand voice sounded slowly between heaven and earth. His voice spread throughout the entire Sky Island. But no one could hear it. People only felt a breeze blowing. Hee bastards, in the 800 years since I fell asleep, you seem to have done a lot of shameful things. For example, you have become his running dog. Kaka. Moe's whole body was shining with golden light, and endless power surged out of his body. The big sun behind him seemed to open the door to a space. Countless terrifying treasures continued to condense and appear in that space. Among them, the spears were crying and wailing, as if they were longing for the blood of the enemy. There is a Fang Tian Huaji evolving in the endless void, and a big man whose expression cannot be seen clearly stands beside the Fang Tian Huaji, like a god. There is a burning torch that can ignite human greed, igniting white desire in the constant demands of humans. There are countless such magic weapons, and the king is at the top of these countless terrifying magic weapons. Standing proudly is a general. A beautiful long sword exuding the breath of the beginning of heaven and earth. The moment the sword appeared in front of everyone, even the air around it seemed to be solidified. Space, time, everything seems to be nothing in front of this sword. With a slight swing, everything in the world can be killed. Even the kingly aura of the original sin and holy power was eclipsed at the moment when this sword appeared. Wushuan stared at Moe's eyes through the space fragments, and couldn't help shrinking his pupils because of the appearance of the sword. At that moment, they seemed to have returned to 800 years ago, one person and one sword, cutting off the endless night. Just like the creation of the world. I haven't seen this terrifying sword for 800 years. I almost forgot your first name. God Slayer. Gilgamesh. Chapter 20. A mortal who can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god is considered a hero. Then a mortal who kills a god, drinks his blood, cuts off the head of a god who is high above and regards all living beings as ants, and uses it as a stepping stone is called God Killer. In the endless night 800 years ago, Moe held this existence that made all the terrifying beings daunt. In front of all living beings. He personally slaughtered a god. Yes. Slaughter. There was no hard fight in the novel, nor the passion in the stage play. The ancient creatures of that era. All witnessed it with their own eyes. A young man holding a strange long sword, shining with endless holy light. In front of countless living beings who prayed that the gods would not punish him. Cut the body of the god with one knife after another. The high god screamed like a pig being slaughtered in front of Moe. Although 800 years have passed, the words Moe said back then are still ringing in my ears. Is this God? You are such a ridiculous BD, who gave you the courage to stand in front of me? You should kneel down before me and worship me as your king. In everyone's impression, the immortal god is like a dead dog in Moe's hands. He can only wail feebly. Finally, he became one of the piles of corpses under Moe's feet. And that day, everyone remembered this mysterious and powerful boy for the first time. He was arrogant and looked down on all living beings. He was noble and didn't care about anything in the world. He was a god killer and a pioneer. He was the oldest king and the king of mortals. Gilgamesh's name will shine through the ages, and the sword in his hand. It is called by the world the sword of separation. It can cut off all existence in the world. Bang! Crash! Kaka! The sword of separation slowly emerged from the king's treasure house behind Moe in an absolute kingly manner. Even the heavens' chain and original sin weakened their breath as if they were surrendering. Heaven and earth separation, the star of creation. Moe's voice was as cold as when he killed the gods that day. But the guys who knelt at his feet that day and felt extremely honored by his killing of gods. At this moment, they cut off countless time and space and peeked at everything in front of them. Swish! Moe held the sword of separation in his hand, and before he swung it, the surrounding space began to collapse continuously. This world has become weaker. Moe murmured. He had this feeling since he woke up. The space of this world is fragile, like a piece of glass or a piece of thin paper. Even before Moe exerts his strength, it will collapse at any time because it cannot withstand his power. It's your fault, you bastards. Who? Woo. Moe gently waved the sword of separation in his hand, and countless spaces were broken, and a terrifying space storm swept out. Ah! How is it possible? After 800 years, he is still so powerful. I don't accept it. No no no. The broken space was smoothed by Moe's sword. The countless eyes that were spying on him disappeared in an instant. Only countless whales were left. Moe sneered. He said with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. A group of rats who only dare to hide in the sewers dare to show up in front of me. Sooner or later, I will take off your fig leaf and hang you in the sun to die. Gilgamesh, whether you believe it or not, we have never taken action against your empire of God. The old and distant voice sounded again. But this time, there was a bit of fear in the voice. You bastards, retreat. When I find you, you will be qualified to talk to me. You. The voice suddenly raised its tone. But looking at the indifferent smile on Moe's lips and the sword of separation in his hand that continued to destroy everything. In the end, he didn't say a word. Disappeared between heaven and earth in disgrace. Although silent, Moe knew that they had all disappeared. In order to seal Moe's treasure, they did not hesitate to join forces to lay such a seal. But even so. But the moment Moe appeared here, all the conspiracies and intrigues, treacherous plots turned into dust. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are ignorant mantis arms that resist the rolling chariot. Fragile and ridiculous. Snap! Moe held the original sin in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The original sin burst out with bursts of light, and finally seemed to be guided by something. Slowly flew towards the golden space behind Moe. As the original sin sank into the king's treasure house, the aura on Moe's body became more terrifying, but the next moment, his great power, which was like the opening of heaven and earth, receded like a tide. The trembling space around him was relieved, and it slowly fluctuated a few times before returning to normal. He killed the one he almost reached. The end of the sky. But now the weakness of this world is beyond his imagination. It seems that I need to investigate. Moe thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 21. This world has become so weak. I left countless backups. If all of them are revived, no. Even if only 1/3 of them are revived, this world may not be able to withstand the terrifying power and collapse. In the last time before Moe fell asleep, he gathered the powerful beings in his god's empire who could cross the long river of time. It was to have enough trump cards in his hand 800 years later. Even with the great power of Gilgamesh in Moe, he still felt a little afraid of the sudden terrifying aura 800 years ago. Forget it, this time I will see your true face myself. Moe whispered softly. The Lord of the Sky under him seemed to have sensed something, as if his master was about to leave. Roar woo roar. He let out a few unwilling low roars. Okay, stop making trouble. It's not your time to show up yet. Wait a little longer and wait for my order. As for your companions, I'm back. They should be awake now. Moe gently twisted his wrist, and his scarlet eyes revealed a few rays of light. There was an indescribable aura all over his body. Although that aura was not as strong as the holy light that Moe had been shrouded in before. But it was more transcendent. If the previous Moe was the emperor who suppressed everything in the endless night, then the current Moe is more like a banished immortal who has fallen into the mortal world. His demeanor is penultimate and high above. It seems that this world cannot restrain him. Freedom and freedom are reflected in him. But from the moment Moe received the original Sin Society into the king's treasure house, he still had the kingly way and haki of Gilgamesh. But the same kind of detachment and freedom that he possessed was also reflected in him. The role-playing system does not make Moe lose himself and become a projection of Gilgamesh. Instead, it made Moe comprehend Gilgamesh's kingly way. He was not the puppet of the king, but he himself was the king. King. The king had thunderous wrath and gentle rain. The so-called thunder and rain were all grace from heaven. Moe walked into the Black Palace and leaned on the throne made of the world's strongest black stone. The body found a comfortable position and then raised his feet. In a trance. He seemed to have returned to 800 years, still on the head of the Lord of the Sky, still on the endless sky. But this time, there was no group of warriors around him who were ready to die for him at any time. Even if the world turns upside down, I am enough by myself. Moe said softly. If he rashly activated the layout of the year now, then this weak world would probably be directly shattered. It became a dead silence. It seems that we need to figure out what happened to this world. He rested his chin on his palm. A light blue panel that only Moe could see gradually appeared in front of him. Ding. Since the host's compatibility with the character has reached 100% for the first time, the system will reward the host with a 100% chance to draw a character above SS level. Do you want to draw? Seeing the system panel in front of him, Moe's heart was in turmoil. SS level character. Even Gilgamesh is only S level. It already has such a terrifying power. If it is SS level, what kind of monster would it be? Moe simply couldn't imagine what kind of existence would surpass Gilgamesh and become SS level. Just when he was about to choose to summon, he suddenly stopped the action in his hand. No. Moe sighed secretly in his heart. Because he suddenly thought of the moment when he first summoned and played Gilgamesh 800 years ago. Gilgamesh, like a god, seemed to have broken through countless time and space. Looking at this world from a high place, he chuckled with disdain. Almost in an instant, his might shook the whole world, and even the so-called gods were scared to death by the terrifying power like the power of heaven. In that world that was far more powerful than today's era, Gilgamesh almost caused that world to collapse. So now if I summon that SS level existence, I'm afraid this world can't bear the upcoming supreme existence. If it was Moe back then, I'm afraid he would summon it directly regardless of the consequences. But at this time, Moe was as proud as Gilgamesh. Forget it, there's no rush. Even if there is no SS level existence, my power alone is enough. Moe waved his hand, and the system panel disappeared instantly. I'll talk about it after I find the reason why this world has become so weak. Today, Moe no longer cares about the so-called power. Because he proudly believes he is the strongest person, who can suppress everything by himself. The oldest king, the king of mortals. The shadow behind all terror. Gilgamesh. Chapter 22. Woo. The piercing alarm broke the calm sea, and the red lights kept flashing under the sky. In the boundless ocean, a dark building stood on the sea. The black wall had a few ominous signs, as if it was imprisoning evil spirits residing in the human world. If an ordinary fisherman passed by here, he would feel a little fear in his heart just by looking at it from a distance. Dozens of huge marine warships tightly surrounded the building. The chilling muzzles on the warships were ready to pour out at any time. All this made the building more solemn. Solid as a rock, unbreakable, these words are difficult to be the adjectives of this building. Only hell, this word can perfectly express this building. This is hell. This is Impel Down. Countless vicious criminals are imprisoned here, and there are also the most powerful and strict guards in the world. However, at this moment, this prison, which is called hell, is surrounded by a terrifying aura. Whether it is the vicious criminals, the well-equipped marines, or the jailer beasts who have lost themselves because of their power, they are all restless under this aura. Impel Down. The fourth layer of hell. In the warden's office of blazing hell, Magellan, who is wearing a black warden's uniform, with 2 pairs of devil wings on his back and a face like a devil, holds a den mushy in his hand. He dials the number of naval headquarters with a serious face. Countless red candles are looming around him, as if under that aura, even a non-existent thing like flames can't suppress his fear. Bang! The door of the office, which is made of solid steel, was kicked open by someone. A fat man with a face like a ghost walked in from outside. He said to Magellan with a proud face. Hey! How can you be a warden? Do you know what happened? What's the matter with that frightening momentum? Now the group of jailers outside are getting in the way and urinating and defecating uncontrollably. If we don't deal with it, Impel Down can be renamed as the Public Toilet City. Hey! Then will you be expelled by the 5 elders? Then, will your position be mine? Ha 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 ha. Han Barney, the deputy warden, laughed excitedly, not realizing that he had accidentally spoken his true feelings. Magellan looked at his subordinate who was honest but said something wrong with his mouth. A few black lines appeared on his head, and he held his forehead with his hand and said speechlessly. I have contacted the naval headquarters to dispatch marine to investigate. If you have nothing to do, go to the 5th and 6th floors to patrol. Tisk. Damn it. I almost became the warden. Damn it. Han Barney's words were not finished yet. There was only a loud puff sound. From between Magellan's buttocks, a stream of purple gas burst out, sweeping the entire office with an extremely terrible stench. At the same time, Magellan's expression became extremely enjoyable. Ah, comfortable. Damn Magellan. Don't think I will fall down like this. Hanbani yelled, then covered his nose and quickly fled out of the office. He could still be heard shouting something from a distance. Sooner or later, the position of the warden will definitely be mine. People's hearts are scattered, and it's hard to lead the team. Magellan habitually complained. Then his facial expression became extremely stern again. His fingers kept tapping on the table. There was a dong-dong sound. The flickering candlelight was even more erratic, as if it could be completely destroyed at any time. What exactly is going to happen? This feeling of uneasiness is exactly what makes people feel uncomfortable. Magellan's pair of Prajna-like eyes twitched uncontrollably for a few times. The anxiety in his heart became very strong. Don't worry, Warden, my little darlings and I are ready at any time. A very charming female voice. It sounded outside the office door. The tempting voice that made the man crazy spread far in the corridor. But there seemed to be countless terrible beasts crawling behind the woman, which made people daunting. City-chan, you are more reliable at the critical moment. Magellan's voice had just fallen, and only a burst of hurried running was heard in the distance. A woman in a beige tight dress and long golden wavy hair hurriedly ran towards the office. Impel Down Deputy Warden Domino rushed into Magellan's office with a panicked look on his face. Chapter 23. Warden, all the den mushi in the prison have been paralyzed by the inexplicable aura and have completely lost contact with the outside world. Moreover, the prisoners on the first and second floors have all fainted, and it seems that they were all stunned by some terrifying force. With Domino's report, Magellan's already terrifying face became even more terrifying. Although the prisoners on the third, fourth, and fifth floors are not unconscious, they are all trembling, as if they were frightened by the aura and are very depressed. And that's... Domino hesitated to look at City-chan beside him. Then he continued. All the jailer beasts fainted. "Oh my babies," City-chan exclaimed, then twisted her sexy body and ran away quickly. Purple poison gas continued to emerge from Magellan's body. There was a bit of murderous intent in his eyes, and the candles around him burned fiercely, and then intensified. The originally dark room was temporarily darkened by the daylight. Impel Down begins a comprehensive inspection, and the danger must be nipped in the bud. The roar like a hellish devil echoed in the corridor. With a bit of hoarseness and a deep sense of uneasiness. Impel Down 6th floor. This is the end of the so-called endless hell, a forbidden place where even the sun can't shine. All the people who can be imprisoned here are the most dangerous criminals in the world. Their existence is the biggest evil thought in this world. Every guy who can be imprisoned here. Without exception, they are all nightmares that have made the world feel great pain. This group of unruly and evil people in the past are now shocked by a powerful momentum. Moe strolled leisurely in this hell, as if walking in the back garden of his own home, relaxed and carefree. The world government really knows how to use resources. The abandoned prison of the Empire of God can be transformed into this. It seems that the world has not been standing still for hundreds of years. Moe looked at this endless dark hell like an artist appreciating prison decoration, and his eyes were not interested. "Ah? This guy, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The man who asked the question was trapped in a huge cell, with countless sharp knives and blades pointed at his body. If he moved a little, he would be pierced through by the swords. The largest human in history, the San Juan Wolf, known as a huge battleship, looked at Moe with a vigilant face. His head, which looked like a rice ball, was shaking and thinking about Moe's identity. His body, which was as high as 180 meters, was also twisting dishonestly. Like a patient with ADHD, the sharp swords and knives pierced his body, causing his blood to flow, but the next second, the wound began to heal continuously. San Juan Wolf stared at Moe with a pair of eyes like little suns, like a curious baby. But Moe ignored him, but looked up at San Juan Wolf. The huge warship, as majestic as a mountain, covered his mouth as if he had seen some terrible demon. Like a child who made a mistake. Afraid that he would make a little noise and cause Moe's displeasure. As a giant, his lifespan is countless times that of humans. Even if he has been imprisoned for 100 years, San Juan Wolf is only equivalent to the prime of human life. Before being imprisoned, he had been the king of the sea and had seen countless strong men. But no one could give him such great pressure as Moe. Just looking at him, it was like an invisible big hand strangling his throat. If he said one more word, his throat would be crushed by the terrible big hands. Gilu, what a terrible guy. San Juan Wolf couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Walking in eternal hell, Moe was not in a hurry to find his treasure. Instead, he walked around casually. Like a bored traveler, he was watching the prisoners around him. "This pretty boy. As long as you can let me out. I would rather be your vanguard." A strange prisoner with a cylinder on his head shouted at Moe, who was walking freely outside. Then countless prisoners came one after another to tempt him. "Brother. As long as you can let me out, I will give you the legendary treasure map of the ancient kingdom. As long as you let me out, my confleet can be used by you and charge for you." They looked at Moe as if they were looking at a key to the door of freedom. There was a look of desire in their eyes. They even made all the promises. But facing such a noisy scene, Moe frowned slightly. A trace of displeasure rose in his heart. "Humph. Quiet." Moe snorted coldly, and in an instant, a terrifying aura like the power of heaven quickly broke out on his body. Chapter 24. At that moment, with Moe as the center, the terrifying might of heaven surged like a tide, sweeping the entire 6th floor. Eternal hell became quiet in a moment. All the criminals looked at Moe with a look of fear. Too strong. The criminals on this floor were shocked by Moe's terrifying power that seemed like the might of heaven. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed unconsciously first. But before he felt embarrassed, the next moment, gulp, countless prisoners swallowed their saliva together and made a loud sound. "Who is he?" Such a question arose in everyone's mind. This group of prisoners were all guys who could be called kings on the sea without exception. They fought with countless powerful enemies and fought with the terrifying sea. They had seen countless strong men in this world, but they had never felt such terrible power in one person. That was the absolute power that made them completely unable to resist. In the depths of eternal hell, 3 cages are tightly connected together. A lion-like man, his legs are missing, and his arms are fixed on the wall by 2 black spikes. Opposite him, is an old man with silver hair bound by countless chains, although he is trapped in the cage. But it still can't cover up the elegant and noble aura emanating from him. He Red Earl, it seems that a very interesting guy has come. Golden Lion Shiki laughed strangely and said to his roommate. Red Earl's eyes also looked in the direction of Moe, and his pair of vicissitudes of life flashed a little shock. Such a powerful momentum, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. I really want to fight him. A heavy male voice came from another cage. Bullet, known as the descendant of the devil, has muscles all over his body, and his body was crushed to the ground by countless sea stones. The voice still carried a deep fighting spirit. Even though they had clearly sensed Moe's terrifying aura, the 3 of them remained unmoved. They were the most terrifying existence in this eternal hell. Even in the 6th floor where there were many strong men, their existence still represented the pinnacle. The leader of the Hutton pirates, the pirate admiral, the master of the empire with 800 pirate ships, Golden Lion Shiki. If he had not lost to Tianchi in the battle with Roger, I am afraid that there would be no legend of the pirate king on the sea now. Instead, the glory of the Golden Lion Empire was sung. The Red Count, the Lonely Red Barrow Rick Redfield, was a name that represented supreme combat power in the last era. He was the strongest of the year with his own strength and was called the strongest of the year with Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger. Prove what it means to. In the Roger era, his red represented absolute strength and the alien who carried out loneliness to the end, and the strong did not need partners. Bullet, the descendant of the devil, is the strongest fighter on the ship of Pirate King Roger. He is said to be as strong as Pluton Rayleigh. His lifelong goal is to defeat his captain. The previous Pirate King Gold Roger lost his goal after Roger's death. He decided to destroy everything to prove that he is the most powerful existence. These 3 legends will make the world tremble if they are spread out. The next moment, when talking about the powerful momentum that appeared on the 6th floor, without exception, they set their eyes on their cages. In front of them, a handsome boy with almost perfect appearance appeared. The momentum emanating from his body, like an emperor who reigns over the world. Noble is not enough to describe it. Domineering is hard to see. Even the most temperamental Baroric Redfield felt what it meant to be dwarfed when he saw Moe. So it's here. Moe completely ignored the 3 legends who were looking at him vigilantly across from him at the moment. He tapped the floor with his toes a few times. Crack, crack, crack. Under his toes, the space seemed to be constantly breaking. Hey, boy. You seem very strong. Bullet was pressed to the ground by countless sea stone special plywood. But his voice was very loud. He looked at Moe's figure, and showed a bloodthirsty smile like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Hearing Bullet's words, Moe raised the corner of his mouth slightly. His eyes moved from the ground to Bullet's strong body. There was a bit of teasing in his scarlet eyes. Eternal hell? This is an absolutely claustrophobic space built under the sea without sunlight and without any gaps. At this time, a gust of cold wind appeared for some reason. Woo-woo. These so-called overlords of the sea involuntarily had goosebumps all over their bodies. A sense of uneasiness from the soul kept raging in their hearts. Woo. Chapter 25. BD. Are you talking to me again? Moe's scarlet eyes were full of mockery, and the look he gave Bullet was cold and emotionless. That look was like looking at an ant. Bullet suddenly felt a little uneasy. But the dignity of a strong man made him unwilling to give up his face. Bullet's eyes were wide open, like an angry beast. Although his body was tightly bound by sea stone, he continued to struggle and shouted at Moe. Boy! Who are you calling ABD? If I could get out, you would have become a dead spirit under my feet now. Bullet's expression was ferocious like Prajna, crawling out of the hell complex. 2 big hands kept scratching blood marks on the ground, and the muscles on his arms began to swell continuously. Obviously, Bullet, who had completely lost his strength under the sea stone, seemed to ignore the curse of the sea. His body was filled with explosive power, and veins on his arms were beating continuously. Crack crack. The bones of his body kept making creepy sounds. In this extremely quiet eternal hell, the sound of bones rubbing together was like a devil constantly pulling out the bones of a sinner. Is that so? You are really an ant who doesn't know what to do. Moe shook his head helplessly. A finger grew out, and terrifying golden holy light kept appearing on the fingertips. At that moment, as the golden light descended into the darkness, Moe's body exuded a terrifying power like a god. His golden hair looked so noble in the golden light. Crack! Crack! The surrounding space kept making unbearable cries under the powerful force. Bullet's eyes trembled suddenly. Such a terrifying power was the only one he had ever seen in his life, and that power seemed to overturn the world. Golden Lion and the Red Earl also looked at each other. Both of them realized in an instant that Moe in front of them was far stronger than the other. Obviously Bullet also realized this. But even so, Bullet was confident that as long as he could regain his freedom, he could fight against the little devil in front of him with terrifying power. In battle, strength is not everything. Sometimes, skills are the key to surpass everything. Bullet was confident that his world-class fighting skills were enough to fight against this man with golden light. Moe seemed to see what Bullet was thinking. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His fingers moved slightly, and the next moment, a huge golden light suddenly burst out. In an instant, everything in front of him was submerged, and the three people including Bullet were covered by this terrifying golden wave. Warden. A terrified jailer ran towards Magellan frantically. His steps were very flustered, and he staggered a little with every step. It seemed that there was a terrifying beast chasing him behind him. Be careful. Magellan's huge body appeared beside the jailer who almost fell at an extremely exaggerated speed. He stopped the jailer with a chair in his hand. His whole body was full of poison. If he used his hands to help him, I'm afraid the jailer would be turned into a pool of poisonous water on the spot. Don't worry, talk slowly. Influenced by Magellan's calmness, the panicked jailer took a few deep breaths of air, and then he came to his senses. Report. Warden Magellan, the surveillance shows that in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell 1, a man suddenly appeared out of thin air. It is suspected that the terrifying momentum before was all emitted by him. And a golden light came out of his body. Now all the surveillance has lost its effect. The 6th floor has completely lost its target. The jailer reported everything that happened to Magellan as quickly as reading the name of a dish. Magellan's expression instantly became very serious. A powerful momentum emanated from Magellan's body. At this moment, the warden, who had a somewhat funny temperament, finally showed his fangs, like a dragon. His whole body was constantly boiling with purple aura, but in order to take care of the jailer around him, he forcibly restrained the surging power. Notify all available forces in the prison to go to the 6th floor. In addition, is Shiryu of Rain also patrolling the 6th floor? Yes. Warden, Lord Shiryu is patrolling the 6th floor, and the other lords have also rushed to the 6th floor. Hearing the words of the jailer, Magellan's face looked better. The air around him, which had been a little condensed, became smooth again. You should have a good rest. Magellan walked out the door without looking back, without even looking at the jailer. Chapter 26. Warden. There is no need to mobilize all the jailers. He was interrupted by Magellan just halfway through his words. No need. You can't participate in the next battle. Even if you go, you will only lose your life in vain. Don't worry. I will protect the honor of Impel Down. I, the warden. Magellan. To protect the honor of this impregnable prison. Magellan's voice rang out loudly, and in the eyes of the jailer, his beloved back was like a mountain. But I don't know why. Magellan, who is invincible and can deal with any criminal perfectly, actually gave the jailer a feeling of uneasiness this time. Magellan's back was getting farther and farther away, and a bit of desolation rose for no reason. The jailer clenched his fists tightly and buried the uneasiness in his heart. Warden. Come on. Impel Down's so-called indestructible prison is made of the world's strongest obsidian mixed with seastone. Someone once tested Impel Down's prison. Whether it was the swordsman's slash or the corrosion of the ability user, they could not damage the prison at all. Even the giants, who are known as the most powerful race in the world. They tried their best but could not bend the seemingly fragile fence of the cage even a little. So the world government once asserted that no one in the world could destroy Impel Down's prison. But at this moment, the so-called indestructible prison. It was completely smashed to pieces by the terrifying force, and the fence that even the mobile giants could not shake. It fell to the ground in pieces, and countless terrifying marks appeared on the fence. Suddenly a breeze blew. The fence that had been destroyed beyond recognition, under a breeze, was like gravel on the beach. It kept collapsing. In the end, there was no trace left in the endless darkness. As if it had never appeared before. All the criminals who watched this scene showed fear in their eyes. Even if they were as powerful as they were facing such a force. They were just slightly larger ants. Too scary. This is the real monster. A tall man with a red face sat on the ground in fear. His whole body was full of alcohol, as if he was soaked in a wine barrel day and night. Buxjot, the great wine, one of the strongest in the old times, fell to the ground at this moment, facing Moe with a dull face. He kept muttering to himself. Katerina Tippin, the most vicious female criminal in history, was still an unknown person even when Sherlock Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was still galloping on the sea. She held the door of the prison with an obsessed expression, staring at Moe's back. This is a real man. This is the powerful man I've been looking for and can match me. Katerina Tippin had a crazy face on her face. It was like a fangirl seeing her idol, her face flushed. Katerina Tippin, don't think about it, he doesn't like you like this. Who is such a terrifying monster? Has such a powerful guy been born in the new era? In the prison next to him, a strange man with horns on his head and a blue beard sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Moe's direction like thunder. He cast countless shadows, but when he saw everything in front of him clearly, he showed deep fear on his face. The king of evil politics, Bartolomeo Pizarro, clenched his teeth tightly. As a former royal family, the ancient family he came from recorded ancient books that ordinary people could not believe. He looked at Moe's back and the terrifying pressure like the supreme emperor. An incredible legend sounded in his mind, and the advice of his elders that he had long forgotten was also recalled out of thin air. Impossible, how could it be? How could the legend be true? It must be a coincidence. Coincidence? Bartolo Pizarro thought in his heart, but the fist that kept exerting force in his hand showed how uneasy he was at the moment. BD, not bad. Moe gently twisted his wrist, like a noble emperor, with supreme majesty in every move. Although his voice was cold, every word was accompanied by a wonderful sense of rhythm. It was very beautiful to hear it in people's ears. This was a special speaking skill that only nobles could master. But even the most noble family could not learn the charm of Moe, and it was even difficult to learn 1/10,000th of it. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Moe. The huge iron fist, with a terrifying force that made people's heart palpitate, hit Moe's body fiercely. Sky Long. Chapter 27. Go to hell. Little devil. Bullet's embarrassed figure gradually emerged, with a strong armed color on his fists. The surrounding space was constantly showing black thunder because of his attack. It whistled and hit Moe's head. Whoosh! Faced with such a terrifying punch, Moe had no intention of dodging at all. He just tilted his head slightly, and Bullet's punch directly rubbed his face. The powerful fist wind made a sound like thunder. It blew Moe's golden hair a little. Are you blowing wind for me? BD? It's really bad, hum. Moe's voice was a little sarcastic. A powerful force suddenly broke out under his feet. In an instant, he kicked Bullet's stomach before he could retract his fist. Air. Boom. Ah. Emission. Moe kicked Bullet's lower abdomen firmly. The terrifying force caused damage like an air explosion. The air around seemed to be sucked out by this kick, almost forming a vacuum zone. Bullet screamed after being hit like this, but the combat experience acquired over countless years allowed Bullet to quickly suppress his pain. Haki that flowed like sakura flowers emanated from his body. He tried to disperse the power of Moe's attack. Pa pa pa. Crack. Under Bullet's feet, the ground began to break continuously, as if he had transferred all the power of Moe's attack to the ground. Master Kojiki, your emission is really useful. Bullet sighed in his heart, and his former partner had already parted forever. But soon. Bullet's eyes condensed. The whole body's armed color was fully activated, and he continued to emit a breath like a prehistoric beast from his body. Black thunder continued to appear around his body. In the air and continued to explode. Armed color. Moe looked at the changes in Bullet and whispered softly. The next moment. Bang! Bullet suddenly appeared in front of Moe, and his huge fist swept towards Moe with a force like a storm. Countless black thunders entangled together, like black monster snakes, opening their ferocious mouths. Biting towards Moe. Black snake. Het. The roaring Bullet concentrated his strength on this punch. He keenly realized that Moe's strength was not at the same level as his. How dare the brilliance of a firefly compete with the sun and the moon? Unless. Take the enemy by surprise and kill with one blow. The battle-hardened Bullet understood this well, and he concentrated his strongest blow before he made a move. He only hoped that with this blow, the man in front of him who made him extremely uneasy would fall down completely. But his eyes were on the corner of Moe's mouth with a bit of disdain. At the same time, Moe's chuckle came to his ears. Haki? I can do it too. A golden light suddenly flashed in Moe's eyes, and waves of golden armed color appeared all over his body. That was an armed color far superior to everything else. Bang! Moe's palm moved at a terrifying speed that Bullet had never seen before. In a flash, a fist wrapped in gold suddenly appeared in Bullet's eyes. On the golden brilliance, a golden dragon continued to condense, revealing the supreme imperial aura. Roaring towards the black snake in Bullet's hand that was like a traitor. Holy Dragon Ao. Moe's voice was so indifferent from beginning to end, as if there was nothing in the world that could move him. Snap! The two people's fists collided at the moment of everything. All the criminals who were watching the excitement around them only felt a silence in their ears. That silence was a precursor to death and a declaration of destruction. Then. A terrifying force broke out with the two as the center. Boom! Empty, empty, empty. Crack! The terrible power kept interweaving between the two of them. But. Bullet's expression suddenly became extremely terrified. His arm, which was as thick as a normal adult's thigh, began to tremble constantly. The next moment. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! Ah! Countless blood splashed out of his arm, like a balloon that was punctured. Crack! The bones on the arm broke inch by inch, and the sharp bone tips protruded from the skin. The white bones were completely exposed, and pink flesh and blood kept oozing out. His whole body kept showing wounds like a baby's mouth. And Moe, who caused all this? However, he shook his palm in disgust as if he had done something insignificant. It seemed that because Bullet's blood was stained on his body, he was a little dissatisfied. He didn't care that the man who was wailing in front of him was one of the most terrifying pirates in the world. Devil's descendant Bullet. Plop! In the next second after he wailed, his body fell to the ground helplessly. Chapter 28. No matter what dreams or wishes he had, when he decided to attack Moe, he was destined to be one of the piles of bones under Moe's feet. That's all. Moe didn't even look at him. Instead, he set his eyes on the ruins he had destroyed. A sensible guy. The voice was a little satisfied. Then the toes pointed to the ground again. Boom! A terrifying force broke out. Under Moe's feet, a dark hole suddenly appeared, and countless ominous and terrifying auras continued to spread. Moe's body continued to fall in the ominous. Finally, he disappeared without a trace. In the ruins, Golden Lion, who had lost his legs, was held down by the shoulders of the lonely Red, who was considered noble by the world, and fell to the ground. The Red Earl also bowed to the ground like a subject. Darkness was boiling like a tide under Moe's feet. It was a nightmare that would make ordinary people feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts just by looking at it. Or maybe the fear of darkness was engraved in the blood of human beings since the day they were born. In an era without fire and light, darkness represented death and unpredictable danger. And this thick darkness that was constantly eroding the surroundings like blood was like the claws of evil spirits from hell. Gurgle! Gurgle! This darkness that had condensed into substance was roaring with the power to pull people into nightmares. Around Moe, the huge and holy golden light separated the darkness with endless resentment and anger. But even so, Moe could still sense the terrifying power bred in this darkness. Blood. Bones. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The disgusting stench almost penetrated Moe's terrifying power. As Moe's body continued to fall in the darkness, the feeling began to fade away. Instead, there was an endless loneliness. The endless loneliness from death. In this boundless darkness, it was as if a killing demon from ancient times was holding his killing weapon, staring at the enemy who stepped into his territory with a ferocious look. Whoosh! The terrifying murderous aura emanated from the Black Uzumaki to the 6th layer of eternal hell. These arrogant criminals on the 6th layer have been shocked by Moe's actions for the countless times. Their eyes have been a little tired of the shock because of their previous actions. Now in the hearts of these guys, it is not surprising that Moe does anything. He can beat Bullet to death with one punch. Even the noble Red Earl has to bow down in front of him. The existence of such a man is a miracle. Old man, who is he? Although Golden Lion Shiki lost his legs, his aura is still as strong as a lion. Red Count Bar-Oric Redfield seemed to have not heard Golden Lion's question. His brows kept twisting together, and the pair of eyes full of wisdom and elegance were no longer noble as before. The lonely Red was in the 6th layer of marine Impel Down, eternal hell. He had been imprisoned for decades but still did not change his nobleness. At the moment when Moe was covered by golden light, the ancient legend in the family also rang in his ears. He is a legend. Bar-Oric Redfield's voice was trembling and astonished. But more of it was fear. For the few strong men who could stand at the same height as Bar-Oric Redfield, Golden Lion Shiki heard the fear in his old opponent's voice. What kind of monster is this guy who can make the old thing so scared? It doesn't matter who it is. Golden Lion sneered at the corner of his mouth. As long as it can cause trouble to these hypocritical marines, it doesn't matter who it is. The tyrannical murderous aura constantly outlined a strange picture in the darkness. It slowly emerged in front of Moe. And Moe's mouth also had a slight smile. Old buddy, you are still so cute after hundreds of years. On the picture, a strange black longsword was bound by countless black chains on an altar. The reason why it is called strange? Because there are sharp thorns on both sides of the sword body. A few strands of black murderous aura flashed on the black blade from time to time. If someone picks up this long sword, once it is used improperly, he will become the undead under the sword of this long sword. If it is used carelessly, it will backfire on its master. This is the ominous sword. Under the altar, dozens of humans who can't see their faces in black priest clothes kneel on the ground, facing the ominous sword. They kept repeating certain spells. As their chanting became louder, the black chains bound to the ominous sword emitted a stronger aura. The ominous aura on the long sword became increasingly dim. Moe could even sense some smugness from those black priests. Chapter 29. It seemed that they all thought they had conquered this blood-drinking magic sword. But just when the leading priest stood up and stretched out his big hand to the altar to try to grab the long sword, clang! The magic sword suddenly burst out with a murderous aura that was countless times stronger than before. Buzz! The magic sword instantly shattered the black chain that bound him. Although no one controlled it, the magic sword flew out of thin air. The terrifying murderous aura like a sea of blood quickly appeared around it. The next moment, swoosh! Swoosh swoosh swoosh! The blood-red sword light cut through everything, as if even the gods could not stretch out their hands in front of this sword to grasp this magic sword full of killing and ominousness. The moment the sword light appeared, the black priests, the head and body were completely separated. They fell to the ground powerlessly. But the strange thing was, their blood seemed to be guided by some kind of power and flew up out of thin air. It turned into a strange blood-colored river, flying towards the magic sword. The blood was constantly absorbed by the magic sword. Buzz! The magic sword that completely devoured the blood emitted a satisfied sword sound. Then, the picture quickly dissipated in front of Mo's eyes. Just like a gust of wind blowing up the sand on the coast, it disappeared with the wind. Mo's falling body finally stopped. The darkness around him completely dissipated, replaced by a prison made of light blue walls. Countless black chains intertwined and entangled together. And in the center of the chain, the magic sword with unparalleled murderous aura was imprisoned in it. Impel Down. 6th level of Hell. 1st level of Crimson Hell. 2nd level of Warcraft Hell. 3rd level of Starvation Hell. 4th level of Blazing Hell. The 5th floor is Freezing Hell. The 6th floor is Eternal Hell. Everyone knows that the 6th floor of Impel Down is like an abyss. With each floor down, the strength of the prisoners will have a qualitative leap. It is said that every prisoner in the 6th floor can cause unimaginable disasters to the world. But even the designer who originally designed this Impel Down prison would not know that below the 6th floor of Impel Down, there is still a more terrifying prison. And this layer cuts off the prisoners imprisoned in countless spaces. It is not a sinner who has been causing trouble for thousands of years, nor a terrifying monster, but a sword. A sword with endless killing aura, wrapped in weirdness and ominousness, a peerless evil sword. The ominous sword. The sword of suffering and curse. The sword of killing and destruction. People have left countless bad reputations on it because of fear. But the real name of this sword is the Sword of Honey. Legend has it that this sword carries a huge curse, and is a magic sword that once it is pulled out, it will not kill anyone and will not return to the sheath. It can bring endless bad luck and disaster to the holder until death. The sword that killed Sigurd, whoever is cut by this magic sword will have his life shortened. It symbolizes honor and destruction. Old buddy. After so many years, you are still so energetic. Mo's voice was rarely nostalgic. Under this magic sword, countless enemies of his had all died in hatred. Buzz buzz buzz. Starting from the moment Moe appeared in the darkness, the magic sword kept making groaning sounds like joy. The strong murderous aura was constantly shaking. Kaka kaka kaka. Kaka kaka kaka. With the vision of the honey sword, the black chain seemed to have sensed something. Countless black inscriptions appeared on the chain, trying to suppress the murderous aura rising from the honey sword. Humph! Moe snorted coldly. A terrifying force burst out from his body, and the golden holy light like the might of heaven burst out again. This unknown 7th floor prison was completely immersed in a golden wave. At the same time, Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. In a corridor, 3 Marine admirals walked side by side. Whether it was Kizaru, the irritable Akainu, or the most casual Aokiji on weekdays, they all had a serious look. Boom! The angry thunder roared in the sky. The dark clouds like ink overturned the sky above the Naval Headquarters. Behind the 3 admirals appeared a man with a seagull hat. Marine Marshal, Sengoku of Buddha, passed by the 3 admirals. But he was silent, and this attitude made the 3 of them look at each other involuntarily. Something big happened. This was the thought that came to the minds of the 3 at the same time. Then his expression became serious and he quickly followed Sengoku. They came to a secret meeting room. After entering the meeting room, Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly and frowned. Chapter 30. His hands were constantly crossed in front of him. The tense atmosphere continued to rise in the room. As the 3 admirals with the highest combat power in the marine, they knew their old boss too well. Sengoku's performance now clearly meant that something big was going to happen. But what exactly would make Sengoku so uneasy? You have to know that the 3 people sitting in front of him at this moment, they are the admirals who are known as the top of the world's combat power. If the 3 of them were to use their full strength, even the 4 emperors might be in danger of being overturned. 3. Just 5 minutes ago, the connection between Naval Headquarters and Impel Down was cut off. And the surveillance cameras around Impel Down have also failed. Sengoku's expression was very serious, and his words were also meticulous, which made the 3 people feel nervous. Impel Down. That is the big prison that symbolizes the honor of Marine. Countless pirates who once caused trouble have spent the rest of their lives in that prison. Even the pirate king Gold Roger was once imprisoned here. And now, in the little-known 6th floor of Impel Down, there are still criminals who can cause great damage to the world. Akainu Admiral, Sakazuki was about to say something. But seeing Marshal Sengoku's hesitation, he closed his mouth again. We all know the importance of Impel Down. But the World Summit is about to be held, and all forces have gathered in Marineford. If a large number of Marines are rashly mobilized for investigation, it will definitely cause unnecessary riots. So, Warden Magellan changed his usual calmness and ran quickly towards the 6th floor in the Great Hell. Purple poisonous gas continued to emanate from his body. His face, like a Prajna demon, kept tangling together. There was a heavy fear between his eyebrows. Hurry up! Hurry up! Magellan screamed wildly in his heart. At this moment, he wished that his fruit ability was not the poisonous fruit that made him have diarrhea, but the sparkling fruit of Marine Admiral Kizaru. The power that erupted in the 6th layer of eternal hell just now was too strong. Even he felt a palpitation because of the terrifying power that seemed like the power of heaven. If his subordinates met that mysterious strong man, Magellan almost didn't dare to think about it. The speed of his feet increased a bit. Yopohaha Magellan, you really don't have the majesty of a warden when you run. I think if this is the case, you might as well give the position to me, Yopohaha. Magellan suddenly heard Han Bonny's voice in his ears. He saw Han Bonny, who was pot-bellied, with an exaggeratedly large belly next to him. He ran very fast, holding a black trident in his hand, looking at him excitedly. His face flashed a few blushes from time to time. It seems that he has already begun to imagine the days after becoming the warden. Magellan has no extra mood to quarrel with his subordinate who is disloyal but honest. He also doesn't care about the truth that the other party accidentally said. Okay, Hanny. Hurry to eternal hell. I have a very bad feeling. We may face a terrible opponent that we have never encountered before this time. Magellan kept moving his feet and said to Hanny with a very gloomy face. Hanny, who was running on the side, also looked serious when he heard Magellan's words. Although his strength is good, it is far from Magellan's level. You must know that the Warden Magellan is a recognized strong man with the strength of Marine Admiral. He can say such words so solemnly at this moment. I am afraid that the guy he is about to face should be a monster that he can't imagine. Thinking of this, Hanny not only did not have a trace of fear, but even a trace of excitement rose. I saw that his big feet suddenly became faster, leaving Magellan far behind. Then he shouted. Ha 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 ha. Magellan, if I can solve the problem this time, your position will be mine. As he spoke, his figure had left Magellan far behind. Magellan looked at Hanbani's increasingly insignificant back, and a few black lines rose above his head. Damn it! You said the truth again. He even increased his strength. However, it seems that the strength was used in the wrong place. Puff! Purple poison gas continued to spurt out from between his legs. Ah! Magellan, you are poisoning again. Damn it! Is it okay? It's like this every time. Magellan. If Laozi can get out, I will kill you sooner or later. The prisoners in the 5th layer of hell shouted without exception. But Magellan, who was anxious to go to the 6th layer, had no time to care about them. He was running fast while spraying poison gas. It felt like the speed was even faster than before. The whole person seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Chapter 31. The poison gas behind him pushed his body forward like a booster. I understand. Sakazuki stood up and looked at Sengoku and nodded seriously. I will go check on Impel Down myself. After that, he fiddled with his gloves, and his expression was meticulous. He exuded a volcanic aura. As one of the faces of Marine, Impel Down must not be allowed to fail. His voice was a bit fierce, and the atmosphere in the room became more solemn. No. The three of you go together, Impel Down must not make any mistakes. Sengoku's voice was still so solemn and dignified. There was a sense of rejection in his tone. As a Marine Marshal, even if it was an Admiral, no one could disobey his decision. This time, Borsellino, who was called Kizaru Admiral, put down his legs in surprise. There was also a bit of surprise on his slightly wretched face. Shall we go together, three of us? You know, 3 Marine Admirals acting at the same time, this is probably something that will only happen when pirates of the 4 Emperors level attack the naval headquarters. The title and strength of the Marine Admiral itself is a deterrent. Each person has the strength to resist an elite force. And now Sengoku actually sent 3 people out at the same time. This is simply not in line with Sengoku's title of the Resourceful General. You know, if the 3 of them go out at this moment, once the naval headquarters is attacked by the enemy, unpredictable situations may occur. Although the probability of such a thing is less than 1 in 10,000, Sengoku, who has always been known for his rigor, there is absolutely no possibility of such a situation. Ha ha ha. I will leave the naval headquarters to you, you can go with peace of mind. The door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and an old man with a head full of silver hair walked in with a box of senbei in his hand. Stop making trouble, go back to where you should go. Moye looked at the honey sword that kept circling around him and whispered softly. Then a golden space rose up behind him. The king's treasure house opened. The honey sword reluctantly made a sword sound in Moye's hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Then countless black strange auras rushed on the sword body. It quickly rushed into the king's treasure house. Snap! Crack! As the honey sword disappeared, the surrounding space began to collapse continuously. This layer of space was originally created by MOE's space ability users to place the honey sword. Now MOE took away the honey sword. It naturally lost its meaning. Feeling the surrounding space collapsing layer by layer, MOE's body flashed with golden light. Instantly appeared in the 6th layer of eternal hell and Impel Down. This is... Han Bonny held the trident in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Looking at the prison in front of him that had been completely destroyed, Bullet, who had fallen to the ground and seemed to have completely lost his vital signs. There was only deep shock in his eyes. Gilu. Han Barney couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He knew Bullet's strength very well. He vaguely remembered the day when Bullet was imprisoned. That terrifying aura like a prehistoric beast is still remembered by Han Barney. He didn't expect to see this guy again after so many years. He turned out to be a corpse. He looked like he passed away peacefully. Bullshit. All the bones in his body were broken, and there was no good skin on his body. The bones were almost broken into dregs. Is this really Bullet who claimed to be the strongest man in the world? Is this really a mistake? This is the guy sent in by Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, 2 legends. Just when Han Barney was shocked and speechless, he suddenly felt sensitively that a strange breath appeared behind him. Are you looking for me? In an instant. It was as if the endless cold wind in the winter instantly froze Han Barney's body. There was no emotion in that voice, only arrogance and indifference. MOE's voice was still so indifferent and cold. Han Barney. Be careful. Magellan, who came late, couldn't help but shouting when he saw the strange man behind his subordinates. The thick purple poison gas in his hand began to condense in the air, and a terrifying dragon quickly emerged. Poison dragon. Awoo! The huge poison dragon formed by the poison mist roared and rushed towards MOE, wherever the poison gas passed. Even the Impel Down floor, which was said to be indestructible, was corroded with small holes. It made a hissing corrosion sound. It made people feel a little scared. Magellan is really a capable guy. It's true that he has the strength of an admiral. Ha 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 ha. King of arrogance, you're going to die here today. Ha 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 ha. In the darkness, countless criminals on the 6th floor laughed hideously. It made people feel uneasy. It made the already dark eternal hell even more gloomy. Chapter 32. Awoo! The purple-black poisonous dragon rushed towards MOE with the terrifying poisonous gas that seemed to corrode everything. MOE, who had his back to the poisonous dragon, seemed to be unaware of it. No matter how the poisonous dragon roared behind him, he remained unmoved and looked at Han Barney, who was dressed like a little devil from hell. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. But Magellan didn't care about MOE's thoughts. Watching the poisonous dragon getting closer and closer to MOE's figure. It's done. Although he didn't know why this man who just stood there and gave him boundless pressure didn't make any moves. But Magellan believed that no matter who it was, it would not be easy to take his poisonous dragon head on. That was the strongest venom that could pollute the sea for you to see. ZZZZ. Shut up. MOE's voice suddenly sounded, as if he was a little impatient because of the roar of the poisonous dragon behind him. He turned around suddenly. In an instant, countless golden holy lights exploded in front of him instantly, and the aura of heavenly power continued to radiate from him. Bang! The next moment, a large hand formed by the holy light condensed out and slapped the purple poisonous dragon that was roaring. Tsitsizizizi. The poisonous dragon burst out with a strong corrosive force. It tried to corrode the large hand in front of it. However, on the huge palm formed by the golden holy light, a more powerful force burst out. Snap! Rumble! The golden hand exerted force in vain, and the poison formed by countless terrible venoms was played with like a loach under the applause. Then, hwalalala! The poisonous dragon was crushed by the large hand. The purple venom that should have been scattered on the ground was purified by the golden holy light, and it did not wait to be completely condensed. It turned into a burst of white smoke and dissipated. A tricky guy. Magellan whispered when he saw this scene. Poison fruit. MOE looked at Magellan's figure, murmured softly, and then seemed to remember some bad memories. He frowned slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed across his almost perfect face. The air around him seemed to tremble slightly because of MOE's emotions. A series of chilling fluctuations continued to emerge behind him. Who are you? You dare to come to the 6th floor of Impel Down, are you challenging the dignity of Marine? Magellan shouted. He tried to suppress MOE with the name of World Government. World Government? MOE sneered, and then whispered, what you call Impel Down is just an ordinary prison that I once abandoned. But, just because I don't want it doesn't mean you can. Before MOE finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in front of Magellan. Magellan's pupils shrank and his eyes condensed. With himself as the center, the surging observation haki swept the entire prison in an instant like the sea. But MOE's breath seemed to have completely disappeared in the 6th floor. As the warden of Impel Down, Magellan, although he did not master Conqueror's Haki, he was already a master of observation Haki and armament Haki. At this moment, Moe suddenly disappeared. Magellan immediately covered his body with armament Haki to prevent Moe's sudden appearance. But suddenly, a cold and harsh voice sounded in Magellan's ears, with a bit of domineering in the voice. Just because I don't want it doesn't mean you can grab it. Magellan's eyes condensed, and he thought it was not good. Bang! A very terrible force rushed straight to his stomach. The force was so strong that even the air around him was almost sucked dry. Magellan quickly released countless venoms, but the golden holy light seemed to naturally restrain the venom. The venom was evaporated by the holy light as soon as it appeared. Bang! Ah! Magellan screamed, but he calmed down the next second and looked at Moe who suddenly appeared in front of him. On Moe's hand, the holy light condensed into a golden glove to wrap his fist. The terrifying power punched a huge hole in Magellan's stomach. But Magellan was a veteran after all, and he quickly transformed his body into elements the moment the pain appeared. He was lucky to stay alive. Otherwise, he would probably be killed by Moe in just one encounter. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air from behind. A sharp weapon rushed towards the back of Moe's head. Although the power was strong, it was insignificant in this level of battle. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the battlefield. As expected, Han Bani tried his best to suppress the blow thrown out of fear in his heart, and he couldn't even get close to the battlefield. His trident was shattered into foam by Moe's golden holy light. It scattered on the ground with a clatter. Xiao Xiao, you look down on me. Although I am scared to death now, I dare not even move my legs. But I will not give in. Han Bani's legs couldn't stop shaking. Chapter 33. Han Bani. Magellan muttered the name of his subordinate. Then his eyes changed, and his aura became even stronger. The purple poison gas that kept coming out began to be gradually replaced by a strange and terrifying red poison. Giant soldier, judgment of hell. The blood-like red poison boiled in Magellan's body. Moe looked at the sludge-like poison that kept appearing in front of him. There was a bit of disgust in his eyes. He tapped his feet lightly and floated back. Almost at the same time, countless Impel Down cotters quickly appeared at the entrance of the 6th floor. All retreat! Magellan heard the footsteps and roared. At this moment, his voice was really as terrifying as the devil of hell. There is one thing in common between the strong, that is, the absolutely sensitive fighting intuition. At this moment, Magellan made the same decision as the dead bullet. Go all out when you take action. Otherwise, there is absolutely no chance to win the man in front of you. The honor of the Impel Down prison. It will be protected by his life, Magellan. His whole body was boiling with blood-red venom, which enveloped his body continuously. Then a huge poisonous demon appeared in front of Moe. Tick 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 tick. The blood-red venom dripping from his body fell on the floor. There was no corrosion at all. But Moe realized that the slate that was dripped was completely dead. The venom released from the skeleton giant's body was different from the purple poison released in general. This move was a special bright red poison. Any substance that came into contact with it would be infected and gradually spread to corrode everything. As long as a person came into contact with the poison, it would gradually spread until death. For the honor of Impel Down. Go to hell. Invader. Swish. The terrifying poisonous gas attacked Moe like the sea. Ah! Magellan. Damn it! Damn it! The prisoners affected by this move screamed, and the red poisonous gas quickly spread all over their bodies. Inch by inch of flesh and blood began to rot and disappear, and finally turned into a pool of blood. It emitted a foul smell. Pa! This group of prisoners, who are known as the most terrifying in the world, are like white snow thrown into a furnace in front of Magellan's ultimate move. Except for a few weak wails, there is nothing they can do. Moe faced such a terrifying move. His face was also a bit stern, but that feeling was not as nervous and cautious as facing a great enemy. If it was like when humans face cockroaches, that disgust turned into a feeling of unwillingness to get close. Dirty BD. Moe stretched out his hand brazenly, and the king's treasure house behind him quickly emerged. The sword of Hani quickly appeared in Moe's hand. The strong breath of death continued to emanate from the sword body. It even faintly overshadowed the blood-red terrible poison gas. Nirvana. Moe seemed to casually swing the Hani sword in his hand. But what followed was a terrifying slash. The black and red sword energy condensed on the Hani sword. Woo! Woo woo woo! Countless evil spirits seemed to be wailing behind the sword energy. A black demon vaguely appeared above the sword energy, with scarlet evil eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty light. He fiercely slashed at the constantly surging death poison gas. Boom! The slash became bigger and bigger. When the slash and the poison gas intertwined, the expression on Magellan's face suddenly changed. Because he actually found out. The poison giant soldier, the judgment of hell, which he used at the cost of his life, was constantly broken under Moe's casual blow. No. As the warden of Impel Down, I will never allow anyone to tarnish Impel Down's honor. Magellan's whole body burst out with a stronger poison gas, and the scarlet poison wrapped around him also rushed towards Moe. Anyone could see that Magellan had already used up all his strength in this attack. He even sacrificed part of his life. The golden lion in the dark looked at Magellan, who was desperately trying, smacked his lips, and then shook his head with some regret and said, "Too strong. Magellan has no chance." Although the Red Earl did not speak, he now exchanged his position with Magellan. He tried every means, but he was powerless to find out. If it was him facing Moe at this moment, I am afraid he might not be better than Magellan. Only by experiencing Moe's power in person, you will know how terrible the terrifying power that seems to overturn the world is. Zzz. Bang. The scarlet poison that had carried all of Magellan's strength suddenly exerted its force, but Moe's mouth curled up into a faint smile. It was like he was mocking an ignorant ant. Boom. Chapter 34. What? No. Magellan looked at everything in front of him in horror, and could hardly believe his eyes. That represented the attack that Magellan had put all his efforts into. It was instantly destroyed by the dark red terrifying sword energy. The next moment, the slash was getting closer and closer in front of Magellan's eyes. In Magellan's purple-black eyes, Moe's casual slash was so unstoppable. It was as if the gate of hell was constantly opening under that blow. That touch of blood-red sword energy. It slowly bloomed like a scarlet rose. Beautiful. And deadly. Magellan seemed to be lost in this beautiful red, and his huge body froze in place with a dull expression. Damn warden! What are you looking at? Get out of the way! Hanbani stared at his most hated boss with his eyes wide open, and shouted anxiously. Looking at Magellan, who was dumbfounded, he mustered up the courage to stop Moe's slash. But he. Just when Hanbani finally stopped his legs from shaking with fear. An unparalleled terrifying pressure erupted with Moe as the center. At that moment, it was like an emperor from ancient times, coming to the world. Everyone was shivering under this aura like divine punishment. Gurgle, this was the first time that the huge warship swallowed its saliva because of shock. I couldn't help but tremble. Conquerors. Is this really just a simple conquerors? The power that was so strong that it was almost real continued to spread in eternal hell, and the air around it began to become sticky. Everyone even found it difficult to breathe. The terrifying pressure instantly pressed on everyone's heart. The criminals who could be imprisoned in the 6th floor were all terrible strong men who could cause harm to the world. But even this group of guys who could be called kings. At this moment, they had to lower their noble heads under the momentum of Moe. Because they realized that if they continued to stare at Moe's figure, there would be unimaginable terrible attacks. Is this still a human? Golden Lion fell to the ground unwillingly. He was originally floating in the air because of the power of the fruit. Under the momentum of Moe, he could not control his floating ability normally. Even a strong man of Golden Lion's level was like this, and he was even more frightened by Amir Han Barney and the group of marine rats hiding in the corner. Snap! Snap! Han Barney's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his consciousness was blank in an instant. The next moment, there was a dark scene in front of him. He fainted on the ground with a dong sound, foaming at the mouth like a crab. Everything happened in a flash. It took less than a breath. The scarlet rose that bloomed like hell suddenly bloomed. Puff! The sword energy suddenly penetrated Magellan's huge body, and the Impel Down warden from beginning to end. The man who was said to be able to make the most terrifying criminals in the world tremble, did not even move. His mind had been shattered by the terrifying magic sword the moment Moe slashed that knife. At this moment, it was just an empty shell with a good appearance. Too scary. Who is this guy? Such terrible power, such a terrifying magic sword, even the first generation of Ghost is far less than 1/10,000th of this magic sword. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. They had already seen that Magellan would not be the opponent of this boy who suddenly appeared. But such a casual blow, just like killing a chicken or a pig, completely killed the dignified warden Magellan. All this was full of unreality. Times have changed. Or is the era of world government coming to an end? I don't know why such a sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Are all the criminals in eternal hell extremely sensitive? At this moment, they realized it. This man who ignored Marine's dignity and killed the warden in Impel Down has thrown Marine's dignity on the ground. That, sir, as long as you let me out, I am willing to be your subordinate. The giant battleship spoke first. He, who has lived for hundreds of years, reacted immediately. While all the criminals were lost in thought, he thought about it. Since Moe has such an attitude towards the world government, does it mean that this terrible man wants to declare war on the world government? If you join this man, you can not only regain your freedom, but also pull down those arrogant souls. Thinking of this, Wan Wolf's eyes were hot. If he didn't seize such a precious opportunity, he would be really stupid. Really think that he is a giant without brains. The other pirates also reacted immediately after hearing Wan Wolf's words. Without exception, these people are all evil people who bring disaster to their neighbors, but without exception, they are all very cunning people. Chapter 35. At their level, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the only one who could save them was the young man outside. Seeing Wan Wolf's behavior, they secretly hated themselves for being a step slower. Then they all half knelt on the ground, imitating Wan Wolf's behavior. Sir, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Good guy, this is also a smart man, who came up and pledged his loyalty directly, even more decisive than Wan. Sir, I am willing to be your vanguard. Sir, I am not only willing to be your younger brother, but also to offer all my treasures. As long as you are willing, even I am yours. Hearing about Katerina Tipon, even the air froze. Who would want you? Big sister, can you look in the mirror? Although all the criminals were complaining, no one wanted to offend Katerina Tipon. After all, this female pirate, who is known as the most vicious in history, has earned her reputation by killing hard. FK. A bunch of followers. Wan cursed in his heart. His reaction was already fast, but he didn't expect that his cellmates would follow him closely. They pledged allegiance. The honey sword in Moe's hand continued to emit a strange black aura. Hearing the shouting of these criminals, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at these guys whose strength was barely acceptable. He calculated in his heart. Now that he had just woken up, he really needed a group of subordinates. After all, as a king, it was really hard to do everything by himself. And Alabasta's strength was indeed too weak. These guys would be a good group of chess pieces. But Moe's eyes condensed slightly. The atmosphere around him became extremely lonely the next moment, like autumn water frozen by ice. The criminals who had been shouting their loyalty to Moe shut up as if the pause button had been pressed. Even the body movements stopped. The scene of Moe killing Magellan with a sword was still replaying in front of everyone. If you touch Magellan now, it is estimated that the body will not even be cold. These guys stared at the terrifying magic sword in Moe's hand. They thought that no one could take Moe's slash. The strong talk about dignity, and the weak only seek survival. In front of Moe, these guys are undoubtedly well-deserved weak chickens. At this time, they can no longer act according to the eyes, then they really deserve to be locked up in this eternal hell. Otherwise, even if they die under that sword, it is what they deserve. You guys, you have no dreams, no meaning, and even the value of survival is not much in my eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt cold in their hearts. Finished. Is it because this peerless strong man looks down on them? Now they may have forgotten their status and strength. After all this is so insignificant in front of Moe. But the next moment, Moe gently raised the long sword in his hand, and a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He casually waved the honey sword. Hula la la. A huge red sword energy was quickly cut out, and then began to fill up. Countless murderous auras swept out from all directions, quickly wrapped up in the sword energy. When the murderous aura and the sword energy overlapped, a terrifying beast was constantly outlined. A woo. The last creature that looked like a wolf but not a wolf, and a dragon but not a dragon appeared out of thin air. He let out a chilling roar. Yazi! Ao. Boom. The terrible sword energy instantly submerged everything around. Then there were constant sounds like the rejection of wild beasts from all directions. Kaka. Kaka. The endless darkness seemed to be ignited by this blood color. The sword energy sounded with bursts of thick smoke. Like a mist, it was constantly alive in eternal hell. The smoke began to recede gradually. The sword energy also gradually disappeared. Everything around seemed to have fallen into a silent world of death. Except for Moe, there was no sound in the huge eternal hell. Gata. Suddenly, a figure as big as a mountain appeared in the smoke. Bang. Eternal hell made a muffled sound, and one's whole body was freed from all restraints at this moment. His whole body exuded terrifying power, and every muscle was surging with explosive power. His body was shaking with excitement. 50 years. A full 50 years. Even Wan, a giant, had long had enough of living here. At this moment, he half knelt in front of Moe. Looking at Moe, who seemed to have done something insignificant, he knocked his head hard on the ground. Wan Wolf is willing to go through fire and water for you, sir. His voice was extremely loud, his expression was extremely solemn, and he clenched his fist on his chest. Moe knew that this action was regarded as eternal submission by the giants. If a normal person was treated like this by the giants, he would probably be so happy that he would go crazy. Chapter 36. But Moe had received so many such loyalty 800 years ago. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally free. Damn world government. Lao Zi is out. Wait for Lao Zi's gift. Decadia. Your king is back. You should pay the price. Countless freed criminals cheered. They looked at their untied hands with excitement and laughed. There were strange fluctuations on their bodies, or amazing haki. Some held the broken iron rods in their hands. There were several sword energies in the casual swing. My lord! My lord! My lord! Following one's actions, everyone half knelt on the ground, looking at Moe who gave them freedom. Different thoughts. Fight. A golden throne appeared out of thin air behind Moe. He leaned on it and said this. All the prisoners looked at each other. I didn't understand what MOE meant for a moment. 10 people, I only want the strongest 10 people, the rest. MOE didn't continue to say, just showed a cold smile. This scene confused all the criminals. But, boom. The moment when MOE's voice fell, one's eyes showed an unmistakable violent aura. The body that was more than 100 meters tall burst out with a terrifying speed that was extremely inconsistent with the body. A punch directly hit the prisoner behind him. This guy who can't be named may be the of countless people in a certain era, but at this moment, he was under one sudden punch. Directly reduced to meat paste. The corpse fell off the fist of the huge battleship like crushed garlic, and the intestines fell to the ground. This is living. Juan laughed wildly. And MOE didn't know when a golden goblet appeared in his hand, shaking slightly. The mellow aroma of wine continued to emanate. Like a noble prince, watching the fight between many powerful men in front of him, he was leisurely and contented as if watching a stage play. Behind him, the Red Earl stood like a guard. From the moment the battle began, he and Golden Lion appeared behind MOE's throne. On the left and on the right, MOE didn't say anything, as if he didn't notice the two men. The sea kept roaring like an angry beast, and the dark clouds as black as ink pressed on the sky. The originally blue sea was also dyed black. The terrifying sea breeze kept whistling. The waves beat together layer by layer, and countless fish and shrimps were smashed to pieces by the powerful force in the waves. Even the best warships in the world would not choose to sail on such a sea. Because even atom wood was so fragile under such a mighty power. If a navigator appeared here at this moment, he would be surprised to find that at this moment, the eternal pointers of that country or island had all lost their function. The pointer will start to spin wildly, like the propeller of a helicopter. And in such a terrible situation, a small wooden boat is constantly sliding on the raging waves. In the strong wind, the lone boat seems to be overturned at any time. And on the small wooden boat are 3 little giants. Each of them is more than 2 meters tall. It seems that such a small boat is even more crowded. Kizaru holds a paddle in his hand and sways it listlessly. The pineapple head sways from time to time, as if he is a little drowsy. I say Kuruk, why do we have to row this kind of broken boat? Kizaru glanced at the man with an eye mask on his head who looked ready to sleep with dissatisfaction. His tone was full of complaints. There is obviously a better way to appear, why do you have to do it like this? Rowing is tiring, okay? Kyuzan, who was called Aokiji Admiral, pursed his lips and waved his hand. A strong cold air surged out, condensing the seawater that was about to splash onto the ship into a ball of hail. Then he said in a half-dead tone. Didn't the marshal say that in order not to cause unnecessary panic, we must act quietly? Don't you think this method is very covert? Sakazuki looked at Kyuzan's appearance and tone, and for some reason felt that he was unexpectedly similar to the senior of Marine. He remembered then. Kyuzan was originally that former crew member. Hey, it's troublesome, okay. Kizaru complained angrily, and the speed of sliding the oar in his hand could be described as a turtle's speed. Do you think so too, Akainu? Kizaru tried to pull Sakazuki into his team to fight against Kyuzan, who made an unreliable proposal. He didn't remember at all that this proposal came when he was too lazy to choose a ship and gave it to Aokiji. Chapter 37. Okay. It doesn't matter what happens. I just hope Impel Down won't cause any trouble, otherwise. Humph. With a cold snort, the weather, which was already very cold due to the strong wind, became even more solemn. Sakazuki's body was boiling with terrifying heat, and the splashing water fell beside him due to the bumps, turning into waves of white steam. The terrifying heat made Kizaru a little worried that he would burn the bottom of the boat. Marine 3 Admiral is also known as the 3 landlubbers. Because of the devil fruit, the 3 are hated and cursed by the sea. Once they fall into the sea, they will completely lose all their strength and finally sink in the boundless sea. Of course, this kind of thing is impossible. If it were an ordinary ability user, they might really need to worry about these things. But among the 3, Kyuzan, known as Aokiji Admiral, is a frozen fruit ability user. A monster who uses his ability to freeze the sea and ride a bicycle on it. If it weren't for this, I'm afraid that old man Kizaru would have clocked in and applied for labor subsidies long ago. Kizaru, as always, had a wretched expression on his face and smacked his lips. Looking at Sakazuki with a serious face, he sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that I have to work overtime today. Hi. Sakazuki suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and stood up suddenly when he looked at the sea surface thousands of meters away. The already crowded boat was bumped for a moment with his movements. With the 2 huge waves on the sea, it almost flipped over. Hey Sakazuki, don't stand up, casually rowing is troublesome, Kizaru spoke in the tone of an old father. But the expression on his face was serious. The wretched expression on weekdays disappeared completely. Ability user. Kizaru's voice actually showed a bit of seriousness, and his eyes became sharp. Kyuzan also took off his eye patch. Following the 2's line of sight, I saw a figure shining with golden light standing calmly on the sea that looked like a beast. Whether it was the violent waves or the roaring storm, they all became calm in front of the figure like a well-behaved pet. He just appeared there, and there was a sense of existence that could not be described in words. It was as if with his appearance, the center of the world gathered on him. Although they could not see his appearance because of the distance, the three marine admirals had already felt a kind of pressure in their hearts. That direction is the gate of justice. Sakazuki looked at the target of the figure and shouted softly. Then a terrifying high temperature broke out in his hand, as if he could not control his anger. Even if you don't think about it, you know that the abnormality of Impel Down before was caused by this guy. Now that he appears here, doesn't it mean Impel Down has been lost? The faces of the three changed drastically. Although Kizaru was lazy, he could not paddle in such a situation. A dazzling golden light appeared on his body. As the fastest speed of light in the world, he exerted force on his feet and his figure disappeared on the wooden boat in an instant. Look here. Moe, who left Impel Down, walked on the sea with strong winds. In eternal hell, 10 people led by a huge battleship killed all the legends. Although he paid a certain price, he still became Moe's subordinate. Then Moe opened a terrifying space channel. He teleported everyone to Alabasta. But he seemed to feel something. He did not leave directly. Instead, he walked towards the huge gate. For some reason, looking at the strange pattern on the huge gate made him unhappy. On the gate of justice, the two interlaced horizontal bars, each with a ball on the end. That is the symbol of naval headquarters. It is also the majesty of the world government. Or it is the justice they uphold. Under Moe's feet, the golden holy light continued to pave a golden road on the sea. Like a golden road hanging from the endless sky. Moe narrowed his scarlet eyes. Looking at the gate of justice that was close at hand. Slowly raised a hand. At that moment, everything around seemed to be quiet, the wind stopped howling, and the sea returned to calm. Even the rumbling thunder in the sky stopped. Whoosh! A ray of light quickly appeared beside Moe. Hey, this guy, have you been kicked by light? Kizaru's voice sounded behind Moe. There was a bit of surprise in the obscene voice. At such a close distance, he realized how terrible the power of the man he was facing was. Kizaru's face froze. His body appeared on the left side of Moe. Flashes continued to appear on his feet. Chapter 38. Absolute speed is equal to absolute power. There is nothing in this world that cannot be defeated. If it cannot be defeated, then the speed is not enough. This is Kizaru's life creed and his fighting style. Bang! Swish! Kizaru's feet kicked out countless attacks in an instant. But a faint sneer appeared at the corner of Moe's mouth. The next moment, swish! Moe's hands were raised at some point, and then those hands seemed to move, and it seemed that there was no other movement after they were raised. But Kizaru's eyes became extremely terrified. Because at that moment, all his attacks were blocked by one hand. What a joke! That's the speed of light. Kizaru's obscene expression disappeared. Is this the speed of light? Moe glanced at Kizaru who was sideways with a sarcasm, and the next second his figure disappeared in front of Kizaru. Kizaru reacted very quickly, and a flash of light burst out of his body, trying to evacuate. But a beam of light was a few points faster than him. Swoosh! Bang! Kizaru, whose body had turned into light, was hit in the stomach by a punch condensed by Moe's holy light. Under such powerful force, Kizaru didn't even scream. He fell straight into the sea. The speed of light? Too slow. Moe shook his head disdainfully. He didn't even look at Kizaru. It seemed that Kizaru was just a piece of garbage he threw away. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack. There was a sound of freezing on the sea, and an ice surface made of ice appeared at the point where Kizaru landed. He accurately caught the marine admiral who was defeated by one blow. Kuzan's figure kept moving on the sea, and pieces of ice appeared wherever his toes touched. He came to Kizaru's side in a flash. Are you okay? Kuzan looked at Kizaru who fell to the ground and did not get up to help him. Ouch, so scary. Although Kizaru was lying on the ice, the obscene voice was still there. Kuzan ignored Kizaru, and the coldness on his body floated out like a substance. It seemed that the surrounding space was almost frozen because of his mood at the moment. It's an eyesore. Moe didn't care about Aokiji appearing behind him. Instead, he set his eyes on the gate of justice again. In those cold eyes, there were some rare human emotions. Disgust. Deep disgust. That feeling went deep into the bone marrow. There were not many things in the world that could stir Moe's emotions. Things that can make people so disgusted have been almost zero since 800 years ago. Sakazuki, go down, it's up to you and me here, don't play dead. Aokiji looked at Moe's back. A huge pressure rose out of thin air. Even though he hadn't made a move yet, he was already feeling so much pressure just by his aura. Even Mr. Garp and Marshal Sengoku might not be able to do this. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. What the hell? Where did such a powerful and young monster come from? Kuzan cursed inwardly. The coldness in his hand continued to condense into a crystal clear ice spear. He held it in his hand. Kizaru, who was still pretending to be dead at his feet, stood up after hearing what Kyuzan said, and didn't feel anything wrong with his behavior just now. Hey, this guy is so strong. Kizaru curled his lips helplessly, and didn't expect that he would not only have to work overtime, but also look like a big job. Moe didn't care about the Marine Admiral who was staring at him from behind. The so-called highest combat power is just two slightly larger ants in his eyes. If you are ignorant, he doesn't mind crushing them to death. Suddenly Moe opened his arms. A terrifying force was constantly gathering behind him, and the expressions on Aokiji and Kizaru's faces changed. The power contained in the golden holy light made the two feel palpitations. This pretty boy, what are you going to do? Naval headquarters is not a place for you to mess around. Although Aokiji was a little afraid of the golden holy light behind Moe, but he still couldn't help but warn Moe. The ice spear in his hand was thrown out quickly as his voice fell. Then endless cold air burst out from his body. Ice Age. The terrifying cold air formed on Kyuzan's hands. He quickly squatted down and pressed his hands hard on the ice under his feet. The air around him seemed to be a little crystal. The water ions in the air were constantly freezing. Crack! Crack! The freezing power that appeared in his hands in an instant quickly froze everything in front of him. The waves on the sea surface froze in mid-air like an ice sculpture the moment the cold air passed by. A seagull that happened to fly by was like a fossil from the Ice Age. It fell from the sky and its body was smashed to pieces. Even the air began to condense into a frost. Chapter 39. Everything seemed to become a crystal clear world in front of Kyuzan. It was like returning to the terrifying era of cold and glaciers. And the terrifying icy breath rushed towards Moe. But the icy breath that seemed to be able to freeze everything in the world. The moment it encountered the golden holy light shining on Moe, it began to fade away. Moe never looked at them from beginning to end. But Aokiji was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. His Ice Age can't even touch this man's body? Kizaru on the side was also secretly shocked. Having worked with Kyuzan for so many years, he knew how terrifying Kyuzan's Ice Age was. What a disgusting building! Moe murmured softly. The terrifying space behind him gradually revealed. A golden pentagram array was constantly outlined behind him. On it, countless mysterious and extraordinary words were constantly writing something on it. Even the greatest scholar in the world would find it difficult to translate even a fraction of this text. Waves of terrifying auras continued to gather on the pentagram. It was like a volcano about to erupt. Once it erupted, it would be a terrifying force that would overturn the world. The king's treasure house. Moe's voice became sacred and dignified. The pentagram behind him became more and more dazzling, and finally even the entire world seemed to be dyed golden. Damn it! Aokiji's body seemed to be imprisoned by some terrible force. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't move his body. It seemed that the surrounding space was imprisoned, turning into an invisible shackle that bound him in place, and the veins on his neck were bulging. The gate of justice in front of him was the face of Marine. Once it was damaged. The consequences, Kyuzan couldn't imagine. Uncle Kizaru beside him also suffered the same treatment as Aokiji, but compared with Aokiji's anxiety, his expression was like that of a constipated uncle. Even if he wanted to put on an anxious expression, with his wretched face, there was really no way to make people feel anxious. Rumble. Bang. Buzz buzz buzz. From the pentagram behind Moe, a series of terrifying treasures gradually emerged. The next moment, the world seemed to fall into a golden ocean. Countless golden lights and shadows burst out from the pentagram. It was as if all the anger was vented, like a volcanic eruption. The terrifying power like the power of heaven blasted towards the gate of justice. From the golden torrent, Kizaru saw many terrifying weapons that he couldn't name, but were extremely powerful. Feeling the power above, he couldn't help but shudder. It was a terrible monster. If such an attack hit me. Kizaru almost didn't dare to think further, and his triangular eyes couldn't help but twitch. Boom. The terrifying force instantly hit the gate of justice. The gate that represents the Marine government's honor and dignity for 100 years. The sacred gate that symbolizes the world's nobility and justice. It was like a thin tissue in front of the king's anger. Bang. Empty. It didn't even last for a second, and it disappeared on the spot as if it was evaporated. Under the dumbfounded eyes of Aokiji and Kizaru, the gate of justice completely dissipated in the world. It was as if it had never appeared. Garbage. Moe's voice sounded lightly, and then Aokiji and the others realized that their bodies could move again. But Moe's body began to continuously emerge with golden fragments, flickering around Moe like fireflies. The next moment, Moe's body was like the yellow sand on the seashore, blown by a breeze. It broke into golden rays and disappeared in front of the two. The two looked at each other and felt bitter. How can I explain to the marshal that the gate of justice is gone? Sengoku sat in the office restlessly, his two calloused hands kept crossing, and the blue veins on his hands popped out one by one. The pair of wise eyes were a little uneasy. Although there was no reason, Sengoku's intuition that was almost like a premonition had saved him countless lives. But today this feeling of uneasiness was particularly strong. Even when facing the former Sea Overlord Rock's pirate, Sengoku had never felt so uneasy. His fingers began to knock back and forth on the table. He didn't even realize that he had knocked a bullet-sized hole on the desk because of excessive force. Garp on the sofa saw his old friend who was so uneasy. For the sake of his own head, he rarely went to eat senbei. Instead, he picked his nose out of boredom. He showed a standard Monkey D family idiot face. He looked at Sengoku and said, "Sengoku, don't worry so much. Are Kuzan and the others there? Even if there is any problem, it will be solved. What's more?" Bang. Chapter 40. Garp was halfway through his words when the door of the office was violently pushed by a panting Marine. Marine looked at Martial Marine and Marine Hero out of breath, with a terrified expression on his face. What happened? Seeing his look, Sengoku's heart tightened and he stood up directly. This Marine was a communication soldier specially used to convey messages to him. He had experienced both the capture of Roger and the battle against rocks over the years. Such a veteran with experience in major battles, at this moment, looked like a baby who was scared to death by a beast. Even Garp put away his idiotic face when he saw the expression of this Marine. He stared at Marine with a pair of tiger eyes, walked over, and put his hands on Marine's shoulders. "Tell me slowly. What happened?" At this moment, Garp's voice was surprisingly deep. This Marine hero, who had defeated the Great Poseidon Rocks and captured the pirate Roger, appeared in front of Marine and gave him courage. He suppressed his trembling body and shouted at the top of his lungs. "The Gate of Justice has been blasted to pieces." Boom. The table in front of Sengoku was shattered in an instant, and waves of Buddha light emanated from Sengoku's hands. The weathered table had accompanied Sengoku all the way from Colonel to Marshal. Sengoku smashed it with a palm under his rage. The expression on Garp's face continued to become gloomy. A shadow was cast on his face, as if a terrible beast had awakened in his body. "What did you say?" Compared to Garp's shock, Sengoku calmed down at this time. Whenever there is a big event, there is a calmness. The teachings of the previous generation of Marine Marshal Kong rang in Sengoku's ears. The news must be blocked immediately, notify CP0 members, and all news will be blocked immediately. In addition, compared with the Gate of Justice, I am more worried about the advancement now. Has Magellan been contacted? The terrifying Buddha light on Sengoku's body began to gradually fade away. The voice was calm and cool, but Garp's understanding of his old comrade who had been inseparable for decades told him. At this moment, Sengoku was completely in anger. But as a marshal, he could not lose his mind because of anger. Instead, he calmly began to think about how to solve the subsequent problems like a machine. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes as deep as the sea from time to time, which showed Sengoku's true emotions now. There is still no news from Impel Down, but... Marine looked at Sengoku with hesitation. Da-da-da. A flustered and hurried running sounded in the corridor, and a Marine holding a red den mushi in his hand rushed into the office anxiously. "Marshal Sengoku. It's Admiral Akainu's call." Sengoku took the crimson den mushi with a cloak of justice and answered it. "Hello, it's me, I'm Sengoku." "What?" Sengoku's face changed drastically the next second after answering the phone, and his facial features were squeezed together hideously. The dark clouds once again covered the sun, and the shadow happened to hit Sengoku's face. And at this moment, Sengoku's heart was like this dark cloud. It was stained with a layer of deep haze. "Notify the 5 elders to convene a supreme meeting." Jean hung up Sakazuki's phone, his expression was gloomy as if water could drip out. Everyone, including Garp, felt nervous. Is there going to be another bloody storm on the sea? However, before that, the world government might have a big earthquake. For most pirates in this world, the world government is terrifying and fearful. It exists like their natural enemy. How many pirates are like stray dogs under the gunfire of the Marine, and can only run away with their tails between their legs? How many powerful pirates tremble like ants under the prestige of the 3 admirals? Not to mention being able to spy on the news about that behemoth. However, in front of the real strong, even the world government may not be able to keep many secrets in front of them. Not long after Moe destroyed the Gate of Justice. New World. In the Whitebeard Fleet Station. A huge flying bird with light blue flames burning all over its body kept soaring in the sky. The beautiful flame illuminated the night sky, like a mythical beast from a legend. But soon, the flame bird swooped down on the pirate ship. The moment it landed, the flames disappeared inch by inch, like a firefly. A man staring at the yellow pineapple head appeared on the ship. The captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. Phoenix Marco. Just this name is enough to shock a group of strong people on the sea. "Dad, didn't the doctor tell you not to drink anymore?" Landing on the mobilized, Marco looked at the man in front of him with a headache. Even sitting on the chair mountain, it was as tall as a small mountain. He held a huge wine bowl in his hand and poured the strong liquor into his mouth in big gulps. The aura emanating from his body was like the sky, making people breathless. Chapter 41. There is only one man in the world who can make Marco, known as the Phoenix, call him Dad. That is the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Edward Newgate Gulalalala Marco, don't look at me like that, I am Whitebeard. Gulalalala. Whitebeard laughed boldly, even with a body of 4 tubes, he still had the demeanor of a king, without a trace of illness. Marco shook his head helplessly. If he could convince this stubborn old man, he would have strangled the red hair pirates in the bud a few years ago. Without saying anything more, he walked forward a few steps, picked up a wine jug at Whitebeard's feet, and took a big sip. Gulalalala, what's wrong, Marco? Judging from your expression, it seems that something big has happened. Edward knows every one of his sons very well. What's more, Marco is the eldest son who has been with him since the beginning. He saw the solemnity on Marco's face at a glance. But what exactly could make Marco show such an expression? This really aroused Whitebeard's curiosity. On this sea, except for his children, Whitebeard could be indifferent to almost everything. Now he just wanted to protect this beauty in that distant and dilapidated hometown. Dad, the spy from Marine, sent a message. As one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates may not have spies in Marine, although Whitebeard disdains such a mean trick. But Marco, as the captain of Whitebeard's first squadron, was devoted to planning for Whitebeard. There were some things that Dad didn't care about, but he had to do them. Hearing Marco mention the spy, Edward frowned slightly, obviously a little unhappy. But he didn't say much. Just 3 hours ago, the Gate of Justice in Marine was destroyed, and it only took one blow. There was not even a trace left, as if it was wiped out of thin air. There was a bit of surprise in Marco's voice. If the guy who sent the message was his most trusted partner. Marco couldn't believe the news. Having been on the sea for so many years and dealing with Marine countless times, Marco certainly knew what the Gate of Justice represented to the world government. From today onwards, the sea will once again set off a storm that will sweep the era. What? Even Edward, who was always calm and composed, stood up. The nurse beside him exclaimed. Dad. The infusion tube on Dad's body broke inch by inch and hung weakly on the deck. The potion carefully prepared by the doctors was wasted. The head nurse held her forehead helplessly. But the expressions on their faces were that kind of helplessness that they were used to. It is obvious that this situation has happened more than once. The Gate of Justice. That was the honor of Marine that even rocks could not shake. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, and his momentum became more terrifying. I don't know if the clouds in the sky were affected by this momentum. They began to break continuously. A full moon appeared on the dome, standing behind Edward's head. In the old days, when Edward was still on the Rocks ship, he had attacked the naval headquarters. But even a powerful Rocks could not destroy the Gate of Justice. In the end, the invincible Rocks pirate was attacked by the Marine and many forces. Or fled in panic. And now Marco actually sent news that the Gate of Justice was smashed to pieces by someone. Who is that person? Edward grabbed the supreme sword Kusugawa Kaire beside him with one hand. There was no decadence or old age at all. He was clearly a hegemon on the sea. His eyes were wide open, his gaze was scorching, and the countless wounds all over his body were even trembling slightly. It is said that it was the guy who knocked Crocodile over that day, but the distance was too far, and our people also took the risk of being discovered and sneaked over to find him. But what is certain is that the 2 admirals Kizaru and Aokiji were in front of that man, stunned and motionless, and could only watch the Gate of Justice being destroyed. Before that, there were also unusual movements in Impel Down, but the news was blocked extremely secret, and he couldn't know it with his identity. He also suspected that it was related to that man. With every word Marco said, his expression became more serious. In theory, Marine was in such trouble. As the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco should be happy. But Marco is not only famous for his strong strength, but also for his foresight and insight that overwhelmed the entire Whitebeard pirates. Although the mysterious strong man only attacked Marine. But his strength is enough to threaten Whitebeard. Although Marco doesn't know how to explain this to others. But he knows. Once 2 absolutely powerful characters discover each other, a battle is bound to occur, even if both sides have the same stance. As for whether this battle will change the relationship between the 2, whether they are enemies or friends, nothing is known. This is the law of the dark forest on the sea. Chapter 42. That guy, could it really be the guy that Red Hair said? Whitebeard murmured in a low voice. Marco was stunned, and he didn't quite hear what Edward said. Dad, what did you say? Gulala. Nothing, I just said he's a really interesting guy, if there's a chance, I want to meet him. Edward changed the subject without a trace and sat back in his chair. Seeing Edward, who became indifferent again, Marco shrugged his shoulders. Show that expression, Marco, your dad is Whitebeard. Boom. Following Edward's shout, a terrifying impact erupted with him as the center. The terrifying momentum scared the Sea Kings who were originally staring at the mobilize. They swam towards the deep sea in disgrace. I wish my parents would give them a pair of fins. Marco smiled knowingly when he heard it. So what if that mysterious strong man could destroy the Gate of Justice with one blow? No matter how strong he is. Our father is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. And the ones who are really having a headache now should be those guys who keep talking about justice. Thinking of this, Marco felt a little gloating in his heart. On an ordinary island, countless seagulls are flying around randomly. Newspapers are constantly coming out of a tall building. There are countless islands like this in New World, but this huge building one makes this ordinary island extraordinary. The reason is simple. Because this place, it is the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. It is also one of the bases of the underground dark power giant, Albatross Morgans. Countless world-shaking news were born on this island, and countless people in the news industry hate him to the core. The reason is very simple one. As long as Morgan's World Economic News Agency still exists in this world, no one can surpass him to become the leader of the news industry. Because of the power of the fruit, the news bird he controls is almost the most convenient and fastest transmission method in the world. At this moment, Morgans, who wanted to make a big news, sat in a secret office at the headquarters. Even his closest subordinates have never been qualified to enter this mysterious office. But there has always been such an unwritten legend in the news agency. That is, every time Morgans walks into this secret office and comes out again, he will bring big news that shocks the world. From Rock's defeat to Roger's arrest, it's the same. What shocking news will he bring this time? All the members looked at the mysterious office with an expectant look. They are ready. Let the world be dumbfounded under their newspapers again. But the moment the door of that office opens, the world will be shocked by the World Economic News Agency again. As for those other scum who covet the leading position of the news agency, just continue to pick up the scum they despise. In the secret office, Morgans looked at the photos on the table. His eyes were stunned, like a goose, looking at the front stupidly. Bean-sized sweat wet his feathers. Gurgle. The white feathers kept getting wet as if they had just been fished out of the water. Just like a drowned chicken. He kept swallowing his saliva, but his body couldn't help shaking. Big news, really big news. Morgans kept muttering. In the first photo, the mysterious man with a calm face stood on the sea like an emperor who ruled the world. The terrible momentum made Morgans, the gangster, sweat even in the photo. Behind him, Aokiji and Kizaru, the two admirals, became the background board, motionlessly looking at Moe's back. The veins on Aokiji's neck bulged, and the joints on his hands turned slightly white because of excessive force. As for Kizaru, it's too hot to mention. In the second photo, the terrifying pentagram that appeared from behind the mysterious strongman burst out with earth-shaking power, and the gate of justice that represented the honor of Marine for 100 years no longer existed. Noble. Powerful. Mysterious. Supreme. Morgans kept putting various labels on this man in his mind. But he could never find a suitable adjective. Morgans shook his feathers excitedly. He could even imagine if he made this news. What kind of scene would it be? Even if Pirate King Roger was executed, it would not be as explosive as this news. Shocked. The facade of the world government was destroyed by one blow. Marine Admiral was sweating profusely because of this man. The mysterious strongman broke the gate of justice with one move and left. Chapter 43. The rising star of the Revolutionary Army or the Emperor among pirates. The terrifying man brings shadow to the whole world. Eye-catching news headlines flashed through Morgan's mind like a horse-drawn scroll. His body was also dancing uncontrollably. This is the big news. This is the big news. Compared to these, Whitebeard's birthday and red hair losing an arm are nothing. Chirp chirp. A burst of rapid bird calls pulled Morgans out of his fantasy. As the user of the albatross fruit, Morgans has the ability to communicate with all birds. Beside him stood a snow-white bird. Unlike ordinary birds, it not only has bird wings. It also has white fish scales under its wings. There is also a pair of gills on both sides of the bird's head, which is unreasonable. This bird is like a combination of fish and birds. It called a few times rapidly beside Morgans. My little baby. Here's something delicious for you. Morgans laughed loudly. This is his baby. He didn't know how much news was secretly taken by this bird whose species he couldn't name. He poured all the bird food on the table into the food bowl. But the next moment, the smile on Morgan's face froze together. This news is terrifying and shocking. But he can't report it. Or rather, he doesn't dare. Gurgle Morgan's eyes suddenly became very clear, and the previous enthusiasm and impetuousness disappeared. To be able to reach this position today, Morgans is not stupid, on the contrary, he is smarter than most people. Although he was briefly overwhelmed by the big news, at the moment of pouring food for the bird, he suddenly figured it out. This bird works for him, he gives him enough food, and can tolerate some of his bad habits. But once this bird reveals his secret one day, even if he likes this bird, he will crush this bird to death in his hand. The life and death of the bird is in his hands. And his life and death are also in the hands of the world government. The world government once spread countless news about the greatness of the government and how vicious the pirates are to the whole world through his newspaper. And through the influence of the news agency, the Marines' victory was publicized. It was a great help for the world government to win people's hearts. So, even though it knew that Morgans had done many shady things, the world government still turned a blind eye to her. But, what would happen if this piece of information was leaked? Morgans frowned. His sharp claws were also locked together. Now CP2 has begun to investigate him, although nothing can be seen on the surface. But this feeling of being held in someone's hands is really unpleasant. Click. Morgans opened the drawer and put the photo into the secret box that only he could open. A bit of fierce light flashed in his sharp eyes. World government, I hope you won't go too far, otherwise, I promise to let the whole world see this photo clearly. Sabayati Archipelago. In an ordinary tavern, a silver-haired old man pushed his glasses. A red-haired man sat opposite him. The man exuded a trace of haki from time to time. Although it was only a trace, it was like a mountain. It weighed on everyone's heart. The pirates who used to be very noisy now stayed quietly in their seats. They held their breath carefully and dared not make any sound. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes. The eyes looking at the red-haired man were even more incredible and deeply fearful. Because the red-haired man sitting opposite the old man. He was one of the New World 4 emperors. He was called the most heroic man in the world. He was enough to trample the sky under his feet. Red-haired Shanks. Isn't the old man just an ordinary coding craftsman? Why does he know such an amazing big man? The silver-haired old man is a regular customer of this tavern. Most of the people here have been offered free drinks by him. No one would have thought that this old man who looks a bit elegant actually knows such a giant crocodile. Hey Shanks, take back your momentum, you make my drinking buddies a little uncomfortable. The silver-haired old man didn't care about Shanks' identity at all, and his tone was still as cynical as before. It seems that he didn't take 4 Emperors Shanks to heart at all. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Shanks didn't care about it, and even laughed. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then picked up a glass of wine and said to the pirates present. Sorry, everyone, I have something to talk to my old friend about. Please give me a face. I will pay for all the drinks today. Chapter 44. After that, Shanks raised his glass and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Okay. You guys chat. Our captain asked me to buy wine. Ah. I forgot about the coding. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, the tavern that was full just now was left with only Shanks and the silver-haired old man. Oh, yes. There was also a proud proprietress sitting next to him. He lit a cigarette. He didn't care that his customers had all run away. Oh really, I haven't gotten my wine today. The old man said half complainingly. Then his eyes turned cold, and Shanks only felt a silver light flashing in front of him. The hand had disappeared. Ha ha ha. The deputy captain is still strong and healthy. Shanks smiled brightly. Looking at the old man, his tone was also a bit happy. Pluton Rayleigh. This name that once frightened countless people may have faded a little in the torrent of history. But anyone who has experienced the Roger era will never forget this man. The right-hand man of the Pirate King. The vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. The one who brought death to the enemy. Pluton. Such a person would actually condescend to mix in a tavern, hiding outside the tavern and secretly watching the 3 people of his captain. Like stacking heads together. Sniper Yasop, Vice-Captain Beckman, and Fat Man Lucky Lou, 3 famous people in the sea, piled up at the door without any image. Looking at everything in the tavern in a wretched manner. It's the terrifying guy. Bellman was shocked when he thought of the scene just now. As the only first vice-captain with emperor-level strength in the 4 Emperor's pirates, he actually didn't see Rayleigh's movements just now. Although the old man's target was only the idiot captain's wine jug. But what if it was the captain's knife? If I can take your wine jug, I can take your knife, and I can take your life. Speak. UBD, you won't come to me if you have nothing to do. If you find me, it's no good. Rayleigh stretched and put the wine glass in his hand on the table. The eyes under the glasses looked at the trainee who used to be on the ship, and he has grown into the 4 emperors today. He couldn't help but sigh. Captain, although the Roger pirates have been disintegrated for many years, Shanks still kept the former title and said, the gate of justice of Marine has been destroyed. And that person is likely to be related to the stone tablet that Captain Roger saw in Raftel that year. Boom boom. A woo. The moment Shanks' voice fell, a terrifying haki instantly erupted from Rayleigh's body, and the conquerors, which was like a substance, seemed to have turned into an angry lion behind Rayleigh. The tyrannical momentum made the poor wine table in the tavern groan under the heavy pressure. Squeak. Is your information accurate? Rayleigh's voice was very serious, like the cold wind from winter. Since Roger surrendered himself, the legend called Pluton by the world has once again shown his edge after decades. Although the sword is rusty, it will be sharper when it encounters blood. It is definitely correct, and that person first appeared in Alabasta. Shanks threw the news of MOE's sword-slaying crocodile in the First World Economic News on the table in front of Rayleigh. Looking at Moe's superior expression in the newspaper, and the weapon in his hand that was made of chains and could barely be called a sword. His eyes fixed. His palms clasped together involuntarily. The tyrannical power radiated from his body, as if a lion that had been sleeping for many years was awakened. The final island in the legend of Raftel recorded all the secrets of the world, and even buried the terrifying machinery that could overthrow the world government. And the only ones who have boarded Raftel in countless years are the former Roger pirates. He still remembers everything he saw on that island. And the archaeologist on their ship fell to the ground and trembled as he translated the contents of the stone tablet. Until now, he still feels cold all over. Is the old era coming back? Rayleigh said this sentence softly without a conclusion. But it changed a lot when it fell into the ears of Beckman, who has the highest IQ in the world. His eyes rolled around a few times. Since Pluton Rayleigh had such a big reaction, it means that the incredible story that the captain told me before is very likely true. But on the way to Raftel, the captain and the clown-like guy were driven off. The captain didn't know what the final truth was. But if that kind of legend actually exists, then what kind of existence is the oldest king who only exists in ancient stories? I'm afraid only those who have actually set foot on the ultimate island that records the secrets of the world will know. Chapter 45. Rayleigh obviously knew something, but looking at his expression, Beckman knew that Rayleigh would not say it. Do what you want for your people. As the brain of the Red Hair Pirates, Beckman must plan everything for Shanks. Does it really exist? That kind of legend, Beckman whispered. Of course it exists. My son said that he saw a whale thousands of meters long. It is said that eating its meat can make you immortal. Usopp's head pressed on Beckman's head. He raised a thumb with a proud face, believing in his son's words. Beckman couldn't help but raise a black line on his head. Then he heard Locky Lou at the top righteously retorted. Humph. Absolutely impossible. The meat made from such a big guy must not be delicious. Beckman's black line on his head became heavier. MD led such a group of idiots, is there still fun? Is this the highest cotter of the Red Hair Pirates? It's really funny. Shanks. Your crew looks good. Suddenly, a vicissitudes of life sounded in Beckman's ears. His pupils suddenly shrank. New world. In the territory of Big Mom. Two huge figures on an island that does not belong to the Desert Empire, constantly collided with each other. Under the huge force collision, the island seemed to be at risk of being destroyed at any time. The aftermath of the terrifying power continued to rage in the sky, the ocean, and the earth. The space even began to distort because of the power of the two. Just a pure physical contest can cause such terrible damage. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrible momentum these two guys will cause once they get serious. Wearing a black waistcoat, the collar blocked half of the man's face, and the short red hair kept flying back with the strong wind. He walked on the island where the two fought. Facing the monsters fighting like ancient beasts, he was unmoved, and his narrow dark red eyes flashed with bursts of light. Suddenly, his head tilted slightly, as if he had foreseen the future, and a terrifying sword energy passed along her cheek. Crack! Bang! He raised his head calmly, looking at the fat woman in pink clothes with terrifying power on the battlefield, and shouted. Mom! This handsome man is called Sherlock Katakuri. He is the second son of the 4 emperors, one of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, and the pink minister among the 34 ministers of the Candy Kingdom. And the only one he can call mom is that one of the 4 emperors. Sherlock Linlin. The most tyrannical existence among the 4 emperors. Boom boom. Peng peng. The 2 huge figures suddenly became extremely fast, dragging the huge body, leaving a trail of after images in the air. Boom boom. The 2 stretched out their left hands and clenched their fists at the same time, and hit each other hard. The tyrannical force instantly raged on the entire island. The island was constantly shaking because of this force, the white clouds in the sky were shattered, and the sea was even more turbulent. The violent breath kept flowing. The fierce momentum was also stirring. Mama mama. Sherlock Linlin one saw his most proud son appear on the island. He laughed loudly and stopped his hand movements. He stretched out his fat tongue and licked his bright lips, and said, Katakuri my son, is my cake ready? Mama. The deafening laughter echoed on the island like thunder. The man opposite looked at Sherlock Linlin and stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. His naked upper body revealed ferocious muscles, which were covered with dragon scale tattoos. His lush hair made him look like a savage, and a pair of huge dragon horns grew on his head. Can fight with Sherlock Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, and not lose. Such strength, such appearance. Of course, only those who are also 4 emperors can do it. Kaido of the Beasts can do it. The 2 were once members of the Rocks Pirate and have not seen each other for a long time. Today he suddenly visited and happened to catch Sherlock Linlin's illness, and thought he had returned to the Rocks period. Kaido was of course not afraid of having to compete with him. When he was in high spirits, Katakuri's appearance made Linlin regain consciousness. Hey Kaido! You guy, when did you come here? I tell you. There is no share of my cake for you. Sherlock Linlin noticed Kaido on the side. It is obvious that the memory of the previous mental disorder has been forgotten by her again. Laozi is not interested in your cake. I came to tell you something important today, but now it seems that you will know it soon. Kaido showed a meaningful smile. Looking at Katakuri, who was hesitant to speak, it seemed as if he had known what he was going to say to Linlin. He had an expression that said, "I've seen through you a long time ago," which made Katakuri feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 46. Being looked at like this by a emperor, no matter who it is, it would be uncomfortable. Ah? You actually came back to see me. How strange. Sherlock Linlin took out a small cake from somewhere. It is not quite appropriate to call it a small cake. The cake, which is as big as a small tree, is indeed a huge thing in the eyes of normal people, but in Linlin's hands, it looks very petite, and even looks a bit pitiful. Katakuri, just say whatever you want. I think the purpose of my coming is the same as mine. Kaido's voice was very loud, but Katakuri was Linlin's son and subordinate after all. He still looked at his mother inquiringly. Say it. It doesn't matter, but Kaido, if you can't give me a perfect explanation, stay here today. After the voice fell, Sherlock Linlin laughed. But a burst of murderous intent continued to emerge from that huge body. The little sun Apollo behind her turned into a hideous appearance, and a raging fire burned on his body. The white cloud Zeus also instantly turned into a dark cloud, with thunders constantly flowing in the dark cloud. There is an unwritten rule among the four emperors. Entering each other's territory rashly. It can be regarded as declaration of war. Katakuri looked at Kaido, who was sitting opposite his mother, unmoved by the violent evil spirit, and even drank, and sighed. He spoke. Mom, we in Marine Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. In the sacred meeting room representing the highest power. The 5 elders sat on the high seats with solemn faces. Marshal Sengoku. 3 Marine Admirals. Hero Garp, Vice Admiral Crane. All the core figures of Marine gathered together. These people are not only the highest power in Marine, but also the real top leaders of the entire world government to a certain extent. The solemn atmosphere was pressed in the room, and the whole meeting room fell into silence for a long time. It was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Shame. Great shame. Everyone found it hard to accept what happened not long ago. Even the always frivolous Garp put away his usual playful smile. Staring at an ice sculpture with a gloomy face. In front of Kuzan, an ice sculpture more than 1 person tall, emitting a chilly air, was cast in the middle of the conference room. The ice sculpture said that the person had a nearly perfect appearance, with a bit of arrogance and indifference in his eyes. The chill emitted by this lifelike ice sculpture not only wandered in the room. It also left an indelible impression in everyone's heart. Everyone sat in this conference room for an unknown period of time, except for Kuzan, who condensed this ice sculpture. No one in the whole room spoke. But on the desk of the 5 elders, people kept sending in information, which kept piling up. Like a small mountain. Everything was too shocking. The gate of justice was destroyed, and Impel Down was breached. Most of the bodies of the prisoners on the 6th floor were left in eternal hell. But the 10 most dangerous people disappeared silently. For example, Golden Lion, Red Earl, Huge Battleship, King of Evil Government. Warden Magellan was beheaded by a sword, and his head fell to the ground. He died with his eyes open. The rest of the Impel Down cotters were shocked and fainted. After waking up, like frightened chickens, they couldn't help but scream when they saw something golden. It can be said. The world's largest prison, Impel Down, has now become an empty shell. All the cotters that Marine had worked so hard to train were eliminated. The prison system collapsed completely. If it weren't for CP0's timely blockade of the news, I'm afraid Impel Down would have become a laughingstock of the world. Are you going to issue a wanted order? Sengoku's voice was serious and cold, and the anger in his eyes was suppressed fiercely. As the head of Marine, he couldn't lose his composure. But as a soldier, he could not accept what Moe did. The Gate of Destruction, killing the Warden, destroying Impel Down, releasing nightmare-level criminals. These atrocities one after another. It undoubtedly tore Marine's face to pieces. It also destroyed the dignity of the world government. No, Sengoku, this matter is not as simple as you think. Among the 5 elders, number 1 slowly raised his eyes. Moved his eyes away from a document on his hand. Looking at the ice sculpture in the shape of Moe. Frowning. The already solemn atmosphere became even more breathless. Remember the stone tablet with the historical text that Impel Down sent not long ago? Hearing no one's words, Sengoku and Garp seemed to have a sudden inspiration and looked at each other. They both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The only difference between the two was that Sengoku was surprised that the powerful 5 elders would actually notice that matter. And Garp was shocked and stunned with a bit of palpitations. The oldest king, Gilgamesh. This name may not be unfamiliar to some of you. Number 1 stood up. Chapter 47. He looked around at everyone. His expression was stern, with a bit of brilliance in his eyes. The 3 Marine admirals were all stunned, not understanding what number 1 was saying. As the highest combat power and face of Marine, they spent more time focusing on those threats that could destabilize the world at any time. As for some things in Marine, they didn't know much. However, Vice Admiral He's face suddenly turned pale. Although he was a Vice Admiral, he also had a transcendent status in Marine like Garp. The stone tablet was brought back by her and Garp. As for the content on the stone tablet, she even knew it earlier than number 1. According to the records of the stone tablet, the oldest king will wake up in the endless sea of sand in 800 years, and the day he first appeared was in Alabasta. And he severely injured Crocodile with one sword. Everyone had heard of this news, but they didn't take it too seriously at the time. Although Crocodile is strong, it is still far from the real frontline combat power. Among the people present, there are quite a few who can crush Crocodile. Yo, can I interrupt? Kizaru's face was as serious as possible. But that kind of vulgarity seemed to be engraved in his bones. He always has a bit of perverted aura. What, the oldest king, Gilgamesh, what are they? Why have I never heard of them? Following his question, number 1 also sighed softly. The world government had buried too many things, and even they could only find some clues. With the continuous excavation of historical texts, we found a name in the dust of history. In ancient times, there was an existence that almost unified the entire world. Although there are only a few words about him, his name can only be obtained by comparing countless documents. The oldest king, Gilgamesh, is also called the King of Mortals. When he was at the peak of his career, he suddenly disappeared. After that, the historical texts were neutralized, and the traces of this person's existence gradually disappeared. Until not long ago, it was recorded in the stone tablet that was excavated. He will wake up in 800 years, and the day this person appears. Number 1 pointed at the ice sculpture with his hand. He said in a tone that no one had ever heard before. The day he appeared was exactly the day recorded on the stone tablet, the day Gilgamesh woke up. Impossible! Sakazuki shouted. His whole body exuded a scorching heat. Not to mention whether the so-called oldest king exists or not, just a few words are enough to determine that a guy who has been sleeping in the dust of history for 800 years. Sudden resurrection of the talisman is simply nonsense. What the most ancient king? He is just a lucky kid. If I meet him, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Akainu's words made Kizaru and Aokiji, who were still shocked just now, frown. Sakazuki, I believe the words of the 5 elders. Although it is incredible, when you stand in front of him, you will know what power is. Kyuzan thought of the moment when he stood behind Moe, like a powerless ant, and his eyes could not help but produce some fear. Hehe. Don't make excuses for your failure. Kyuzan. I think you are too lazy. You don't want to be the position of admiral. There are still people watching. Sakazuki. You said a little too much. Aokiji's eyes became very deep. Although he is a little lazy, he is not easy to provoke. The conflict between the two is about to escalate. On the high platform. Humph. The number 2 in kimono snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura like the resurrection of hell rose in the room. Like a demon from hell, it appeared behind the two, revealing a bloody mouth. Staring at their bodies with extremely greedy eyes. The two bodies stiffened. Your opinions are not important. The voice of number 2 was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Just follow the order, block all the events that happened today, including Impel Down, and classify them as top secret. The disappearance of the Gate of Justice was announced to the outside world because it was replaced with a new World Gate to celebrate the World Summit. At the same time, make every effort to investigate all the information about Gilgamesh. Before his identity is clarified, no one is allowed to act rashly. No 2's orders were issued one by one, representing the will of the 5 elders, which was unshakable. In the huge power institution of world government, these 5 are the ones who can really give orders. Chapter 48. Unless that elder speaks up. Otherwise, when the 5 of them reach a consensus, all the voices of opposition will stop. Then the dignity of the Marine will be abandoned, Sakazuki said excitedly. Although the terrifying aura behind him reminded him all the time that he was facing such a terrible monster at the moment. However, as the dignity of the Marine Admiral, he still roared unwillingly. Sakazuki, it was not the 5 elders or Marshal Sengoku who responded to him, but Vice Admiral Crane, who had been silent all the time. This short lady with silver hair stood up from her seat tremblingly. As she stood up, even number 2 restrained his sword intent, for fear of disturbing her. Vice Admiral Crane has a unique status among the Marines, so that even the 5 elders showed great respect for him. Vice Admiral Crane. Sakazuki looked at Crane, who walked in front of him, and his tone lowered involuntarily. Crane seemed to be emitting a calming power at any time. Sakazuki, who was still furious just now, calmed down immediately. He looked at Crane with great respect. Only the strong can talk about dignity, and the weak can only survive. As a balancer, the world government needs to be stronger than the stronger to be able to raise the weak to the point of talking about dignity. But if that person is really the one who was resurrected in the legend, then, we are indeed not qualified to talk about dignity in front of him. As soon as these words came out, even Kizaru and Aokiji, who had experienced Moe's strength in person, were a little shocked. Although they were palpitating with Moe's strength. But I really didn't expect that Crane Vice Admiral actually thought that the world government was the weaker party in front of that person. Moreover, the 5 elders seemed to want to refute. Gurgle. Kizaru couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Why did I suddenly feel that my happy life of clocking in and getting off work on the hour was coming to an end? What kind of existence is Gilgamesh? Sabayati Archipelago. In the tavern. The 3 highest officials of the Red Hair Pirates sat on the chairs. There were several bottles of wine that looked expensive in front of them. Rayleigh looked at the 4 people, including the red-haired one, with a smile on his face. There was a bit of teasing in his wise eyes. Beckman scratched his head helplessly. In fact, the 3 of them could not be considered eavesdropping. After all, who would eavesdrop and put their heads at the door? But it was very embarrassing. If the owner didn't say anything, it would be fine. But Rayleigh caught them directly. The situation became a little confusing. Ha ha ha. Officer, they are my partners, Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Lu. They are all very interesting people. Shanks was not embarrassed because his crew was caught eavesdropping, but laughed. It made Rayleigh a little bit amused. After so many years, this BD is still this kind of personality. He is really different from his father. Rayleigh's mind flashed a figure that once made the whole world breathless. There was also a bit of sigh. It's interesting. I have heard of Beckman. You can get to where you are today, thanks to him. Thank you for taking care of this troublesome kid. The 4 emperors actually became a troublesome kid in Rayleigh's mouth. Okay. He is indeed qualified to say this, regardless of his qualifications or strength. Rayleigh raised his glass to Beckman and drank it all. Beckman also raised his glass in a hurry. Just as he was about to drink, he heard Rayleigh say, I know your purpose and your thoughts, but unfortunately, I can't tell you what I saw about Raftel. But as a senior, I will give you a piece of advice. If you really accidentally run into this guy, running away is not a shameful thing. Click. Beckman's eyes widened instantly, and the eyes of several other people also showed a bit of disbelief. Red-haired Shanks's face was even more serious. The terrifying conquerors appeared on him instantly. Like an emperor. Just looking at Haki, he was even far more powerful than Rayleigh. Not bad momentum, but still far from it. Remember to tell that clown, if you meet that guy, don't show off your tricks. You've been a pig for so long that you almost forget what you are. Rayleigh's words were a bit teasing. He didn't care about Shanks' terrifying momentum. He leaned back in his seat leisurely. And Shanks knew that his deputy captain was not joking. He really thought that he and others would not be the opponent of that guy. I know. Shanks drank the last sip of wine. Then he stood up and walked out the door without looking back. Chapter 49. The moment he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped. He said in a very serious tone. The Roger pirates have never avoided fighting, neither will Shanks, Red Hair pirates. Shanks only said half of his words, and the rest was said by his partner behind him. Red Hair pirates will naturally not. Yasop showed an arrogant smile. Following Shanks, Lucky Lu also bit the big bone in his hand fiercely. The 3 walked out of the tavern. Beckman stood at the door and looked at Rayleigh deeply. He said nothing. It's great to be young, but when he really appears in front of you, you will know what powerlessness is. Right. Captain Roger, his clone made us so embarrassed back then, and you still said you would challenge his body. It's ridiculous, but I'm also unlucky. The captain didn't do what he said, and I, the deputy captain, have to do it. Rayleigh said to himself. His eyes gradually became distant. In a trance, he saw a guy wearing a red captain's uniform and an idiotic smile, laughing at him. I'm going out to sea, don't wait for me to eat. Rayleigh looked at the proprietress of the tavern and said softly, don't worry, I'll be back soon. And the proprietress, whose hands were constantly wiping the wine glass, froze in place. She didn't move for a long time. Okay. On this day, Pluton Rayleigh hung up a very worn-out pirate flag on a small raft. And on that pirate flag, a skull with 2 cloud-like beards kept fluttering in the wind. The pirate flag of Pirate King Roger appeared again in this ocean. The new era has indeed arrived, but there are some things that only the old guys seem to be qualified to compete with. New world. In the territory of the Big Mom pirates. On that uninhabited island. Kaido of the Beasts and Aunt Linlin, both sat cross-legged on the ground. Like 2 towering mountains. The 2 of them constantly exuded a terrifying aura. One was like an evil dragon, as if the power of heaven was coming to the world, and the white clouds in the sky continued to transform into dark clouds. Thunder was faintly emerging in the dark clouds. One exuded a mighty aura like an evil ghost, and the sun and thunder appeared behind her, like the master of the soul. It was also like the devil of hell. Katakuri stood beside the 2 of them. Even the 3 powerful generals were so insignificant in front of the 4 emperors. If it weren't for Linlin still caring about his beloved second son, I'm afraid he would have erupted with a more terrifying aura. Katakuri, is your previous information accurate? Linlin's voice was not as violent as usual. Instead, it was unexpectedly cold. The previous irritability seemed to be suppressed. At this moment, Linlin's royal demeanor was undoubtedly revealed, revealing an unparalleled kingly aura. This was something Katakuri had never seen before. The message is absolutely accurate. The soul of the person who sent the message back is still in my mother's hands. He dare not lie. The person who appeared in Alabasta and knocked down Crocodile with a sword is the one who just destroyed the gate of justice. He. Linlin. I didn't lie to you. The treasure that our captain has been seeking for has appeared, but the owner of the treasure has also appeared. Kaido laughed grimly. The voice was like thunder in the sky, deafening. Captain. Did Katakuri hear this word? His eyes suddenly widened. Mother and Kaido's captain? Has there ever been a person in this world who is above the 4 emperors? Katakuri looked at his mother in disbelief. It seems that he is a little unsure. And Linlin did not notice her son's behavior. He just sat on the ground with a gloomy face. Red lips, purple eyeshadow, 4 emperors who even destroyed countless countries for food. There was a bit of solemnity on his face. Kaido, if it's really him, are you ready for a fight? We've been spying on the king's treasure. Suddenly Linlin showed an ugly smile. There was a deep murderous intent hidden in that smile. Kaido looked at Linlin and also showed a sinister smile, with dragon scales constantly appearing on his body. Cooperation? Linlin. I still remember the captain's promise. If you and I form an alliance, even the so-called oldest will fall, and we will each have half of his treasure. How is it? Hearing this, Katakuri swallowed his saliva involuntarily. The New World 4 emperors, the kings who reign over the entire ocean, actually formed an alliance because of an existence that they had never heard of. Is the world about to start a real storm? Or is a more terrifying era coming? Chapter 50. Sherlock Linlin did not respond directly to Kaido's words, but picked up a piece of chocolate beside her. She threw it directly into her mouth. She chewed it with big mouthfuls, and her mouth was full of chocolate residue. But she seemed to be completely unaware. Ha 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 ha. One day Lao Zi will find the treasure house of the king. And then become the king of the world. The voice of the powerful man that made him unforgettable until now rang again. Captain Sister. Sherlock Linlin murmured. A scarlet violent flash suddenly appeared in his eyes. Well. Let's form an alliance. Katakuri. Inform. Stop all actions against beasts pirates. Yes. Mom. Where is your sincerity? Kaido Linlin stared at Kaido with a meaningful look. He. You will see. It is a wise decision, he. Kaido laughed, but tears suddenly began to flow from the corners of his eyes. The dignified 4 emperors actually began to cry bitterly. He. Cooperation after decades. Did you see it? Captain. Before you kill the king, I promise that I will be your closest partner. Ma. I believe it. Ma. He. The two's laughter raged on the island, and only the two of them knew how much tricks and dirt were hidden in it. Rock's pirate never talked about your so-called friendship. The real terrorist thugs on that ship. It was a nightmare led by Rocks, where ambition and greed were intertwined. But after today, the entire new world began to change completely. The alliance between Kaido of the Beasts and Sherlock Linlin brought about an explosive growth in strength. The whole world had to look at it sideways. No one knew why two such powerful and terrifying beings would form an alliance for this. Everything about the alliance was constantly speculated by the pirates and marines. But they couldn't think of it, and it was a teenager who made it all happen. The boy forgotten by history. The sea, which has never been calm, has become even more turbulent with these two pieces of heavy news. Pluton Rayleigh held up the flag of Roger Pirates and went to sea again. And the open alliance between the Beasts and Big Mom and the 4 emperors. However, everyone smelled something unusual. And the culprit who caused all this was completely unaware. Or rather, even if he knew, he didn't care. At this moment, Moe was in the palace of Alabasta. He leaned on the throne. The palace of Alabasta was not gorgeous, and it was even a little desolate. Although it guarded the countless treasures left by Moe. But this loyal family never used even a grain of gold or a gem. Even in the most difficult times, they never had any unreasonable thoughts. Cobra, these guys, just stay and be your gatekeepers. Moe said lightly. But Cobra was sweating all over in an instant. Not because of anything else. It was because of the terrifying aura emanating from the 10 guys kneeling under the hall at this moment, which made him feel a little uncomfortable even breathing. Red Earl Barrick Redfield. Golden Lion Shiki. Huge Battleship San Juan Wolf. Big Wine Bucksjot. And other legendary pirates were half kneeling in front of him. Even though their names were once buried by the world government, Cobra, as a royal family who almost became a world noble, still recognized these terrifying guys. Master, these guys. Perhaps seeing Cobra's worry, Moe smiled lightly and said. They are all smart people. If I can make them reborn, I can make them fall into ruin. Right. Of course. I keep my word, not to mention that the adults gave us 2 legs. Golden Lion looked at his legs gratefully. He never thought that he had already thought that he would lose his legs in this life. A holy light thrown by Moe made his broken limbs regenerate. And the others also offered their loyalty. They had long been conquered by Moe's terrifying power. Don't worry, sir. My life will be yours from now on. You said I would go east and I would never go west. Juan, who was half kneeling on the ground with his head almost touching the beam, slapped his chest. He. I am even an adult myself. Katerina Tippin showed a very disgusting expression. As if she didn't know what she looked like. I will repay you for saving my life with my death, Oric Redfield said coldly. Just give them a few rooms to settle down, they will be useful in the future. There was no emotion in the lazy voice, as if for him. Chapter 51. Bringing these people out of Impel Down is just because they are useful. Waving his hand casually, several people stood up respectfully and followed the servants. Walked out of the palace. Who could have thought that the once extremely weak Alabasta was hiding so many monsters at this moment, even if the Marine Admiral came rashly. He would be torn to pieces by those monster-like guys. Moe's blood-red eyes suddenly showed some amusement. Interesting, really interesting. His voice actually showed some interest, and his body slowly stood up from the throne. Die. He walked a few steps lightly on the ground. Swish. A golden holy light suddenly burst out from his feet, and the holy light swept the entire palace in an instant. With Moe as the center, everything around him began to be coated with a layer of golden coat. The palace originally made of sand and rocks. It suddenly became a sacred place made of gold. Every part of the palace exudes a noble atmosphere. Anyone who sees this palace for the first time may be blinded by this extremely magnificent scene. It barely looks like a palace. I'll go find an interesting guy. Moe waved his hand casually. His body began to emit bursts of fluorescence, and his breath gradually became illusory, as if it would disappear at any time. Click. Cobra half knelt on the ground, learned the ancient etiquette in ancient books, and saluted Moe. He said respectfully. Farewell, your majesty. The moment Moe's voice fell, the whole person began to break continuously. Like a firefly in the sky, it changed in an instant and disappeared silently in the palace. Cobra was left alone. Cobra stood up, sighed, and then looked at a pillar not far away and said. Come out, Vivi. Silly girl, you didn't even hide your feet. Hearing this, Vivi walked out from behind the stone pillar, no, now the golden pillar, with an embarrassed look on her face. Then he looked at the place where Moe had just stood, his face was gloomy. The Cobra people were old and cunning, so they knew what their daughter was thinking. But he had no way to deal with this kind of thing. That was the king. Although their clan was fortunate to serve the king, how could they dare to ask for too much? He wanted to persuade his daughter, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start. He could only sigh softly and look at his more graceful daughter with pity. He shook his head helplessly. The king never stopped for anything, even in the ancient dark ages, he never stopped at all. How could he stop for you? On the endless sea. A lone boat drifted aimlessly. A candle was burning faintly. It was placed on the bow. It was clearly in broad daylight, but for some reason the owner of the boat still refused to extinguish the candle. On the boat. There was a man wearing a burgundy-patterned shirt, short black hair, and a black cross on his chest, but once it was pulled out, it turned into a mini knife. A white face was dotted on the black evening hat, which he put on his face. The whole person seemed to be asleep in the dangerous New World waters. Even the most experienced sailors had to carefully observe the movement of the sea. This is the most dangerous sea in the world. Not only are there all kinds of shocking magical climates, but there are also countless huge sea kings hiding in the deep sea and spying on human flesh and blood. And the man lying on this lonely boat seems to be indifferent to everything. He was enjoying the long-lost silence on his boat leisurely. Let the current take the boat in any direction. Gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. A monster with a flashing fierce light on the bottom of the sea stared at the boat with wide eyes. The power of the whole body was ready to go. Bang. Powerful force instantly exploded on Sea Kings, and it rushed towards the boat like a bullet. Its goal was to teach this young guy a lesson, to let him know the horror of the sea. But the next moment it rushed out of the sea. A terrifying sword energy that seemed to be able to cut through the sky suddenly spread out, and the entire sea seemed to be pulled into a certain field in an instant. The aftermath of Sea Kings rushing out of the sea blew the man's hat, revealing the sharp eyes like an eagle hidden under the hat. The pale yellow pupils had no emotion. Looking at the Sea Kings who jumped up but was at a loss, said coldly, "Get out." The overlord of the deep sea, like a wild dog, quickly fell into the ocean and swam away quickly, fearing that the man would regret it. The world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye my hawk, he is in a very irritable mood now, because he challenged his old rival Red Hair, but was rejected. This made him very unhappy. He felt that he had reached the limit of the way of swordsmanship. In order to seek a breakthrough, he had visited countless masters. But so far, there are only a few people who can fight with him. It's so boring. Mihawk stretched lazily, and suddenly his eagle-like eyes quickly swept in one direction. On the sea, a golden light was paved like a golden road, and a golden figure gradually appeared in front of him. Mihawk's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 52. The originally calm sea became extremely violent with the appearance of Mo Yi. The huge waves roared behind Mo Yi continuously, exploding like fireworks. It seemed that the ocean was connected together, and it was honored by the appearance of Mo Yi. Mihawk's pale yellow eyes reflected the figure of the visitor. The noble golden armor completely wrapped Mo Yi's body. The nearly perfect lines and mysterious patterns were vividly displayed on the armor. Even the best masters in the world could not make such a magnificent armor. Golden hair, scarlet eyes, with a bit of arrogance and unrestrainedness. The oldest king, Gilgamesh, appeared in front of the world's #1 swordsman. Mo Yi's mouth corners brought a little smile, and the look in his eyes when looking at Mihawk was not as arrogant as usual. There seemed to be a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Mihawk looked at Mo Yi, who appeared out of thin air, and his brows frowned slightly. This kind of pressure that was almost tangible made his muscles tense unconsciously. His right hand directly grabbed the big black knife beside him. Knight. It's you. The mysterious swordsman who defeated Crocodile with one sword. Mihawk's expression suddenly changed. He remembered the news he had seen in the newspaper not long ago. Crocodile, who was one of the 7 warlords of the sea with him, was severely injured by a mysterious strong man in the small corner of Alabasta. I heard that Crocodile is still bedridden. You are good, are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Mo Yi looked at the somewhat elegant man opposite him, smiled and stretched out his hand. Mihawk's sword intent, which seemed to be unchanging, attracted Mo Yi's attention. He admired this guy with extreme will. That's why he rarely sent out his invitation. You know. Even the group of monsters in Impel Down, he didn't have the intention to subdue them. If it weren't for those guys who came to him, he wouldn't care about the life and death of those bastards. But Mihawk is different. He is obsessed with swords and obsessed with swords. This kind of existence itself is noble in Mo Yi's eyes. The nobility of a person never comes from birth. It comes from the soul. As the king of mortals, all these nobles should become his subordinates. So he extended an olive branch after a long absence. But Mihawk has no idea about Mo Yi's identity. As the world's #1 swordsman, he is an extremely proud swordsman. Suddenly someone appeared and said that he wanted to make himself his subordinate. This is simply ridiculous. Although Mo Yi defeated Crocodile, who was also a Shichibukai, with a sword, and his strength was strong to a certain extent, Mihawk's strength was far beyond that sand crocodile. Arrogant person, Mihawk sneered. He tightly grasped the black knife in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, staring at Mo Yi's vital points. The black knife in his hand was also ready for battle. The white fur on the hat moved without wind. The small cross on the neck also jingled. The powerful sword energy continued to emanate from Mihawk's body. And the admiration in Mo Yi's eyes became even stronger. You are good. Really good, become my subordinate. Mihawk laughed in anger. No one in the world had ever spoken to him in such a tone. And the admiration in his eyes. It also made him almost crazy. As the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk is proud and lonely. In order to find the ultimate in kendo, he wandered around. But in the end, the only red-haired man who could match him, but lost an arm in the weakest East Blue in the world. Since then, Mihawk's loneliness has become even stronger. The world's #1 swordsman? It was just a meaningless title. In order to experience the taste of failure, he could even cultivate his own enemies. Such a swordsman, the pride in his heart is like a cloud in the sky, extraordinary. Haha. Let me be your subordinate? Are you qualified? The black knife in Mihawk's hand flashed suddenly. The black sword energy instantly covered the blade. At the same time, the left hand was placed on the handle. Click. Buzz. The terrifying sword energy, like a volcano about to erupt, condensed on the big black knife. Yet Mo Yi looked at Mihawk in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a playful smile appeared. Let's play a game, let's fight, if you lose, you can be my subordinate. The moment the voice fell, the golden aura on Mo Yi's body was quickly converged. The power, like the power of heaven, also began to fade away gradually. Although the golden road under his feet has not disappeared, it seems that Mo Yi is now just like an ordinary person. A trace of doubt flashed in Mihawk's eyes. He didn't know what this person who appeared out of nowhere was doing. Chapter 53. But the next moment, a strange long sword suddenly appeared in Mo Yi's hand. There were countless mysterious inscriptions on the golden hilt, and dark red veins were constantly intertwined on the sword body. The moment the sword appeared, Mihawk's expression changed. That indifferent expression suddenly showed a bit of ecstasy. His sharp eyes like an eagle stared at the sword of separation in Mo Yi's hand. Kendo wool. With the appearance of the sword of separation, waves of sword wool that seemed to cut off everything in the world surged in Mo Yi's body. Mihawk almost instantly determined that the man in front of him was a swordsman who was not inferior to himself. In his hand, the big black knife knight actually began to tremble slightly. The trembling was not because of fear, but because of excitement. Mihawk was excited. The moment he felt Moe's sword wool, all the muscles in his body trembled uncontrollably. There was only one voice left in his mind. Opponent. This is the opponent I have been looking for. Mihawk took a deep breath, and the sword energy on the blade slowly faded. The big black knife, knight, was inserted into the raft by him. He could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. I don't know how many years it has been. I don't know how many years I have been searching, have I finally found it? Okay. As long as you can let me taste the taste of failure, I am willing to be your subordinate, but what if you lose? Me? Moe whispered softly, looking at Mihawk with an idiotic look and said, how can I lose? Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Moe's figure suddenly disappeared, and the whole person's breath was almost completely hidden in an instant. Mihawk's eyes suddenly condensed. The black knife in his hand was instantly raised. He rushed straight to the sky. The terrifying sword energy condensed instantly. A crescent-shaped sword energy. With a wool that seemed to want to cut through the sky. Soaring straight into the sky. The powerful force made the surrounding space begin to distort slightly. The clouds in the sky were torn to pieces by the aftermath of the sword energy. Moe's figure suddenly appeared above the sword energy. Facing such a powerful slash. His eyes were like a dead sea, without a single ripple. Boom. Kaka. Hawkeye's slash not only did not weaken with the distance, but became more and more powerful. Finally, it roared like a giant dragon and killed Moe. Swoosh. Buzz. The sword of separation made a sound. Moe seemed to just swing the sword afterwards. Kaka. The dark red sword energy was directly slashed out under the sword of separation. There was no fancy, nor any momentum. It was just like an ordinary and casual slash. Bang. The two sword energies collided with each other. But the dark red sword energy, the next moment it collided with Hawkeye's black sword energy. It was like a hot iron sinking into the snow. It instantly melted Mihawk's attack, and seemed to absorb Mihawk's slash. It turned into a more terrifying half-moon slash, tearing through the space and heading straight for Hawkeye. Mihawk was not shocked at all when he saw this scene, but was surprised. The person who ended his boring life finally appeared. He raised his head and looked at the sword energy that was attacking him with an extremely eager look. A sick red appeared on his usually indifferent face. He was excited. He was ecstatic. He was swinging the sword. Swish. The great black sword, knight, which was taller than Mihawk, was swung at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Mihawk tapped his feet lightly, and his body jumped up quickly. Facing the sword energy, he did not retreat but advanced. The sword energy surged on the black sword. Kaka. As he swung it, he split the terrifying sword energy into two. That huge sword energy fell on the small islands on both sides. Hwalala. Bang bang bang. The small island was instantly cut off in half. Ha 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 ha. You are indeed the person I am looking for. Come on, let me see where the pinnacle of swordsmanship is. Mihawk laughed loudly. He rushed straight to Moe. Moe did not say anything, holding the sword of separation tightly in his hand. He gave up using his great power and wanted to tell Hawkeye with his swordsmanship. What is a real sword? Your swordsmanship is not worth mentioning. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two of them were like two streams of light in the sky, and gold and black were constantly intertwined in the air. The roars were like the roar of the sky. The surrounding space began to wail under the heavy burden. And all this was seen by a pair of terrified eyes. On the small island that was hit by an unexpected disaster. A bird in a black suit looked at everything in the sky with fear on his face. He held the camera in his hand blankly. He even forgot to take pictures. Boom boom. The collision between the two produced a thunderous roar. The birdman was frightened and staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then he hurriedly picked up the camera in his hand and took a lot of pictures. Chapter 54. His face showed a tangled expression of joy or fear. The joy was that the world's #1 swordsman actually met a man who was as good as him and even threatened to take him in as his subordinate. This news was so explosive. And the fear was that the fight between these two people was too terrifying. I feel that I am in danger here now. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, was originally out for some fresh air today, and by the way, to see if he could find a suitable place to expand his business. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing just by taking a nap on a small island. Who is this person? Morgans hid his body behind a huge rock. Although he knew it was useless, in front of the sword energy that could cut through the sky, this kind of stone might not even be as thick as a piece of paper. But it still gave Morgans some comfort. Looking at Moe's figure, Morgans frowned tightly. First, he severely injured Crocodile with a sword, and then destroyed the Gate of Justice of World Government. Impel Down also caused a lot of commotion before, which might be done by this guy. Such a terrifying guy would never be unknown for so long. Morgans has absolute confidence in his intelligence system. But no matter how long he investigated, he could not find any information about MOE. Is this the world's #1/? It's really terrifying. Morgans shivered while recording this scene with the camera in his hand. The black sword energy almost flattened the sky. Black knife bury the god. Mihawk shouted coldly, and his figure retreated several meters, with the supreme big knife in his hand wrapped in terrifying sword energy. Pure darkness gradually emerged on the sword. The air around seemed to be constantly rendered. Half of the sky was dyed black. Cut. Swoosh. Mihawk swung the black knife again and slashed at MOE. But MOE still had such a calm attitude. It seems that he didn't take Mihawk's powerful move seriously. He gently raised the Guilai sword in his hand. Kill the sky. The Guilai sword flashed with a red light like blood. It seemed to pull the world into an endless bloody kingdom. Swish. The red sword energy slashed out of thin air, and MOE followed the sword energy. He went straight to Mihawk and slashed. Clang. Bang. The black blade knight collided with the Guilai sword. Black thunder continued to appear around. Ah! Hawkeye used all his strength to continuously attack the Guilai sword in front of him. The black blade knight also emerged with countless black air, trying to suppress MOE. But not bad, let's not stop here. As MOE's voice fell, Mihawk's eyes suddenly widened. Because he felt MOE, who was originally on par with him. The strength in his hand suddenly increased. It was like the sky was pressing down. The blood-colored breath was raging like an evil spirit. The air seemed to be annihilated under this sword. Bang! The black sword energy was instantly swallowed by the blood, and Mihawk was slapped away like a fly. Even Hawkeye is not his opponent. Morgans looked up in surprise. Then a black spot in his eyes was getting closer and closer to him. Wait. That's... Boom. The boulder behind Morgans was instantly shattered. Hawkeye appeared beside Morgans. Gurgle. He couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then he looked at the embarrassed Hawkeye and waved his bird claws with a flattering smile. At this time, Hawkeye had a terrifying knife edge extending from his forearm to his chest. The burgundy plaid shirt was torn into pieces, and his always elegant and aloof face was now covered in dust. At the moment when his body was smashed to the ground, he glanced at Morgans with his pale yellow eyes, which were as cold as winter. It seemed to freeze Morgans. Speaking of which, Morgans is also a well-known character in this world, but compared with the existence of Hawkeye, it is simply not worth mentioning. Fortunately, Mihawk just glanced at him and ignored him, lying in the gravel, squinting his eyes. For so many years, he has been struggling to pursue a refreshing battle. In order to have a chance to peek into a higher realm through an equally matched opponent. He vaguely realized that if there was no other stimulation in his swordsmanship, he would probably stop here in this life. Today, he finally ushered in the opponent he had dreamed of. But what he never expected was that what he peeked into was not the peak. It was a gap, a huge gap that he could not cross. Morgans saw that Hawkeye ignored him, and he was relieved and patted the dust off his body. He wanted to slip away. When gods fight, mortals suffer. I am just a tiny bird, and I cannot play with you big guys. He actually wanted to run away when the two of them just started fighting. Chapter 55. But the fight between the two was so terrible that even the aftermath of the fight was beyond his ability to bear. If he went out rashly and got stabbed for no reason, would he still be alive? That was why he had been squatting on the island obediently. Now that the dust had finally settled, if he didn't run away, he would not be an albatross, but a fool. He was very excited at the bottom of his heart. After returning, he would immediately release the news. The title had been thought of. The mysterious strong man made another move. First he killed Crocodile and then defeated Hawkeye Mihawk. The world's #1 swordsman changed hands, and the mysterious swordsman cut through the sky with one sword. This title was published for a week, and then some conspiracy theories were added. Mihawk fell under the mysterious swordsman. Why did Shishibukai lose so many times? This kind of nonsense and speculation was believed by their newspaper. Just this piece of news was enough for them to have fun for at least a month. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. This trip is a big win for me. Morgans happily imagined that his wallet would be filled with Bailey's money in the next month, and his face was full of pride. Now he just needed to fly away safely. Fly away? Wait. Fly away. FK. I can't fly. Morgans flapped his arms complacently, and suddenly a very important question came to his mind. I can't fly. But he didn't have time to think about it, a golden light appeared in front of him. Endless golden waves swept in from all directions, and a human figure continued to gather on the island. Moe slowly walked out of the golden light. The golden armor on his body had disappeared. At this moment, he was wearing a moon-white cloak, and countless golden threads drew beautiful patterns on the cloak. He had a black chain-like ornament on his waist. I lost. You are the world's #1 swordsman. Mihawk smiled bitterly. He had been seeking defeat all his life, but in the end he was almost killed instantly. As aloof as he was, he also felt a bit bitter. But my hawk was not discouraged at all, because this battle with Moe did give him a glimpse of a possibility. A possibility of surpassing his own limits. The originally vague road now has some clues. The world's #1 swordsman? Is this your ambition? I am really disappointed. Moe heard my hawk's words and smiled disdainfully. Then he squatted beside my hawk, looking at him and said, I thought your ambition was to become a swordsman who surpassed the world, but you are satisfied with being the so-called #1 in the world. My hawk suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a bit of surprise in his pale yellow eyes. Beyond the world. He repeated what Moe had just said. I just felt something vaguely touched, but I couldn't tell clearly. Is there another swordsman in the world who can surpass the heaven and earth? Is that person you? My hawk forced himself to support his seriously injured body and sat up from the ground. Morgans on the side was frightened by Moe's momentum and dared not move. His eyes were wide open. He looked like a big goose. Me? I am the king, the most ancient king, not a swordsman, but in the more ancient times, there was such a swordsman who had fought with an unyielding soul and fought with real terror. Moe closed his eyes, as if recalling something. The ancient, desolate, and lonely atmosphere on him kept echoing. Under my command, you will see the true appearance of this world with your own eyes, and you will also see what is truly powerful. My hawk looked at Moe's expression without any doubt. How could such an existence deceive him? Then I really want to see what kind of person you call a swordsman. You'll see. Moe smiled casually. He sighed faintly, and his eyes seemed to be on Morgan's. Morgans shuddered suddenly as if he was stared at by some terrifying wild beast. All the feathers on his body stood up, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Silly goose. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. Sir, I am the silly goose, what do you want? Morgans nodded madly and servilely. Compared with life, dignity is nothing. Face is worth a few dollars, not even a bag, no. Not even a grain of bird food. You made the newspaper before. There was a hint of murderous light in his scarlet eyes. Morgan's teeth trembled, not knowing how to respond. Sir, Don't worry, this channel for spreading news is very good, I like it very much, I once thought about developing this kind of thing, but time is too tight. Chapter 56. I think as a human being you should have the right to know everything, you did a good job. Moe's words made Morgans a little confused for a moment. This tone is exactly what a king would say when talking to his subjects. And did he just call himself lonely? Is he a king? But what kind of country would have such a terrifying king? Wait. Morgan's eyes suddenly widened a lot, the channel for spreading news, that is, this person does not know the existence of news. And he once thought of establishing an organization similar to a newspaper. He suddenly thought of what one of his predecessors said to him. The theory of newspapers first appeared 800 years ago. Legend has it that there was a king who ruled the entire land. Once proposed an idea similar to newspapers, but for some reason, the king disappeared under the endless waves of history. And all this has always been heard by Morgans as a fun thing. But now he has a vague sense of it. It seems that he is going to know something great. To know the real big news. A man with terrifying power, dressed in ancient clothes, and speaking vice admiral regards all the people in the world as his own people, and speaks to him as if he were a wise monarch. Could it be that such an existence is possible? The legendary emperor is resurrected? Morgans couldn't believe this crazy idea in his heart. But Moe looked at this silly goose with a satisfied look. Why be a king if you are not arrogant? Why be a king if you don't let people live and work in peace? Although Gilgamesh is a tyrant, he is also a wise king. More importantly, his next plan is inseparable from the news about this silly goose. Morgans felt that the pressure on him was relieved a little. But he didn't dare to be disrespectful at all, and asked tremblingly. He also glanced at Moe's face from time to time with his peripheral vision. He was afraid that he would offend this gentleman by saying something wrong. You should call me king. Moe said lightly. But for some reason, Morgan's knees suddenly softened. He fell to his knees. The president of World News Agency. The boss of the dark world. One of the 5 giants of the underground underworld. Morgans is a man of steel. He kneels when he is told to. Moe was speechless when he saw Morgans's actions. It seemed that he had done nothing. Are birds so sensible now? My hawk's eyes even revealed a bit of disdain. Although he is now Moe's subordinate, he keeps his promise and doesn't think there is anything wrong. But what is Morgan's expression? It's like a pet that has been fed. The flattery on his face made my hawk really unbearable. So he closed his eyes and rested his eyes. But his ears were perched high. He was also very curious about Moe's identity. Morgans is of course happy now. He now has a feeling that he seems to have a thigh. And maybe it's the kind that can be compared with World, the big boss of the government arm wrestling. In the past few days, the world government has been investigating him more and more frequently. Morgans has been restless for a long time. Now such a thick thigh appears. If I don't hold it tightly, I will really be a fool. King. Morgans shouted loudly, and knelt down to Moe in a strange posture that he didn't know where he learned from. It looked very strange. Moe shook his head very indifferently. Although he has a bit of no moral integrity, he has seen all kinds of people, birds, in the long years. Still smart, notify it. The existence that once ruled the heavens of all races is about to wake up, and the soul that led all the resistance in the world will also break the seal. There is still hope in this era, but let the world be prepared. Be prepared for a real battle. Suddenly a strong wind blew, howling like a demon. It seemed as if something was stopping Moe from saying the next words. Hoo hoo. Morgan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a bit of fear. Mihawk also opened his eyes, and the pair of pale yellow eyes that did not fluctuate even in defeat could not help showing shock and astonishment. Calm Belt. The most terrifying sea area in the New World. It is the burial place of ships and the hunting paradise of sea kings. It is called the Death Zone, and also called Monster Paradise. Under this sea area, there are huge sea kings that humans cannot imagine. A demon octopus with tentacles hundreds of meters long can cause the ocean to explode with its big mouth. Uzumaki's death goldfish. A terrifying starfish that can create a storm with a slight turn. The most terrifying thing is that these terrifying monsters are actually social animals. As long as a ship appears in this sea area, it will be attacked endlessly by them until it dies and sinks completely. But today in this death zone that terrifies countless people, a fishing boat that looks a bit dilapidated is floating quietly on the calm belt. Chapter 57. The fishing boat, which should have no power, was pushed forward slowly by some invisible force. The fierce sea kings in the past were like frightened mice at this moment. They curled up their huge bodies on the seabed. They looked at the small boat with fearful eyes, as if they were looking for a sense of security. This completely violated people's understanding of the calm belt. And why the small boat could move freely in the calm belt? The reason is also very simple. Because an emperor octopus of nearly hundreds of meters was pushing the small boat forward with its head. The movement was as gentle as a feather. If a biologist saw this scene now, he would be surprised to find that the emperor octopus, the overlord of the deep sea, was feeling fear at this moment. Every tentacle was shaking constantly. The behemoth that could easily destroy an island was trembling in fear. And all this was because of the old guys on this fishing boat. I say really, you are not lying to us old guys, are you? A short old man rode on the edge of the deck. He showed a mouthful of yellow teeth and looked at Pluton Rayleigh suspiciously. The blue plaid shirt on his body had no buttons. Rayleigh's mouth still had the smile of the past. He took a sip from the silver white wine bottle in his hand. Then he spoke to his old friend in front of him. Don't worry, how could I lie to you? I'm not that BD Roger. After saying that, he also glanced at his former companions in the fishing boat. An old man with long golden hair, his muscles were intertwined. Like a small mountain, his whole body exuded a violent aura. A scar covered half of his face, one eye was exposed, and the other was covered by a black eye mask. Next to him, there was an old man lying on the chopping board, drowsy, with a bulbous nose, a mustache, and his head shaking, looking like he was forcing himself to fall asleep. A snot bubble involuntarily swelled up on the nose. His eyes were also hazy and he wanted to open them. Humph. Roger, that guy. Just mentioning him makes people angry. The short old man seemed to have a particularly bad temper. On the deck, he jumped and cursed. But for some reason, this old guy who looked plain and had no earth-shattering momentum, every time he jumped, the Emperor Octopus couldn't help but tremble all over. It was like being struck by lightning. The huge tentacles curled up crazily. As if he was on guard against something. Carlo, you still have such a temper after so many years, really, ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed softly. He moved a wine barrel and sat on it. The flip-flops swung a few times without any care, and it seemed that there was a risk of being shaken away at any time. Oh, yo, is it time for dinner? The drowsy old man opened his eyes suddenly after hearing Rayleigh's words. A gleam of light flashed, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he could not wait to eat. You only know how to eat. What to eat? You have eaten all my food, and you are still not full. The blond old man said angrily. But the old man didn't care. Did you hear that? There was no food to eat, and he put his head on the table again. He became half dead again. Ha ha ha. Set, Swain, you two haven't seen each other for so many years, why are you still the same as before, arguing non-stop whenever you meet? Rayleigh looked at these old friends, and a little nostalgia flashed in his eyes. The noisy pirate ship seemed to bring him back to that era. Swain always looked sleepy, and he would always snatch all the food from Set, who had the largest appetite. The irritable Carlo stood on the deck and got angry again for some reason. And he just watched everything with a smile, but at that time, there was an idiot captain behind him who laughed and seemed to always watch the fun. Not only did he not try to stop the fight, but he also mocked everyone like adding fuel to the fire. Rayleigh drank the wine in the wine pot in big gulps. The smile on his face also faded. As if sensing Rayleigh's emotions, the three of them quieted down at the same time, staring at their former vice-captain. Old guys, the guy who left a clone in Raftel has awakened. He is the king who made us so embarrassed at that time. Roger, that idiot, swore and vowed that sooner or later he would lead us to beat that guy again. But that idiot can't do it now, but we old guys who can still move, have to make up for the captain's boast. I told you in advance that the guy is very strong. Rayleigh put his chin on his hand. He looked at the three people in the same tone as when he was discussing back then. Chapter 58. The atmosphere in the cabin became a little weird. The three old men looked at each other. An inexplicable aura emanated from the three people. It was as if a sleeping beast was about to wake up. The Emperor Octopus in the ocean could hardly contain his fear and wanted to turn around and run away several times. But it seemed as if there was some kind of power that bound him. It actually went against his biological instincts and continued to move forward despite his fear. What are you talking about? Rayleigh. Carlo looked at Rayleigh with a gloomy face. A scarlet light appeared in his eyes. His pupils shrank slightly, like a beast. He twisted his wrist and made a crunching sound. The bones seemed to be rusty and kept rubbing together. Seti also tilted his head, and his muscles were tense, like a volcano about to erupt. The terrifying power kept flowing in his body. The space around him was slightly distorted. Calm Belt, which was already quiet, became even more lonely the moment he clenched his fist. Swain still looked lazy. However, for some reason, his figure lying on the table seemed a little blurry. It seemed that if he didn't pay attention, he would disappear in the cabin. A small dagger on his waist appeared in front of him at some point and was placed on his chin. It seemed to make him more comfortable. Hat. Rayleigh sneered. The sun hit his glasses, making it difficult for everyone to see his eyes. But under this warm sun, waves of frightening cold air continued to emerge from all directions. This cold feeling was not physical coldness, but countless murderous auras piled up. The accumulated terrifying momentum was like a substance, and it was a terrifying murderous intent that could freeze even the soul. The deepest evil thoughts of mankind. Pluton Rayleigh, the nickname of Pluton has never been nonsense. The murderous aura like a sea of blood and corpses constantly emerged from Rayleigh's body. Brutal. Murderous. Weird. Crazy. Four completely different but equally powerful auras kept colliding with each other on this inconspicuous little fishing boat. Rumble. The sea suddenly raised a wave. The huge waves surged dozens of meters. The momentum of the four people made the surrounding air seem to solidify. The black thunder kept adding in the air. Squeaky. Crack. Snap. Rayleigh suddenly grasped the long knife at his waist, and the murderous aura on his body suddenly broke out. Suddenly. Rayleigh's mouth corner suddenly pulled out an arc, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Ha 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 ha. Old guys. It seems that you haven't retreated. He 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 he. Don't underestimate people. Mate. Carlo screamed and waved his palm. You've provoked me like this, and I'm hungry. Swain picked up the dagger on the table. With a slight movement, the dagger disappeared in an instant and appeared at his waist. Set also showed a big white fang. Some of his long golden hair was blown by the wind. Roger pirates, let's go. For the wish of a certain idiot captain, it's a pity that Jabba the BD can't be found. If he knows, he will regret it to death. Ha 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 ha. I guess so too, I really want to see his expression. Several people laughed and made jokes, as if they were back to their youth. Suddenly. Boom boom. Bang. A terrifying roar exploded in the sky. Everyone looked up. On the horizon, a golden figure, holding a dark red strange long sword, collided with a black swordsman. The aftermath of the power smashed all the clouds in the sky into pieces. The four looked at the 2 figures entangled not far away. They all smiled. It was the smile of victory before the battle. My hawk, no match for him, you little brats, you are still a little tender. Carlo licked the corner of his mouth. Looking at the figure opposite my hawk that he had faced before. An excited expression appeared on his face. Claws appeared at the front of his fingers. It was like a bloodthirsty beast seeing its prey. It's him. The guy who embarrassed us so much in Raftel. He 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 he. It's our turn. Boom. A muffled thunder exploded in the sky again. In the eyes of the 4 people, my hawk was shot onto an island like a meteor. It seems that we have to trouble him. Guys. Let the king see how powerful we are. The moment the voice fell, Rayleigh's feet suddenly burst out with a terrifying force, and he flew up instantly in the air. Carlo had already disappeared from the boat, and he spread his arms in the air as if gliding. Boom. Set half crouched down and exerted force with his legs. Boom. The terrifying force directly overturned the fishing boat, and the Emperor Octopus below was staggered by the powerful force. The sea was shocked and rolled up thousands of feet of waves. Set shot at the island with terrifying force like a cannonball. On his shoulder. Swain lay drowsily on it. A few cold lights appeared in his half-open and half-closed eyes. Chapter 59. The water vapor on the horizon gradually turned into flowing clouds, and the blue sky gradually began to return to calm. Mihawk was lying in the ruins, and the horrific wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under the golden light. The wound that almost penetrated his entire body was constantly healing. The pink granulation continued to grow, and the sluggish momentum of his whole body was also recovering little by little. And all this was caused by Moe's casual action. Behind Moe, countless bright and dazzling golden lights condensed into a gorgeous throne, which exuded an incomparable noble atmosphere. Sitting on the throne, Moe was shrouded in a supreme aura. There was endless confidence between his eyebrows. It seemed that the whole world was in front of him and should belong to him. Morgans looked at Moe in front of him, shocked and almost speechless. That kind of demeanor, that kind of power, that kind of confidence. He was like the master of the whole world. As the president of the World Economic Newspaper, Morgans has seen countless big figures along the way. He was born in a humble family and rose from the dust. Judging people and their appearance has long become his instinct. Without this ability, how could Morgan's newspaper have come to where it is today? Among the countless people he has met, whether they are as powerful as the 4 emperors, or as noble as the celestial dragons, or the 5 elders who stand at the pinnacle of power, none of them has such an amazing momentum as the young boy in front of him. Your Majesty, I don't know what I need to do. Morgans half knelt on the ground. No matter what the reason, he never lost his respect for the strong. Moe nodded with satisfaction. He likes to talk to smart people, which can save him a lot of words. The corners of his mouth slightly turned up. There was a bit of playfulness in his scarlet eyes. His eyes suddenly moved away from Morgan's. He ignored Morgan's question. Instead, looking at the sky in the distance, he seemed to be thinking about something. Mihawk in the ruins also seemed to have noticed something, and his body had almost recovered to its peak. Holding the big black knife in his hand, Ye stood up. Ka! The solid rock was like a piece of fragile tofu in front of the black knife. Strong momentum. Mihawk's pair of light yellow eyes were a bit serious. His tone was also very serious. Observation Haki was doing his best. He felt 3 powerful auras that were no less powerful than his own, approaching this direction at a very fast speed. The speed was so fast that Mihawk, the former world's #1 swordsman, couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Before meeting Moe, Mihawk spent almost half of his time looking for powerful opponents to fight. In the entire New World, most of the famous strongmen have experienced the baptism of the Black Knife. But the auras that appeared at this moment were more powerful than he had ever experienced. A few pretty good old guys. Moe chuckled. Just when I wanted to take a nap, someone sent me a pillow. These guys were very clever. In front of Moe, a translucent blue system panel appeared that only he could see. A figure with a faint black and purple aura quietly stayed on the panel. Is the big show planned for this role-playing finally about to begin? Your Majesty, what are you and Lord Mihawk talking about? Morgans looked at Mihawk, who suddenly became serious, and Moe, who had a bit of playfulness on his face, with a puzzled look, and scratched his head. Although Morgans is a man, bird, standing at the top of the Dark World, when it comes to strength, it is shameful, bird. Even the New World soldiers can master the observation Haki, but he didn't learn it. However, as the holder of the albatross fruit, he has the powerful perception ability unique to birds like albatrosses. Although he was a few points slower than Moe and Mihawk, he also sensed 3 terrifying auras that frightened him. Like a meteor, it quickly flew towards the direction of himself and others. Chijijiji Morgans, who was about to say something, seemed to be frightened by the breath and actually made a few bird calls. Mihawk glanced at Morgans with a contemptuous look and didn't even bother to look at him. And he didn't understand why Moe wanted to take such a scum into his team. In Mihawk's opinion, with Moe's strength, I'm afraid no one in the world can defeat him. Such a strong man actually cares about a small news agency president, and such a shameful guy. Maybe the adults think more deeply than me. Mihawk thought secretly in his heart. The strong man who could easily defeat him, every word and action has a deep meaning. He didn't doubt Moe's vision, but felt that he didn't understand Moe's deep meaning. As for the powerful aura that was flying, Mihawk didn't take it to heart. Although the 3 auras were extremely powerful, compared to Moe, they were like the brilliance of a firefly and the brilliance of the sun and the moon. There was no possibility of comparison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air sounded at the same time. Only a silver-white figure was seen, but it was 1 step faster. It ran straight towards Moe. Above the sky, Rayleigh looked at the familiar figure of Moe, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Swoosh. The long sword at the waist was directly pulled out. With unmatched momentum, he swung the sword suddenly. Buzz. A dazzling sword energy burst out from the silver-white long sword. Boom. The terrifying sword energy quickly emerged, and the air around seemed to be completely emptied in an instant. Under one knife. The vacuum appeared. Chapter 60. Underworld empty. Bang. The next moment, the vacuum zone suddenly expanded countless times. Under the moon-white slash, the huge vacuum was like a big hand that directly clasped down. The pressure that could crush steel and shattered continued to emerge. Crack, 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 crack. Although the slash had not yet completely fallen, the entire island had begun to cry out in grief under the heavy burden. The earth was constantly cracking, the vegetation was all crushed, and the mountains began to collapse. The power of a knife was so terrifying. But facing this terrifying slash, Moe was not shocked at all, and his expression was still so indifferent. It seemed that everything that happened in this world could not move him. It seemed that everything was within his expectations, and everything was under his control. Mihawk, who stood behind him like a bodyguard. He was also fearless, and even his sharp eyes burst out with a fighting spirit that was inconsistent with it. Rayleigh's slash once again aroused Mihawk's fighting spirit. As a complete sword fanatic, although he was defeated and conquered by Moe. But it did not affect his clear sword heart at all. Pluton Rayleigh who appeared in front of him was the opponent he had once been looking for. But he could not find the trace of the other party. Now this person appeared in front of him. Facing an opponent whose sword will was comparable to his own. His fiery sword heart began to be constantly agitated. The black knife in his hand, Knight, also made bursts of sword sounds. If he had not lost the bet to Moe before and became Moe's subordinate. At this moment, I am afraid he would have rushed out long ago to see how much weight this old man, known as Pluton, has. Compared with Moe's indifference, Mihawk's fighting spirit. Morgan's, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked embarrassed. His body was directly pressed to the ground. The feathers all over his body exploded in all directions, and the originally neat suit was also in a mess. Cold sweat continued to flow from all parts of its body. Death. At this moment, Morgan smelled the breath of death. Pluton Rayleigh. Why did this old guy appear here? Morgan's, who claims to be the world's most intelligent grandmaster, naturally knows how terrible the strength of this old man with silver hair and a smile is. If it weren't for the pressure like a mountain that was pinned to the ground at this moment. He wanted to throw his arms and run away. What day is today? First it was Mihawk, then it was Pluton. You gods are fighting, don't involve me. Ha ha ha. Gilgamesh. It's been 20 years. Finally I can see the real body. Let me see your tricks. Rayleigh turned the long sword in his hand and laughed boldly. There was a bit of fear in his eyes hidden under the lenses. This man who seemed so free and easy in the face of his almost full-strength attack. His strength. As early as 20 years ago, on Raftel, which was called the Miracle Island, he had already experienced it. At that time, the Roger pirates, which were still at their peak, were almost completely wiped out by his clones. To this day, Moe's powerful figure would appear in Rayleigh's dreams from time to time like a nightmare. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's long sword became even heavier, and the whole person rushed down with all his strength, just like a meteor, following the sword energy he swung out. Moe raised his head, and his scarlet eyes were as unfathomable as the deep sea. Looking at Rayleigh's figure, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. During his 800 years of sleep, he had a dream that relieved his boredom. His clones left in his resort were defeated, and those people were all a bunch of idiots, but they were all a bunch of interesting idiots. Mihawk Moe whispered Mihawk's name softly. Swoosh. Mihawk behind him seemed to have received some order. He exerted force on his feet. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow, and the black knife in his hand burst out with terrifying sword energy. Endless night seemed to descend upon the world as Mihawk slashed with his sword. In an instant. It was as if day turned into night. The sky and earth changed color. After the battle with Moe, Mihawk seemed to have broken his own shackles. His momentum and sword intent at this time had changed greatly compared to before. Obviously, he should be at a disadvantage when the sword was launched from below, but the big black knife, Knight, was like breaking the darkness that swallowed the world. With terrifying momentum, he swung it out suddenly. Boom. Empty empty. The vacuum that Rayleigh slashed out disappeared in an instant. The pressure left by the suddenly disappeared vacuum exploded directly, but before Zhang Sheng exploded. It was instantly annihilated by Mihawk's black sword energy that seemed to be able to swallow everything. You are not worthy, let him take action. Mihawk rushed towards Rayleigh with a black knife in his hand, but his tone was not leaving any room for him. In his opinion, Rayleigh might be very strong, but he was far from being able to fight with Moe. The so-called Pluton is not worthy of that person taking action. Oh. It really hurts my heart. The junior in my heart is really rude. Haha. Rayleigh still had a smile on his face. Chapter 61. But the strength in his hand increased out of thin air, and the cold sword energy on the moon-white long sword became more intense. Although I don't know why this junior, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman, would listen to Moe's words, it is no longer important. Enemies who dare to stand in front of Pluton have already obtained a pass. Death pass from the underworld. Bang. The moon-white long sword and the pitch-black giant sword collided with each other, and the terrifying power burst out instantly. With the two as the center, the aftermath of the collision of power formed a series of semicircular transparent waves that continued to erode around. The attack of the two at this moment was just a collision of pure sword will, which formed such a situation. The surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted because of the power of the two people. Kaka. Chi chi chi. Sparks flew on the blade. Mihawk looked at Rayleigh with a little surprise in his eyes. His big black sword, Knight, is one of the 12 supreme swords. There are only 11 blades in the world that can fight against it. The sword of separation in Mo Yi's hand was full of power when it appeared, while the long sword in Rayleigh's hand was ordinary, and it looked like a Japanese sword with ordinary workmanship. But at the moment of collision, Mihawk clearly realized that the weapon in Rayleigh's hand was a divine weapon that was not inferior to the black sword, Knight. One sword flow, burning heaven. Mihawk's eyes flashed. The two people's strength and sword will were comparable. If they simply fought, it would be too boring. I saw waves of black air on Mihawk's black sword, as if the endless night reappeared, and in the darkness, a ray of dark red sword energy burst out with terrifying power. Mihawk's body twisted rapidly, and the moment the two blades staggered, the black sword suddenly swung out, and the dark red sword energy slashed down. Bang! The strong sword energy came to Rayleigh at a very fast speed in almost the blink of an eye. This knife was not only extremely powerful, but also had a tricky angle. At this moment, Rayleigh could not turn back the knife in time, and the black knife went straight to his chest. The first generation of Pluton, in the few breaths of the two people's confrontation, there was a life and death crisis. But, facing this knife that was about to kill him, Rayleigh's expression did not change at all, with a faint smile on his face. The younger generation nowadays is really amazing. After saying that, Hawkeye only felt that Rayleigh in front of him was in a trance. When the black knife arrived, there was no blood flowing as imagined, but Rayleigh's figure was split into two, and Rayleigh was like a bubble. Directly shattered. When Mihawk's heart tightened, and he used all his perception color to see it, and suddenly a feeling of fear rose out of thin air. The black knife in his hand suddenly crossed his chest, and the armed color also quickly surged all over his body. Dang! Ding! 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 A quick collision sound was heard, and sparks were seen bursting out from the black knife. Rayleigh suddenly appeared, and the long sword in his hand was like a dream. At a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, he quickly tapped the black knife. Even with Mihawk's strength, he felt a numbness in his palm. It's terrible. It's terrible. Morgans, who was sitting on the ground, kept muttering like a stupid goose. Although he had seen the battle between Mo Yi and Mihawk before, the distance was far from being as close as it is now. And the situation of Mo Yi fighting Mihawk was close to a crushing situation. Although it was also shocking in Morgan's eyes. But after all, he could not understand the level of the contest. But at this moment, Rayleigh and Mihawk in front of him were fighting evenly, and the sword energy that burst out brushed Morgan's feathers from time to time. If it weren't for the protection of Mo Yi's golden holy light, I'm afraid that this albatross fruit ability user would have become a plucked chicken now. Although Mo Yi did not look at Morgan's, but his peripheral vision had already noticed the embarrassing behavior of this newly recruited goose. However, Mo Yi felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, it was reasonable for a bird to behave in this way when facing a huge and powerful beast. Sitting upright on the throne, he found a slightly more comfortable position and leaned on it. Looking at the two people fighting in the air, it was like watching a unique drama. A golden wine glass appeared out of thin air in his hand, and waves of rich wine aroma spread in the air. Bang! Bang! In the sky, two figures like meteors slammed into the ground. Raised bursts of dust. In the dust, two figures, one large and one small, gradually emerged. Morgan's eyes suddenly widened, and the albatross instinct reminded him that there were two terrifying monsters in front of him at this time. Boom! The tyrannical breath continued to rage from the tall figure. It was like a strong wind coming and blowing away all the dust. Chapter 62. But the strength in his hand increased out of thin air, and the cold sword energy on the moon-white long sword became more intense. Although I don't know why this junior, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman, would listen to Mo Yi's words, it is no longer important. Enemies who dare to stand in front of Pluton have already obtained a pass. Death pass from the underworld. Bang! The moon-white long sword and the pitch-black giant sword collided with each other, and the terrifying power burst out instantly. With the two as the center, the aftermath of the collision of power formed a series of semicircular transparent waves that continued to erode around. The attack of the two at this moment was just a collision of pure sword will, which formed such a situation. The surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted because of the power of the two people. Kaka. Chi chi chi. Sparks flew on the blade. Mihawk looked at Rayleigh with a little surprise in his eyes. His big black sword, Knight, is one of the 12 supreme swords. There are only 11 blades in the world that can fight against it. The sword of separation in Mo Yi's hand was full of power when it appeared, while the long sword in Rayleigh's hand was ordinary, and it looked like a Japanese sword with ordinary workmanship. But at the moment of collision, Mihawk clearly realized that the weapon in Rayleigh's hand was a divine weapon that was not inferior to the black sword, Knight. One sword flow, burning heaven. Mihawk's eyes flashed. The two people's strength and sword will were comparable. If they simply fought, it would be too boring. I saw waves of black air on Mihawk's black sword, as if the endless night reappeared, and in the darkness, a ray of dark red sword energy burst out with terrifying power. Mihawk's body twisted rapidly, and the moment the two blades staggered, the black sword suddenly swung out, and the dark red sword energy slashed down. Bang! The strong sword energy came to Rayleigh at a very fast speed in almost the blink of an eye. This knife was not only extremely powerful, but also had a tricky angle. At this moment, Rayleigh could not turn back the knife in time, and the black knife went straight to his chest. The first generation of Pluton, in the few breaths of the two people's confrontation, there was a life and death crisis. But, facing this knife that was about to kill him, Rayleigh's expression did not change at all, with a faint smile on his face. The younger generation nowadays is really amazing. After saying that, Hawkeye only felt that Rayleigh in front of him was in a trance. When the black knife arrived, there was no blood flowing as imagined, but Rayleigh's figure was split into two, and Rayleigh was like a bubble. Directly shattered. When Mihawk's heart tightened, and he used all his perception color to see it, and suddenly a feeling of fear rose out of thin air. The black knife in his hand suddenly crossed his chest, and the armed color also quickly surged all over his body. Dang! Ding! 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 A quick collision sound was heard, and sparks were seen bursting out from the black knife. Rayleigh suddenly appeared, and the long sword in his hand was like a dream. At a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, he quickly tapped the black knife. Even with Mihawk's strength, he felt a numbness in his palm. It's terrible. It's terrible. Morgans, who was sitting on the ground, kept muttering like a stupid goose. Although he had seen the battle between Moe and Mihawk before, the distance was far from being as close as it is now. And the situation of Moe fighting Mihawk was close to a crushing situation. Although it was also shocking in Morgan's eyes. But after all, he could not understand the level of the contest. But at this moment, Rayleigh and Mihawk in front of him were fighting evenly, and the sword energy that burst out brushed Morgan's feathers from time to time. If it weren't for the protection of Moe's golden holy light, I'm afraid that this albatross fruit ability user would have become a plucked chicken now. Although Moe did not look at Morgans, but his peripheral vision had already noticed the embarrassing behavior of this newly recruited goose. However, Moe felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, it was reasonable for a bird to behave in this way when facing a huge and powerful beast. Sitting upright on the throne, he found a slightly more comfortable position and leaned on it. Looking at the two people fighting in the air, it was like watching a unique drama. A golden wine glass appeared out of thin air in his hand, and waves of rich wine aroma spread in the air. Bang! Bang! In the sky, two figures like meteors slammed into the ground. Raised bursts of dust. In the dust, two figures, one large and one small, gradually emerged. Morgan's eyes suddenly widened, and the albatross instinct reminded him that there were two terrifying monsters in front of him at this time. Boom! The tyrannical breath continued to rage from the tall figure. It was like a strong wind coming and blowing away all the dust. Chapter 63. Seti's muscles were tense, like a volcano about to erupt, and the ground under his feet began to crack. Although he had not yet exerted his strength, he was already like a heavy tank, exuding a dangerous aura. His amber eyes, although a little turbid, flashed a trace of violence from time to time. Looking at Moe's lofty figure, he showed a hideous smile. Combined with his wrinkled face, it looked even more terrifying. It's you. Gilgamesh. His Majesty, the Ancient King. Seti's voice trembled slightly, as if he was forcibly suppressing some kind of madness. It seemed that there was a beast in his body that could no longer control his desires and wanted to rush forward and tear the enemy in front of him to pieces. King, this is the second time we meet, right? You made us so embarrassed back then. Carlo laughed, his short body exuding a terrifying aura. Morgan's instinct told him that this old man who looked like a dwarf was crazier and more terrifying than the terrifying old man who was as big as a hill. Although he didn't know why, his instinct from the albatross kept trying to escape from the giant, and another voice told him that the dwarf should kneel down. If it weren't for Moe's Majesty, he would have knelt down in front of the dwarf at this moment. Carlo's hands had turned into two claws at this moment, and the sharp fingertips emitted bursts of cold light. When he swung them at will, claw marks were faintly left in the surrounding space. The two people who suddenly appeared, with a terrifying aura, descended in front of Moe. And Moe still looked so lazy. The body leaning on the throne, without a trace of vigilance, is still so lazy, and the golden wine glass in his hand is shaking leisurely. The mellow wine keeps shaking in the glass. He seems to have not noticed the two people who suddenly appeared. With a bit of interest on his face, he looked at the two people who had entered the white-hot battle stage in the air. He gently sipped the wine. It's just like your clone back then, arrogant beyond description. Carlo sneered again. Looking at Moe's attitude of ignoring him. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. Swoosh! His body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the terrifying power stepped out a big pit on the ground. I saw that Carlo rushed towards Moe quickly like a purple stream of light. On his claws, there was a sharpness that was enough to tear everything apart. Where is your captain? Isn't he going to beat me up? Moe's eyes were on Carlo, who was running straight towards him for the first time. Although there was a bit of joking in his tone, there was more aftertaste. In the 800 years of sleep, only in the dream, Roger, who wore red captain's clothes, had a sloppy beard, and showed an idiotic smile anytime and anywhere, won Moe's appreciation with half his life. Captain Roger, hearing Moe's words, Carlo, who was still running fast, suddenly stopped. He murmured Roger's name in his mouth, with a bit of trance in his eyes. With the appearance of Moe, the scenes in the past seemed to be replayed in front of him. Tisk! That idiot is dead. What an idiot! Set, who was originally silent, suddenly shouted, with a bit of indignation in his words. But, although he is an idiot, he is still our captain. Someone has to execute his words. Boom! Bang! The moment Set's voice fell, his huge body rushed towards Moe like a tank with a terrifying impact. The ground beneath his feet collapsed under the weight. Roger Pirate's attack. Carlo came back to his senses again. His body was constantly filled with overwhelming power. Like a wild beast, his feet also emitted a series of lavender breaths, and sharp claws appeared and blew up his feet, breaking the shoes under his feet. His terrifying speed made it almost impossible for the naked eye to see his figure. Even with Morgan's excellent dynamic vision, he could only capture a purple figure that flashed by. And Set, who was like a heavy tank, was carrying an unstoppable terrifying force, and a burst of red flames burned on his body. The air around him was distorted by the heat wave, and rushed out like a rocket. Boom! Empty! Morgan stared at everything that happened in front of him with his eyes wide open. His little head, which was already scared silly by the battle between Mihawk and Rayleigh, was even more dizzy now. Who am I? Where am I? Why the hell am I here? He could feel that no one present needed to specifically target him, as long as the aftermath of the battle swept over him a little. He could hold on to his dream of becoming the world's #1 intelligence king and die peacefully. Your Majesty! Morgans called Moe tremblingly. Moe looked at the two people rushing towards him with interest. He waved his palm casually. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless golden lights emerged from Moe's hands and rushed out along the position where his palm was swung. Chapter 64. The golden light carried a heart-pounding sacred power, dyeing everything around it golden. The world was like a golden palace. And Moe sat in the palace, like the emperor who ruled the 4 seas and held power in all directions. Endless golden light continued to emerge, like a wave that exhausted the sky, with the power of heaven. Blast out at the two. Boom! Bang! Bang bang bang! In front of Carlo and Seti, the golden holy light brought terrifying power, like a big hand, and slapped over fiercely. But the two did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Knowing the horror of that power, they rushed up like a moth flying into the fire. Seti's red flames all over his body churned even more, and bursts of white steam emanated from all over his body. Bang! His huge body directly hit the gold. Ah! Stop for a lousy! Like a mantis trying to stop a car, under the terrifying huge wave. Set was like a powerless fly, being pushed back step by step, without any ability to resist. The blue veins on his neck were exposed, and his wrinkled face was even more ferocious, and bloodshot dyed his eyes red. But even if he tried his best, he couldn't shake this power at all. Tisk! Idiot, I said brute force doesn't work. Carlo appeared beside Set in an instant. A burst of dark purple turbid air suddenly emerged from his whole body. A sound like popping beans sounded everywhere in his body. Hwalalalala. In a moment, Carlo's face began to show the posture of a hungry wolf. His whole body was wrapped in dark purple, turning into a strange huge demon wolf. His originally short body became a few points bigger than Set. His body, which was tens of meters high, was like a mountain. The dark purple breath moved without wind like hair. Dark brown eyes were tyrannical, and sharp teeth exuded waves of heart-pounding power. It suddenly opened its mouth, and suddenly, a black uzumaki appeared in its mouth. Moe's golden holy light, like the power of heaven, began to be continuously absorbed into the uzumaki. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Tianlang! Morgans exclaimed. As the president of the World News Agency, he even participated in the fabrication of the devil fruit illustration. Among them, Zoan has several legendary fruits, which have only appeared a few times in history. The mythical beast phoenix fruit has now appeared in the world. Although Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has no clear ability, they speculate that it may be the mythical dragon fruit, which is rarer than the mythical beast. And Tianlang is one of the strongest fruits of Logia that has been mentioned many times in the historical text. It is a powerful existence between the mythical beast and the mythical species. Legend has it that it has the powerful ability to devour all the power as food, and can convert the devoured power into its own power, and can use everything devoured as energy storage to repair damage. And in history, Tengu itself is one of the kings who command all animals in the world. This is also one of the reasons why Morgans felt like kneeling down when he saw Carlo for the first time. The Beast King who controls all the birds and beasts in the world, and can even intimidate fish. Heavenly Wolf. Carlo licked the corner of his mouth, and the huge wolf head showed a smug expression. The dark purple eyes stared at Moe's figure. This man who could make the two of them so embarrassed with just one attack was so scary. Even if I had seen his great power before, I couldn't help but feel a little scared when I met him again. Not bad, much stronger than before. The throne behind Moe began to gradually dissipate. My Hawk and Rayleigh in the sky suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. The weapons in their hands were connected again. Clang. One sword style knight. Underworld style the other shore. Boom. The powerful impact of force erupted again in the hands of the two. The endless Black Knight and the eternal reincarnation of the underworld, two completely different but extremely powerful sword energies entangled together. Crackling. Buzzing buzzing. The Black Sword Knight kept making sword sounds, and the moon-white long sword was not to be outdone. Bang. The two figures crossed each other, and the collision just now was just a moment. Under the sword energy, the flowing clouds around had long disappeared. Young man, it's amazing. Rayleigh said with emotion. But my Hawk did not speak, and his light yellow eyes condensed slightly. This old man who had half of his body buried in the loess made him so difficult. If his swordsmanship had not been further improved in the previous confrontation with Moe, then I am afraid that I would have been defeated at this moment. Let's stop for now. We old guys have to fulfill the captain's order. Rayleigh turned into a silver-white light and rushed down quickly. My Hawk also had a bit of surprise in his eyes, but his body did not stop, and he caught up with Rayleigh in the blink of an eye. Chapter 65. Looking at the demon-like wolf on the ground. He was shocked and did not continue to entangle. He was willing to challenge strong enemies for the sake of swordsmanship, but he was not a madman who was looking for death. He returned to Moe's back after a few flashes. He put the Black Knife Knight on his back again, like a guard, without saying a word. I can't beat it. Rayleigh sighed with emotion. But the fighting spirit in his eyes was still boiling. Pay papa. Interesting. Interesting. Moe looked at the three old guys and actually applauded. There was a bit of appreciation and pity in his eyes. You are one of the few guys in this era who know my strength, but you still challenge me with courage. There is only a fine line between ignorance and courage. But this fine line is the difference between heaven and earth. Do you think you are ignorant or courageous? Moe looked at the three people seriously. There was a bit of suffocating seriousness in his tone. At the moment when he was serious, it was like the sky and earth were hanging upside down, day and night were overturned, as if the center of everything in the world was all concentrated on him. His joy and anger were the good and bad fortune of the world, and his words and deeds were the supreme decree. The style of the most ancient king, Gilgamesh, was fully unfolded at this moment. Even the sky and the earth are too small. Ha ha ha. Of course, we old guys know your strength, and we never think we can defeat you. Even except for Roger, the idiot, even we don't believe that there is really a monster like you in this world. Facing you, we will be afraid and scared. Because of your existence, many of our companions have taken the initiative to ask the ship doctor to cut out your memory, otherwise they would not have the courage to go to sea. But, there is no way. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, with amazing brilliance in his eyes, and Seti and Carlo, who turned into a wolf, were also like this. Staring at Moe and saying word by word. Captain Braggs, someone has to complete it. The three of them spoke with deep pride. It seems that even if they know that Moe can crush them to death like ants, they are still fearless. Ha 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 ha. Moe, no. At this moment, the most ancient King Gilgamesh burst into a thunderous laughter. There was a strong joy in this laughter. Looking at the three people, there was a bit of appreciation and praise in his eyes. Knowing that it is impossible to do it, foolish. But it is what a real man does. Rayleigh and the other two won Moe's respect, but at the same time they will face the baptism from the strongest tyrant in the world. I admire your courage, so are you ready? To show my respect, I will. Moe's voice has not fallen. The figure instantly appeared on the head of the huge wolf. Tell you what power is. Carlo. Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly, holding the moon-white knife and rushing towards Moe. It was too late. A burst of golden holy light burst out from under Moe's feet, and the terrifying power was instantly struck. Bang. Hwalala. Carlo didn't even have time to scream, and the dark purple energy covering his body quickly collapsed. Under one blow, it was like a landslide. Tianlang was like a chicken and a dog. Instantly wiped out. Boom. The dark purple power was completely melted. Set reacted very quickly, and he jumped high and grabbed Carlo, who had rolled his eyes and fainted. Snap. Rayleigh was even faster than him and stepped on Set's shoulder and flew up directly. On the long sword, the endless sword energy of the underworld gushed out, killing Moe who was constantly falling in the air. Moe smiled slightly. A dark red light suddenly appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a strange breath appeared, and countless souls from the abyss kept wailing. The most evil sword. The world-destroying magic sword. The sword of Hani came out in response. Have you seen the real hell? Swoosh. The terrifying magic blade instantly swung out countless magic energy, and almost at the same time, Moe's figure had already appeared behind Rayleigh. The sword of Hani in his hand brought a hint of bright red. Rayleigh's expression was a bit incredible, his mouth opened uncontrollably, and the pair of eyes that seemed to be wise forever. With deep fear. The gap is too big. At the moment when he finished speaking, countless knife edges burst open on Rayleigh's body. The neat robe was torn to pieces, and blood gushed out instantly. The body fell down powerlessly in midair. Shipmate. Set roared, put the fainted Carlo on the ground, jumped up again, and grabbed Rayleigh. Seeing that Rayleigh was seriously injured, but not in danger of life, he was relieved. But, at the moment his body landed, a figure in front of him, emitting a faint golden light, glanced at him coldly. A chill quickly rushed from Seti's back to his brain. Chapter 66. The power is good, but nothing. Moe's left hand instantly hit Set's stomach with all the strength in his body. Nothing. Boom. The fist burst out with a divine sound like the intersection of metal and stone. The power was like countless ancient elephants exerting force together. Set's body, which seemed like a mountain, collapsed instantly. The eyeballs bulged and almost fell to the ground. The body bent like a cooked shrimp. Bang. Jaw. The huge body collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed from the corners of the mouth from time to time. It took less than half a minute from the beginning to the end of the battle. The three members of Roger's pirate group, the best of the old era, all fell to the ground at this moment. Mihawk's eyes burst into a gleam of light. The moment Moe swung the sword of Hani, he seemed to see another way. A road wider than his current swordsmanship. A shortcut that can lead to the peak pursued by countless swordsmen. At this moment, he finally made up his mind to follow Moe, and became curious about the real swordsman that Moe once said. And Morgan's. This silly goose had been stunned by the powerful aftermath of Moe's attack, and lay on the ground with foam at the mouth. Roger, we tried our best. Although Rayleigh was seriously injured, he still maintained a clear consciousness. From this point of view, it can be seen that his strength is far stronger than that of the Hot One. I know the price of attacking you, do it. Rayleigh closed his eyes as if he had resolved some knot in his heart. Those who attack the king should be torn into pieces. This was the original words translated from the stone tablet by the historian on the ship that year. Rayleigh had been well prepared. Swish. The terrifying golden light emerged again with a scorching temperature. It directly covered Rayleigh and the other two. Mihawk frowned reluctantly. It is a great pity for such a respectable swordsman to fall like this. But there was no blood flowing in front of him. Instead, it was as if a thin film wrapped the bodies of Rayleigh and the other two. The aftermath of the destructive power that Moe had injected into the bodies of the three people was absorbed. Otherwise, the three people would have been killed by the power in a moment. The worst of them was Carlo. Can he swallow Gilgamesh's holy light? As long as Moe wanted, he could have blown Carlo into a firework with a snap of his fingers. Why? Rayleigh looked at Moe in surprise, wondering if the other party would let him go. According to the records on the stone tablet, this tyrant had never let go of anyone who dared to raise a weapon against him. You should thank your idiot captain and the coming dark age. Moe's words puzzled Rayleigh, and Morgan's, who had woken up but was still pretending to be unconscious, raised his ears high. Curiosity for intelligence has been integrated into his life. Mihawk also felt that Moe was about to say something earth-shattering. The endless dark age is about to come back, and the world still needs your strength. Except for those unforgivable old things, you are all qualified to be forgiven. Moe's next words surprised everyone. In the dark, Swain, who had been missing, stared at Moe's figure closely, and a small eavesdropping device on his body kept flashing a bright red light. What error can't you solve? Rayleigh smiled bitterly, his eyes were even more dazed. Although he didn't know what the Dark Age Moe was talking about, in his opinion, with Moe's strength, one person was enough to flatten the world. Unexpectedly, Moe said with a very solemn expression. No. In the more distant past, even I joined the alliance with countless races. In the end, my friend paid the price of mutual destruction and sealed the other party's leader. Countless races including me also fell into a deep sleep, which made that era pass. Now everything will come back again. I am the forerunner and the initiator. Although I don't care about this world, all human beings are my people. That race is about to revive, but there is still hope for the world, and my old friends will also wake up. What? Mihawk was shocked and couldn't help shouting. His always calm expression became even more stunned, and there was a deep shock in his light yellow eyes. With your strength, do you also want to join forces with others? Now Mihawk already knows Moe's identity, and is even more impressed by Moe's power. He can't imagine what kind of person can stand shoulder to shoulder with Moe. And what kind of terrible enemy can make the proud ancient king join forces with others to fight against it? What race can make you feel so difficult? Rayleigh's expression was even more exaggerated. He was a person who had boarded Raftel and knew deeply how powerful Moe had been. Humph. If I were alone, I would not be afraid, but as a lone king, I should protect the human race. You all know that there are countless races in this world. In addition to humans, there are many races in this world, including the Fur tribe, the Elves, the Three-Eyed tribe, the Giant tribe, the Fishman tribe, and countless other races living together under this sky. Moe had been preparing for this speech in his mind for a while. With the appearance of the S card, he also had good intentions to increase the progress of the role in the future. However, thinking of the terrifying power of the role card, the more he trembled in his heart. In the more distant past, all races were enslaved by one race. All races could only be allowed to survive if they offered their lives and souls. And the races that could not offer sacrifices will become their playthings. The Protoss, a race that regards all living beings as ants. Any member of the Protoss has enough strength to rival or even crush you. And the ruler of that race is called by all living beings Heaven. Gurgle. Regarding all living beings as playthings, you must offer everything to be allowed to exist. Anyone can rival us. Does such a race really exist? Mihawk and Rayleigh are both at the top of the world. How terrible it would be if any one of them could have such strength. Both of them felt a tightness in their hearts, as if a haze slowly covered the sky. Morgans even made a shameful sound of swallowing saliva. If someone else told them, they would definitely not believe it, but at this time, the one who said this was Moe, the oldest king who ruled the human race 800 years ago. His own strength is enough to dominate the world, there is no need to deceive them. So even if they don't believe it in their hearts, they know that this god clan probably really exists. Chapter 67. Morgan's feathers were trembling constantly. If it weren't for the last bit of dignity as a gangster supporting him, he would be like a wild bird, with shit and urine flowing everywhere. This can't be blamed entirely on him. Morgans, who ate the albatross fruit, is a bit timid. In addition, what Moe said was too shocking. Rayleigh and Mihawk couldn't help but exude a strong haki. Facing such a terrifying momentum at such a close distance, coupled with the huge information area in Moe's words. The double blow to the mind and body made Morgans want to faint again. But Moe seemed to let Morgan hear this on purpose. A few faint golden lights attached to Morgan's feathers, and when he was about to faint several times, it would stimulate his spirit and let a cold breath flow into his body, forcing him to stay awake. If it's really like what you said, even if all the strong men of all races are gathered together, they may not be able to compete with it. Rayleigh has experienced more major events than Mihawk. After a moment of distraction, he immediately thought of this question. You know, although there is no shortage of strong people in this world, and there are even people who are stronger than himself and Mihawk, there are only a few of them. If it is really according to Moe's statement, any person in the God clan, as long as he is an adult, has the power to match or even crush them, then what about the geniuses in the God clan? What about the strong? What kind of terrible combat power will they have? A race with an average combat power that can reach the height of Shishibukai, what kind of strength will the elites among them have or even the leaders of that level? All this is too crazy, so crazy that Rayleigh can't imagine it. If the person who said this was not Moe, he could just laugh it off. But since the most ancient king can say such words with such a serious and solemn attitude, Rayleigh naturally won't think that the other party is lying. He just couldn't imagine how terrible such a terrible race, a race that could crush all living beings in the world with its power, would be. What kind of great power would that being called heaven by all living beings have? Heaven. Just such a title made Rayleigh a little breathless. Can such a race really be defeated? Even in the ancient times, when there were many strong people, they didn't believe that such a race could be defeated. Even if all the races were added together, how many strong people could be born? Every strong person must have his own different path, talent, hard work, and methods are indispensable, so that there is a chance to see their strength so far. Rayleigh and Mihawk, how much they paid for this sword and body skills, only they themselves know. But from what Moe said before, the people of the God clan don't need to work hard to achieve the strength that all living beings can only reach through hard practice. Even if all the races are added together, they can't do it. Everyone was angry at the same time. Rayleigh looked at Moe in confusion, and not only him, but Mihawk also looked at Moe with the same eyes. As for Morgans, he hoped that Moe would say something to comfort him, even if it was a lie. He was like a chicken on the stove. Weak, pitiful, and powerless. The seemingly indifferent look on Moe's face gradually faded, and his scarlet eyes were filled with an unprecedented gloom. His expression was a little nostalgic, as if he was recalling the era that made him fight so hard. Although the talents of the gods make all living beings tremble, there are still races that do not want to be enslaved in that era. Although no one can surpass the gods in talent, there is no absolute in the world. There is always one thing that is born. Although hundreds of races in the world have gathered together, only 5 races are qualified to enter the battlefield. The rest of the races are not even qualified to get close to the gods. That battle is called 5 races attack the sky. The moment Moe's voice fell, the golden light behind him continued to emerge, and the whole world was plunged into a golden color. The terrifying golden holy light continued to outline a mural. The appearance of the painting, everyone could not see it, only felt that there was a mist covering everything. Even if they used their full strength to show their observation and hearing, they still could not see the 12. All the perceptions fell on the golden scroll, like a mud cow into the sea, silent. Don't waste your energy. You are still far from the realm you are in. You are not even qualified to watch the battle. Moe looked at Rayleigh and Mihawk, who were constantly trying to see the picture clearly, and waved his hands in disappointment. Mihawk and the others were speechless for a while. Although they knew that what Moe said might be true, they felt ridiculous. There were actually people in this world who said that the realm of truth in Hawkeye was too low. If outsiders heard this, they would probably mock Moe as a lunatic. But both of them knew that these words were actually said by Moe, so they couldn't be false. There were a lot of emotions in my heart. With their strength, they were qualified to watch the war. What a horrible battlefield it would be. Compared to the two of them, Morgan's was much more relaxed. He turned his head away, his eyes rolling around, and he refused to look at the golden scroll. MD, even those two masters are not worthy of watching. I can't watch it. What if something happens and it hits me? In that battle, a huge hole was punched in the sky, and the heaven where the gods lived fell into an endless sea of fire, burning everything in the world. Countless races were destroyed, and the human race was almost exterminated. Although Moe's voice was indifferent, the killing intent in it was as piercing as the autumn wind. The world was turned upside down, and the world was destroyed. These can't describe even 1/10,000th of that battle. In that era, countless races had to work together to have a chance to spend the endless night. Moe's face looked a little lonely, as if sighing and reminiscing. The 5 tribes are. Rayleigh wanted to ask more, hoping to know what kind of tribes existed in the past and could participate in that war. But he saw Moe waving his hand, unwilling to answer his question. Knowing too much will not benefit you. On the contrary, your strength may stagnate because of fear. Moe narrowed his eyes. Looking at the sun in the sky, he murmured, once, even the sun was just a toy of the 8 tribes of the gods. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt. What kind of strong man can play with the sun? The terrifying temperature may evaporate even if you get too close. However, the guy who controlled the sun died under a sword, and the person who swung the sword, in my eyes, he is the only one in the world who can be called a swordsman. Moe glanced at Mihawk, and saw that Mihawk's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and there was a look of yearning on his face. The sword intent that had been a little dim because of Moe's description before became extremely sharp again, and the whole person was as upright as a peerless sword. Seeing this scene, Moe nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Mihawk really yearns for the top of the sword. Hearing Moe's words seemed to open the door of swordsmanship again. There is actually someone in the world who can kill the god who controls the sun. What kind of style is that sword? He couldn't help but imagine that scene. Since someone has walked the road ahead, I, Mihawk, should stand shoulder to shoulder with him. One day I can also reach that point. Compared with Mihawk's clear sword heart at this time, the old Rayleigh is a little calmer. Are you the leader of that alliance? Rayleigh didn't even notice that he unconsciously used a respectful title when facing Moe. This man who has led mankind out of the darkness from the endless night is worthy of everyone's kneeling. At this moment Rayleigh suddenly figured out why such a great emperor would be erased from the dust of history. Even if there is a little bit of news, he will be called a tyrant. Because no matter which emperor or person in power, he hopes that such a person will be known to the world. Otherwise, there will only be one king's name in this world. A king who protected the weak human race from ancient times until he became the master of the world. The oldest king. Gilgamesh. His glory is enough to cover everything. Hearing his question, Moe was also happy, thinking that old age means more thoughts, and he really has to rely on him to pick up his words. Otherwise, pointing at Mihawk, the sword idiot, and Morgans, the goose, I'm afraid I will suffocate to death. It's not me. The human race was too weak at the time. If we act rashly, the risk for the human race is too great. In that level of battle, the weak humans will be in danger of dying even if they just look at it from a distance, Wang Lijiao. So when the alliance was formed, I didn't agree directly, but that guy convinced me. Moe pursed his lips and looked at a place in the void, his eyes slightly condensed. To be able to talk to someone as powerful as Moe, that person's strength must be at least equal to Moe. Rayleigh's heart moved, that person must be the leader of one of the 5 tribes of the heaven-destroying god. Otherwise, he would not even see the face of the most ancient king. He had a deep understanding of Moe's arrogance and haki. If it weren't for the fact that his former captain happened to be appreciated by Moe, and that the god clan was about to revive, I'm afraid he would have gone to play cards with Roger. Forget it, it doesn't hurt to tell you. One of the 5 tribes of the heaven-destroying god is called the Hades clan. Coincidentally, your nickname is Pluton. I really want to know what kind of expression that guy will have when he wakes up and knows your name. Pluton scratched his head with a bright face. This nickname was not given by him, but was called out by everyone. It seems that he needs to change his nickname. He doesn't think he can afford to offend a being of the same level as Gilgamesh. His name is the Grand Marshal of the Underworld, heaven-defying. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Moe suddenly waved his hand. Have you seen enough? Bastards! The golden holy light turned into a giant hand and grabbed the void with all its might. Chapter 68. Crack! The moment the golden hand fell, the void began to twist continuously, as if it could not bear the power of the hand. The space was like a fragile mirror, and cracks began to appear. Rayleigh and Mihawk were both shocked. Although they did not know the reason why Moe suddenly took action, they knew that there must be other people here at this moment. But they did not notice it. The observation haki of both of them was at the top of the world, and at this moment, they were blocked from perception, which made them feel a little absurd. It seemed to start from the contact with Moe. The two who were originally standing at the top of the world suddenly became two ignorant children, completely unable to understand each other's behavior. And every step felt that the other party was seeing more deeply than themselves. Where did Swain go? No. That guy is not still waiting for a sneak attack. Rayleigh felt a little uneasy. The four of them went there at the same time. At this moment, Set and Carlo were both knocked unconscious on the ground. Although they were injured, they were not in danger of death. If his old friend still wanted to attack secretly, he would be in great danger. Don't think that Moe seemed to be friendly to them before. The title of the oldest tyrant of mankind is really not a joke. Gil. No, your majesty, the oldest king, that man may be our partner, please show mercy. Rayleigh was in a panic and begged for mercy. Although these old guys were determined to die to find Moe, now that they don't have to die, who can still think about it? And seeing that the so-called God clan is about to wake up, even if Moe didn't say it so clearly, he can imagine that the terrible race, once awakened, will definitely take the terrible road to surpass the heavens. The old bones of himself and others can die on the road of resistance, but they must not die unclearly. But Moe's movements did not pause at all because of Rayleigh's words. Instead, he increased a bit of hostility out of thin air. Bang! The void suddenly shattered, and the golden hand instantly sank into the void, grabbing a figure from the darkness. No! The figure caught by the golden hand screamed. He never thought that his ability would be cracked. Rayleigh looked at Swain, who was caught by Moe, clenched his fists tightly, and then a little doubt appeared in his eyes. He was not a fool without a brain, and he knew clearly what methods his old friend had. As early as the Roger Pirates, the battle plans of these guys were all formulated by Rayleigh. Although Swain was good at assassination, he did not have this weird ability. This is obviously the ability of Devil Fruit, which is obviously not mastered by Swain. Others don't know, but Rayleigh knows in his heart that Swain claims to be the best sailor and will never allow himself to eat Devil Fruit and become a landlubber. Mate! Save me! Swain, who was caught in the golden hand, shouted for help to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, who heard the call for help, was stunned as if struck by lightning. Even though the wounds on his body were still bleeding, he still pulled out the long knife at his waist. The moon-white sword energy swept over his body. He pointed the knife at Swain's nose with one hand, frowned slightly, and a layer of frost seemed to appear on his face. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I am Swain. Feeling the destructive power in the holy light, Swain was eager to break free. But the big hand condensed by the holy light was like a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper his body was imprisoned. The terrifying pressure almost made him breathless. Who are you? Swain never calls me mate. Because he thinks that only those who are better at swimming than him are worthy of being the mate, so no matter how many times I defeat him, he will never call me mate. Rayleigh's voice was trembling a little, because he knew that if his old friend was not replaced by someone, then the other party would definitely do it secretly. So, his old friend, who was very stubborn and lazy but obsessed with his position as mate, I'm afraid he has already. Bang! Thinking of this, Rayleigh's anger almost burst out of his eyes. Regardless of his seriously injured body, he wanted to kill the man with a long knife in his hand. But he had no choice. Moe's damage to him was too severe. Even if he stood up, his body had already tried his best. Even the emergence of sword energy was just a short-lived product of anger, and soon returned to Sumi. Damn it! I'm from the world government, Seeing that his identity was exposed, the man was about to use the world government to threaten Moe to let him go. But Moe didn't give him a chance to waste time. The terrifying power exploded instantly. With a bang, the man was crushed under the big hand. Blood exploded in the air, like a burst of blood mist, and the sticky brain dripped on the ground. All the bones in the body turned into dregs. The so-called death without a complete body is just like this. The golden light crushed the man's body, wrapped a small black device, and came to Moe. Moe looked at the device in front of him with some disdain. He showed some disdain. He said slowly. You bastards, get ready, you have kept my treasure for long enough, and now it's time to return it to its original owner. The moment the voice fell, the golden holy light flashed violently, and the monitor was directly blown to pieces. Meanwhile, Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. A strictly confidential basement. This is an absolute forbidden place that even the CPO with the highest authority is not qualified to enter without the permission of the 5 elders. Anyone who strays into this place, whether a high-ranking government official or a marine general, will disappear from the world without exception. And when searching for these missing people in the World Government Database, Song will get a result. That is, no such person. A man wearing a white suit, a white hat, and a purple carved flower on his chest is sitting in this secret room at this moment. He holds a black monitoring telephone bug in his hand. Moe's voice keeps echoing in the secret room. Bastards, get ready, you have kept my treasure for long enough, and next, it's time to return it to its original owner. Bastards, get ready, you keep my treasure. Am I? The white walls around are like some special medium. The sound spread in it will not be emitted, but will echo over and over again like a basketball being hit continuously. There is no joy or anger on the man's face, as if the death of his subordinates cannot make him have the slightest emotional fluctuation. But if someone familiar with this man sees his current appearance, he will be shocked, because at this moment, this man who is called the immovable cornerstone of the CP organization. The man who gradually established the terrifying Special Operations Organization CP0. Tears kept appearing in his eyes. This is an abnormal performance that only appears when he can't control his emotions. Zzz. The monitoring telephone bug kept sending out busy tones, and the harsh tone became more shrill in the room. It has reached a level that a normal person cannot tolerate. Even if the sound continues to be allowed to ring, even the eardrums will be destroyed by this harsh sound wave. Bang! The man hit a castanets, and the harsh busy tone disappeared instantly as if Shizun was pressed. Gods, Hades, heaven defying. The man's tears fell to the ground like pearls from a broken string. At this moment, his emotions were completely out of control. Let the tears fall. Now the man had only one thought in his mind. This world is going to change. He was in a high position and knew some truths that ordinary people could not know. After deciphering countless historical stone tablets, he knew that there was an unimaginable dark age 800 years ago. However, how many of those stone tablets were deliberately recorded for the purpose of layout? They had no way to verify it. Bang! He quickly stood up, and a terrifying force burst out from his feet, and he disappeared in the room in an instant. This matter must be informed to the 5 elders. It might even alarm that adult. New world. Uninhabited island. Moe's eyes were filled with a little bit of imperceptible pride. As early as the first second that guy lurked in the void, he sensed something, and he also sensed the listening device. Originally, he wanted to kill that BD directly. But he changed his mind and thought, what a good messenger, and he could directly drag the world government into it with his own layout. Why not? That's why he waited until that moment before taking action. BD. Moe waved his palm casually, and the holy light emitted a scorching high temperature, which directly evaporated the remains and remnants of the people around him. Rayleigh was sitting in the ruins at this moment. I don't know what he was thinking. The revival of the Protoss mentioned by Moe may have frightened him. But compared to his old friend who was so close, it became insignificant. The precipitation of years made Rayleigh, who was already extremely intelligent, even more profound. After a short period of depression, he gradually recovered his mind. Death is not the end of everything, and cakes are also the starting point of everything. Moe's indifferent words made Rayleigh a little confused. I seem to have guessed something, but I can't explain it clearly. In the more distant times, there were countless beings who could resurrect the dead, and now they are about to wake up. As long as we can resist the gods, when they wake up, the powerful people who have passed away in this era will be awakened from hell and continue to fight for the coming dark age. Chapter 69. Hearing Moe's words, Rayleigh suddenly became energetic. Even his sluggish spirit was lifted. He looked at Moe with burning eyes. He did not doubt Moe's words. After all, even the existence of 800 years ago was standing alive in front of him. Even resurrection from the dead is not a difficult thing. He just felt a little excited. His old friends and the dead idiot captain are well-deserved strong men of the era. If there is really a day of resurrection. Thinking of this, he couldn't help trembling all over. If it weren't for the years of rationality reminding him, he might have danced with joy. What Moe said just now was not a lie to Rayleigh. Although Moe does not have a character card that can revive the dead now. But there are countless strong men who can revive the dead in the world. There will definitely be a chance to draw cards of that level in the future. At that time, maybe he will really revive Roger and his group of guys and pull up a pirate group from the old era to play with. As he spoke, Moe's body began to continuously emit tiny fragments of light, as if it would dissipate between heaven and earth at any time. Your Majesty, are you going to kill Marine Ford? My Hawk, also called Moe the way Morgans called him. Although he was not as skilled as others, my hawk was not a treacherous person. He said he would become Moe's subordinate. He had already regarded himself as Moe's subordinate, and began to pay attention to what Moe had just said to the monitor. His eyes were even more excited. It was rumored that one of the 5 elders had a famous sword that was ranked higher than the big black sword knight. He had wanted to try it for a long time. The sharpest sword in the world. How sharp is it? I have my own plan for this matter, you decide for yourself. Moe responded to my hawk's words casually. Then, his eyes were on Morgan's, the silly goose. He saw that guy, because he could not adapt to such a huge amount of information for a while, he looked more and more stupid. He gently hooked his fingers, and the golden holy light slid violently. Ah! Your Majesty, are you leaving? Farewell, Your Majesty. Morgans shuddered and came back to his senses. Looking at Moe, who was emitting light and whose breath was becoming more and more erratic. He fell to the ground stupidly. Not to mention, looking at his appearance, he really looked a bit like a big white goose. Remember my words, every human is my subject and my people, and they have the right to know. After hearing this, Morgans's originally confused mind was directly cleared up. What does it mean? Does the king mean that I should publish all the previous things in the newspaper? My God! Compared with this incident, what I reported in the past few decades was all garbage. Can it be considered news? Can it be called big news? Compared with the awakening of the gods, those news are not even as good as the gossip spread by rural old ladies. Once it touches his own industry. Originally shocked by this group of monster-like strong men, Morgans showed an extremely inconsistent sense of neatness. The whole person, bird, exuded a bit of competence. The stupid eyes burst out with an extremely frightening brilliance. Rayleigh and my hawk almost noticed the change of this guy at the same time. This feeling was like a swordsman suddenly grasping a famous sword in his hand. Under the sky, between the 4 seas. I can be free with just one sword. This kind of demeanor is not abrupt when it appears on my hawk or Rayleigh, but it is so weird when it appears on a guy who has been submissive from the beginning to now. Swordsmen have swordsmanship, kings have hegemony, and knights have chivalry. And Morgans also has his own way. Keyboard way. In this era without keyboards, he is the earliest keyboard warrior. In his writing, black and white are reversed, and the sun and moon are tilted. Moreover, because of the reputation of the world news, countless people flock to believe him when he reverses black and white and calls a deer a horse. The reputation accumulated over decades has pushed his newspaper to an absolute height. Even if one day the nonsense that demon fruit power is not afraid of the sea appears in the world newspapers, there will be many people with poor brains who will try it. Even if he drowns in the sea, someone might still argue for Morgans that the person with the ability had a leg cramp. Morgans's mind started to spin rapidly again. Countless rumors and headlines flashed through his mind like a passing glance. Even the layout of the newspaper and the date of distribution have been thought out. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean, but the world government's scum has already set their sights on me. I dare not even report your feat of destroying the gate of justice. But since your Majesty has ordered, I, Morgans, will complete your mission even if I die, in order to repay you for saving mankind from the endless night. Morgans congratulates your Majesty again, congratulations on your awakening from the endless sleep. Morgan's words were like jumping, bursting out all at once. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Moe. There was a bit of fearlessness on his bird's face, and I didn't know how he did it. My hawk even saw some heroism on his face. Looking at Morgans's appearance, Moe also felt a little funny in his heart. Morgans's current appearance, where is there a trace of stupidity? It is this shrewd mind and the vision of this team, which are more flexible than Rayleigh and my hawk. Haven't you seen my hawk's embarrassment after being almost cut in half by a knife? Haven't you seen 2 of Rayleigh's 3 people lying on the ground half dead, and one of them lying in the ruins in a mess? No matter you are the world's #1 swordsman or Pluton, the deputy of the pirate king. You still end up in a very embarrassing situation. Look at me, Master Morgans, face is worth a few dollars, and not suffering is the real thing. Morgans thought smugly in his heart. He was even more determined to keep Moe as a thigh. That's why he accepted Moe's explanation without hesitation. Now he made this gesture, it's clear that he wants to reward Moe. You are so powerful, just protect me, don't let your little bird be destroyed by others. Although he didn't say this, the meaning was almost clear. Moe could see what this guy was thinking. But the corner of his mouth was filled with a teasing smile. He looked at Morgans with a playful look. Well, that's really hard for you. It's not hard. It's not hard. If your Majesty pities me, Your Majesty. Morgans was about to ask for some protection when he saw Moe's figure like quicksand in the wind. He kept disintegrating. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Snap! Morgans collapsed directly on the ground, staring at the place where Moe disappeared with his lifeless eyes, his face sank, and he almost cried. Your Majesty! Don't play like this! You just left like this, what should I do? Now it's good, if he dares to report these news one by one, you don't even have to think about it to know that the world government will definitely pluck all his feathers off. But if he doesn't report it, Moe would not let him go. If a being who had ruled the world for 800 years set his sights on him, what would happen? He dared not think about it. The feathered bird's face was blue and purple. Mihawk looked at Morgan's face, and he, who was always serious, actually wanted to laugh. Hey! Let's go. Ah, where are you going? The soul-destroying Morgans seemed to have turned into a goose again. Even Rayleigh, who was sitting in the ruins, couldn't bear it. He covered his head with tears and laughter. I really don't know if this Morgans is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Since the king didn't take Mihawk, who was taken in by him, hasn't the meaning been expressed clearly? I really don't know how to judge this guy. Where else can I go to your nest? I want to change into clean clothes now. Mihawk's tone was a little impatient. Although he didn't have any mysophobia, he was noble by nature and couldn't stand the greasy feeling of blood and dust all over his body. Go back to the nest, Morgans murmured first. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes. I'm so stupid. Really? Your Majesty didn't take Mihawk away. The meaning was so obvious, but I didn't think of it. Let's go, let's go. I'll call someone to pick us up now. Are you seriously injured? How much strength do you have left? Looking at Mihawk, who suddenly became his own man, Morgans shook his arms excitedly. Ha 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 ha. World government. CPO trembles under the pen of Master Morgans. If I Morgans were not born, the key road would be like a long night. Keys come. Marineford. In the highest conference room. The 5 elders have been gathered for an unknown period of time. The room seemed to be covered with a layer of haze, and the powerful 5 elders were silent at this moment. The recording sent by the CPO was like a mountain pressing on everyone's heart. The already depressing atmosphere became even hotter. It made them feel restless. But even so, still no one was willing to break the silence, as if the terrifying news had never happened as long as no one mentioned it. They all knew. From the moment Gilgamesh appeared, the world's sky changed. The hegemony of the world government actually began to become precarious because of a village of one person. This was something they had never imagined. But at this moment, they understood. The so-called impossibility was nothing more than a lack of vision caused by insufficient strength. Do you think Gilgamesh's words are credible? Finally, number 1 broke the silence first. The pair of eyes that were always like the abyss in the past are now constantly floating with fear. Chapter 70. Number 1's voice was very dull, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. If possible, even he didn't want to break the silence. However, since things have come to this point, they must be resolved. But even if they can solve it, how can they solve it? Every word Moe said was stimulating their nerves. Whether it was the God clan that ruled the world in his mouth, or the Hades clan that rose up in resistance, they all moved the 5 people with palpitations. Shocking, not enough to describe. I reserve my opinion on his words. Number 2 rarely wiped his beloved knife, and the pair of eyes hidden under the glasses were uncertain. The atmosphere in the room fell into endless silence again after number 2's voice fell. Like frost, the cold air continued to spread in the conference room. Everyone's heart was covered with a haze. I believe in Gilgamesh's words. No, it should be said that I have to believe it. Number 4's appearance is no longer as lazy as before, with a little light in his eyes, and a stack of information with unclear fonts in his hands. The data seemed to be covered by some special energy. Everyone's eyes were focused on his hands. Number 1 even stood up and asked excitedly, deciphered? Have all the historical texts about him been deciphered? Everyone knew who he was talking about, but they didn't want to mention the name that gave them a headache. The deciphering work is basically completed. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? In the extremely tense environment, it seemed that only number 4 was particularly excited, as if he had found a fun toy, which was inconsistent with the solemnity in the conference room. Number 1, who was always rigorous, frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with number 5's behavior at the moment, but helplessly, the highest power of the world government, in order to maintain balance, was placed in the hands of 5 people separately. Even he had no right to inquire about the historical text without the permission of number 5. Good news. Number 5, who was wearing a red suit and had several scars on his eyes, took over the words of number 4 as the atmosphere became increasingly weird. However, his twitching eyes and his palms clasped tightly on the corner of the table showed that even he was trying his best to control his anger. If it were normal, the carefree number 5 might even be more unruly than number 4, but in this situation, it was almost a matter of life and death for the world government, and number 4 actually had the mind to make such a fuss, which really made him reluctant to sign. Although number 2 and number 3 didn't say anything, their eyes were also somewhat unfriendly. Looking at the figure of number 4, the corners of their mouths also drooped down a little. Number 4 saw all the expressions of the people, but he still looked so indifferent, as if he didn't care about the attitude of his companions. He pushed his glasses, then took out a document and placed it on the table. He coughed, then spoke softly. From the stone tablet recording his real name, we can know that in the more ancient times, there was a terrifying existence far superior to him, and even defeated him 10 times. When everyone heard this, they all frowned. They now have a better understanding of Gilgamesh's strength, although they have not seen it with their own eyes. But Impel Down Warden, the man with quasi-admiral strength, was defeated by a sword, and the entire prison system was completely collapsed because of him. The terrible demons who were erased from history by them disappeared in eternal hell. Marine, who had maintained justice for 100 years, was as fragile as a naughty child in front of him. The gate of justice was like being erased and disappeared forever in the world. Marine Admiral, the highest combat power, Kizaru, Aokiji, was suppressed by momentum and could not move. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was severely injured by a sword. In addition, according to the latest intelligence, the Pirate King's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, and his old subordinates challenged him, but he defeated them all in one breath. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, the man who truly stood at the top of the world, was also taken in by him and became his subordinate. Such a terrible man actually had a defeat? This made everyone unable to believe their ears. If it wasn't for number 5 who said this, I'm afraid they would have cursed by now. Several people looked closely at No 5's expression, with a few traces of expectation in their eyes, and they roughly guessed in their hearts that No 5's good news probably related to the existence that defeated Gilgamesh. After saying that sentence just now, number 5 stopped talking and looked at everyone like a bullfight. Why are you looking at me like that? I've already told you all the news. No more. No more. Bang. The table was hit hard by a punch, and number 1 looked at number 4 in anger, the fire in his eyes almost bursting out, like a wild bull. Do you know what you are talking about? Making trouble in such a serious meeting. Is this what you do as a 5 elders? No wonder number 1 was so angry. Good fellow, so your good news is that there was once a being more powerful than Gilgamesh. What's the use of this news? Why are you in a hurry? I didn't tell you the news. Looking at the furious number 1 in front of him, number 4 still spoke slowly. The bad news is that the being has been sealed. And, everything hidden in the lost 100 years of history is only known to that person. You. Number 1 couldn't control his anger at all, and waves of terrible breath continued to emanate from his body, but the next moment, no one's breath stopped abruptly. Looking at number 5 with a look of almost fear. Gurgle as powerful as he is, he still inevitably made a shameful sound, and his Adam's apple moved uncontrollably. No 4's face was no longer so playful, but he also had the same solemn expression as everyone else, with his hands tightly crossed together. Not too stupid. His voice made the already somewhat gloomy meeting room even more eerie. Don't have any illusions. Get ready to welcome the king. There are no fools among the 5 elders. The seemingly contradictory words of number 4 actually completely tore apart the luck in the hearts of several people. Every word he didn't say was to confirm the news left by Moye before. The so-called good news and bad news were just tricks he used to mock several people. As the only one among the 5 who had the authority to mobilize all the historical texts, he knew too many unknown secrets. 0. But what he didn't know was how much of this was a big show that Moye had set up 800 years ago. Behind everything was pulled together by an invisible big hand. Next time, just say it directly. Number 2 looked at number 4 coldly, and the famous sword in his hand made a sad cry. In the air around him, countless ghosts seemed to emerge faintly. Okay, our fault. If he wants to come, let him come. Let us take a good look at the style of this king. Transfer all combat forces to Marineford, the 3 Marine Admirals and the Reserve Admiral, as well as Kong, together. In addition, Morgans, that big fat bird, now seems to have completely become his lackey. Notify the CPO to take action. Number 1 was like a robot, and one command after another jumped out of his mouth like popcorn. Don't worry. The CPO has already set off. If you still need to order this matter, then the meaning of the existence of CP will no longer exist. Number 5 said seriously. Very good. Do your best to block all news about the God Clan and the Underworld Clan, and in addition. Number 1's voice paused, and his hands kept overlapping. There was a bit of entanglement in his expression, but in the end, his face turned cold and he said sternly, dispatch Buster Call to surround Alabasta. Let's see how this king will treat his loyal servants. After saying this, number 1 closed his eyes, and it seemed that there was some reluctance on his face. Whoosh. Whoosh. Following no one's order, the sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard in the conference room, and black shadows quickly shuttled through the room. After a long time, number 1 opened his eyes again, and a strange look kept passing through his deep eyes. Next, let's talk about the Protoss. At the same time. New World. In the World Economic newspaper. All the employees stopped their work and stood in a row like soldiers. Their expressions were solemn and solemn. If you didn't know that 0.5 of them were members of the newspaper, you would have thought they were a group of well-trained soldiers. They looked at Morgans, who was also very solemn in front of them, and their eyes kept emitting a light called worship. Morgans straightened his clothes, slightly fastened his tie, and looked at the old employees who had followed him for more than 10 years, feeling deeply moved. Young men. What is the original intention of our establishment of a news agency? Morgans shouted, shaking his head and changing his head, with a bit of funny and ridiculous look, but his words were indeed full of pride. For the people of the world. Everyone has the right to know. All the employees burst into a shocking roar in unison, with an excited look like a fanatical religious believer, and a flame called ideal bursting in their eyes. Morgans nodded with satisfaction at the employees' reactions. In the past 10 years, in order not to raise the employees' wages, they have been brainwashing them, telling them that everything you do is for ideals and dreams. It is a lie to say it once, and it is nonsense to say it 10 times, but what about hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of times? After telling lies for more than 10 years, the fake has become true. Morgans's group of employees are simply a group of completely brainwashed pyramid scheme members. Chapter 71. Today we will make the truth of the world public. Let people all over the world know what kind of danger humanity is about to face, but the world government bastards will not let us do what we want and will definitely stop us. Tell me, are you afraid? Morgan's voice was extremely persuasive. Going against the world government was something that no media dared to think about or do. Even if the boss had this idea, the employees under him would not be able to execute it, and they might even directly report their own president. But the group of people under Morgans had been completely brainwashed by Morgans. Now in their eyes, there was no world government, only the lofty ideals that Morgans had instilled in them for more than a decade. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. For the ideal. Ole. Life is precious. Love is more precious. If it's for the ideal, both can be thrown away. The roar like a volcanic eruption continued to sound in the news agency, like a mountain torrent collapse, unstoppable. Morgans showed a smug look, looking at the open door of the conference room in front of him and behind him. His eyes were burning, as if he was putting something in advance. This guy is good. Mihawk leaned on the sofa, his pale yellow eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the group of fanatical news members, and said in amazement. Opposite. Rayleigh, with a head full of silver hair, held his worn-out iron wine bottle in his hand, smiled, and then drank a sip of Lin Ming's wine. Of course, Morgans has been the leader of the news industry for many years, although his strength is very poor. But when it comes to bewitching people and inciting emotions, he is a good hand. I have to say that the adults have a good vision. Ever since Moe left that day, Rayleigh was disturbed by his words, so after sending his 2 old friends to the doctor, he followed Mihawk to the news agency. On the one hand, it is convenient to get the latest news about the Protoss, and on the other hand, it can also protect Morgans, the silly goose. Gently shaking the wine glass in his hand, the light red wine swayed in the glass. Mihawk looked at the wine in his hand with a bit of confusion. Humph. It's just something that can't be put on the table. Only strength is the root of everything. Jumping clown. In the words, the disdain for Morgan's behavior was not concealed. Rayleigh put the wine glass on the table, and the 2 hands overlapped together. The eyes hidden under the lenses showed a bit of brilliance, and the eyes looking at Mihawk were even more playful. This look made Mihawk feel uncomfortable all over his body. Am I wrong? Mihawk also drank the red wine in the glass casually and looked into Rayleigh's eyes. Hee, why do you think that Master would take in the clown you mentioned? This. Mihawk was speechless for a moment. He wanted to say that it was because Morgans could convey the information that the Master wanted to convey at the fastest speed. But since Rayleigh could ask him such a question, it means that everything is definitely not as simple as he thought. Mihawk is a smart man. Smart people have one thing in common, that is, they will never easily express their opinions on issues they don't understand. So, he didn't talk to him, but put on an attitude of you say, I listen, raised his chin slightly, and the arrogance in his eyebrows also subsided a little. In the eyes of others, he is the world's #1 swordsman, predecessor, but in front of Pluton Rayleigh, he is just a junior with good strength. Everyone in this world has their own unique talent. Some people know they can become swordsmen the moment they hold a sword, and some people think of the boundless future when they go out to sea. Some people are born to be kings, some become bandits, some are unattainable, and some are as humble as dust. Mihawk, you have a terrible swordsmanship talent, but if your vision can only see such a one-sided scene, then your swordsmanship will stop here. At this point, Rayleigh paused slightly, his mouth curled up, but his tone was extremely serious. Everyone in the world has their own talents, but only those who can discover the talents of others and can perfectly control them can be called the king. In your eyes, Morgans is useless, but in the hands of the king, he has things that we can't do, so. Rayleigh tapped his forehead with his finger. Looking directly at Mihawk's figure, he said slowly. The gap between us and him is not only strength, but also a gap that is difficult to cross. Mihawk was silent. He had never escaped the swordsman's eyes and seen all this, but at this moment, under Rayleigh's reminder, it was as if he suddenly realized it, and the terrifying sword energy on his body, which was like a sharp blade, began to gradually disappear. If the previous Mihawk is a sharp sword, so at this moment he is a famous sword in the sheath. Although the sword is sharp, it is easy to break if it is too hard. Although the famous sword is not sharp, once the sword is out of the sheath, it will kill people and drink blood without turning back. Thank you. Mihawk closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body at this moment. He could feel that his sword will begin to undergo a transformation. Before that terrifying race wakes up, we must become stronger quickly. I am old, and the world will be ruled by you young people next. Rayleigh did not doubt Moe's words at all. That terrifying race that was above the emperor level when it was only an adult, and that heaven that ruled over hundreds of races in the world, all of this was too shocking. But since it was said by that person, even if it was incredible, then it must be. It is true. Office. Morgans on the podium shouted angrily. Integrate all the resources of all branches and use all machines to start printing unified news. The title of the news is: The legend is revived, the warning of the most ancient King Gilgamesh. The nightmare of the ancient times, the gods are about to revive, the great crisis of the world. Ridiculous world government. The false gate of justice was blown up by the main move. Distribute these news in full. End. A ferocious look appeared on Morgan's face, and a few crazy flashes flashed in his eyes, and his sharp beak opened slightly uncontrollably. It is obviously an albatross, but his whole body exudes the momentum of an eagle. The silly goose in Moe's eyes exudes unparalleled ruthlessness. At this moment, the demeanor of Morgans, the giant of the dark world, is undoubtedly revealed, and every word will completely stir up this seemingly peaceful world. Let Mihawk and Rayleigh in the office look sideways. All the following news will be free. Let the newsbird throw the newspaper directly to all parts of the world. I want the whole world to know what will happen next within one day. In an instant. The whole news was silent. Even if a needle dropped, it could be heard clearly. Such a realization. It was like burning the boats. Even with the financial resources of the World Economic Society, it would be a huge expense to release news to the whole world. Ah! Master Morgans! So dazzling! Is this the glory of a big man? No rest today. We must make the news. Everyone was like chicken blood, roaring wildly, and the fanatical atmosphere continued to spread in the news agency. Morgans showed a half smile. To be able to reach this position today, Morgans himself is a very smart person, in a newspaper that is like a river of crucian carp. He can firmly occupy the leading position, and the difficulty of it cannot be told to outsiders. Although he seems to be stupid and silly, he actually has a very smart mind. Since he has decided to become the king's subordinate, he will spare no effort to complete the king's tasks, even at the cost of his most important money, to let the king see his value. There is an invisible scale in his heart. All along, the world government has been suppressing everything on the scale, but with the appearance of Moe, the scale began to tilt continuously, and finally completely fell under Moe's command. Whether it is the God clan or the Hades clan, Morgans was sensitive to the fact that this world that has been quiet for hundreds of years will usher in a storm that will overturn the world. In this storm, all forces are like a sailing ship. Only the most powerful sailing ship has a chance to survive in this storm. And Moe, who survived the big wave 800 years ago, is the well-deserved Noah's Ark in the storm. Ha 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 ha! World government go to hell. 5 elders go to hell too. Let you see the power of news. New World. Whitebeard Fleet Area. Edward, who is as big as a hill, exudes a terrifying aura, sitting on a huge chair, with infusion tubes all over his body. Holding a huge wine bowl in his hand, he poured the wine in the bowl into his mouth frantically. Gulala! The wine from my hometown tastes the best. Edward laughed heartily, ignoring the complaining eyes of the large group of doctors behind him. Dad, you should listen to Sister Linda and drink less. The captain of the first team, Marco, sat opposite Edward with a helpless look on his face and shrugged his shoulders. Although he knew that he had no way to convince this stubborn old man, he still couldn't help but nag a few words. Chapter 72. Gulalala. Whitebeard did not refute Marco's words, but laughed loudly. He leaned back on the seat. He enjoyed the long-lost silence and the nagging of his family. Marco looked at his father and smiled comfortably. The only man who could make Marco look so sideways on this sea was probably the man he called his father. Ga-ga-ga. Ga-ga-ga. The sky suddenly heard a harsh bird call, and the sound was so noisy and chaotic that even Whitebeard couldn't help but look up. He saw countless news birds, like a white wave, moving quickly in the sky like a whole family migrating. At the same time, hwalala! Countless newspapers one fell like snowflakes, madly towards the territory or the center of Whitebeard's fleet. Marco frowned, and suddenly a burst of light blue flames burned on his body. He lightly stepped on the ground and jumped out instantly. The flames seemed to turn into a pair of huge wings, lifting Marco directly. Whoosh! The beautiful blue flames burned in the sky like fireworks, and the cry of the phoenix seemed to penetrate the dawn of heaven and earth exploding. The newspapers that covered the sky and the sun were burned to ashes under the flames. Just when countless ashes were about to fall, the beautiful rose petals suddenly appeared around, and the petals carried an unparalleled sword energy, like a hurricane, and exploded instantly, smashing all the ashes around into pieces. Whoosh! Dead. The man who called out was wearing a blue cape, a top hat, holding 2 long swords, and had a big beard. This man was the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista. Morgans, that miser, what the hell is he doing? He actually dropped newspapers everywhere. Vista complained dissatisfiedly and sat next to Edward. That stupid goose? Gulala. Who knows what's wrong with him? The old man looked at his son beside him, his eyes full of warmth. There were too few things on this sea that he could care about. Only these sons and that distant hometown were worth his attention. Crackling, crackling. The blue flames kept burning in the air. Marco was like a god, flying in the air with flaming wings. Looking at the intact newspaper in his hand, his face kept flashing with shock. His pupils slightly shrank and his throat couldn't help but dry up. Gulu. Dead. Something big has happened. There was a tremor in Marco's voice, and his eyes looking at Edward were even more terrified. On the endless ocean, the black pirate flag was fluttering in the air unscrupulously, with a white skull and a scar on the eye, and the fierce momentum was undoubtedly revealed on the pirate flag. On the sea, whether it was the fierce sea kings or the well-equipped marine, they seemed to feel something when the ship appeared. The marine began to turn around and leave quickly, and the sea kings was even more unbearable, not even daring to make any howls, and fled madly to the depths of the sea. Unbelievable. This is incredible. Beckman looked at the newspaper on the table with a very complicated expression, and the look in his eyes was even more uncertain. Opposite him, there sat a one-armed man. Although he only had one arm, but the moment he appeared, everyone's eyes would automatically focus on him. He was like an emperor, just sitting there, the terrifying haki like a landslide emanated from him all the time, his red hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and the 3 scars on his eyes revealed a bit of ruthlessness. This man was New World 4 Emperors. Shanks. The most generous man in the world. It was also the only pirate group among the 4 emperors with 2 emperor-level strength. Although the number of red hair pirates was the smallest among the 4 emperors, his crew members were all experts without exception. Like his former captain Roger, Shanks took the elite route. From a certain perspective, red hair pirates should be the strongest pure existence among the 4 emperors. But at this moment, red-haired Shanks and the strongest vice-captain Beckman looked at the news in front of them, as if struck by lightning. The demeanor that had always remained unchanged in the face of a collapse of the mountains also disappeared without a trace, the corners of his mouth pursed, his brows slightly wrinkled, and his fists clenched tightly involuntarily. Heaven, heaven-defying Shanks looked at the 2 words on the newspaper that he cared about the most and murmured softly. The gods who once ruled the world, and the Hades who led the 5 races to attack the heavens. Gilgamesh, the king of the human race, the king of the gods, the Hades admiral army, heaven-defying, it's so crazy, so interesting. Shanks' voice suddenly became louder, and his voice trembled slightly because of excitement. He looked at the news in the newspaper and showed 2 rows of white teeth. You really are. Beckman covered his head with a slight headache. Doesn't the idiot captain understand the situation? If Morgan's news is true, then the world is about to face a real cleansing. Gilgamesh, the former king of the human race and the oldest king, has reappeared on this sea. Even after 800 years, his strength is still hard to resist. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Beckman has personally experienced Rayleigh's strength, as well as Mihawk, who came to compete with Shanks from time to time. These 2 terrible strong men were actually defeated, and even Mihawk was subdued. Such strength made Beckman simply unimaginable, but Gilgamesh stood on the side of mankind from beginning to end. But once all the races in the ancient times he mentioned are awakened, what will mankind face? Before the gods awakened, what was the attitude of heaven-defying, the great commander of the underworld who had led the 5 tribes to attack the sky, towards humans? Beckman is not Shanks. His thoughts are deeper than everyone else, and his plans are longer than those of all living beings. In his opinion, the first enemy facing the world at this moment may not be the gods, but the heaven-defying who once sacrificed himself and fell asleep with the sky in Moe's mouth. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The storm that sweeps everything is coming. Are we really ready? Beckman, looking at the boundless sea and listening to Shanks's unrestrained laughter, fell into deep thought. Beckman. Suddenly Shanks called his name and pulled him out of the blur. Ha 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 ha. Don't think too much. No matter what is about to appear or what is in our way, it doesn't matter. Just split the thing in front of us. Who do you think we are? We are red hair pirates. Beckman looked at Shanks with a silly face and showed a helpless expression, but the confusion in his eyes was completely gone. We are red hair pirates. Whether you are the sky, heaven-defying, the gods, or the underworld, if you stand in front of us, be prepared to welcome the strongest baptism of this era. New World. Former Wine Island. Now the Alliance area of Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Countless newsbirds were stripped of their feathers and put on the oven, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance. The fat newsbirds kept dripping fat under the high temperature, and under the honey sauce, they looked particularly tempting. 0. At both ends of the oven, Sherlock Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, who were as tall as a hill, looked at each other. Apart from the two of them, there were no other living creatures around. The pirates on both sides had already cleared the entire Wine Island, and even in the nearby seas, any sea creatures that dared to appear would be completely killed. The meeting between the two emperors today will directly affect the entire world. Beiji Beiji! Beiji Beiji! Sherlock Linlin grabbed the newsbird on the oven and threw it directly into his mouth. He ate it clean in 2 or 3 bites. Even the bones were crushed by him and swallowed into his stomach. Then he stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the sauce on the edge of his mouth clean. How much did you believe in Gilgamesh's words? Linlin's voice was as harsh as thunder. He doesn't have to lie, or rather, he won't lie to us, the ants in his eyes. Kaido laughed at himself. The violent aura in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. The muscles on his body kept tightening, and the whole person exuded a momentum like a giant dragon. The blazing flames in the furnace seemed to be extinguished at any time under his momentum. My Hawk and Rayleigh are strong, but I think I am stronger than them. Linlin raised his head and stopped swallowing. Apollo and Zeus behind him burst out with terrible light. For a moment, the scorching sun danced wildly, and the clouds covered the sky. In an instant, the wind blew violently, and the murderous aura-like substance continued to spread around with Sherlock Linlin as the center. The aura was weak at the beginning, and finally like a waterfall, covering the sky and getting out of control. The sky and the earth were upside down, the sky was reversing, Sherlock Linlin was like the only ruler around him, while Kaido, who was also in the middle of the storm, was completely unmoved, his eyes were as calm as a pool of dead water. The dragon scale tattoo on his body seemed to come alive, constantly wriggling on his body. Chapter 73. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, dragon scales continued to condense on Kaido's body, wrapping his sturdy body in them, and every breath seemed to carry strong fluctuations. The surrounding space made a few mournful cries, and the space began to twist slightly, making people feel a little palpitation. Sherlock Linlin's terrible momentum, in front of Kaido, was like a virtual thing. It was like a demon dragon from the ancient barbaric period, crawling on the earth, with endless abyss in his eyes, crushing all the creatures that could be swallowed. If Sherlock Linlin at this moment is the unrivaled tyrant who dominates the world, then Kaido of the Beasts is the Dragon King who hovers under the sky. Bang! Boom! The originally clear sky quickly became gloomy, and the dark clouds were like rolling waves, covering everything, and thunders with great momentum were constantly brewing in the dark clouds. A deafening roar broke out. Boom boom! Void! The angry thunder roared like a god, and countless lightning in the sky danced like silver snakes. The lightning illuminated the faces of Kaido and Linlin hidden in the darkness. It reflected 2 faces like hellish devils. I don't care about the human race, the gods, or the underworld. I have only one goal. That is to take the treasure house of the king for myself. Sherlock Linlin laughed wildly, and the sound exploded like a substantial sound wave. The sea made a boom sound in her wild laughter, and the huge waves were swept up. In the eyes of this woman, this world is a huge toy factory. It doesn't matter which race it is. Her dream is to create a 14th utopia with everything in the world. Let all races live happily in everything. No matter how powerful the Hades and gods are, in her opinion, they are just races that need to be occupied. He. You are still like this, Linlin, then get ready. In the coming storm, our warships will be the only coordinates. Tell those old guys who have awakened from their slumber. Who has the final say in this era? Kaido laughed loudly, and the laughter of the two complemented each other, like evil spirits in hell, constantly echoing on the island. But Kaido's eyes were more vigilant than Sherlock Linlin. Linlin, this crazy woman, dared to look down on Gilgamesh so much. She really doesn't know how to live or die. But it's good this way. When necessary, this fat woman can be used to block it. Before the gods wake up, if we can make friends with the so-called Hades Admiral army, then the future of this world will be truly in my hands. Kaido laughed, tears streaming down his face. He sneered, his heart was cold. Too simple. The so-called alliance is nothing more than a body of shared interests. Kaido. Your smile is really disgusting. Sherlock suddenly stopped laughing, and the pair of eyes with thick purple eyeshadow looked at Kaido with a bit of sarcasm. There was no madness in his eyes. Seeing Linlin's expression, Kaido suddenly felt a chill on his spine, but he quickly changed the subject. Next. What are you going to do? What to do? Well. Of course, declare war on the world government. Dafa. A terrifying era is coming, and the world government has been forced into a dead end. If you don't declare war now, wouldn't it be really inferior? Kaido looked at Linlin in front of him. Thinking in his heart, Linlin's heart. Declare war. It makes sense. Morgan's newspaper said that our king is about to go to Marineford, so let's declare war. In the name of the 4 emperors, declare war on the justice of the stomach. A breeze appeared out of thin air on the sea. It was like a butterfly flapping its wings. See Circle Calendar 1521. The Evil Alliance, formed by Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, and Big Mom Sherlock Linlin, also one of the 4 emperors, made their voice heard throughout the world. At this moment, the 2 emperors on the sea announced at the same time. Declared war on the world government that has ruled the world for hundreds of years. The first half of the Grand Line. On an unknown island. There is a country that cannot pay the sky gold and is abandoned by the world government. But unlike all the abandoned countries that are ravaged by pirates and human traffickers, everything here is peaceful and tranquil. People's faces are filled with bright smiles that outsiders have never seen. Children run unscrupulously on the streets. Ladies are chatting about family matters while washing clothes and cooking. Some men are carrying prey, and some are chopping wood and trees. In this small country, there is an atmosphere called peace and prosperity. This is the base of the Revolutionary Army. It is also the first survey point of the Revolutionary Army. Declare war. A rare opportunity. This is simply a godsend. No matter which so-called ancient king is true or false, this is the best opportunity for us. Kaido and Linlin announced the battle against the Marine government at the same time, and our Revolutionary Army can take this opportunity to completely step onto the world stage. Only by seizing this opportunity can we overthrow the tyranny of the world government. Although the man covered in black robes could not see his face, his excitement could be heard from his voice alone. In the room, the highest cadres of the Revolutionary Army frowned as they looked at the excited man in black. Feeling the hesitation of his companions, the man in black pressed his hand on the edge of the table with some dissatisfaction, and scanned everyone with his eyes, finally stopping at a man. The man had black hair scattered on his head, his green clothes looked a little shabby, and there were tattoos of unknown meaning on his face, and his mouth was deeply pursed together. As if he was thinking about how feasible the words of the man in black were. Monkey D. Dogra, also known as Monkey D. Dragon. The most dangerous criminal in the world recognized by the world government. The man who intends to overthrow the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the marine hero Garp the Fist, and the biological father of the future pirate King Luffy. All these identities piled up together, making this man more mysterious. At this moment, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his eyes were tangled, the tattoo on his face was twitching slightly, and the corners of his mouth were pursed from time to time. With his silence, the atmosphere around him began to become a little weird. The man in black looked at Dogra's figure, and calmed down from the previous enthusiasm and sat on the chair behind him. This man seemed to have a kind of magic that made people around him calm down involuntarily. This is not an opportunity. At least not for us. Dogra slowly said after an unknown period of time. Why, although the man in black was very puzzled, he did not make any extreme moves, but looked at Dogra seriously. Dogra sighed softly, folded the newspaper in his hand in half, and placed it on the table. In the newspaper, the photo of Moe destroying the Gate of Justice and severely wounding Mihawk with one sword were neatly placed in front of everyone. This man is called Gilgamesh. What the newspaper said is right. 800 years ago, he was the king of mankind. Only he knows everything that existed in the more distant history. The original intention of our establishment of the Revolutionary Army is to liberate the people of the world and let everyone's face show joy and peace. However, if the gods mentioned by Gilgamesh are revived, then what will happen to this world? Dogra slammed the table, and the newspaper seemed to be lifted up by some terrible force, and automatically turned a page full of text. The gods, who sacrificed the flesh and blood of all living things in the world, wiped out all races that could not provide sacrifices, and committed countless murders in the torrent of history. We rebel because the world government uses the so-called heavenly gold to divide everything into different levels, but compared to the gods, I think the world government can be put aside for a while. This is the biggest crisis that mankind will face. When Dogra was speaking, everyone in the room was silent. This man was like the sun, bringing together these guys who had lost their dreams. What do you think? Dogra said. His face was bigger than his body, and he wore exaggerated makeup, like a pervert. The transvestite King Ivakov tapped the table with his fingers a few times, and his huge eyes blinked a few times, and there were actually a few breezes around him. Is it not possible that Gilgamesh lied? Long, why are you so sure of what the other party said? In theory, Ivakov is a brainless supporter of Dogra, but in this case, some questions can only be asked because he has a better relationship with Long. Dogra took a long breath when he heard Ivakov's question, and a stream of white smoke came out of his nose. My last name is D. There are some things I can't tell you, but if it's that person, there is no doubt that he won't do such a thing that damages his nobility. Since he said it, it will definitely become a reality. Dogra's words were decisive, without the slightest hesitation, but it made everyone's heart tremble. Moe's words were more or less doubtful in their hearts. After all, whether it was the God clan or the Hades clan, they were too terrible. What kind of terrible race would have a tribe member who would reach the emperor level once he reached adulthood? They simply couldn't imagine it. Chapter 74. However, since even the dragon trusts the words of the most ancient king, I am afraid that the revolutionary army is really about to face an opponent far beyond their imagination. In the face of such a powerful threat, even the world government, which has always been regarded as their ultimate goal, seems to be able to be let go for the time being. Balo, the captain of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, held a cigarette in his mouth, flipped through the newspaper in front of him, and then raised his hand and pointed at a name and said, "This heaven-defying looks a bit like our Revolutionary Army. If according to Gilgamesh's statement, this guy is about to wake up, we can try to contact him." Dogra nodded in agreement. Balo's words were exactly what he thought in his heart. A hero who was willing to sacrifice himself to pull the Lord of the Gods, who ruled countless races, into sleep, was exactly what he admired. Moreover, they also needed a strong man who could check and balance Gilgamesh. "King, the times have changed. In today's era, people need liberation rather than an emperor who rules everything." Dogra thought secretly in his heart. "Then let's make sure. Next we need to accumulate all our strength and temporarily abandon the plan against the world government, make all preparations, and wait for the resurrection of the Hades 1,000. In addition. Ivankov, forget it. I will go to Alabasta in person to see the true face of the king who supported the weak humans through the Dark Ages 800 years ago." In C Circle Calendar 1521, the Revolutionary Army, which has always been committed to overthrowing the world government, began to adjust its policies rapidly. All members of the Revolutionary Army passed a proposal to temporarily stop the reactionary plan against the Marine government, accumulate all available strength, and prepare to welcome the Dark Ages mentioned by the king. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army commander Dogra personally went to Alabasta to meet the oldest king. The Azure Sea has countless terrifying creatures in the deepest part that humans cannot see. Countless beautiful mermaids are playing and fighting everywhere. This is the underwater world, the Azure Kingdom, and the paradise of mermaids. Holy Land Marie-Joyce 10,000 meters under the sea. Mermaid Island. Dragon Palace. A fisherman with thick and fluffy orange-red hair and beard, flame-like tattoos on his arms, and thick body hair sat on the throne. In front of him, a piece of news wrapped in bubbles floated in front of him. Neptune, the great knight of the sea, who is also the current mermaid king, looked at the news in front of him. His face was extremely gloomy. The peace that was hard-won is going to disappear again. Why can't this world be a little more peaceful? Your Majesty, no one can change the future. Shirley, sitting on the crystal ball, shook her head helplessly, and there was endless sorrow in her pair of blue eyes. With short dark hair and cold eyes, she wore a hooded top, and the pipe in her hand kept emitting smoke. As one of the few beings in the world who can peek into the future, the lifespan of the fishman is extremely short. Looking at the crystal ball under her, she couldn't help but tremble all over. "Mrs. Shirley, what did you say?" Neptune couldn't help asking again, but Shirley still shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, it's a blessing to not know the reason for some things." Shirley seemed unwilling to recall the scene that had happened in her eyes. She closed her eyes. Neptune clenched his fists tightly. Even if he didn't think about it, he could tell that once that terrible race revived, the mermaids would definitely not be able to stay out of it. Neptune hated his weak self so much for the first time. If he was strong enough, he could protect his country and his people. Instead of trembling like a frightened bird before the dark age that was about to break out, like now. There is still a chance. Heaven-defying. Shirley's tone was extremely serious. He opened his eyes again, as if he had gotten rid of his fear, and looked at Neptune seriously. "In the future, a man born from darkness and walking out of hell will appear before our eyes, and he is the key to solving everything. Seize this opportunity. The Hades Admiral army is heaven-defying, he is the only dawn that penetrates the darkness." "Then, what about Gilgamesh?" Neptune suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Shirley was stunned, and then said with a look of horror that Neptune had never seen before. "That man? Don't see it." In the future she watched, a huge black dragon was hovering in the sky. Everything in the world lost all its color in front of the black dragon, and was as humble as an ant. And a man with a black body, as if he could penetrate the world, led countless races to kill in the sky. And the moment he touched Gilgamesh, Shirley saw a scene that she would never forget. A pair of huge blood-red eyes, crushing all the future scenes, appeared in the crystal ball. There was no emotion in those eyes, only endless coldness. The scarlet was like hell, and the eyes were like an abyss, which made her dare not raise the courage to peek. "I know. The Hades, I will do my best to help them, I just hope they can bring us true peace." Neptune clenched the trident in his hand, believing Shirley's words. New World. Inside the Don Quixote family's residence. Doflamingo, who was called the young master, lay on the soft sofa, showing an extremely hideous smile, and the newspapers were tightly held into a ball. The pair of eyes hidden under the sunglasses rolled around, and flashed a few gleams from time to time. Hey, it's really interesting, chatter, this is called a big deal. Gilgamesh, this man, has dragged the world into a huge game. I admire you. Doflamingo laughed a lot, looking at the content of the newspaper and muttering to himself. If what he said was false, this man's strength and means are so terrible, then what will his game be like? The king who awakened from 800 years ago, if that old thing is not dead, he will definitely believe it. He has always believed in the legend of the oldest king. Doflamingo was skeptical about the words in Morgan's newspaper. Looking at the arrogant figure in the newspaper, he fell into deep thought. As a joker in the underground world, his information channels are almost as good as the four emperors, so he has long known the truth about the destruction of the Gate of Justice. But he absolutely does not believe that Moe is the human king 800 years ago. Everything is a huge conspiracy. How to gain benefits from the conspiracy is what I should do. Doflamingo crossed his legs and looked at his subordinates outside, and laughed weirdly. That laughter made people shudder. East Blue. Windmill Village. The world's most recognized weakest sea area. But countless big figures appeared. The great pirate Rox, the pirate king Roger, and the hero who defeated them both. Garp the Fist. They all came from the weakest East Blue in the four seas. This is hard to believe. And at this moment, the hero of Marine is quietly drinking the muddy wine in a small tavern in Windmill Village. Compared with the top wines from all over the world provided to him by naval headquarters, the muddy wine in Windmill Village is just like a mixture of alcohol and water. But in Garp's eyes, the muddy wine in his hometown is better than all the delicacies in the world. The tavern that has always been infested by people now only has Garp and the proprietress Makino. Makino, wearing a yellow headscarf and a long green dress, looked at Garp who was constantly pouring wine into his stomach at the bar with a worried look on his face. She and Garp have known each other for many years, and this is the first time she has seen the shadow of decadence in this man who is as mighty as a lion. Makino had seen this kind of emotion in countless people, but it shouldn't appear in Garp. Mr. Garp, what happened? You don't look good. Makino said worriedly. Hearing Makino's words, Garp's drinking movements froze for a moment, and then he made a done sound, slowly pouring the 10-star high-proof turbid wine into his stomach. The turbid wine in Windmill Village is very different from sake. The turbid wine is almost alcohol that has not been fully fermented. For ordinary people, drinking this way is unbearable, let alone a few jars, even a few glasses, there is a risk of alcohol poisoning. At Garp's feet, countless wine jars have been piled up into a small mountain. Ha ha ha. Makino, don't worry, I just want this one. Garp laughed heartily 0.7. But his tone was no longer as free and easy as before, but rather a bit heavy. The sensitive Makino heard the meaning of Garp's words. Knowing that Garp might not be able to say more, he did not ask any more questions, but quietly walked into the kitchen to cook a hangover soup for Garp. As Makino walked into the kitchen, Garp's expression suddenly collapsed, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could seep out. Garp, who always seemed to be missing a nerve in front of everyone, now looked a bit like Sengoku. The same solemnity, the same distress. This emotion seemed to appear in this man for the first time. Whether it was Rox, the great pirate who was so powerful that he dominated the sea and single-handedly suppressed Marine to the point of suffocation, or Roger, the freest pirate king on the sea, he had personally faced them. No matter how powerful the other party was, he had never felt so distressed. But now, this emotion continued to spread in Garp, and the silence in the tavern made people a little breathless. Creak. The door was suddenly opened, and a familiar voice reached Garp's ears. You are so ungentlemanly that you don't even take me with you when you go drinking. Chapter 75. This voice was so familiar to Garp that he didn't even turn around. He casually threw a bottle of muddy wine on the table behind him, not caring whether the man could catch it or not. Snap. Fortunately, although the visitor was old, he was very flexible. He jumped and grabbed the muddy wine that almost fell to the ground. He looked at Garp's back and complained, "Can't you just pass the wine to me? You have to act like you don't have hands." Ha 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 ha. Isn't this just to see if you are old or not? Sengoku. The man at the door also smiled when he heard this. He had a big hair, pigtails, a pair of glasses, and a strange beard hanging on his chest. Although he was not wearing Marine's clothes, but a plaid shirt, the majesty he exuded in a trance made people dare not underestimate him. Behind the glasses were a pair of eyes as deep as the sea. Those eyes seemed to see through the warmth and coldness of the world, emitting the light of wisdom. The Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters. Marshal of the Marine. The resourceful General. Countless halos surround this man, who is called the Pillar of the Marine in the next 50 years. Sengoku. Appeared in this tavern with fatigue all over his body. Squeak. Sengoku walked to Garp's side and pulled out a chair, making a disgusting friction sound, like a cat's claws rubbing against a blackboard. The two sat side by side, just like the two young people sitting on the marine warship at that time. 30. Quiet without a sound. Garp didn't want to talk, and Sengoku didn't say a word either. This kind of tacit understanding was the tacit understanding between the closest comrades after countless battles. Gurgle. Gurgle. The two said nothing, but just poured the muddy wine into their stomachs. Who would have thought that a marine hero and a marine marshal, two Optimus Primes guarding the world government, would actually drink in an inconspicuous tavern in East Blue? Impel Down was lost, and Marine hid the news from the world in order to maintain its so-called dignity. To this day, Sengoku still remembers the situation where he and Garp waited outside the door of 5 elders and applied to make the escaped criminals public, but were completely ignored. That scene was like a steel knife deeply engraved in the heart of the Marine Marshal. Justice? What a high-sounding word. Garp, what do you think, Marine? Bang. Before Sengoku finished speaking, a terrifying impact instantly broke out in front of his face, and Garp's iron fist was less than half an inch away from Sengoku's forehead. Hwalala. The fist wind formed by the tyrannical force instantly broke the wall behind Sengoku like a storm, and the tavern built of wood groaned under the heavy load. Makino in the kitchen sighed. She didn't need to see to know that her tavern was in trouble again. Don't doubt yourself. The real storm has just begun. Garp looked at the stunned Sengoku and slowly put down his fists. The pair of iron fists that had knocked rocks down slowly fell. Sengoku was also thoughtful. You've seen it in the newspaper, there's no time to doubt. Marine is about to face not only Gilgamesh, but also the gods who rule everything in his mouth, and the attitude of the Hades who are about to wake up towards us is still unknown. We don't have the opportunity to cherish our own memories, Anonymous. We are now standing at the real cusp of the storm. Garp drank the turbid wine in his hand and looked at his old friend with a flushed face. Pa! He slapped Sengoku on the shoulder with both hands. Don't say anything, are you ready? Let's witness an era. Sengoku looked at his old comrade in front of him. In a trance, he saw the once high-spirited Garp. At that time, this guy's hair was still black. If he didn't dye his hair, he would have been a head of white hair. In order to maintain the dignity of the Marine Marshal, Sengoku has no idea how many times he has dyed his hair. And this old friend of his, although he has silver hair, still looks like he is not old at all. Sengoku seems to remember that this is not the first time Garp has said this to him. He has said it 3 times. The first time was when rocks attacked the celestial dragon's holy land, the Valley of Gods. Garp, who was in his 30s, excitedly grabbed himself and Crane and told the 2 extremely nervous people in an extremely confident tone. Are you ready? Let's witness an era together. That time, Garp, who was only 36 years old, joined forces with Roger, the pirate king who was in his prime, to destroy the shadow that had shrouded the world for many years. Let world government and Marine become the supreme heroes in the eyes of the world's people again. It was after that time that the world completely ushered in the golden age of world government. And the second time. It was when Garp personally sent his friend and rival Roger into Impel Down. That time, Garp got drunk. Garp, who always claimed to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, actually drank to the point of being unconscious. He said while grabbing Sengoku's shoulder in a daze. Let us witness a brand new era. After Roger was sentenced to death, the world entered the Great Pirate Era. And now, his old comrade said this to him for the 3rd time. What terrible changes will happen to the world this time? Sengoku knew in his heart that if everything Gilgamesh said was true, then this time would be a dark age that he had never thought of. Garp. What do you know? Why do you and the 5 elders believe in Gilgamesh's words so firmly? Sengoku finally asked the doubts that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Even with his identity as a Marine Marshal, he was unable to find information about Gilgamesh. The doubts that had always been there were like a dark cloud, constantly hovering in Sengoku's heart. Gilyalu. Garp opened a bottle of muddy wine again, and did not answer Sengoku's question, but drank the wine again. It was as if he was not drinking wine, but a horse of clear water. Garp. Sengoku was furious, veins popped on his head, and he grabbed Garp's collar. He could feel that his old friend was carrying a shocking secret, and this secret actually forced this old naughty boy who had never known what sorrow was to such an extent. Sengoku grabbed Garp's collar fiercely and glared at him. Every word he said seemed to be squeezed out of Sengoku's throat. What do you know? As your friend, your brother, your comrade in arms. And Marshal Marine. I have the right to know all this. Everything about Gilgamesh. Sengoku roared at the top of his lungs, and the sound was like thunder, shaking Makino in the kitchen and had to cover his ears. Garp looked at Sengoku with an extremely calm look. It was like looking at a naughty child. Such a scene had been played out countless times between the two. This kind of plot was common to anyone who had entered the marshal's office, but it was just in those countless scenes. Sengoku was the one who looked at the heartless old naughty boy with a calm look. Garp, and at this moment, the identities of the two seemed to be reversed. Crack. Buzz. The sound of something breaking suddenly sounded in the tavern. The sound was weak at first, and then gradually became louder, like a water pump that was opened. Some terrible breath continued to emanate from the tavern. Sengoku, who was furious, suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous breath, and his expression instantly became calm. The hand holding Garp's collar had loosened, and a faint golden light floated on his body, ready for battle. Even though he had not appeared in the front line for a long time, Sengoku's fighting instinct had not retreated at all. Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by 950 and having a drink. A voice as piercing as the cold wind suddenly sounded in the tavern, without a trace of emotion in the tone. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in the tavern, Garp's eyes shrank uncontrollably. In the black eyes, a boy with golden hair was reflected. His yellow and white shirt was indescribably noble. The cape behind him was sewn with pure gold threads to form charming flowers. There was a black chain around his waist, which made people feel uneasy. His eyes, like red agate, did not look at the two of them, but were placed on the muddy wine on the table. Gilgamesh. Sengoku was horrified and looked at the boy who suddenly appeared, and he couldn't help but scream. Countless anger flashed in his eyes. It was this guy who disturbed the entire marine. It was this guy who destroyed the gate of justice and released the group of extremely evil souls of Impel Down. Hush! Be quiet, while I'm in a good mood, don't shout in front of me. Moe smiled slightly, raised a finger in front of his mouth, and looked at Sengoku with a warning moment. It was like a terrifying monster from ancient times staring at Sengoku with greedy eyes, causing Sengoku's body to stiffen instinctively, and his muscles to tense uncontrollably. The stronger one is, the sharper one's intuition is. As a veteran strongman, Sengoku's sensitivity is even higher than that of admirals such as Kizaru, so the pressure he endured reached its peak in an instant when facing Moe. Crack! The floor under his feet was stepped on by Sengoku too hard, leaving a spider web-like crack. In order to resist the pressure brought to him by Moe, his whole body was exerting force involuntarily, and every muscle was instinctively protecting his body so that he could react at the first time. Chapter 76. But in nature, only the weak will make such an appropriate move. It is an honor for the ancient king to come. We are a small family in Windmill Village. I wonder if we can afford the wine you want to drink. Garp is much calmer than Sengoku. Moe stroked his chin and looked at the two people in front of him with interest. His eyes seemed to see through them completely, with a bit of appreciation and a bit of regret. The D clan is really good. It's worth it that I let you go that year. As he spoke, Moe picked up a wine glass and poured the turbid wine in the wine pot into the glass. Looking at the extremely turbid wine, he did not show a trace of disgust, but drank it all in one gulp. This made Garp and Sengoku look confused. On the stone tablet that records Gilgamesh's daily life, it was once recorded that the king of mankind, Gilgamesh, would not drink anything but fine wine, would not taste anything but delicious food, and that he would travel with a golden road paving the world. Now this legend actually drank the cheapest wine. Don't look at me like that. A person's nobility has never been in his origin, but in his soul. This wine contains a woman's beautiful expectations. In my opinion, this is an extremely noble and worthy wine. Moe smiled at the two people who were looking at him casually. What is your purpose? Sengoku's tone slowed down a lot involuntarily, as if when he looked directly into Moe's ears, he knew why Kuzan would watch Gilgamesh destroy the gate of justice without doing anything. Is this a kind of natural restraint, as if any human being would be born shorter than Moe, and even couldn't look him in the eye? This is the demeanor of the king of the human race, the most ancient king, above all humans, supreme and unparalleled emperor. Purpose. Moe repeated Sengoku's words, and the scarlet eyes narrowed. A blue transparent panel appeared in front of him that only he could see. Host, Moe. Current role, the most ancient king Gilgamesh. Current role. The most ancient king, Gilgamesh, has a 100% progress. The Admiral Army of the Hades, heaven-defying, has a current progress of 0%. Current number of extract ions, 0. In order to play in preparation for heaven-defying, Moe spent a lot of effort to set up the game. Not only did he create countless historical texts with vague words to confuse the world. He even used Gilgamesh's identity as a prelude, but thinking of the terrible momentum of this SS-level character on the day of unlocking, Moe's heart was hot again. The panel in front of him disappeared instantly, and his eyes were on Sengoku again. The darkest era is coming, and as the king of the human race, I naturally have to do something to protect my people. Everything will be revived. The world government you are talking about is as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of everything that is about to be revived. It will be completely destroyed with just a slight touch. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp widened their eyes and looked at Moe with an angry look. Even though they were already very dissatisfied with the various actions of the world government, they couldn't help but feel a little indignant when they heard someone slander it like this. Haha, not convinced. Moe didn't care about the angry looks of the two people, and looked leisurely and contented, like a handsome young man who was not interested in worldly affairs. Buzz. Empty, empty, empty. Countless golden lights continued to emerge from behind Moe. The golden light was different from the murderous aura of the past, but was a bit gentle, instantly wrapping Moe's body in it. Ka-ka-ka. In the holy light, there were bursts of armor collision sounds. The next moment, the golden holy light completely retreated. And the temperament of a handsome young man in the world on Moe's body had long disappeared, replaced by a terrifying murderous aura that was as real as substance. His body was covered with a layer of golden armor, and his hair was no longer hanging down like before, but standing up, and the arrogance between his eyebrows soared into the sky. The slightly raised corners of his mouth were somehow cruel, and his red eyes exuded bursts of coldness. The black chain around his waist swayed gently, as if it could seal everything. Garp and Sengoku had a feeling that Moe at this moment was the legendary Gilgamesh, the oldest king who ruled countless human races and fought against gods. Some people call me a tyrant, some call me a wise king, but I don't care about all this. I only do what I think is right. As the king of mankind, my joy and anger are the imperial decree, and my sorrow and joy are the punishment of heaven. In contrast, I also uphold the mission of protecting the human race. I am the king of mankind, and I should defend the human race. Except for those old guys who covet my treasure, oh those 5 garbage you call 5 elders, I can forgive you and gather all the forces I can use. Before the gods revive, gather everything. I will stand in front of you again, in front of this weak era, and tell you why I am the king. Moe's voice shocked the two people's minds like the truth from ancient times. The two seemed to see it. In that era when humans were extremely weak, in that world where countless races coexisted, in that era when the sky was high above and the gods dominated all living beings, a young man with holy light all over his body and holding a sword laughed with great arrogance. Brazenly fight with the 5 tribes to the sky, and kill the sky together. 5 tribes are fighting against the sky, but are there any humans? Sengoku clenched his fists. He knew that this man had trampled on the dignity of Marine, which he regarded as a treasure, but he still respected this young man. Goosebumps kept appearing all over his body, and he asked the topic that he cared about very much. The extremely powerful god clan, the sky that ruled countless races, which of the 5 tribes would defeat it? And among the 5 tribes that brought hope to all living beings, what position did the human race occupy? That's it. Sengoku had no doubt that Moe, the god clan that was about to revive, had already vaguely emerged in Sengoku's heart. Horrible. Powerful. Arrogant. Rude. Slaughtering all living beings. This is simply a more disgusting existence than pirates. Although Garp did not ask directly like Sengoku. But the expectation in his eyes was not hidden at all. In that era, humans were the weakest among all races. They did not have the sharp claws of the fur tribe, nor the strange eyes of the 3-eyed tribe. They did not have the terrifying bodies of the giants, nor the magical magic of the elves, not to mention those powerful races second only to the gods. Garp and Sengoku fell silent. They could imagine how vulnerable the human race was in the face of other powerful races in that era without technology. They were far inferior to those races in terms of both physical strength and lifespan. How could the ordinary human race be among the 5 races fighting against the sky? But Moe spoke again, with a hint of pride in his tone, and his voice was not as low as usual. The 5 races fought against the sky. In that battle that ran through the sky, there were no giants, no 3-eyed people, and no so-called elves. They didn't even have the qualifications to watch that level of battle. And I, the human race, killed my way up to the sky and questioned the sky that was high above. I, the human race, can my sword still be sharp? Who is it? Besides you, have there been any powerful masters in the human race? Garp didn't even notice that he couldn't help but use honorifics in his words. I am the entire human race. Boom. Countless golden holy lights exploded instantly, and a golden dragon hovered behind Moe, and lowered its head obediently beside Moe's hand, like a pet of song. I am the entire human race. One person is the entire human race. Human race. Moe's voice kept echoing in Garp and Sengoku's minds. At that moment, they finally understood this extremely arrogant and willful tyrant. Why even after 800 years, there are still people who miss him. Will you hide in the sea of sand, or become a noble celestial dragon, and be proud to be his servant? And can refuse the most noble right in the world? No. In front of this king, there is no noble person in the world. Click. Garp suddenly half knelt on the ground, and respectfully said to Moe with a courtesy that Sengoku had never seen before. Yi walked down, Wang Qianzhao. The descendant of the D clan, the human race, Monkey D. Garp. Meet His Majesty. Marine hero. Garp the Fist, knelt down in front of Moe with sincerity, without any reluctance. What made him bow down was not Moe's terrifying power, nor Moe's identity as the king of the human race. But in the more distant history. That one person is a clan, holding the sword of separation, and the other 4 clans killed towards the sky, questioning the Lord of the Gods, whether the sword is still sharp. Suddenly, Garp remembered another unknown name of Gilgamesh. A title he learned by chance. The oldest hero king. Moe looked at the half-kneeling Garp, his face did not change, but he was speechless in his heart. Is my acting so good? The so-called 5 clans fighting against the sky is just a means to increase the progress of the performance in the future. I didn't expect this effect to be surprisingly good. I'm going to retrieve the last treasure. The marine ford you mentioned, the Holy Land? You're right to call it that. Moe's body began to dissipate, like a starlight disappearing in the wind, looking at Sengoku and Garp with cold and murderous eyes. If you want to stop me, try it, if you can. Chapter 77. Hwalala. Moe's figure completely disappeared in the tavern, leaving Garp and Sengoku looking at each other. What are you going to do? Sengoku swallowed his saliva, and his Adam's apple moved down slightly. His tone was actually a little hesitant. One was the justice he insisted on, but it was full of holes and filthy. The other was the tyrannical emperor, but the emperor had killed endlessly for the sake of the human race. What to do? Garp took out a hammer from somewhere. He looked at Sengoku very seriously, and his tone was even more serious. Of course. Sengoku decided in his heart that since he couldn't completely determine the path, he would follow this guy who never let him down. With this expectation, he waited for Garp's next words. Of course, fix the wall first. Bang. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku fell headfirst to the ground. Damn. Are you talking about repairing the wall now? After finishing the current matter, can I find you a new tavern? Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. This is the nightmare of all pirates and the real ruler of this sea. The first and only independent political organization of the world government, Marine Ford has a unique status. It is also the nightmare of countless pirates in this world. As powerful as the four emperors, they will not easily appear in the waters of Marine Ford. This holy place represents the highest honor of Marine. It not only once exposed the body of the ocean overlord Rox, but also the power of destiny of the pirate king Gold Roger. In the name of absolute justice, it patrols all the seas of the world like the power of heaven. This is the birthplace of all Marines and the dream place of all Marines. Only by joining the naval headquarters can you truly prove that you are a qualified Marine. And it is such a Marine fort shrouded in countless halos and honors. At this moment, there is a tense atmosphere. The Marines are fully armed, wearing white military uniforms like a white wall, tightly surrounding the periphery of Marine Ford. Every 3 meters, there are at least 5 elite soldiers who have mastered the use of haki to guard. And this is only in the outer area. The closer you are to the majestic building of the naval headquarters, the more you can see countless powerful Marines. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Black Rope Vice Admiral, Stolobe, Dogman, Smoker. Countless powerful and famous Marine Vice Admirals gathered together. Their expressions are extremely cautious, and everyone's observation haki are like spider webs, intertwined, surrounding the entire Marine Ford layer by layer. Whether it is the smiling Black Rope or the smoking Smoker, they have changed their previous frivolous appearance, holding their weapons tightly, with a bit of haze in their eyes. Some of them belong to naval headquarters, and have branches belonging to the G-series. Some were still performing tasks in the open sea yesterday, and some directly gave up catching sea for several years. Like birds that have received orders from the tribe, they came to Marine Ford one after another. Together, they built a powerful fence to protect the naval headquarters behind them. Everyone's face showed an expression as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the air was constantly spreading a kind of tension. Marine Ford, as if it was constantly shrouded in some terrible momentum. Even the Great Court, which represents the sacredness, was firmly protected by countless Marine soldiers. At the door of the court, wearing a cloak of justice, with a wretched face and a pineapple head, Kizaru, not like usual, ready to go home at any time after work. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing a few times from time to time, and his aura was very ethereal, like a light that was looming. The highest power in the world. The shadow that truly holds the world in its hands. 5 elders. At this moment, they have arrived at Marine Fort from the holy land of Marie Joyce. The appearance of these 5 people made the Marines, who didn't know what happened, have only one thought in their minds. Naval headquarters. Something big is going to happen. But, this is Marine Ford. Even the 4 emperors dare not easily appear in the sea area, which represents the holy land of the supreme hegemony of the world government. Who dares to come here to make trouble? The Marines don't know what they are about to face, but their body instincts and the extraordinary atmosphere around them have told them that they are about to face an extremely harsh battle. Inside the Marine headquarters. Operation Meeting Room. The 5 elders sat on the high seats, with extremely gloomy expressions on their faces, like angry beasts. They were not as casual as before. The black suit on number 1 actually had a few wrinkles. This is absolutely impossible for number 1, who has always been extremely strict. It can be seen how uneasy these 5 are at this moment. Where is Kizaru? Number 1 glanced at the characters in the meeting room. Marine Admiral Akainu, Aokiji are all here. Marine Hero Garp, Marshal Sengoku, Special Vice Admiral, Chief of Staff Tsuru are also sitting in a row. The former Marine Marshal, called Kong, sat behind the 3 people. He looked old and confused, but Kong's body was constantly emitting a volcanic aura. At the door, 3 men in white suits, top hats, and white iron masks were guarding the conference room like guards. Anyone who appeared outside the door of this room rashly would be instantly hit by the strongest killing move from the CPO organization. All the people who can be called deaf as senior Marines gathered in this room at this moment. Kizaru has gone to guard the holy court. Sakazuki explained. In his heart, Huang, who had always been a pensioner, actually took the initiative to carry out the mission, which was simply great news. Holy court. Number 1 muttered the building that Sakazuki mentioned just now, and then said nothing more. Kizaru, who had eaten the sparkling fruit, had the speed of light. Even if something really happened here, he could rush back in a blink of an eye. Compared with others, he was indeed more suitable for guarding. You should all know it. Gilgamesh has declared war on the world government. This is a just provocation. No one's voice was serious and majestic, and the gloom in his words made people almost breathless, and his eyes were even more uncertain. For a moment, everyone didn't know how to react. An emperor who existed 800 years ago appeared again on the sea and issued a chilling warning to the world. Then the whole world knew that this man was about to kill Marineford. Morgans deliberately described this incident in large ink in the newspaper, and even used such treasonous headlines as the king of the human race. 800 years of anger. Killing the hypocritical justice. Now the eyes of the world are on the world government. The prestige of the world government for 100 years is all in this battle. If we lose, then justice will be a big joke. Number 2 held the famous sword in his hand and gently maintained it with a cotton swab. The seemingly light-hearted words exuded a murderous intent. A terrifying sword energy like a raging hell kept hovering over the long sword in his hand. It was like a demon was constantly wailing behind him. The eyes under the glasses revealed a scarlet. He was obviously over 70 years old, but he was carrying an extremely terrifying murderous intent. The atmosphere in the room completely fell into the freezing point with no two words. Everyone fell into silence. Since Moe appeared in the world, although he has not done much, each one is earth-shaking. The power that far exceeds everyone's imagination is like a mountain pressing on the hearts of Marine. Hu 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 hu. The temperature in the room suddenly increased, and the scorching air suddenly erupted, raging along Sakazuki's body in the room, like an erupting volcano. From his fist, sticky magma slowly left behind, burning everything with terrible temperature. It made him look particularly terrifying. His expression was like an angry beast, his pale teeth were exposed and bitten together fiercely, with boundless anger between his eyebrows. Bullshit, the most ancient king. If he has the courage to appear in front of me, Lao Zi will definitely let him know what justice is. How dare he look down on us? And that Morgans? Is he tired of living? How dare he spread that kind of nonsense everywhere? Does he really think that Marine doesn't know about the little things he did? What do CPO people do for a living? Do we have to do this kind of thing ourselves? Sakazuki shouted out of control, compared to Kizaru's justice of clocking in for work. Aokiji's lazy justice. 3 among the admirals, there is only absolute justice in his heart. In order to defend the so-called justice, he will do anything. When he was young, Sakazuki, who was a major, slaughtered all the villagers who had sneaked into the village to catch a pirate who was good at disguise. Just to keep the name of justice from being tarnished. Such a person simply cannot tolerate Moe's seemingly naked humiliation of Marine. His heart is constantly burning with anger like his fruit ability. Pay attention to your attitude, Sakazuki. Although you are a Marine admiral, you are not qualified to point fingers at my CP organization. Suddenly, behind Akainu, a voice without fluctuations came out, and the tone was as flat as a straight line, which was indescribably weird. Chapter 78. The owner of this voice is the man in white who was eavesdropping on Moe in the secret room that day. He is the highest leader of the CP organization and the person who has authority far above the CPO. In the world government's classification system, he is the highest combat power level, no less than the Marine Admiral. Hearing Sakazuki scolding the CP in an impolite tone, although his face was not fluctuating, he, who has always been hidden in the dark, actually took the initiative to appear, which has already explained his attitude. Sakazuki, you are overstepping your boundaries. My people, it's not your turn to talk. Snap. Sizzle. Snap. The magma with terrifying high temperature dripped from Akainu's hand to the ground, burning a big hole in the floor, and the threat was beyond words. However, an invisible wave emerged from the white-clothed man, as if a transparent film formed in the air and covered the magma. The magma that seemed to be able to burn everything before was instantly destroyed and turned into a mass of black rock. The two looked at each other, neither giving in. Hunter, please explain the situation. Ming No. 1 ignored the two people who were fighting. It should be said that he was in no mood to care about these things now. He just felt uneasy. This feeling of uneasiness has been surrounding him, making him feel uneasy. So today, the originally designated plan against the oldest king was arranged in advance. He will definitely come. The 5 elders knew in their hearts that as long as the holy sword with the might of heaven was still in Marineford, that guy would definitely come. CPO sent 3 assassins to the World Economic News, but they were all wiped out. How is it possible? The strength of your CPO assassination team is at least at the level of Vice Admiral. How can they be wiped out in assassinating a small Morgans? Akainu looked at Hunter in disbelief. Hunter ignored the shocked Akainu and continued. 7 warlords of the Sea Hawkeye Mihawk and Pluton Rayleigh are all in the World Economic News Agency, and it seems that they have already joined Gilgamesh's army. Not to mention the assassination team, even if you go, you may not come back alive. You. Although Sakazuki was dissatisfied with this description, he knew in his heart that if he really followed what Hunter said, then even if he went, he might be in danger of death. Facing two of the strongest people standing at the top of the world, or the most lethal swordsman, even Sakazuki, who is a Logia ability user, may be killed instantly by the combination of the two. In a one-on-one fight, the strength of both parties may be comparable, but there is no possibility of winning in a one-on-two fight. This is not good news. Although I have never seen Hawkeye's strength, since he is called the world's #1 swordsman, his skills are naturally powerful. The former Marine Marshal Kong interrupted the stalemate between the two. Although his speech was a bit slow, he exuded an aura that made people feel extremely reassured. This old man, who was over 100 years old, was the real spiritual leader of these Marines. Although he did not directly persuade Sakazuki, Sakazuki's expression changed from the previous solemnity to great respect. He turned around and appeared beside Kong, supporting the trembling old man. When Sakazuki was still a soldier, this old man had already stood at the top of the marine. If he had not helped Sakazuki several times, Sakazuki, who slaughtered the village at that time, would have been beheaded and displayed to the public. Where would there be today's Akainu Admiral? Not to mention, Golden 3 Kakuzu was once a disciple of this old man, not to mention the respect that Garp, Sengoku, and Crane had for the old man. Teacher, even you are alarmed, but this is a battle that is bound to be lost. Sengoku looked at his teacher and sighed in his heart. In his opinion, Marine had no chance to stop the ancient king. Not long ago, the power like Kamui appeared in front of him. Ahem, although I don't know Hawkeye's strength, I have personally experienced Rayleigh's ability. It is understandable that CPO cannot complete the task. After all, it is difficult for anyone to resist two legends at the same time. Ahem, everyone is for justice. Don't make it so awkward. When this person spoke, the two of them were silent, just nodded silently. Sora then showed a satisfied look, and then looked at the 5 elders on the high platform, his turbid eyes slightly raised. My lords, as far as I know, Gilgamesh wants the treasure he mentioned, so if handing over this thing can avoid a war, why not return it to its original owner? Sora slowly said the doubts in everyone's hearts word by word. Garp and Sengoku both knew that Moe's target was never the fragile marine in his eyes, but the treasure that once belonged to him. It was his reverse scale, a forbidden place that no one could touch. A dragon has a reverse scale and it will die if it is touched. Garp, who was wearing the word justice, held his hands in front of his chest, his eyes wide open, looking at the people on the high platform, waiting for their answers. Based on his understanding of Gilgamesh, that aloof man should not even be interested in taking action as long as he achieves his goal. Everyone was waiting for 5 elders' answer. But from the moment Sora asked this question, the room fell into silence. The faces of the 5 elders continued to darken, and they looked at Sora with some entanglement. If it wasn't Sora who asked this question, they would probably ignore it directly. However, this man who looked extremely old was the one who could control everything in the entire naval headquarters. The current Marine Marshal was his successor and his disciple, and he was also trained by him to become the pillar of the Marine today. Garp the Fist was a Marine hero that he taught with all his heart and soul. The only woman in the entire Marine who could be called the Chief of Staff by everyone had been constantly tempered under his hands to get to where she is today. Sakazuki was able to walk down from the beheading platform because of him and become today's Akainu Admiral. This man's seemingly unintentional question was like strangling the lifeblood of the 5 elders. But if his question was ignored, would Sora's next attitude affect the form of this group of Marines? Number 1 suddenly regretted inviting this old man out of retirement, perhaps it was a wrong decision. This person who is like a pillar of stability in the Marines, after retiring to the mountains for more than 10 years, has become the biggest problem of this meeting. 0 Please give me flowers 0, 084505430 Fila 1720422100. This is far beyond the 5 elders' imagination. Garp, Sengoku, and Crane, who had said nothing from beginning to end, were all looking at the 5 elders. Even the lazy Aokiji could sense the extraordinary aura. Although he had little contact with Sora, as a fan of Vice Admiral Garp, he knew which team to take without thinking. Although Sakazuki had received a lot of advice from the 5 elders in private, he had not completely lost his humanity by standing beside his savior, although he also believed that Moe's behavior was a provocation to justice and was unforgivable. But he held back and stopped talking. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The room fell into a long silence, which made people's hearts tighten. The CP leader Hunter didn't know when he had returned to the darkness. Looking at the 5 elders who bowed their heads and remained silent on the stage, Garp and Sengoku sighed in disappointment in his heart. He knew clearly that there was a terrifying danger that could threaten all mankind and was about to revive, but he still used the name of justice to cover up his inner greed. 0. Even if he had never seen Gilgamesh's treasure, Sengoku could imagine how powerful it was. Thinking of the sword of rebellion that was like the Lord of the World, which was like the sky and the earth hanging upside down, Sengoku couldn't help but tremble. The treasure that Gilgamesh could take seriously should be a divine weapon on par with the holy sword. Garp's eyes drooped, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a laugh that only appeared when he was extremely angry. Tsuru, who knew the two of them very well, looked at the gloomy Sengoku and the laughing Garp. Although she didn't know what happened in her heart, she was so wise that she also guessed something. It's not surprising that Garp, an idiot, showed such an expression, but even if Sengoku said so, it means they know the truth that I don't know. The two of them came back from Windmill Village together not long ago. Could it be? Tsuru's eyes were as boundless as the sea, and the brilliance in his eyes was as turbulent as the waves. They have seen Gilgamesh. Tsuru gave an answer close to the truth almost instantly. Garp and Sengoku must have met Gilgamesh in private and knew some truths that others didn't know, otherwise Sengoku's wooden head would never show such an expression. Tsuru decided to ask about the matter clearly after this meeting. Tsuru felt that everything could be solved clearly. After all, the two old guys were so old, they would not defect to become pirates. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, Number 4, who had always been very lazy, tapped the table several times with his fingers, making a dang 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 sound. All people's eyes were focused on him. Sora, what do you think justice is? Justice is the sanctity of the body, justice is solemn and cannot be interfered with, justice is the world government. Only by staying strong forever, and always making evil and darkness fear, can justice protect everything. Only by being strong can all lawless people be afraid, crawling on the ground, like a dog that has lost its home. 10. Chapter 79. But if the world government, which symbolizes justice, surrenders to a tyrant who has been sleeping for 800 years, then who will fear justice? Justice that is not feared is like nothing. Those pirates will plunder the sea more recklessly, and the cries of the victims will spread across the entire sea. Anyone can surrender, anyone can retreat, but the world government cannot. Justice cannot. The words of number 4 exploded in Kong's ears like thunder. These words were obviously specious, but they made everyone speechless. Akainu's eyes burst out with an unparalleled light, and the words of number 4 simply hit his heart. Every word made his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Even his breathing could not help but bring an extremely hot breath. The air around him kept getting hotter. Absolute justice. This is what Akainu advocates. For the sake of general justice, for the sake of pure justice, even if everything is sacrificed, it is worth it. But when these words fell into Sengoku's ears, for some reason, a sentence suddenly emerged in his mind. Justice is such a high-sounding word. Such hypocritical and despicable remarks were actually spoken by the 5 elders who were 80-70 powerful. This made Sengoku, who was a little disappointed with the world government, look dark again. For so many years, I have been upholding such justice. After the voice of number 4 fell, Kong was silent. The old man who gave everything for Marine showed a smile that could not be said to be bitter or sad. Bang! Before he could speak, a sudden powerful explosion completely interrupted what he was about to say. CP leader Hunter appeared instantly, and the pair of eyes that seemed to remain calm forever were rarely flustered. The criminals of eternal hell who were once released by Gilgamesh suddenly appeared outside Marineford and are now rushing towards naval headquarters. How brave! Akainu roared, his eyes seemed to be splashing with flames, and the terrifying magma instantly wrapped his body. Like a flaming meteor, he quickly rushed out. At the same time, Kuzan, who was lazy behind him, also stood up, and countless ice appeared under his feet. Mr. Garp, this is up to you. After saying that, he glanced at number 1 and others who had a bad face, and flew out of the window like an ice-covered blue phoenix breaking through the air and healing. At the same time, the Marines surrounding the periphery of Marineford had extremely terrified expressions on their faces, and the weapons in their hands kept shaking with their bodies. Looking at the man who walked out of the golden light, they couldn't help shrinking their pupils. A man with a strange headdress, a shiny forehead, a cigar in his mouth, blonde hair, and a lion-like aura appeared in front of them. 2 long swords were tucked into his waist. Although they were not unsheathed, countless cold air was radiating all the time, like an evil ghost coming to the world. He. Marine brats. Don't you recognize your master Shiki? Golden Lion Shiki, the being that represents supreme notoriety, once again heard his hunting in the sea after decades. Impossible. His legs. Weren't his legs chopped off? A marine who knew the details of Golden Lion's escape route was crushed by fear and fell to the ground. Weakly questioning, in front of this powerful being that almost established an empire, these marines didn't even have the qualifications to swing their weapons. The figure of Golden Lion, like a little giant, just appeared, and scared the group of elites out of their wits. Ah! Are you talking about this pair of legs? Golden Lion raised his foot and showed a ferocious smile, he. I really have to thank you Marines. Without you, I wouldn't be your subordinate, and I wouldn't have such a useful leg. Swish! The next second after Golden Lion's laughter, his figure disappeared like a ghost in the group of frightened birds. In front of Marine. Buzz. The next second. A slash like from hell fell on the earth, instantly tearing through Marine. Ah! Monster! No! Admiral! Where is Admiral? This kind of monster. Ah! Puff! Puff! The sound of the knife cutting into flesh and blood became the main melody like the abyss. Golden Lion's devil-like figure, holding a sharp blade, raged in the crowd like cutting melons and vegetables. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A figure with heavy anger ran towards Golden Lion quickly. He had only a bunch of hair in his hand, and the long knife in his hand carried a powerful sword energy. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of after-images in the air. Damn! Why would a guy of Golden Lion's level suddenly appear? We must hold on until the Admiral arrives. Momonga knew that he would not be Golden Lion's opponent. But as Marine's Vice Admiral, and also the vice closest to the eastern garrison where Golden Lion appeared, Admiral, he must come to stop that terrifying guy even if he has to sacrifice his life. Don't panic. All the remaining personnel retreat. The rest of the Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral are on their way. It's Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel is here. We're saved. Let's go. We can only be a burden in this kind of battle. The Marines were all encouraged by Flying Squirrel's voice. As one of the strongest Vice Admirals among the Marines, everyone privately believed that as long as Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel could have a Logia fruit, he could serve as Admiral. This shows how high Flying Squirrel's prestige is among the Marines. He he he. Vice Admiral scum, dare to stop me. Golden Lion laughed when he saw Flying Squirrel appear, and indeed stopped the butcher knife in his hand. The famous swords Deadwood and Sakura Ten were stained with countless blood. In just a few minutes, I don't know how many elite Marines were killed by him. For the dragon, killing ants is a joke, but it is not as fun as playing with tigers and leopards. The one who made the entire naval headquarters so nervous, is it you? Shiki. Swish. Flying Squirrel swung the long sword in his hand violently, and a terrifying blue half-moon sword energy appeared instantly, and he rushed towards Golden Lion with unstoppable power. Kaka. The ground cracked inch by inch wherever the sword energy passed, and the air seemed to be completely drained by the terrifying sword energy. The Marines were right, Flying Squirrel's swordsmanship was almost enough to fight with Hawkeye in the past, and he was at the top of the world zero. He once created a record of killing 5 pirates with bounties exceeding 700 million by himself. The swordsmanship was so strong that it shook the world. But his opponent today was Admiral Fishin. Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki looked at the terrifying attack that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly raised the dead wood. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly a breeze blew around him. The next moment, the breeze suddenly rose up, roaring like a hurricane, and constantly surrounded the dead tree in Golden Lion's hand. Even the sky became extremely gloomy under this sudden change. One sword-style wind lion dance. Roar. Awo. Shiki's sword slashed out, and the terrifying hurricane turned into a lion roaring to the sky, wrapped in a terrifying sword energy, and rushed straight to Momonga. The seemingly indestructible half-moon sword energy, the moment it touched the lion, was like a bubble. Damn. Sword. Momonga reacted very quickly. Seeing that his slash was no match for Golden Lion, the long sword in his hand quickly wrapped a layer of no armor color, and in front of him, the long sword danced lightly, and a transparent cover was instantly formed. Bang bang bang. Ka. Is it really not working? Momonga smiled bitterly at the cover that had a crack. He couldn't even withstand a sword. Crack. Roar. The lion roared again, exerting force suddenly, and the flying squirrel was instantly enveloped by the terrifying sword energy and fell down in front of the terrifying lion's might. He he he. Still so weak, Marine, and what did you say before, Marine is waiting for me? No, you may be wrong, I am just an appetizer, and just one of several appetizers. The Golden Lion walked step by step to the front of the flying squirrel, laughing arrogantly. I am just cleaning up the garbage for the king. The white Marine uniform on the flying squirrel was in a mess. There were many Marines around who were affected by the sword of Golden Lion. Seeing the flying squirrel who came to rescue them but was seriously injured, these fragile 2.4 Marines stopped running. Looking at Golden Lion with a fierce look like a beast. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Let go of Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Pirate. Don't be so arrogant. Put down Vice Admiral. They all roared at Golden Lion who was holding the half-dead flying squirrel in his hand. Hwalala. The momentum of tens of thousands of Marines seemed to be connected into one, and even the momentum of Golden Lion was suppressed. He he he. Interesting. Golden Lion looked at this group of guys like beasts and gently let go of the flying squirrel in his hand. Pa! The seriously injured flying squirrel fell to the ground, bleeding, and in the hands of Golden Lion he couldn't even hold on for a second in the lion's hands. Run! Momonga used all his strength to roar, but the Marines, who were already furious, only wanted to avenge him at this moment seriously ignored the huge experience gap. No. It should be said that in this absolute numerical suppression, after this group of elite Marines overcame their fear of Golden Lion, they had a sympathetic understanding, and the truth is that ants can kill elephants. Chapter 80. Golden Lion was not afraid of the Marines who were like a sea of people, but was very excited. He was like a lion that had been caged for countless years. His sword and his heart were eager for the blood of the enemy. The momentum of both sides kept colliding with each other, and the flying squirrel on the ground had fainted due to excessive blood loss. When the Golden Lion 1 vs 30,000 drama was about to start, something strange happened. From behind countless marines, a huge golden Uzumaki appeared, and the marines who had previously shared the same hatred for the enemy seemed to have sensed something. Their bodies stiffened instinctively. The golden Uzumaki began to expand continuously. 10 meters. 30 meters. 70 meters. Finally, the golden Uzumaki expanded to more than 100 meters, emitting light in the air like a huge electron. Bang! Boom! A giant foot that was more than 10 meters long suddenly fell from the Uzumaki and landed directly in the crowd. Dozens of marines who were unable to dodge were trampled into pulp, and they didn't even have time to scream. They were like rotten tomatoes, sticking to the big foot. The disgusting smell of blood spread instantly. What is this? Giants? Even giants don't have such huge feet. Ah! I remember. It's that family of 30. Impossible. Aren't they all imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down? When the big foot appeared, Golden Lion's face was filled with boredom. Swish! The famous swords Kumu and Sakura were sheathed directly. The golden Uzumaki shrank suddenly, and the shadowy figure instantly appeared on the battlefield. Just by appearing, countless marines were trampled to death. Naked upper body, with a dull expression on his face, he looked a bit silly. The huge battleship, after 100 years, appeared in front of Marine again, a supergiant as high as 120 meters. And he was born with strange strength, a demon that could crush everything. After being captured by Marine, he was erased from history, making people forget this nightmare whose mere existence represented a disaster. Shiki! Don't waste time. The adults are coming soon. Boom boom boom. The jackal's shout was like a terrifying storm, forming a terrifying sound wave attack on the ground. In an instant, countless marines were shocked to death by him. The fighting spirit that was originally recondensed because of the flying squirrel completely collapsed with the appearance of the terrifying figure of the jackal. Run! What a joke! How to fight such a giant? Even if it is the technology that Marine is most proud of, it may not be more painful to hit the jackal than a mosquito bite. In front of absolute power, everything is useless and pale. Then move. Disturbing Laozi's fun. I hate it. Golden Lion shouted in dissatisfaction, and then sat cross-legged on the already unconscious flying squirrel. He took out the wine gourd from his waist and drank. The jackal looked at the marines who were fleeing like ants at his feet, and a cruel smile appeared on his seemingly honest face. Okay. Leave them to me. By the way, those guys are here, let's not get left behind. Tisk. Don't worry, Laozi is Golden Lion. Shiki curled his lips, looking at the jackal who crushed hundreds of marines with one foot, and showed 10 expectant expressions. Roger. Laozi is better than you this time. Under the command of that adult, Laozi will personally trample this false justice under his feet. Those guys shouldn't encounter any trouble. Golden Lion licked his lips, looked up at the deeper marine ford, and put on an extremely cold smile on his face. Golden Lion is here. Due to the defense force, Smoker had no way to support Vice Admiral Momanga, and could only continue to guard the central area of Marineford with Ghost Spider and others. But through the news of Den Den Mushi, they now know that the man who came to attack is the legendary pirate Admiral Shiki, but they don't know what the sudden huge vibration is. Don't worry. Akainu Admiral has already rushed over. We have Kizaru behind us. The Admiral is here, it's okay, just do your job well and you will be worthy of justice. Hua Shaishan comforted the irritable Morgans, while Ghost Spider on the side seemed to have discovered something, frowning tightly, looking at the direction not far away, holding the weapon tightly in his hand. Snap! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 heavy objects began to fall from the sky in succession. Morgans looked closely and saw that they were the Vice Admirals who had been transferred to support the front line. They saw that their eyes were white and they had obviously lost their vital signs. They were thrown over like garbage. General Sokka. Vice Admiral Roy. Damn. Who is it? Morgans was furious, hugged several Vice Admirals tightly, and used his ability to quietly put the bodies of several people on the ground. Who are these little cuties waiting for my mercy? Who you have no chance. Everything I have is dedicated to the king. A woman's voice kept echoing on the horizon. At the same time, a breath of a terrifying monster like that of the ancient times was constantly emanating, and the marine who had eaten the Zoan fruit began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes narrowed slightly, and even some marines who had eaten the branch of the Zoan dog fruit had completely activated the ability of the fruit and turned into a half-human, half-dog mentality. Looking at the distance as if facing a great enemy, with the tail tightly clamped behind him, it was a manifestation of submission and cowardice. Before the man came out, the surrounding situation had already risen. Burp. A huge sound sounded, like a burp, but with a strong smell of alcohol. Even Smoker, a player who has been soaking in a wine barrel for many years, felt a little dizzy and drowsy. Katarina Tippin, the Lord doesn't like you, burp. Another drunken voice sounded. Bullshit. That's the Lord, the Lord. Anyway, you fart. The woman was choked by the man, and after holding it in for a long time, she finally uttered a curse. Slowly, the two figures finally appeared in front of Marine. A woman with heavy makeup, strange clothes, and a high nose, like a witch, walked towards Marine with elegant steps. With a very hideous smile on her face. The most vicious criminal in the world, who once destroyed countless countries, was finally captured and put into the 6th floor of Impel Down under the calculation of Marine and the betrayal of the crew. When she was still active in the outside world, Sherlock Linlin was not even a qualified villain. Crescent Moon Hunter, Ruya Hunter, Katarina Tippin appeared again with a terrifying murderous aura. Behind her, 9 foxtails were floating in the air, and the light around seemed to be attracted by her tails. Everything except her was dimmed. Beside Katarina Tippin, there was a huge man with a drunk face and a big sausage nose. He held a huge wine jug in his hand, and wine kept overflowing from it. No one knew the origin of Buxchote, the big wine drinker, and no one knew what he had done, but what can be confirmed is that this guy who looks like a simple drunkard has been erased by the world government more than once. Even before he was imprisoned, he had experienced several traces of being erased. No one knows what happened in that lost history, but there is only one thing that is certain, that is, this man once brought great pain to the world. Marines looked at the two people who appeared at 600, and cold sweat flowed all over their bodies. Fighting against two legends together? Can it really be done? The air around them seemed to stop moving at this moment, as if it had solidified. Hey, 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 don't stand there, my master said he wants a clean venue. Katarina Tippin laughed loudly, and the murderous aura burst out like the sky and the earth hanging upside down. Swish, swish, swish. Smoker, Ghost Spider, Burning Mountain, and other famous admirals held their weapons in their hands, carrying the power of Marine, and rushed up fiercely. Don't underestimate Marine. You bastards. Those who tarnish justice must die. Old guys. Go back to your era. This era doesn't belong to you. Looking at the crazy people, Katarina Tippin smiled. Boom. A dazzling silver light suddenly burst out from the whole body, and with the appearance of this light, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Daju's figure kept moving in the dark night. Katarina raised her hand, and everything was silent in the darkness. Daju, don't be outdone by those guys. Everything was swallowed by darkness again, like an endless night. It looks very lively, yo 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 is a terrible atmosphere, it's a pity that I still have to protect the holy court and can't support it. Kizaru leaned his head and pretended to look at the scene below. Starting from the holy court, the topography of Marineford was like a mountain. From his angle, he had a clear view of everything that happened below. And even if he didn't look, with his observation haki, he could easily perceive everything. But this Marine Admiral, the name of clocking in at work is not for nothing. He said it was a pity, but the expression on his face almost said, what a trouble. Fortunately, I didn't go. Chapter 82. Hurry up. Hurry up. Sakazuki ran towards the familiar breath in the sky like a flaming meteor. His whole body was wrapped in terrifying magma, and he burst out at an extremely terrifying speed. The surrounding space was slightly distorted because of his temperature. Jackal. Damn. This guy actually dared to come to the Marine government to make trouble. The huge jackal was too conspicuous in the entire Marineford. With a huge body of 120 meters, he appeared in front of Akainu like a hill. Fire meteor 12 streams. Boom. Boom. Akainu spread his hands in the air, and his whole body burst out with even more terrifying high temperature. Then, one after another, magma fireballs appeared in his hands, like a baseball being swung, and all were thrown at the huge jackal. 12 flaming meteors flew straight to the jackal's head in the air in a shape. On the other hand, the jackal was like a child, stepping on ants, wantonly killing the Marines who were not much bigger than ants. Every time he moved his body, he would take the lives of more than dozens of Marines. Hi. Boom. Ah. This is it. The jackal suddenly felt an extremely hot temperature rushing towards him, and instinctively raised his head to look at the horizon. I saw 12 huge flaming meteors flying towards me, and the meteors were gradually getting bigger during the flight. Of course, this enlargement is relative, after all, in the eyes of the wolf. The meteor that was coming at high speed was about the same size as a stone. But the power emanating from the stone made the jackal feel flustered. The huge body represented an invincible body, but the overly large body also made the jackal's reflexes particularly slow. Although he had seen the route where the flaming meteor was constantly flying, the speed of his palm and body reaction was half a second slower. The smile that was originally shown because of the slaughter of Marine also restrained, and the shadow of the meteor was reflected in his eyes. Don't shout. My ears hurt. The panicked jackal was about to shout Golden Lion's name, but he saw Shiki in a kimono, who had appeared in front of him at some point. The dead wood in his hand, Sakura 10, was already in his hand, and the cigar kept emitting white smoke, and an excited smile appeared on Golden Lion's face. Finally, there is some fun. Two swords style lion ritual. Swish. Golden Lion held both swords together and slashed out horizontally. A huge half-moon sword energy appeared instantly, and it slashed at the flame meteor that was already close at hand. Bang bang bang! Boom boom! The sword energy and the meteor collided with everything in the air, and a terrifying explosion broke out almost at the same time, with debris flying and flames flying everywhere. The aftermath of the collision between the two instantly covered the entire sky. The clouds in the sky shattered like bubbles. Shiki! Have you become his running dog? Sakazuki also arrived at the battlefield at the moment when the flame meteor was cut off. Like a volcano, it emitted an astonishingly high temperature, looking at Shiki in front of him with a gloomy look, and a little caution flashed in his heart while he was furious. Before advancing to Chengcheng, Marine Hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku joined forces to take down Golden Lion Shiki. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Sakazuki, who was QB on the side, was not a vice admiral at the time. Although he released a few fire meteors from time to time to attack, he couldn't even hurt Golden Lion. Trademark he he he. He he he. You are the guy who attacked me at the entrance of Impel Down. I didn't expect that you have become a Marine Admiral now. It seems that Marine really has no people left. A clown can come out and embarrass himself. Shiki looked at Sakazuki with a sneer, and his words were vicious. After all, Sakazuki called him a lackey right away. Golden Lion, who always took the blame for his actions, was even more unforgiving now. Sakazuki, who loved his reputation, was furious when he heard this, and his brows were almost filled with anger. And for him, it was impossible to chat with pirates like Kizaru, and seeing Golden Lion's attitude, the corners of his mouth turned up. Instantly, the magma all over his body became a little dimmer, but the temperature around him rose several times. Humph! Let me catch you in Impel Down again this time. Then we'll see if you have the ability. He he he. Swish! Swish! Golden Lion held 2 swords, full of murderous aura, like a killing god. The terrifying sword energy kept entwining around his body, intertwining and interweaving like a piece of armor, rushing straight to Sakazuki in the air. Sakazuki also had powerful lava constantly emerging under his feet. The high temperature caused the surrounding space to begin to twist violently, like a mirror that was passively thrown into a furnace. Looking at the Golden Lion who was killing with a knife, he frowned and clenched his fists tightly. Hulululu. Fire Meteor First Class 3000. Akainu's fists flew quickly. In the blink of an eye, countless meteors appeared in his fist wind. Golden Lion looked at the group of meteors in front of him without any fear. The 2 swords in his hands burst out a terrifying sword light, and the black-armed color emerged from the tip of the sword like a flexible little snake, and then continued to circle upwards. Connecting his arms, it was rendered pitch black, and black thunder faintly emerged around his arms with the 2 swords. 2-sword style Mad Lion dance. Boom boom. Golden Lion's whole body suddenly spun rapidly, and powerful sword energy continued to leak out around his body. He turned into a terrifying whirlwind, sweeping everything between heaven and earth. Clang la la la. Crack. Crack. Akainu's meteor group was instantly scattered, but there was no panic on his face. The armed color appeared on his arms like ink. Golden Lion. Your era has long ended. Great Flame Tenryazu. Akainu crossed his hands, and the magma in his body gathered on his arms like flowing water, and red flame patterns like tattoos continued to appear on his arms. The terrifying temperature around him seemed to disappear, and even the space returned to normal, but if someone looked carefully at this moment, they would find that the space around Akainu's arms was slightly twisted, which was the unnatural twisting that occurred when the space was constantly burned and repaired. Bang! A terrifying force burst out from under Akainu's feet, with a powerful impact, his hands crossed, and the pressure like a divine punishment gradually spread from him. On his arms, the terrifying temperature rushed towards the Golden Lion with the roar of the flame hell. The whole person was like a stream of flame, with an unstoppable momentum, killing towards the hurricane transformed by the Golden Lion. Boom! Buzz! Rumble! The moment the 2's attacks fell on everything, the strong wind dissipated instantly, and the Golden Lion's hurricane disappeared under Akainu's Tianliuzeo, and the 2 swords were put in front of him to block the terrifying arms of Weishu. He he he. You've grown a lot. It seems that you've evolved from a piece of trash who can only attack by surprise. Not bad. Golden Lion laughed. He suddenly took his hands off the double swords, and the famous swords Kumu and Sakura Ten fell out of his hands in an instant. Golden Lion's hands turned red, and the originally black armament color also turned red like a branding iron. It turned out that when Golden Lion blocked Akainu's Tenryuzeo, Akainu also injected the high temperature of the molten lava into Golden Lion's weapon. The temperature of the molten lava is far beyond what humans can bear. If Golden Lion insists on not giving up his weapon, his hands will inevitably be burned. Golden Lion, who has extremely rich combat experience, made a judgment in an instant and gave up his weapon almost at the moment when the heat was conducted. Give up. Then spend the rest of your life obediently in Impel Down. Sleep forever in that rotten eternal hell. Akina dropped the double swords in his hands, slowly raised his hands, and looked at Golden Lion with only a cold look in his eyes. Naive guy. Lion Majesty Janji. Shiki quickly stepped back, while Akina sensed a strong sense of crisis and retreated. The next moment, the ground seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, and countless pieces of land were caught in the air. The indestructible rock floor of Marineford was like a toy in someone's hand, and was quickly twisted together like a twist. 4 or 5 lion heads emerged from the strange pillars twisted by the earth. The fence made of atom wood, which was said to be the strongest, was crushed by the pillars and mixed in with it. Akina's heart trembled. If he hadn't dodged just now and was caught in it, he would probably have suffered a fate not much better than that of atom wood. Haha. Have some skills. Come again. Akina said coldly. But he saw the golden lion showed a strange smile, and the armed color on his arm was fading quickly. The surging murderous aura on his body was also calming down bit by bit, and the sword intent that made him extremely afraid gradually returned to his big body. What the hell is this guy doing? Akina didn't understand what the golden lion in front of him meant for a while. But he knew it immediately. Because an extremely dazzling golden light appeared in front of him, and the golden light was more than 10,000 times brighter than Kizaru. If you have to describe it, it is the difference between the light of a firefly and the sun and the moon. A momentum that moved and frightened him suddenly descended on him. Chapter 83. The dazzling light like the sun illuminated the entire Marineford in an instant, and a terrifying aura erupted instantly. Under this terrifying momentum, the huge Marineford actually trembled for a moment, and space and time seemed to pause for a moment when the aura appeared. In the conference room, the 5 elders, who had been motionless, looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Here it comes. The most ancient king has arrived. Garp felt the familiar power, and his fists were clenched together, and he didn't notice that his joints were slightly white. His face was even more entangled, looking at the 5 elders on the stage. His eyes were uncertain. Sengoku, who was beside him, was much calmer. Even though his heart was already full of huge waves, his expression on his face was still as calm as before. However, Crane, who knew the two of them well, had already taken in their every move. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These 2 old friends of hers must have really experienced something that she couldn't imagine. They actually doubted Marine, who had always been loyal to her. Also, that aura was too strong. Even Rox was far inferior to this sudden momentum. Is this the power of the king of mankind? His heart trembled slightly. He had experienced almost all the major events of the entire Haiwan year and witnessed the birth of countless strong people, but no one could make her heart so afraid and yearning. He couldn't tell why she felt that yearning. But there was always a faint feeling of closeness mixed in, which made her heart involuntarily confused. What she didn't know was that Mo's power, that is, Gilgamesh's power, came from all human ambitions. For humans, that power was as dazzling and desirable as the sun 673, but it was also as hot as the sun. Even if you watched from a distance, you might be burned. This feeling is very difficult for ordinary people to perceive, but the Crane Vice Admiral who ate the wash-wash fruit has an extremely transparent heart, so he can sensitively perceive the extraordinary power. Akainu and Kuzan can't stop him. Kong sat on the chair with his eyes closed, but the firmness in his tone was not concealed, as if he had seen the defeat of the highest combat power of the marine country. Humph! Get out of our way first. Number 3 snorted coldly, pretending to be indifferent, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. In any case, if you want to get to this room, you have to pass through the entire Marineford. There are countless marines. Even if they can't affect Gilgamesh's strength, he has long understood the principle that ants bite elephants. As long as it can cause a little trouble, the life and death of those big soldiers is not important at all. As long as it can stop Gilgamesh a little, it's fine. That adult has promised to support us, just hold on. Hold on a little longer. For the 5 elders, the marines fighting desperately in Marineford were just a group of chess pieces that could be discarded at any time. As long as they could master the treasure, they would have as many soldiers as they wanted. I hope he appears in front of you. I hope you won't. Garp. Get ready for a tough battle. Seeing Garp with a mocking smile on his face and about to blurt out disrespectful words, Sengoku quickly interrupted his old comrade. Then he pulled Garp up, saluted the 5 elders with a standard military salute, and then walked towards the gate. Garp said nothing, followed Sengoku, and walked out together. The 5 elders looked at the 2 marine pillars who stood up, frowned, and number 1 angrily slapped the table in front of him. The powerful force made the table made by atom wood tremble and several cracks appeared. Sengoku. Garp. What are you 2 going to do? Are you going to run away from the enemy? Number 1 put a big hat on the 2 of them. Such words are nothing short of humiliation for the 2 heroes who have devoted their youth to marine. Hearing this, Sengoku's last hope for the world government was quietly shattered. He turned around and said with a smile that was not much better than crying. What are you talking about? Garp and I are just going to guard the gate, right, Garp? Ah. Yes, just guard the gate. The two of them emphasized the word gate. The last hesitation in their eyes was gone, leaving only a ball of fire that was burning for some unknown reason. Without looking back, they pushed open the door and walked out of this parliament that represents the highest power. This parliament that countless people flocked to could not make these two people stay for the slightest. We will go back and guard the gate for you. But it's not for the world government. But for the final justice. Hi. Stupid, said number 2. Although Garp and Sengoku's meaning was obscure, everyone present was old and experienced, so they naturally didn't miss it. Squeak. The chair made an extremely harsh sound on the ground. The silver-haired vice admiral stood up, gently patted the non-existent dust on his body, and then looked at the 5 elders meaningfully. He also slowly moved his steps towards the door, as if he was carrying a heavy burden with every step. The eyes of the 5 elders, which had not fluctuated at all because of Sengoku and Garp's departure, could not help but ripple at the trembling back of he. Do you know what you are doing? The number 5, who had always been a gangster, looked at he who was already standing at the door and shouted loudly. He did not turn his head because of his shouting, and his body paused slightly in place. Master number 5, I still remember you said that justice is a spirit that exists to protect the weak. Marine can shed blood for any evil, but for personal desires and heresy, Crane cannot say anything. After saying that, he placed his hand on the door covered with patterns. Before she could exert her strength, the door suddenly opened. The 2 giant figures of Garp and Sengoku appeared at the door, as if they had known that Crane would come out behind them. They had been waiting for her to appear. Boom. Crane stood behind the 2 people, staggering like an old man about to walk into the night, but every step was extremely firm. Ha ha ha. I told you, Crane will definitely beat them up. Bullshit. Garp, do you know how to speak? Sister Crane is talking about reason. Is there only paste in your brain? What? It's all the same reason. Forget it. If your brain was half the size of your fist, I would have saved a lot of trouble over the years. Listening to the voices ringing in his ears, Crane didn't say anything but smiled. Just like that day. The 3 young ghosts walked shoulder to shoulder towards the sailboat that represented the most powerful man in the world. You, still haven't changed. The shadows of the 3 people stretched longer and farther in the corridor. The expressions of the 5 elders were as gloomy as ice. Sora looked at everything around him and smiled incoherently. Is this the result you want? Perhaps it is not bad to redefine justice today. At the same time, outside Marineford, Akainu looked at the golden figure that was constantly condensing in front of him with a gloomy face, and every cell in his body was trembling. Even though the existence in front of him had not yet fully appeared on the battlefield. But Akainu already had a clear answer in his heart. The most ancient king, Gilgamesh. The majesty that seemed to have dominated everything countless years ago was like an undisguised flag. In the sky, countless clouds continued to gather, hiding the sun tightly behind it. It seemed that because of the appearance of this man, even Ye Yang had to avoid his edge. This is the Holy Land? It's really simple. Moye's voice was not loud, and he could even be said to be whispering, but all the creatures in the entire Marineford heard his words clearly. With a low word, all things held their breath, afraid to miss a word of his. This is the majesty of the king. Sir. Sir. The golden lion half knelt on the ground, and the huge body of the jackal behind him also half knelt like the golden lion. The Marines who had no time to dodge were about to suffer an unexpected disaster and die under the knees of the jackal. Suddenly. No. Run. Amid the fearful cries of countless Marines, a golden curtain instantly appeared under the knees of the jackal, protecting the group of Marines who had no time to dodge. Jackals, they are human, I said, just let them be quiet, there is no need to kill them all. Moye's tone did not contain much blame, as if these guys were not human, he would not care even if they were all killed by the jackal. Okay, sir. The jackal scratched his head innocently, and his face seemed a little embarrassed. Gilgame, ah. As soon as Akainu opened his mouth, he felt a terrible power suddenly covering him, and that power was as boundless as the sea. He spat a mouthful of blood directly on the ground, his face was pale, and his eyes could not hide the boundless fear. At this moment, when Moye appeared in front of him, he finally knew why Kizaru and Aokiji watched the gate of justice disappear in the hands of this man that day. You know who I am, why don't you kneel? Who gave you the qualification to stand? Moye's voice was a bit arrogant, and there was no emotion in his eyes when he looked at Akainu. Chapter 84. Just like Akainu was looking at those criminals, cold and murderous. In the scarlet eyes, there seemed to be countless evil spirits wailing in them, and endless desires were reincarnating in them. Just by looking at each other, Akainu almost sank into those eyes. If he hadn't relied on strong willpower to get out of it, he could almost conclude that he would even completely lose himself in those eyes. And all this, Moye didn't even make a move, just because Sakazuki looked at him. How could anyone be qualified to be equal to the king of mortals? What do you want to do? Every word of Akainu seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Although his eyes kept trembling, there was no trace of submission. At this moment, he was as fragile as an ant standing in front of a dragon. Even if the dragon didn't make a move, just bearing the dragon's breath, the ant might pay the price of his life. I just want to take back my things. Do you want to stop me? Moe looked at Akainu, like an eternal ice. Akainu's pupils suddenly dilated. His observation haki had already reached a peak. Every strong man who can refine his observation haki to the peak will make his observation haki change uniquely. For example, Big Mom's second son Katakuri can use his observation haki to predict the future briefly. And Akainu can use his observation haki to completely simulate the opponent's power and find the opponent's weakness. One-hit kill. In Sakazuki's eyes, Golden Lion's simulation is a lion. Although it is powerful, its belly is a weakness. It can be broken and killed. If he is given a certain amount of time, he is confident that he can take down Golden Lion. But Moe in front of him. Under his observation haki, there is a piece of the sky. As boundless as the sky, how can the sky have weaknesses? Tisk. Marine, get out of the way in front of adults. It's not shameful. Golden Lion looked at Akainu sarcastically. The jackal also laughed loudly, his voice was like thunder, knocking all the few marines who were still awake to the ground. Jackal thinks it's not shameful. Moe stood there indifferently. Opposite him, Sakazuki, who was 3 meters tall, was constantly swallowed by a kind of emotion called fear in his heart facing this dwarf who was less than 2 meters tall. Puff. Suddenly Akainu laughed, and his face, which was always gloomy and scary, suddenly relaxed. It was like he had untied some restraints. Can I ask a question? Sakazuki could feel that the terrifying power that was constantly surging in the air around him had surrounded him. And the devil fruit ability in his body seemed to be sealed, and he couldn't even do the basic elementalization. Interesting, asking me a question? There will be a price to pay. Okay. Akainu stared at Moe with burning eyes, without any hesitation in his tone. What is justice in your eyes? As this sentence came out, Akainu seemed to be relieved, and his whole body went limp. From the moment Moe appeared, he did not doubt the other party's identity. Only the emperor who ruled everything 800 years ago could have such a terrifying power. So, he asked the question in his heart. Justice? Justice. Moe repeated Akainu's words twice, and his eyes hesitated for a moment, and then quickly returned to the coldness of the past. Justice is defined by the victor, just like history. After I fell asleep 800 years ago, you won, all traces were erased, and the disloyal became evil. So-called justice is nothing but a means. Akainu was silent, and the muscles all over his body began to tighten continuously, and Fang's words kept ringing in his ears. Justice is defined by the victor. So-called justice is nothing but a means. The disloyal are evil. No. Are you really a tyrant? Akainu suddenly burst into a shocking roar, and the previously disappeared Logia ability revived again with his rage. Red lava, dark red magma, like veins on his body, constantly intertwined and spread all over his body. Hoo. Is this guy crazy? Golden Lion looked at Akainu in disbelief. After facing Moe, even he couldn't muster the courage to fight him. Facing this most ancient king, Golden Lion didn't even dare to draw his sword. Only by truly seeing the power like the sky can we know what is the insurmountable gap. Human instinct is powerful. It can make people recognize those irresistible dangers. But the strong people have stronger instincts. As a marine admiral, Akainu's inability is almost perfect, so he should know that when facing a monster like Moe, surrender is the only way out. But now this guy has burst out with all his strength, and even has a vague intention of breaking through. Akainu's huge body burst out with terrifying power, like the end of the world. The sky above his head seems to be constantly dyed red because of his anger. Can you bear the price of attacking me? Facing Akainu's near-limit attack, Moe's expression did not fluctuate at all, looking at the fist made of huge lava. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Justice is not nonsense. Boom boom. Marine Admiral, Akainu, Sakazuki, let out a thunderous roar, and the huge lava fist whistled away with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Nothing. Nothing. Stupid. In the midst of Golden Lion's dumbfounded expression, Moe gently raised one hand, and the golden holy light instantly wrapped around his arm. The next moment, I only saw a very bright golden light bursting out instantly. In the golden light, the lava fist was like white snow thrown into the fire, and it couldn't even stay for a moment, and it stopped abruptly, and the golden ashes flew away in an instant. The surrounding space was like a torn curtain, twisting rapidly, and the surrounding ground seemed to be pulled away. Crack, crack, crack. The golden light came and went quickly. Sakazuki stayed where he was, still punching, but he was motionless like a robot that had been paused. I am Marine Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki for absolute justice. Akainu's voice was very soft, so soft that it was almost difficult for people to hear what he said. Zero ask for flowers. Golden Lion swallowed his saliva involuntarily. He knew Sakazuki was finished. Hwalala. Whoosh. A breeze blew over Sakazuki's motionless body, and the mountain-like body continued to collapse in the breeze, like a handful of yellow sand. There was only a red shirt left on the ground, with the word justice on it. But he is still a character. Moe shook his head helplessly, looking at the only relic of Sakazuki on the ground, with a little appreciation in his eyes. Even though he knew he was no match at all, he still punched for the justice in his heart. Such a guy, although stupid, also made you respect him a little. However, even so, the moment he decided to punch himself, his fate was already doomed. Anyone who had the intention to kill the king was destined to die. No tolerance. Gentle burial. Moe said lightly. Then a golden road appeared under his feet, the golden brilliance dyed everything around yellow, and a road leading directly to naval headquarters appeared. 0. This golden lion scratched his head and was speechless for a moment when he looked at Akainu, who had been blasted into slag in front of him. It was such a rare thing to be appreciated by the king. At least so far, his group of guys who ran out from the 6th floor have not been appreciated by the king. I really don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. Golden Lion sighed. Akainu was a strong man, both in spirit and strength. Even Golden Lion recognized this guy. But it is a tragedy to exist in the same era with the king. In this era, when the king is resurrected, everyone has no other choice but to bow down. Looking at Moe's back walking leisurely on the golden road, Golden Lion suddenly thought, how terrible is the existence that once forced the Face King to form an alliance to fight. How terrible is the sky. Moe certainly didn't know Golden Lion's crazy thoughts. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care given his personality. At this moment, He-song felt that there were 10 familiar voices constantly calling him. In the king's treasury, countless treasures seemed to start chirping with joy at the same time, making the golden treasure house even more dazzling. I'm here, are you ready, bastards? Moe looked up at the towering naval headquarters, with a disdainful smile on his face. A holy sword with endless holy light was imprisoned in a room in the naval headquarters by countless chains. With the appearance of Moe, the originally dim atmosphere continued to grow stronger. Various sword marks continued to emerge in the surrounding space. It seemed that this sword was born to be the pinnacle of all sword arts. As he flashed, the whole Marineford's long sword and sharp sword all bowed slightly uncontrollably, like kneeling to a king, in submission. In the conference room, the long sword in No2's hand, which was filled with a ghostly aura, seemed to be trying its best to restrain something, and it was constantly trembling. Damn it! We have worked hard for so many years, but we are still not as good as the breath he leaked. Number 3 roared, like an angry child, protesting dissatisfaction because he did not get his favorite candy. Chapter 85. The sacred road paved with golden holy light is like a miracle from heaven, as if all the filth in the world is not qualified to tarnish Moe's feet. This sacred and majestic road covers everything in Marineford. From the moment Moe appeared in this marine holy land, no ordinary marine on the entire island could stay awake. Countless marines foamed at the mouth. They lay on the ground with white eyes and their bodies twitched involuntarily. Each of these marines carefully cultivated by naval headquarters is given great hope. Any one of them can be an admiral if thrown into the 4 seas. However, such a group of powerful marines do not even have the qualifications to stand in front of Moe. In the ancient times, the king's travel required clearing the field and the people to retreat. This was not only a respect for the king, but also a protection for themselves, because just bearing the majesty of the king's travel was enough to kill most people. Marineford's 2nd floor. Smoker fell to the ground helplessly, watching his comrades who had fought side by side with him fall in a pool of blood. His eyes dyed red layer by layer. But the weakness that kept coming out of his body reminded him that he could do nothing now, because he was too weak, so weak that he was not even qualified to fight in front of those 2 guys. Like 2 devil-like guys, they stood on the hilltop of countless corpses, not caring about the blood that was constantly eroding the ground around them. Hiccup, the adults are here, hiccup. Daju hiccuped, slapped his stomach twice, looked in the direction where Moe appeared, and the casual expression on his face gradually became serious. Katrina, who was sitting on the mountain of corpses, also sorted out her clothes and jumped down directly from the mountain. The powerful force made the whole ground tremble, and the terrifying force like a landslide caused a ripple in the surrounding space. Smoker tried his best to stand up, but the gentle Marine Vice Admiral Hwashaishin pressed heavily on him, and the blood stained his clothes red, and the white marine clothes became dirty. Damn it! If I could be stronger. Smoker 1 could feel that although Hwashaishin was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. If he acted rashly now, he might implicate this unconscious partner. Greetings, sir. Greetings, sir. Suddenly, Smoker heard the 2 arrogant demons make a respectful voice at the same time, and their bodies half knelt on the ground in no particular order, like humble servants, and their heads hit the ground deeply. Moe was shrouded in golden light, looking at the pile of corpses in front of him with displeasure, and a bit of anger appeared in his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. After all, the order he gave was that those who were disobedient could be killed. Although Daju and Katrina's methods were a bit horrifying, they still completed his mission. It's okay. Moe said these words coldly, and then without any pause, the golden holy light responded around him, and he walked slowly towards the highest authority representing the world government. Da da da. Da da da. Smoker heard the footsteps of Moe. Marine, who was once so proud of him, now doesn't even have the qualifications to stand up in front of this man. His fists were clenched into a ball, and white smoke gradually emerged from his body, and his strength was constantly accumulating. But a burst of extremely cold air instantly froze Smoker's power, and the smoke dissipated. The cold feeling made Smoker feel very familiar. Cusin Admiral. Smoker looked at the tall man in front of him and shouted excitedly. Oh Smoker, you are really in a mess, leave it to me next. Cusin turned his back to Smoker, and endless cold air continued to condense on his body. Crystal clear frost continued to appear on the ground under his feet. The surrounding space began to slightly frost, and Riki seemed to have arrived in the Cambrian era. The whirring sea breeze, with the biting cold, continued to blow, making the whole marine fort solemn out of thin air. Puff! Is this guy trying to stop the adults? You are not worthy, little kid. Katrina stood up and blocked Moe's back. Her whole body continued to emit a moonlight-like light, and her strong breath met Cusin without any avoidance. Moe felt the breath of Cusin behind him, and he did not even have a trace of emotion to care about him. His footsteps were still moving towards the world headquarters without haste. But with every step he took, his momentum became more and more powerful. Sakazuki's life card is on fire, kill him. Cusin looked past Katrina who was standing in front of him, and looked at the man who had woken him up from nightmares again and again. Ever since Moe destroyed the Gate of Justice, Cusin had no idea how many times he had been awakened by that terrifying figure in his nightmares. The breath that was like the sky hanging overhead made Cusin tremble from the bottom of his heart countless times. He was right behind that man, but he didn't even have the courage to take action. Until they met again today, Cusin realized that this man's strength had become even stronger. If the previous Moe was the endless sky that covered everything in his eyes, then the current Moe was the boundless darkness hidden in the abyss of terror, the ultimate terror that could completely swallow up the sky. However, unlike Sakazuki, Cusin had experienced the power of Moe early on, but he still appeared on this road now, and seeing that the life card of his old comrade who didn't get along well with him had been burned out, Cusin understood that he might be in danger today. However, even so what, he is a marine admiral, and the word justice behind him does not allow him to retreat at all. Even though he knew that this justice was only a flash in the pan, he was still willing to defend his persistence with his life. The price of attacking me is something you can't afford. Although Moe did not directly answer Cusin's words, the meaning of his words was already clear. Although he did not look at Cusin. But Cusin could feel that he was completely locked by a terrible aura at the moment. If he made any move now, he would face his unimaginable terrorist attack. His body was wrapped in layers of frost, but he still felt insecure in his heart. 0. In front of him, the Crescent Hunter Katrina looked at him with a smile, and the moonlight on her body had disappeared. Because Katrina knew that once Moe spoke, she only needed to wait for the king's order obediently. The king hated people who were smart the most. The evil king who was punished by the king to dig sand in Alabasta was the best proof. I also know that I am not your opponent, but I still want to ask you, what do you think is justice? Cusin asked a question that was almost exactly the same as his old opponent. These two people, who were completely different in character and behavior, made the same decision at a certain moment. They all wanted to get Moe, the king of mankind 800 years ago, about his attitude towards justice. The sea breeze was still howling on Marineford. Scattered clouds drifted in the blue sky in 2s and 3s. The sun was high in the sky, but there was still no heat. It seemed that because of Cusin's ability, Marineford was like welcoming winter. Listening to the question he had already answered. Moe paused for a moment without moving forward. Boring. He did not answer Cusin's question, but continued to move forward without caring. In the golden color, he was like an emperor who was about to rule the world, invincible. Kaka. Bang. Cusin frowned, pursed his lips slightly, and suddenly exerted force on his feet and stood up instantly, but Catalina was faster. Almost at the moment when Cusin stood up, her huge body had appeared in front of him. Her hands were in the shape of claws, and the moonlight seemed to form a half-moon-shaped slash in her hands, slashing down fiercely at Cusin's neck. Moon Arc. Ice Cone Bird. Cusin reacted very quickly, his hands floated back, and countless frost condensed into birds and rushed straight to Cat's slashing bar. Bang! 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 After a violent explosion, the two figures kept intertwining in the air, and the speed was so fast that only two after images could be seen clearly. Damn Marine! Let me go. Then get out of the way and be grateful to me. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Cat waved his claws with a grin, and each time it had enough power to tear the hill apart. Aokichi's face remained unchanged, and the expression on his face was even more like frost. Iceberg. Cusin quickly stepped back, and swung his hands from bottom to top. The terrifying cold air in the air continued to condense into two huge icebergs, which appeared above Cat's head and fell down. Tisk. Little tricks. Cat faced the two icebergs with rainbow-like momentum, without a trace of panic, and waved his left hand directly upward. Swoosh. A huge claw mark suddenly appeared in the air, instantly splitting the iceberg into 3 bandits. What is his purpose? Kuzan knew that he could not get rid of the monster in front of him that had been famous in the sea for many years, not to mention that there was a big wine next to him who had been drinking and didn't care about the world, but that was also a legendary monster. He. The king just came to your naval headquarters to take back his things. Isn't this an honor for you? Chapter 86. If it weren't for the king's magnanimity, for the sake of the dark age that is about to arrive, you guys, all of you, the big soldiers, should die. Right. Daju. Hoo. Daju. You are AFGSX, you can sleep at this time. Cat looked at Daju who was sleeping soundly on the pile of corpses behind him with a black line on his head, and he felt a headache. MD, why is my teammate such an unreliable idiot? Kuzan was silent after listening to Cat's words. He also saw the newspaper of one Morgan's, and similarly, knowing Moe's strength, he didn't doubt the truth of Yin's 10 lives. A man with enough power to subvert the world, why does he need to tell such a lie? So even if he couldn't believe that terrible race in his heart, he knew that what Moe said was probably true. The gods who have the strength of the emperor when they grow up, and rule everything. The Hades who led the 5 tribes to attack the sky, the Hades admiral army heaven-defying. All of this made Kuzan feel a kind of fear before the storm. What makes people feel fearful is not fear itself, but the despair of knowing that the dark age is coming, but being helpless. In fact, he has some ideas in his heart, that the world government should unite all forces and even form an alliance with Moe to fight against the resurrected Protoss. But he doesn't even need to think about this suggestion, because he knows that it will be rejected by the 5 elders. 30 perhaps, it's not bad to redefine justice today. He murmured softly. Hey. Big soldier. Do you still want to fight? I'm still in the mood. Katrina looked at the dazed Kuzan unhappily, because she was full of anger because of the snoring big drink beside her. Injured thousands of Marines and 15 Vice Admirals. Crescent Hunter Katrina, the crime is unforgivable. Kuzan suddenly showed a relieved smile at the corner of his mouth. No matter what the final result is, what he is defending at this moment is justice. Ice World. Kuzan's hands suddenly appeared a layer of terrifying cold air, his body quickly squatted down, and his hands suddenly slapped the ground. The powerful frost force quickly rushed towards Katrina. Wherever the cold air passed, everything seemed to have come to a frost world. The ground turned into a steppe of frost, and the water molecules in the air were frozen into small particles and fell on the ground. Even the sea breeze stopped whistling at this moment, as if shocked by the terrifying power. The glacial world pulled the whole world into the endless Frost King. Ha. Good job. 9 Tails Crescent Moon. The terrifying moonlight suddenly appeared, and a huge 9 Tails demon fox covered in moonlight suddenly appeared in front of Kuzan, facing the terrifying power that could freeze everything in the world. The long fox mouth showed a hideous smile, and from her big mouth, a wave with the power to annihilate everything was constantly condensing. With the emergence of that power, boundless darkness fell again. In the darkness, the terrifying clicking sound of ice freezing and the creepy roar of the beast continued to sound. Among them, a drunken snoring sound was still ringing slowly. Kizaru Admiral, as the last face of the 3 admirals at this time, he was sitting on the steps with the legendary pirate, the lonely red Baloric Redfield. His expression was as wretched as ever, but there was a bit of fear in his eyes that he had never had before. Thinking of the terrifying aura that was just like the power of the Emperor, passing by him, he felt a chill all over his body. Damn. It's hard to be a Marine these days. Lao Zi is going to get off work. What a terrible power. Kizaru looked at the golden holy light that was still left around with emotion, patted his chest a few times with lingering fear, and made a disgusting look that I was afraid of. How can we understand the power of adults? You are not smart. Baloric Redfield put his umbrella aside. No matter how many times he saw it, every time he saw Moe, he would feel that his terrifying power became stronger again. Yo, there's nothing I can do. Do I have to protect the Marines' manpower? Kizaru shrugged his shoulders casually, and his tone was like he was doing it for the greater good. Although it was a bit indescribable, Kizaru was really right. On the battlefield where the 3 admirals appeared, Akainu, who was at the outermost, ended up with no trace of his body because he attacked Moe. If his marine hadn't been protected by Yisui, he would have been killed by the killer jackal. The dozen or so special vice admirals guarding the middle level were also beaten up, and some of them were considered to have the best chance of succeeding the admiral. They were also miserable. Although Kuzan didn't attack Moe, he probably wouldn't get much benefit from fighting with the legendary pirate Katrina, and he would have suffered several serious injuries all over his body. Only Kizaru, the admiral who punched in at work, had no casualties even though all his subordinates fainted. Moreover, he decisively gave in when facing the Red Earl, and when Moe appeared, he knelt down directly like Ryder. Although he didn't have much integrity of Marine, but he preserved the vitality of Marine to the maximum extent. Although it seemed that the king was somewhat disdainful of Kizaru's behavior, Moe walked on the Golden Avenue, thinking about the Kizaru who had no character just now. He just felt a little funny. The three Marine admirals, although their strength was average in his eyes, but their personalities were simply worlds apart. Sakazuki, for the sake of his perseverance in his heart, knew that he was not Moe's opponent, but he still broke through the fear in his heart and punched. Although in order to implement absolute justice, what he did was wrathful to heaven and people, but he still had some character that others could not learn, forgetting life and death. Even if he was reduced to ashes, he became one of the few guys that Moe could remember. Admiral Aokiji, although not as desperate as Akainu, still summoned up the courage to block Moe's path even though Moe had planted a haze in his heart, although it had no real effect. But Moe could sense that the guy was in deep confusion because of the actions of the world government. But Kizaru? Alas! It's better not to mention it. He is just a real office worker. There are many kinds of people, and thousands of people have thousands of faces. Guoyi smiled indifferently. A huge building appeared in front of him. And in front of him, two familiar figures gradually came into his sight, and the huge bodies stood firmly at the door of naval headquarters. The Marines who were supposed to guard the gates on both sides fainted because of Moe's arrival. So they were piled up into two small mountains by the two people and placed on the two sides of the gate. You're here. Sengoku now threw aside the cloak of justice he had been wearing. He was wearing a black suit, his tie had been loosened, and his whole body was covered with Buddha light. A strong aura kept circling around him. Garp, who was standing next to him, showed 2 rows of white teeth. He was no longer as gloomy as he was in the conference room just now. Instead, he showed an idiotic look again. If he didn't have senbei in his hand, he would have eaten it a long time ago. The short crane stood between the two of them, looking even smaller, but Moe still noticed this old man with silver hair at first sight. Transparent mind. Crane has an absolutely transparent mind. Even Moe thinks this ability is very rare, and people with transparent minds are often particularly sensitive and can see things that ordinary people cannot perceive. Crane put his hands together in front of Moe, bowed slowly, and said, "This must be the king of humanity, right? My 2 companions have already told me about your deeds. Whether it's because of the 5 clans attack on the sky or your feat of bringing the human race out of the long night era, it's worth my tribute." Moe didn't say much after hearing this, but after Crane finished the tribute, he gently waved his left hand, and the golden holy light gently lifted Crane up. "No need for greetings, Sengoku, Garp, are you two blocking my way?" Even though Moe admired the 2 guys in front of him very much, if they insisted on blocking his way, then their only choice was to accompany Sakazuki. Ha 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 ha. "Sir, after all, I am still Marine, so Sengoku, and I want to see how strong you are. Our last thing is to guard this gate for Marine. Sengoku said a lot to me before, but I didn't remember it, but I remembered the key words. Let's fight." Garp laughed heartily, without any regret in his tone. "Your Majesty, this idiot may not express it clearly, but the meaning is almost the same." Sengoku looked at his old friend with a black line, and wanted to slap him in the face. Clearly, it was said before that while seeing Moe's strength, it was also to express his attitude. Why did this word change when it came to Garp's mouth? Hoo-hoo. The cold wind made Sengoku feel a little bit biting, and he couldn't figure out what attitude the most ancient king in front of him would take towards his and others' extremely obscure surrender. Suddenly. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. If it were someone else, I would have killed them the moment I said this to me. But, for you 2 guys, I can give you this honor. Let me see what you 2 can do, please me to your heart's content. Chapter 87. Moe laughed a rare laugh, the golden holy light quickly gathered, and the strength of his whole body instantly soared by more than 1 level. Sengoku and Garp's eyes could not help but shrink slightly. He became stronger. Ahem. I dare to ask His Majesty for advice. He saluted Moe again. A very strong aura suddenly emerged from the thin body, which was vaguely comparable to Garp and Sengoku. Moe's mouth brought a faint smile, and tilted up a little. There was a rare interest in the blood-red eyes. In Moe's eyes, the 3 people in front of him had completely different personalities, and even their fighting methods were very different. The auras emanating from their bodies were constantly connected together, like an intricate big net. The power of the 3 people was constantly intertwined, and the power of the 3 people was constantly integrated together, which turned out to be a wonderful state of you and me and you. This state Moe had seen it before, and he knew that this was a kind of wonderful change that could only occur between comrades who had experienced countless life and death battles and could still fight side by side. In this spiderweb-like power, the power of the 3 people would be blessed to a certain extent. This kind of intersection and tacit understanding between life and death is a state that only people who trust their lives to each other can appear. In the era when MOE was still active, there were also 3 people like the 3 people in front of him, with such momentum, who still caused a lot of obstacles to MOE in those days. But now is different from the past. Looking at the 3 people, MOE seemed to have some nostalgia. He stretched out 3 fingers indifferently. His tone was neutral without any emotional fluctuations, just like the Dead Sea. 3 minutes, I give you 3 minutes as a reward for challenging me. You can get any shot at me within 3 minutes, and I will never fight back. In 3 minutes, I will tell you what the gap is. MOE's words were decisive. Such words would be a complete contempt for anyone, not to mention that the 3 of them were the pillars of Marine One, and countless pirates on the sea were once terrified. But, hearing MOE's words, there was no surprise on the faces of the 3 people, and they didn't even think that what Yi said just now was wrong. The strong have the power to specify the rules for the weak. This is the rule that has not changed in nature for thousands of years. In the eyes of outsiders, the 3 are not only marine heroes, but Martial Marine is also a peerless master standing at the top of the world. But in front of MOE, they are just complete weaklings. Puff. Then I won't be polite. Garp laughed and threw the cloak on his body back. The red suit was tightly attached to his body, and a strong breath continued to emanate, like a beast that had awakened. He revealed a bloodthirsty look and looked at MOE's figure ferociously. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Swish. Suddenly, Garp's figure disappeared in an instant, and a sound of breaking through the air rose out of thin air. Only a shadow passed by, and Garp looked like an evil dragon armament haki tightly wrapped around his arms. The 2 fists brought a terrifying sonic boom, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground behind him because of his power. Empty. Boom. Fistbone Jinghong. Garp took the lead, his iron fist danced through the air, and the terrifying power brought his huge fist and smashed it hard in the air. The power was so strong that it actually created a vacuum area in the surrounding space, and even the air was forced out by the powerful fist wind. Facing that terrifying punch, MOE smiled and raised his left hand quickly. In an instant, a terrible force like the subversion of heaven and earth appeared on his arm. Garp felt the power of MOE, frowned, and felt that he was invincible, but since this punch had been thrown, there was no reason to stop. Garp has never regretted his life, and there is no room for him to withdraw his fist. Even though he knew that there was no way to go ahead, Garp still believed that his iron fist could also create an infinite sky. Jinghong. Jinghong. With one punch, the world was shocked. Garp used almost all his strength in this punch, and the strength continued to increase as he threw the punch. As he approached MOE, he was so angry that he could not stop. Before Yi, he had a sense of heaven and earth at his side. He could even faintly resist the rising power from MOE. Not bad, MOE praised, but the smile on his face was still there, as if even such a terrifying punch could not make him feel a little fearful. Boom. Empty. Empty. The powerful fist wind blew MOE's golden hair, and the next moment, MOE's left hand suddenly raised, and his left hand instantly flattened, facing Garp's iron fist like a meteor. Instant. Boom. Bang bang bang. A very terrible impact broke out with the 2 of them as the center, and the ground under their feet was cracked inch by inch, and the ground was like a tortoise shell, and the air around them was completely sucked away in an instant. The impact between the 2 continued to spread, and the white clouds in the sky collapsed bit by bit, and finally scattered into bursts of water vapor, falling into rain, before it fell. The power swept again, and the rain that had not yet fallen was shattered. The terrifying thunder of black and red kept roaring around the 2. It was the momentum collision-like substance produced by the collision between the ultimate forces. Crack, crack, crack. Pa. This. Sengoku, with a serious face, looked at the incredible scene in front of him with shock. He saw MOE, who was like a child in front of Garp, spread his palms calmly. In front of him, Garp was sweating profusely, with blue veins bulging, and blood vessels on his fists swelled up, and the blood in his body kept boiling. Bloodshot covered his eyes, but he still couldn't shake Yi's body. Even, from beginning to end, MOE didn't move at all. He just stood there, facing the almost full-strength attack of Garp, understating it, without any fluctuations. Even the floor under his feet was not damaged at all, which means that while he took Garp's shocking punch, he was able to spare some strength to protect the floor under his feet. No. No. He didn't deliberately protect the floor, because Garp's punch couldn't be fully transmitted. In other words, Gilgamesh took all the power of Garp's terrifying punch at the moment of his power explosion, and the aftermath of all this was just his careless leakage. Sengoku's eyes tightened again, but this was obviously not the time to think about these problems. Sengoku suddenly exerted force under his feet, and the golden Buddha light instantly enveloped him. His body suddenly swelled. The little giant who was originally more than 3 meters tall turned into a giant Buddha with golden light all over his body, tens of meters high. Bang! The huge golden Buddha burst out with a powerful speed that was inconsistent with it, like a golden stream of light, rushing towards Yi quickly. Garp, who was hit by MOE, also grinned, exerted force on his feet again, and retreated violently. He had guessed that this punch could not do anything to Moe, but he did not expect that the other party would take it so lightly. However, I am not alone. Swish! Swish! Garp and Sengoku and others quickly crossed in the air, one moving forward, one moving backward, one with a gloomy brow, and one grinning, with a strong fighting spirit. Your Majesty! Sorry. The Buddha Kingdom on the palm. Sengoku hardly gave Moe a chance to breathe, so that before Moe could retract his hand to block Garp's punch, he came with terrifying power, and the powerful Buddha light on his fists seemed to want to annihilate everything. He came with endless murderous aura. Moe looked at the Buddha that kept attacking in front of him with some interest in his eyes, as if he was watching a big show. Unconsciously, behind the gorgeous golden Buddha, there was such a terrifying power. Big golden Buddha, tisk tisk, this ability looks quite festive. Moe didn't care about the terrifying power that was so close, and teased casually. The scarlet eyes suddenly burst out a chilling golden light in the next second. Boom! A golden light that was much more dazzling than the golden Buddha transformed by Sengoku instantly appeared behind Moe. The terrifying golden holy light gradually emerged, and under the golden holy light, even the screaming golden Buddha's body fluctuated a little. This is... No. Be quick. Sengoku frowned slightly, and the strength in his hand increased a little. Between the palms of the golden Buddha, countless Buddha lights seemed to outline a huge country, like the sky, and rushed straight to Moe. Buzz buzz buzz. Woo! The huge palm almost covered the sky above Moe's head, and fell down with boundless power. Golden Dragon Dance. Just when the huge Buddha's hand was about to fall, Moe's voice, without any fluctuation, sounded calmly. Whoosh! Roar! Behind Moe, countless golden holy lights suddenly twisted together, and in the golden light, a figure covered with golden scales gradually emerged. With a terrifying power like the power of heaven, he let out a terrifying roar, and scales were constantly drawn in the golden light. The next moment, a golden dragon with endless holy light suddenly appeared. Roar! The dragon let out a roar, and angrily killed the Buddha's hand that kept falling. The terrifying power instantly hit Sengoku's palm. The golden Buddha subdued the golden dragon. The golden dragon broke the Buddha's hand. The two dazzling golden lights kept colliding with each other. And the person who caused all this, Moe, stood under the giant palm leisurely. Chapter 88. Too strong. Garp murmured, blood dripping from his hand. Although Moe did not fight back just now, the recoil caused by the move alone had already caused a lot of damage to Garp's arm. However, a foam-like luster continued to appear on Crane's hand and began to move continuously on Garp's arm. Wherever the light passed, the wounds on the arm were all healed. The washing fruit can not only cleanse the soul, but also cleanse the injured body to a brand new look. Of course, he is the real top. Tsuru took her arms off Garp, and then a more dazzling colorful light appeared. She waved her palms quickly towards the center of the battlefield. Countless colorful bubbles of all sizes emerged from her palms. They rushed towards Sengoku and Moe. The bubbles seemed to be no different from ordinary bubbles. But, in the battlefield, the aftermath of the battle that could destroy everything could not affect the bubbles at all. Not even a bubble was broken because of the terrifying power. Moe raised his head and looked at the bubbles that were slowly floating. There was some interest on his face. Is this the ability of the wash fruit? It's really interesting. Moe had known about this ability for a long time. Although this ability did not have the power to cause direct damage, it was also very tricky. I vaguely remember that there was also a person with the ability to wash in that era. But it seemed that the guy was not doing his job properly and had to open a laundry shop. Until Moe fell asleep, he did not see the power of the washing fruit. Now that he could see this fun ability again, he was happy to see it. Compared to Moe's understatement, Sengoku, who turned into a golden Buddha, was extremely hard-working. The golden dragon summoned by Moe carried extremely terrifying power. At this moment, it collided with him. Even if Sengoku used 580 to do his best, he could not suppress the golden dragon, let alone cause any harm to Moe. Sister Crane is still reliable. Doesn't the stupid Garp have any sense at all? In Sengoku's plan, Garp should have finished resting at this moment, and while he blocked Moe's golden dragon, he quickly hit Moe. Even if he can't cause any harm, he can free himself from the current embarrassing situation. But I didn't expect that Garp, this idiot, actually looked like he was watching the fun, and he almost took a box of senbei and sat there to eat. Fortunately, sister, he is not an idiot. Sengoku slightly twisted his body, and the huge golden Buddha directly faced the flying bubbles. Snap! The moment the bubble broke, Sengoku suddenly burst out with a strong breath. The body, which had been slightly dim, became bright again as if it was waxed. And some of the bubbles fell on the golden dragon. Snap! But this time the golden dragon did not become as bright as Sengoku, but became soft as if it had lost its fighting spirit. Drooped down. Like a quilt that had just been washed. Interesting. Interesting. Moe casually snapped his fingers. Snap. The golden dragon, which had been falling continuously, roared again. Crash. But just as the golden dragon was about to fight again when Sengoku collided with each other. Suddenly. The golden dragon was like a beautiful and fragile glass, quickly shattered into golden light all over the sky. The three looked at Moe in confusion, not knowing what the ancient king was up to. It's time. Moe said softly. Are you ready? As soon as the voice fell. Bang. Moe's figure instantly disappeared under Sengoku's Buddha's palm that had not fallen for a long time. The breath disappeared completely. All three of them were top-level haki users, but no matter how the three of them used their observation haki, they could not detect any trace of Moe. Sengoku, be careful. Garp's muscles were tensed, protecting Crane behind him, armament haki spread all over his body, and powerful power continued to spread. The eyes looking at Sengoku suddenly shrank. Sengoku also heard the warning of his old comrade, but it was too late at this moment. A cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Are you looking for me? The voice was cold and emotionless, like the whispers of a demon from hell. Moe stood expressionlessly on the shoulders of Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, with his golden hair moving without wind. Although there was no breath, for some reason, even a strong person like Sengoku could not help but tremble in his heart. The fruit ability is good, but you are too weak. As Moe finished speaking, a terrifying golden light burst out from under his feet, and he slowly raised one of his legs with an extremely powerful force. Fall down. Boom. Bang. Moe kicked straight at Sengoku's neck, so fast that even Garp, who had already rushed to support Sengoku, could not see clearly how he kicked out these 10 kicks. But all he knew was the man who turned into a golden Buddha, known as Buddha Sengoku by others. The golden light on his body dissipated bit by bit, and the Buddha's light melted as fast as snow in a furnace. The huge golden body was like a fragile jade pendant. Hwalala. The golden body was broken, the Buddha's light melted, and Buddha Sengoku completely lost consciousness under a kick, his eyes turned white, and he fell directly from mid-air. Sengoku! Garp shouted, and his strength burst out instantly. He jumped high and hugged the unconscious Sengoku. Snap! He quickly pressed his fingers on Sengoku's artery, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Sengoku fainted, his life was not in danger. Don't worry, you will be with him soon. The most important thing for a family is to be together. Although you are not related by blood, since you are brothers who can trust each other with their lives, you are almost like family. Doc J. Moe stood behind Garp without knowing when, and put one hand on Garp's shoulder. Marine hero Garp felt like there was a mountain on his shoulder, which made him breathless. The veins on his neck were bulging, and he turned his body to resist the strong pressure. Hee. I'm not bad. Every word Garp said seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth. His wrinkled cheeks were flushed red, and the whites of his eyes were covered with bloodshot, which looked very ferocious. But even so, he still showed 2 rows of white teeth and laughed. Not bad. Moe also showed a rare smile. But the next moment, Garp felt that everything in front of him was turning upside down, and for some reason, he was overwhelmed by sleepiness. Boom. He fell head first. Hoo. Garp fell on Sengoku, as if he was using Sengoku as his pillow, snoring, and a snot bubble appeared on his nose. Hee Monkey's family is the same. It's your turn, Crane. The golden light flashed instantly, and Moe appeared in front of Crane. Crane looked at his 2 companions with a wry smile, one was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground, and the other fell asleep directly, and it seemed that he was sleeping soundly. Your Majesty Gilgamesh, can I ask you a question? Again, Moe felt that these Marines were just a group of curious babies, who wanted to ask questions at every turn. He was the oldest king, not the oldest encyclopedia. So Moe refused decisively. No. And he stretched out a finger and placed it on Crane's head. Snap! Seemingly flicking Crane's head casually. However, the Marine Chief of Staff also fainted on the ground, his body falling to the ground weakly. Suddenly, Moe frowned slightly. Whoosh! Snap! Moe quickly grabbed Crane on the ground with one hand and threw it towards Garp and the other 2 who were stacked like a monk. Crane landed accurately on Garp's stomach, who was already snoring. Garp made a sound similar to "oh," and then he almost snored without any intention of waking up. From beginning to end, the snot bubble did not burst. Snap, snap, snap. And Moe's other hand floated up lightly, brushing away a terrifying half-moon sword energy. The sword energy cut directly from the naval headquarters. And looking at the route, it is obvious that there is no intention to avoid Crane. If he had let the sword fall, perhaps Moe would have been unscathed, but the old man who had devoted his life to Marine would have been cut in 2 and bled on the spot. Finally we meet. Tyrant. Gilgamesh. An old voice came from the naval headquarters. Number 2, wearing a kimono, a bare head, and round glasses, held a long sword that exuded a gloomy ghost aura. He walked towards Moe step by step. It was obvious that the slash that the leader wanted to kill Crane with just now was made by him. The 5 elders, who represent the highest power in the world, actually want to kill the chief of staff of Marine? Tyrant. Moe repeated the name number 2 called him, and then smiled disdainfully. Ant's evaluation of dragons, whether good or bad, has no meaning to dragons. Even if the ant in front of him is from the 5 elders, the highest power institution in the world, it is still an ant in Yi's eyes. At most, it is a stronger ant, that's all. Tsuru seems to be your chief of staff, right? How can you treat her like this? Humph. From the moment she decided to leave the conference room, she, Garb, and Sengoku were no longer in our camp. It doesn't matter if they die. Of course, if you are willing to join forces with us, I can give you the lives of these 3 guys. 5 elders, actually used the lives of their own marine heroes to threaten a tyrant who has lived for 800 years. Chapter 89. This was really incredible to Moe, but it was useless to him. This type of thing was too childish. Did he think he was a 3-year-old kid? If he couldn't solve this problem, it would be fine. He was just beating them up now. You really think too highly of yourself. Since you know that I am a tyrant, you naturally know my strength. I see you as ants. Do you really think you can beat me? When Sengoku heard what Moe said, his face changed immediately. It seems that you can't communicate. In this case, we can only suppress it with force. Sengoku attacked Moe while speaking. After seeing the opponent's attack, Moe immediately dodged. Sorry, you are too naive. Moe's speed was too fast. Sengoku couldn't see him at all. Their fight just now seemed like a game. Now Moe has revealed his true strength. I am basically a different person from before. How could this happen? When Sengoku reacted, everyone else had fallen down. Now he was the only one standing here, with Moe in front of him. What did you do just now? He didn't see anything just now, how could everyone fall down? This was really incredible to him. He felt that this matter was not that simple. So he was now thinking about what was going on. Moe smiled lightly. If you want to ask, you are too weak. You shouldn't have provoked me at all. After Moe finished speaking, he walked towards Sengoku step by step. At this time, Sengoku had no power to resist. I don't know why he couldn't move at all. The final outcome was that he could only admit defeat. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. This? That depends on your performance. Moe is now also thinking about how to deal with them. These people are of no use to him. What he wants to do now has almost been accomplished, and there is no particularly big obstacle at all. How about this, since you are a king, you should want to rule the world, right? If you let me go, my position will belong to you. Sengoku really had no choice but to do this. Moe became a little interested after hearing this. Sengoku's status was still relatively high, although his status was much stronger than Sengoku's. But Sengoku's status was more convenient, which made it easier for him to continue to expand his vision. In that case, you stay with me as a younger brother. Moe decided to take him in as a younger brother and keep him by his side, so that if there was anything, he could always ask the other party. He didn't need to do the things that everyone usually said, he just needed to have a name. Anyway, he just wanted that name. As long as he could use the other party's rights, it would be fine. Yes. Boss. Sengoku said to Moe respectfully. So what do you want to do next? Do you have any specific plans? I will try my best to help you complete it. Sengoku has completely become Moe at this time. He knows that if he does anything, he will definitely be dealt with by the other party in the first place. And he thinks that if Moe has ideals and ambitions, maybe he will have a higher official position in the future, so he wants to ask Moe about his specific plans now and want to know what Moe is doing. Of course my goal is to unify the world, but I have too many obstacles. There are always some guys who are overconfident here. Moe certainly did not hesitate to say his goal, which didn't matter to him at all. After hearing this, Sengoku immediately came up with an idea. This is easy to do. In fact, it is not as troublesome as you think. Just challenge the strongest person in the world. All the strong people are defeated by you. Aren't you the biggest in the world? In fact, if it is seen by other people, Sengoku's idea is a bad idea. No matter how strong Moe is, he can't fight against all the masters in the world. If he brings all the people here, wouldn't he be destroying himself? Moe is also very clear about this, so he is thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Of course, he is not thinking about the problem of the other party being too strong, but what is his own success rate? If this success rate is relatively high, he thinks that there seems to be no problem even if he does it. 0. Sengoku doesn't know what Moe is thinking. He thinks that he may have said something wrong and is thinking about how to tell Moe so that Moe will forgive him. I'm sorry, boss, my idea is too naive. After all, we are outnumbered. Actually, it's not. I think there is nothing wrong with your idea. It's pretty good. In this case, just follow your idea. Moe said, while gently showing a smile. No way, boss, do you really want to challenge all the masters alone? Do you know how many people there are? This is not important to me at all. I will challenge those guys sooner or later, and can't I just beat them one by one? Moe said while giving his orders. Next, help me find a place to set up a ring, and set a high price to attract everyone to come and fight. I will defeat them all. Of course, only masters are allowed. Forget about the trash. You can select them yourself. Yes. After Moe finished speaking, Sengoku immediately went to do it. Soon after, everyone received such a message. Everyone wanted to try for the huge prize. And in case someone was not interested in the prize, some special magic weapon rewards were set up. Of course, these things were empty. No one could defeat Moe, so Sengoku just said it casually. Soon after, people kept coming to challenge Moe, but they all failed without exception, until Moe defeated everyone, and his goal was achieved. After the ring ended, he directly announced that he became the king of this world. Those who had fought with him admired him very much, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with his statement. They had already worshipped Moe as a god in their hearts, but they just didn't say it out loud. Under Moe's leadership, the entire sea area is developing faster and faster, and getting better and better. As for Moe himself, he lives a leisurely life every day. After all, he is the strongest in this world, and no one dares to disturb him. Chapter 90. On the execution square, Roger was hung high up, his eyes revealing endless determination and unyielding. Roger, Pirate King. Do you have any last words? The executioner asked coldly. Roger smiled slightly and shouted to the sky, I am Pirate King. Shoot. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Roger's life was extinguished, and the whole square fell into a dead silence. Roger is dead. The era of Pirate King is over. Someone in the crowd whispered. At this moment, a figure slowly walked into the square. It was Moe. He looked at the cold corpse, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Ding! Sign in successfully, get subhuman blood. Suddenly, a strange change appeared in Moe's vision. He saw a black ghost-like figure, slowly turning around him. This is... Moe looked at the ghost in surprise, and a strong impulse surged in his heart. At this moment, the red-nosed buggy and Shanks under the brim of the hat, both held back tears, as if they vowed in their hearts to inherit Roger's legacy. The sky suddenly became gloomy, as if it was also sad for Roger's death. The Pirate King is dead, and a new era is coming. A man in a pink feather coat said excitedly. Doflamingo, stop talking nonsense here. Someone retorted dissatisfiedly. The emotions in the crowd began to become complicated. Some people felt relieved, some felt excited, and some felt unwilling. Moe ignored all this, and all his attention was focused on the black ghost. IBM, can you sense my emotions? Moe asked in a low voice. The ghost seemed to nod, and a voice sounded in Moe's mind, yes, master. Very good, you go find the man in the pink feather coat now, I want to know all his information. Yi gave an order. IBM disappeared silently in the air, as if it had never existed. Soon, IBM returned to Moe's side and reported Doflamingo's information to him. Moe nodded, with a gleam in his eyes. He knew that this new era was destined not to be peaceful. At this time, big raindrops began to fall, soaking the whole square. The crowd began to stir, some people began to leave, but some people were still standing there, as if waiting for something. Moe raised the umbrella in his hand and slowly walked out of the square. Behind him was the end of an era, and in front of him was the beginning of another era. At this time, a man with earrings walked out of the crowd and blocked Moe's way. Boy, you look special, do you want to be a pirate with me? The man said in a ruffian tone. Moe glanced at him lightly, did not answer, but continued to walk forward. The man was stunned for a moment, then laughed, you have personality, I like it. One day, you will be my partner. Moe did not look back, but disappeared in the rain. The man with earrings was left, laughing alone in the rain, as if he saw a certain picture in the future. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the dock of Madara barge, covering the land eroded by the sea breeze with a layer of golden gauze. Moe was walking aimlessly on the wooden plank road with a simple bag on his back. Suddenly, he noticed a young boy in a marine uniform, looking at the distant horizon with a firm gaze. Hey, little guy, do you want to be a marine so early? Moe walked over with a smile, squatted down, and looked at the boy at eye level. The boy turned his head, revealing a childish and serious face, and nodded, my name is Smoker, I want to be a marine admiral and protect this sea. Moe heard this, and a trace of praise flashed in his eyes, good ambition, I look forward to the day when you become admiral. Standing up, Moe took a deep breath of the salty and humid air brought by the sea breeze, and decided to go back to the kingdom of Oikote first. There was an old man who adopted him and took care of him there, and he had to go back to see him. The scenery along the way quickly receded in Moe's eyes, but his heart had already flown back to the familiar and warm cottage. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw 5 figures following him stealthily. Oh, this kid is alone, and he is carrying so many things. He seems to be a fat sheep. A pirate said to his companions with a grin. Moe frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he didn't want to be treated as a soft persimmon by these pirates. He stopped, turned around, and stared at these pirates coldly. Boy, if you know what's good for you, just hand over your belongings, and we might let you go. The pirate leader arrogantly waved the knife in his hand. Moe sneered and said nothing. Seeing this, the crew members were frightened and pale, and they knelt down one by one, begging for mercy from the pirates. Captain, please spare us, we have nothing. Please, please spare us. The pirates were even more proud when they saw this. They laughed at the weakness of the crew members and approached Moe step by step. It seems that this kid is quite tough, but what can he do? In this sea, fists are the hard truth. The pirate leader said, waving his knife to slash at Yi. However, his knife seemed to be slashed in the air, and could not touch Moe's body at all. Moe smiled slightly, waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force instantly knocked the pirate leader away. What's going on? The pirates looked at Moe in horror. They had never seen such a weird scene. Xiao He, teach them a lesson. Moe shouted softly, and a black shadow sprang out from his shadow, so fast that it was almost invisible. The next moment, a pirate had fallen to the ground, unconscious. Ah! The pirates screamed in fear, and they fled in all directions, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the pursuit of the black shadow. No, don't kill me! A pirate knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands, begging for mercy. But Moe had no mercy, he said coldly, on this sea, the pure ones are not qualified to beg for mercy. As soon as the voice fell, the black shadow attacked again, and the remaining pirates were instantly wiped out. Moe stood there, looking at the corpses of pirates on the ground, without a trace of ripples in his eyes. He knew that this world was full of dangers and unknowns, and only by constantly strengthening himself could he gain a foothold in this sea. On the sea, violent winds and rainstorms raged, and a pirate ship was tottering in the waves. Suddenly, a mysterious force appeared from the sky, and a beam of light fell straight down, instantly hitting the pirate ship. What is this? On the pirate ship, a pirate named Jing shouted in fear. I don't know, but it doesn't feel good. Captain Mihawk frowned and looked at the light column in the sky, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Just then, a figure slowly walked out of the light column. It was a boy holding a black umbrella. He was wearing a black windbreaker and looked at the pirate ship below expressionlessly. Such a strong breath! Mihawk was shocked. He could feel the strong breath emanating from this boy, even stronger than him as a pirate captain. Hey, kid, who are you? Mihawk asked loudly. The boy did not answer, but just stood there quietly, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. Just then, a sharp breath came from the sky. Mihawk looked up and saw a man in a black coat and a black sword flying towards them. Hawkeye Mihawk! Mihawk exclaimed. Hawkeye landed on the pirate ship, and his eyes fell directly on the boy holding the umbrella. Are you here to look for that thing too? Hawkeye asked lightly. The boy still didn't speak, but just nodded slightly. Hawkeye frowned slightly, he could feel that the boy had the same aura as him, which was a powerful force beyond ordinary people. Since we have the same goal, let's rely on our own abilities. Hawkeye said, and then turned and left the pirate ship. Looking at Hawkeye's back as he left, Mihawk couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, he knew that this man's strength was unfathomable. Let's go too. The boy holding an umbrella said lightly, and then disappeared in the beam of light. On the pirate ship, everyone looked at each other, wondering what this mysterious boy was here to buy. Not long after, a brand new sailboat was sailing on the sea, and a boy in a black windbreaker stood on the boat. It was Moe who had just left the pirate ship. Finally left that ghost place. Moe looked at the horizon in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Moe, where are we going next? A crew member asked. To the kingdom of Oikote. Moe said lightly. The kingdom of Oikote? Isn't that a small country in East Blue? The crew member asked with some confusion. Yes, that's it. Moe nodded, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Just then, a red-nosed boy ran over from a distance. Hey, are you pirates too? The red-nosed boy asked. Yes, we are pirates. Yi replied. Wow, pirates! This is the first time I've seen a real pirate. The red-nosed boy jumped up excitedly. Hey, Shanks, don't scare me. A tall man next to him said. Haha, sorry. The red-nosed boy scratched his head and said embarrassedly. By the way, did you see the light column in the sky? The red-nosed boy suddenly asked. I saw it, what is that? Moe asked. I don't know, but I feel that it is definitely not an ordinary phenomenon. The red-nosed boy shook his head, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this either. The tall man also said. But I think there seems to be someone moving in that light column. The red-nosed boy suddenly said. People moving? Are you sure? Moe raised his eyebrows, and a sense of curiosity surged in his heart. Well, I'm sure I'm right. The red-nosed boy nodded, with a firm light in his eyes. Moe said nothing more, just stood quietly at the bow, looking at the sky in the distance. A few days later, the sailboat finally arrived at the kingdom of Oikot. Moe stood by the sea and took a deep breath, as if to expel all the fatigue from the body. Finally back. Moe whispered, with a warm light flashing in his eyes. Just then, an old voice came from the side. Young man, are you back from the outside world? Moe turned his head and saw an old man with white hair standing not far away. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were shining with wisdom. Yes, Grandpa. Moe nodded and said respectfully. Well, judging from your appearance, you should have been to a far place. 120 the old man said with a smile. Yes, I have been to the Grand Line. Moe did not hide it and said directly. Grand Line? That's really an amazing place. The old man exclaimed. Grandpa, do you know Roger? Moe suddenly asked. Roger? Are you talking about the Pirate King? The old man asked. Yes. Moe nodded. I know him. He is the most amazing pirate I have ever seen. The old man said, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. What happened to him in the end? Moe asked. He died. The old man was silent for a while before he slowly said. Dead. Moe was shocked. He didn't expect to get such an answer. Yes, he died at the end of the Grand Line. The old man said. Moe didn't speak, just quietly. The old man sat at the dining table, picked up a pen, and wrote a long list of dishes on a piece of paper. Moe looked at the long list of dishes, and his mouth curled up slightly. Is this really a dish that humans can finish? Or, is this old man not a human? Are you sure you can finish so much? Moe looked at the old man and asked tentatively. Stop talking nonsense, go cook quickly. The old man glared at Moe and said dissatisfiedly. Moe's mouth twitched, shook his head helplessly, turned and walked into the kitchen. Looking at Moe's back as he walked into the kitchen, a trace of inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the circle people. Little guy, who are you? The old man muttered to himself. While cooking, Moe was thinking about the old man in his heart. What is this old man doing? Why is he here? And why is he so good to me? Moe's heart was full of doubts, but he also knew that now was not the time to think about these. He still had to cook for this old man. However, in the process of cooking, Moe suddenly found that there were some more things in his mind. That was the memory of this world. Moe carefully checked these memories and found that these memories were not his own, but belonged to the original owner of this body. The original owner of this body was a young man named Luo Ban. And his name was Shi. Is this fate? Moe shook his head, put aside the thoughts in his mind, and concentrated on cooking. Soon, delicious dishes were cooked by Yi. He brought the dishes to the table and sat opposite the old man. The old man looked at the dishes on the table, and a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Chapter 91. Yes, my kindness to you was not in vain. The old man said with a smile. After that, he began to eat with big mouthfuls. Looking at the old man's wolfing down, Moe's mouth twitched. Can this old man really finish so much? However, Moe did not think much about it and began to eat his food slowly. After a meal, the old man ate all the dishes on the table, leaving no residue. Looking at the old man's satisfied look, he was relieved. Fortunately, the old man's kindness was not in vain. After dinner, the old man returned to his room, and Moe returned to his room and began to read. There was no talk all night, and he got up early the next morning. He opened the window, and a fresh air came in. The morning sun sprinkled on his body, making people feel warm. Moe stood in front of the window, stretched, then picked up the book on the table and began to read. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared at the door. Master Moe, good morning. The figure said respectfully. Moe raised his head and looked at the figure, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was a burly middle-aged man with short hair and a simple smile on his face. You are? Moe looked at the middle-aged man and asked with some confusion. I am Upton, the martial arts teacher invited by Mr. Gregg. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Teacher Upton, good morning. Moe said with a smile, and then stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Upton also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Moe. Master Moe, from today on, I will teach you martial arts and kendo. Upton said. Okay, Teacher Upton. Moe nodded and said. Then let's get started. Upton said. After that, he took Moe to the courtyard. Looking at everything in the courtyard, Moe's eyes flashed with excitement. I am finally going to start learning. However, before learning, there is still one thing to do. That is signing in. As a time traveler, Moe naturally has a cheat. His cheat is something called famous scene sign-in system. As long as he signs in at some famous scenes, he can get some rewards. And now, Moe is standing in front of a famous scene. That is the famous scene for learning martial arts and kendo. System, sign in. Moe said silently in his heart. Ding. Sign in successfully, get reward subhuman bloodline. The voice of the system sounded in Moe's mind. Subhuman blood? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Moe's eyes. This reward seems quite powerful. Subhumans are special creatures with immortal bodies. They not only have strong vitality, but also have some special abilities. Now that he has obtained subhuman blood, doesn't that mean that he also has these abilities? Thinking of this, Cai Zhong couldn't help but get a little excited. However, he didn't show it, but continued to look at Upton, waiting for his teaching. Master Moe, let's start learning running now, which is the basis of physical exercise. Upton said. Okay, teacher Upton. Moe nodded and said. After that, he followed Upton and started running. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Soon. The first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on the sea, and golden ripples rippled, as if covering the blue sea with a layer of golden gauze. Moe stood at the bow, holding a long sword, with an upright posture, and the tip of the sword pointed to the distance, as if to split the endless ocean in two. Hi! He took a deep breath of the salty and humid air brought by the sea breeze, leaned forward slightly, and the long sword in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air as if it had spirituality. Where the pair pointed, it was what he wanted in his heart. Every swing of the sword was a perfect combination of swordsmanship and fighting skills. Bang! 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 Moe kept practicing swordsmanship, and every movement was standard and powerful, as if it had become his body instinct. Sweat slid from his forehead and dripped into the sea, but the silk could not shake his firm will. Not enough, not enough. He whispered to himself, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. He knew that in order to gain a foothold in this world where there are so many strong people, he must constantly hone himself and make himself stronger. For 4 years, Moe continued to learn and grow under Upton's guidance. He grew from a boy who knew nothing about swordsmanship to a swordsman with superb swordsmanship. And Upton, the old man who always smiled, also used his wisdom and experience to pave a road to power for Moe. Boy, you are only 1.9 meters tall, which is only considered a medium build in this world. Upton once teased Moe. But Moe knew that height is not the only factor that determines the strength of a swordsman. The real strength lies in the inner determination and superb skills. Teacher Upton, I will become stronger and make you proud of me. Moe swore silently in his heart. However, half a year ago, the old man who always smiled closed his eyes forever. Moe remembered that the day before his death, Upton praised his cooking skills for improvement. At that time, Moe was full of grief, but he also knew that he had to live strong and continue on the path that Upton guided him. Teacher, I will remember your teachings and will not let you down. Moe held the long sword in his hand tightly, as if he could feel Upton's kind lightning staring at him. The sea breeze blew Moe's long hair, and his figure became more and more determined in the morning light. He knew that the road ahead was still long, but he believed that as long as he continued to work hard and hone himself, one day he would become the swordsman that shocked the world. Xiaohei, let's go. Moe turned and looked in the direction of the cabin, and a little guy with wings flew out and landed on his shoulder. This was his partner and his only support on the sea. They had experienced countless storms and dangers together and had long become an inseparable whole. Wu Xiaohei made a cheerful cry, as if responding to Moe's call. It spread its wings, circled in the air, and then led Moe's ship towards the distant horizon. On the sea, the sun shone all over the earth, and the figures of Moe and Xiaohei gradually went away, leaving only beautiful ripples, as if telling their future legendary stories. The sea breeze whistled, and the waves beat against the hull, making bursts of roars. On the deck, IBM Xiaohei, a seemingly ordinary robot, showed amazing language skills. Master, I'm hungry. Xiaohei suddenly spoke, his voice mechanical and cold, but with a hint of coquettishness. Moe was stunned, then laughed, You guy, you still say you're hungry. He reached out and touched Xiaohei's metal shell, a sly look flashed in his eyes, Well, I'll find you something to eat. Moe referred to the settings in a jin and began to give Xiaohei special training. He not only wanted Xiaohei to be able to think independently, but also to be able to maintain mobility when he lost consciousness. Day after day, Xiaohei gradually showed amazing independence under Moe's teaching. Not only can it find food by itself, but it can also complete some simple tasks alone when Moe is not around. On this day, Moe decided to try to let Xiaohei master weapons. He took out a sword and a gun and placed them in front of Xiaohei. Xiaohei, try this. Moe pointed at the sword and said. Xiaohei stretched out his mechanical arm and carefully picked up the sword. Although its movements were a bit stiff, they were full of seriousness and concentration. After some practice, Xiaohei was able to wield the sword skillfully. Seeing this, Moe took out the gun again. Try this one again, he said. Xiaohei took the gun and studied it carefully. After a while, it was able to aim and shoot accurately. Not bad, not bad. Moe nodded with satisfaction, it seems that you have mastered it. He stood up, drew the long knife from his waist, and pointed it at Xiao He, come on, let's try our skills. Xiao He immediately took a fighting stance, with the long sword in his hand and a firm look in his eyes. The two began to fight fiercely on the deck. The sword light flashed, the knife shadows flew, and for a while it was hard to tell who was better. Moe's knife skills were sharp and fierce, and every knife went straight to Xiao He's vital points. And Xiao He, relying on the flexibility and strength of his mechanical body, cleverly resolved Moe's attack. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and Moe suddenly made a feint and slashed at Xiao He's waist. Xiao He reacted quickly and dodged the knife by turning sideways. But Moe did not stop there, he kicked Xiao He. Xiao He had no time to dodge and was kicked backwards. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly raised the gun in his hand and fired at Moe. Moe was prepared and rolled to avoid the bullet. Xiao He took the opportunity to get up from the ground, dived from the sky, and pointed his long sword at Moe. Moe swung his sword to meet it, and the two swords collided, making a sound of metal collision. For a while, sparks flew on the deck, and the figures of the two people flew in the air. After a fierce battle, Moe finally forced Xiao He to the edge of the ship with his rich experience and skills. Give up, Xiao He. Moe panted. Xiao He refused to give up. It kicked the board hard and rushed towards Moe. Moe saw this and went to meet it. The figures of the two intertwined again, and the sword light and knife shadow intertwined into a thrilling picture. Finally, in a violent collision, the board could not withstand the power of the two people and broke. The two fell into the sea at the same time, and the weapons in their hands also fell on the deck, making a crisp breaking sound. Moe and Xiao He quickly jumped out of the sea and landed on the deck. The two looked at each other and smiled. Haha, what a fight! Moe laughed. Xiao He also made a buzzing sound, as if responding to Moe's words. The two picked up the broken sword and knife and threw them at each other. Then, they started a fierce boxing match. Hey! Xiao He waved his claws and slapped Moe hard. Bang! Moe turned his body to the side, dodged Xiao He's claws, and then punched Xiao He in the stomach. Xiao He screamed, flew backwards, hit the wall, and then fell to the ground with a bang. You can't do it. Moe shook his head and looked at Xiao He lying on the ground, a little disappointed. People in this world can become stronger through training, which is somewhat different from the world of a jinn. But Moe also knows that even in this world, if you want to become stronger, you need to pay countless sweat and efforts. Come again. Xiao He got up from the ground and rushed towards Moe. Moe nodded and fought with Xiao He again. Day after day. Every day, Moe would fight with Xiao He before starting to do other things. Xiao He's strength is also getting stronger and stronger in the constant fighting. And Moe also began to try to use Xiao He as a sparring partner. Xiao He, use full-time attack. Moe stood on the deck and shouted to Xiao He. Xiao He nodded, then flapped his wings and flew towards Moe. Bang! Xiao He's claws slammed hard on Moe's body, but Moe easily dodged it. Not enough. Moe shook his head and said to Xiao He. Xiao He flapped his wings again and flew towards Moe. This time, it was faster and more powerful. But Moe still easily avoided its attack. Come again. Moe shouted. Xiao He flew again and attacked Moe again and again. With each attack, its speed would become faster and its power would become stronger. But no matter how it attacked, it could not hit Moe. Ah! Xiao He suddenly roared, and then rushed towards Moe. This time, its speed had reached ultimate and its power had reached its peak. But just when it was about to hit Moe, International suddenly disappeared. Hi! Xiao He was stunned, then turned his head and saw that Moe had appeared behind him. Xiao He, your speed is not fast enough and your power is not strong enough. Moe looked at Xiao He and said lightly. Xiao He lowered his head, a little frustrated. It knew that it was not far from Moe. But it will not give up, it will continue to work hard until it can defeat Moe. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly looked up into the distance. I saw a black skull flag appearing on the sea in the distance. Pirate. Moe also saw the flag and frowned. In this world, pirates are a very dangerous existence. They do all kinds of evil, robbing, killing, arson, and everything else. Moreover, their strength is also very strong, and ordinary people are not their opponents at all. Moe did not want to provoke these pirates, but he also knew that he could not avoid them at all now. Because the pirate ship had already rushed towards their small boat. Get ready for battle. Moe took a deep breath and pulled out the long sword from his waist. Chapter 92. Xiao He also flapped his wings and flew up, standing on Moe's shoulder, ready to attack at any time. Just then, the pirate ship had rushed to their boat. Haha, it seems we have encountered a big fish. At the bow of the pirate ship, stood a burly man, holding a huge axe, looking at Moe and the boat, with greed in his eyes. Little guys, take this big fish for me. At the command of the big man, the pirates on the pirate ship immediately rushed towards Moe and the boat. Yes, eggs! The pirates shouted excitedly, and then rushed towards Moe. Although these pirates look weird, they are not weak in strength. One of the pirates with a broken arm, holding two short swords, chopped at them fiercely. There was also a one-eyed pirate, holding a spear, stabbing at Moe. There was even a thin pirate, holding a bow and arrow, aiming at Moe. Kill! The pirates shouted and rushed towards Moe. Moe looked at the pirates coldly, then waved his sword to meet them. Ding! Moe's long sword collided with the short sword of the broken-armed pirate, making a crisp metal collision sound. Moe kicked the broken-armed pirate in the stomach and kicked him out. Then, he stabbed the one-eyed pirate with another sword. The one-eyed pirate wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! The long sword pierced the one-eyed pirate's chest, and blood gushed out immediately. The one-eyed pirate screamed and fell to the ground. At this moment, an arrow suddenly shot at Moe. Moe reacted very quickly and dodged the arrow by turning sideways. Then, he looked up and saw that the thin pirate was holding a bow and arrow, aiming at him. Looking for death? Moe shouted coldly, and then rushed towards the thin pirate. The thin pirate was frightened and pale when he saw this. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The moonlight poured on the sea, sparkling, as if covered with silver fragments. The sea breeze, with a salty and humid breath, blew across Moe's face, taking away the bloody smell on his body. After just experiencing a thrilling battle, Moe wiped out the entire ship of pirates alone. His eyes revealed a trace of fatigue, but more of determination and determination. The marine warship in the distance slowly approached, and the sound of gunfire gradually subsided. The colonel and several soldiers boarded the ship where Moe was. Their eyes swept over the bodies of pirates on the ground, and finally fell on Moe. Young man, your strength is amazing. The colonel came forward and looked at Moe, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you fighting these pirates alone with 10 people? Moe did not answer, but smiled faintly and began to collect the baileys dropped by the pirates. These pirates looked quite poor, and they only had 5 million baileys in total, which made Moe a little disappointed. He squatted down and began to check the bodies of the pirates, hoping to find something valuable. Soon, he found a bounty book in the pocket of a pirate. Moe opened the bounty book, which recorded the name, bounty, and reason for the wanted of each pirate in detail. He browsed carefully and found that most of the bounties of these pirates were only hundreds of thousands, and some were only tens of thousands of baileys, which made him frown. Chapter 93. The bounties on these guys are too low. They are not even as much as my personal savings. Moe muttered, and put the bounty book into his arms. Just then, a newspaper gull flew over with the latest newspaper in its mouth. Seeing this, Moe took out a few baileys from his pocket and bought the newspaper. He unfolded the newspaper and scanned the headlines. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a name, the sword fighter Cyrus. Cyrus has won 2,500 games in a row. Moe said in surprise, this guy is really amazing. I wonder how much his bounty is. He continued to browse the newspaper, looking for more information about Cyrus. At the same time, he was thinking about how to use his famous scene sign-in system in his mind. This system is a cheat he got after crossing into this world. He can sign in at specific famous scenes and get rich rewards. But what is a famous scene? Moe has been thinking about this question. Perhaps, the criteria for judging a famous scene are not fixed, but are based on a combination of factors such as the impact on the world, the impact on One Piece fans, and luck. Moe said to himself, so, how can I create more famous scenes? He raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance, with a firm light in his eyes. He knew that this world was full of unknowns and dangers, but he also believed that as long as he kept working hard, he would be able to create his own famous scenes. The sun shone through the clouds and sprinkled on the sparkling sea. Moe stood at the bow and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything. This 3,000 consecutive victories of Cyrus should be considered a famous scene, right? Moe whispered to himself, his brows slightly wrinkled, as if thinking about something. System, is this a famous scene? He asked tentatively. However, the system did not give a clear response. Moe shook his head helplessly, he could only rely on his own judgment. After all, he traveled to this world just for the legendary black technology system. And the system's rewards are often related to those so-called famous scenes. Forget it, anyway, it's just to save some time waiting for Luffy to go to sea. Moe muttered to himself, and he turned and walked back to Cabin E. Just then, a noisy sound came from a distance. Moe looked up and saw a marine warship coming towards this side. It seems that it is coming to find me. Moe smiled, and he turned to the pirate captain behind him and said, get ready, we are going to collect the reward. The pirate captain looked at Moe in surprise, obviously not understanding what he meant. But Moe did not explain, just smiled faintly. After a while, the marine warship approached. A group of Marine soldiers boarded MOE's ship, holding weapons and looking around vigilantly. Who is the captain of this ship? A Marine officer in a colonel uniform asked loudly. I am. MOE walked up and said with a smile. The colonel looked at MOE, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the captain of the Sea Swan ship was so young. What is your reward? Asked the colonel. 3 million Baileys. MOE said lightly. The colonel nodded, and he turned to the soldier behind him and said, Go check this ship to see if there are other pirates. Chapter 94. The soldiers responded and began to search the ship. MOE stood aside, waiting quietly. After a while, the soldiers finished searching, and the colonel looked at MOE again. Are you demon fruit power? No. MOE shook his head, still smiling. The colonel frowned. He always felt that this young man was a little bit unusual. But he didn't think much about it. After all, there were still 7 masters and important things to do. Since you are not demon fruit power, then come back with us to the 144 Marine branch. The colonel said. MOE nodded and agreed. He knew that this was his best chance to get in touch with Marine and understand this world. On the way to the Marine branch, the colonel tried to get closer to MOE. My name is Vincent. I am the colonel of the 144 branch. What about you? What's your name? MOE. MOE answered simply. Vincent nodded, and he continued to ask, why don't you join Marine? With your strength, you will definitely make a difference in Marine. MOE smiled and didn't answer directly. He asked back, then why do you think I joined Marine? Vincent was stunned by the question. He didn't expect MOE to ask him this question. But he quickly reacted and said with a smile, haha, that's right. Everyone has their own choices and pursuits. However, I still think that joining Marine can better protect the world. MOE didn't say anything else, just quietly looking at the sea view outside the window. He knew that what Vincent said might be right. But for him, it was more important to find the black technology system that could make him stronger. Soon, the warship arrived at the 144 Marine branch. MOE was taken off the ship and came to a spacious office. Vincent sat at his desk, looked at MOE and said, you take a rest here first. I will arrange someone to take you to collect the reward later. MOE nodded and thanked him. He knew that Vincent was showing his goodwill. But for him, none of this mattered. He was more concerned about whether he could find the legendary black technology system in this world. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Vincent looked up and saw a tall female officer walking in. Colonel Vincent, what do you want to talk to me about? The female officer asked. Vincent smiled and pointed at MOE and said, Belmere, this is MOE. He was just captured by us, but he is not demon fruit power. I think we can invite him to join our 144th branch. Belmere looked at MOE, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that this young man was not demon fruit power. But she didn't say much. Song nodded in agreement. Vincent was relieved when he saw this. He knew that Belmere was one of the most promising young officers in the branch. If she could make friends with MOE, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for their branch. So, he smiled and said, that's great. MOE, are you willing to join our 144th branch? MOE looked at Vincent and Belmere, and had already made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, I do. Vincent and Belmere smiled happily when they heard this. They knew that the joining of this young man would bring new hope and strength to the 144th branch. Chapter 95. MOE, Marine 144 branch, do you want to go? Vincent looked at MOE and asked. No, I want to go to the Marine headquarters. MOE shook his head and rejected Vincent's suggestion. Marine headquarters. Vincent was stunned and asked in confusion, MOE, you are not going to be an admiral, are you? Not an admiral, but a marshal. MOE smiled slightly, with a firm light in his eyes, and, I have one more thing to verify. Well, since you have decided, I won't say anything more. Vincent shrugged and said with a smile, but if you need any help, just come to me. Point 11. Well, thank you. MOE nodded and turned to leave the cabin. Looking at MOE's departing back, Vincent couldn't help but sigh. He knew that MOE's character was like this. Once he decided on something, he would never change it easily. MOE stood at the bow, looking at the distant sea. In his heart, there was an indescribable feeling. That Wickot Kingdom, Belmere's troops, they, will die. A trace of determination flashed in MOE's eyes. He must go to the Marine headquarters and must find the person who can change everything. And before that, he has one more thing to do. That is to eliminate the pirates around the Wickot Kingdom and the Marine 144 branch. These pirates, like termites, are constantly eroding the peace and tranquility of the world. They must be eliminated to make the world a better place. MOE took a deep breath and turned back to the cabin. When can we reach the island where the Marine 144 branch is located? MOE asked. It will probably take another day. Vincent replied. Okay, let's speed up. MOE nodded and said. One day later, Moe and others finally arrived at the island where the Marine 144 branch was located. Is this the Marine 144 branch? Moe looked at the building in front of him and asked. Yes, this is the Marine 144 branch. Vincent nodded and said, Moe, are you really not going to join here? No, I'll go to the Marine headquarters. Moe shook his head and said. Vincent sighed and said nothing more. He knew that Moe's decision would not change easily. Moe looked at the Marine branch in front of him, but he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although these Marines have some bad bosses, there are also a dozen people who really fight for justice. They are the guardians of this world and the hope of those innocent civilians. Moe took a deep breath, then turned and left the Marine branch. He knew that he had more important things to do. On the way to Dressrosa, Moe also cleaned up the surrounding pirates. He did not deliberately look for these pirates, but just went along the way. However, these pirates seemed to smell Moe and others had the same aura, and they came to the door one by one. Hey, boy, hand over all your belongings. A pirate captain waved his big knife and said viciously to Moe and others. Moe glanced at him and said nothing. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed the pirate captain's neck. Chapter 96. Ah! The pirate captain screamed and was lifted up by Moe. You, what do you want to do? The pirate captain looked at Moe in horror, his voice trembling. What do I want to do? You should ask yourself what you want to do. Moe said coldly, robbery? Who do you think you are? As he said that, Moe threw the pirate captain to the ground. Then, he turned and looked at Belmere and others. Let's go buy some food. Moe said. Belmere and others nodded and followed Moe's footsteps. The pirate captain lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Not long after, Yi and others came to a barbecue restaurant. Boss, give me some skewers of barbecue. Moe said. Okay, please wait a moment. The boss responded and started to get busy. After a while, several skewers of fragrant barbecue were brought to Moe and others. Moe was eating barbecue while escorting the pirate captain on the road. Hey, kid, you treat me like this, aren't you afraid that our pirate group will retaliate against you? The pirate captain said viciously. Revenge me? Do you have the strength to do so? Moe laughed disdainfully, besides, do you think I'm afraid of your revenge? As he said, Moe took another bite of the barbecue, and then continued, you pirates are like pests in this world. Constantly eroding the peace and tranquility of this world. Sooner or later, I will get rid of all of you pests. Belmere and others were surprised when they heard Moe's words. They didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary boy actually had such firm beliefs and determination. Moe, are you really going to do these things? Belmere couldn't help asking. Of course, this is what I have to do. Moe nodded and said, besides, I also believe that as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to change this world. Belmere and others looked at Moe's determined eyes, and their hearts did not turn back. In a corner of the Marine base, Belmere widened her eyes. She really couldn't understand what the boy in front of her was saying. Moe, say it again, what is the number you just said? Moe frowned slightly, and he repeated, 144, is there any problem? 144? Are you sure it's not 44? Belmere rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. It's 144. Moe replied impatiently, I've said it several times, why don't you understand it? But, 144 sounds like try it, this is too weird, right? Belmere couldn't help laughing. Moe rolled his eyes and turned away, forget it, I can't explain it to you. I'm going to clear the pirates, don't bother me anymore. 11. Looking at Moe's back, Belmere shook his head helplessly. This young man, Lida, always has some strange ideas. Moe left the Marine base and embarked on a journey to the pirate island. He had a goal in mind, that is to eliminate the emerging pirate fleet named Elton. Elton is an ambitious guy. With his strong strength and cunning mind, he gathered a large number of pirates in just a few years and became a big disaster for East Blue. And his confidant Krieg is even more notorious. Countless pirates are terrified by them. Chapter 97. Moe was not afraid. He was full of justice and vowed to catch all these pirates. He drove the speedboat and sped across the sea. The sea breeze blew across his cheeks. He felt the breath of freedom and was full of expectations. This time it must succeed. Moe whispered to himself. At the other end of the Marine base, Colonel Vincent watched Moe leave. He admired the courage and determination of the young man, but was also a little worried. I hope he can return safely. Colonel Vincent said silently in his heart. At this time, Moe had embarked on a journey to find pirates. He silently recited the number in his heart, 44, which was 430. This was the goal he set for himself and his belief. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to eliminate these pirates and bring peace to East Blue. In another place far away, a red-haired man was lying on the beach basking in the sun. His name was Shanks, and he was one of the most famous pirates in this sea area. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the sun. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. There, 2 ships were slowly approaching. Are there any guests coming? Shanks smiled, he stood up and patted the sand on his body. I wonder what kind of guys I will meet this time, he said to himself. At the same time, Moe also encountered pirates on the sea. He rushed up without hesitation and started a fierce battle with the pirates. After a fierce battle, Moe finally defeated all the pirates. He collected the money and treasures left by the pirates, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Another group of pirates has been solved. Moe whispered. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There, his next target was. At this time, Shanks had already seen Moe's small sailboat. He raised his eyebrows and a surge of curiosity in his heart. This kid seems a little unusual. Shanks muttered to himself. He decided to go up and say hello to see what kind of person this kid is. Moe also noticed Shanks's ship. He was startled, but then calmed down. He knew that he could not retreat and had to face this powerful opponent. The 2 ships slowly approached, and Shanks and Moe's eyes met in the air. An unknown contest was about to unfold in this sea area. 4 years ago, Logue Town. I remember that day the wind was strong and the waves were big, but what impressed me most was not your long face crying so sadly. Shanks took a sip of wine and looked at Moe with a smile. Why did you cry at that time? Because someone died. Moe also took a sip of wine and said lightly. Dead. Shanks raised his eyebrows and looked at Sai and said, Are you demon fruit power? No. Moe shook his head and then said, My body is very special. As long as there is a breath, I will not die. Oh. Shanks became interested, put down the wine glass and looked at Moe and said, Can you let me see it? Moe was slightly stunned, and then understood what Shanks meant. He smiled slightly and nodded. Then you better be careful. After saying that, Moe rushed towards Shanks, his hands turned into claws, and grabbed Shanks' neck. Chapter 98. Shanks narrowed his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura coming from Moe's hands. He didn't dare to be careless, and suddenly stretched out his arms to block Moe's hands. Bang! Moe's hands hit Shanks' arms heavily, and the powerful force made Shanks' entire arm numb. What a strong force! Shanks was shocked, and then he saw Moe kicking him. Hey! Shanks shouted and kicked out, and his foot collided with Moe's. Boom! With a loud bang, Shanks and Moe flew backwards at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, good boy, you have some tricks. Shanks laughed, he looked at Moe and said, What's your name? Moe. Moe patted the dust on his body and stood up. Moe? My name is Shanks, do you want to be my partner? Shanks looked at Moe and said seriously. Your partner? Moe was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, No, I have my own dream. Oh? What is your dream? Shanks asked curiously. I want to join Marine. Moe looked at Shanks and said seriously. Ha ha ha, join Marine? That's really interesting. Shanks laughed, then raised his glass and said, Then I wish you to realize your dream as soon as possible. Thank you. Moe also raised his glass, clinked it with Shanks, and then drank it all. 2 people from different worlds sat together and drank wine. Hey, Moe, how about we fight? After 3 rounds of wine, Shanks suddenly looked at Moe and said. Fight. Moe was slightly stunned, then laughed, Okay, but I won't hold back. Haha, just come on. Shanks laughed, stood up suddenly, and drew the sword griffin at his waist. Xiao Hei, Moe also stood up and said to Xiao Hei on his shoulder. Chi. Xiao Hei screamed a few times, and then rushed towards Shanks. Drew. Shanks swung his sword and a sword energy slashed towards Xiao Hei. Chi. Xiao Hei screamed, flapped his wings, and dodged Shanks' sword energy. Zero ask for flowers. It's quite fast. Shanks smiled slightly, and then rushed towards Xiao Hei. Chi. Xiao Hei screamed again and rushed towards Shanks. Bang! Shanks slashed Xiao Hei with a sword, but Xiao Hei was unharmed, and instead bit Shanks' shoulder. Dev. 0. Shanks took a breath of cold air, and then slashed Xiao Hei away with a sword. Chi. Xiao Hei turned several somersaults in the air, and then landed steadily on Moe's shoulder. Moe, your little guy is quite powerful. Shanks looked at Xiao Hei on Moe's shoulder and said with a smile. Of course, Xiao Hei is my partner. Moe smiled slightly, and then rushed towards Shanks. Swish, swish, swish. Moe's hands turned into claws and grabbed Shanks. Armament Haki. Shanks shouted, and a layer of black armament Haki covered his arms, and then punched out. Bang! With a loud bang, Moe was punched out by Shanks and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 99. Eyes. Moe coughed violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You lost. Shanks looked at Moe and said lightly. Lost? That's not necessarily true. Moe stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then rushed towards Shanks again. Oh? Chapter 1 Confrontation and Drinking on the Beach. Shanks, come, let me see how strong your armament haki is. 697. Moe stood on the beach, his hands on his hips, his face full of provocation. Shanks smiled slightly, took off his straw hat and scratched his head, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You kid, you are quite prudent. Then I won't be polite. He took a step forward, clenched his fist, and in an instant, an invisible force burst out from his fist. Xiao He, standing aside, felt a strong sense of oppression and took a few steps back involuntarily. Bang! Shanks punched Moe. Moe felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered. He flew backwards and fell heavily on the beach. Wow! Moe spat out a mouthful of blood, with a look of pain on his face. But he did not give up, and struggled to stand up, with an unyielding light in his eyes. What a strong armament haki! Moe exclaimed, and at the same time his body began to make a crackling sound, and the broken bones and tendons were healing quickly. Shanks looked at Moe's body recovering quickly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. What kind of monster are you, guy? Moe did not speak, but just looked at Shanks coldly. Suddenly, he drew out the sword in his hand, swung it violently, and the sword blade crossed his neck. Moe! Xiao He exclaimed, but it was too late. Moe's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing out. However, shockingly, Moe's body did not fall down, but began to emit a faint light. After a while, his head grew back to his body, and the wound healed instantly. This. Shanks stared at Moe in amazement, completely unable to believe his eyes. Moe smiled, picked up the head on the ground, and patted it gently. This is my ability, immortality. How about it, Shanks, do you want to try again? Shanks shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, I admit defeat. You guy, you are a monster. The two smiled at each other, spicy. Moe, your ability is amazing. I have never seen such an ability. Shanks raised his glass and drank it all. 0. Yeah, I was also surprised. But this is also the guarantee of my survival. Moe sighed, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Moe, why don't you join us red hair pirates? We can go on adventures together and enjoy the fun of life together. Shanks suddenly said. Moe was stunned for a moment, looking at Shanks' sincere eyes, and his heart was shaken. But he still shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Shanks. But I still have my own mission to complete. Maybe one day, we will meet again. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly came over and looked at the two of them with a wronged face. Captain, I'm hungry. Moe and Shanks smiled at each other and raised their glasses to clink. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shanks suddenly put down his glass and stared at Moe 5.7 and said, Moe, your ability is so magical, I want to try again. As he said, he grabbed Moe's head and twisted it hard. Ah! Moe screamed in pain, but the head did not fall off. He stared at Shanks with wide eyes. What are you doing? Shanks chuckled, I want to see if you can really not die. Moe shook his head helplessly. You guy, you are so boring. Chapter 100. The two drank a few more glasses, and Shanks finally fell drunk on the beach. Moe looked at the bottle in his hand and decided to take it away. He stood up, patted the sand on his body, and then looked at Xiao He. Xiao He, let's go. Xiao He nodded and drove the small sailboat away from the beach. Moe sat on the bow, looking at the bottle in his hand, full of expectations. Next time I see Shanks, I must thank him well. At this time on the beach, Shanks was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that his wine had been stolen. Moe looked at the sea in the distance, full of expectations and determination. He knew that his journey was still long, but as long as Xiao He was by his side, he was fearless. 30 Xiao He, we will become the best crew together. Moe said loudly. Xiao He turned his head and looked at Moe, with a firm light in his eyes. Yes, Captain. The two smiled at each other, and the boat gradually went farther and farther in the waves, leaving a beautiful arc. Under Moe's control, Xiao He danced in the narrow alley like a flexible dancer. Every leap and every attack was extremely accurate and amazing. Xiao He could not only fight independently, but also act 5 times in a short period of time, which surprised Moe. This little guy is really something. Moe raised his lips slightly, watching Xiao He flying in the alley, and couldn't help feeling a little proud. After a short rest, Moe learned the location of St. Croix from the captives. It was the secret base of the pirate Elton and the target of his operation. Elton, your doomsday is here. A cold light flashed in Moe's eyes. He stood up, patted the dust on his body, and prepared to go to St. Croix. St. Croix is located in the depths of the sea and is a mysterious place shrouded in thick fog. When Moe's ship approached the island, he saw the towering watchtower and densely packed buildings on the island. Here is Elton's nest. Mo Yi and Xiao He quietly went ashore, carefully avoiding the patrolling pirates. However, they still couldn't escape the eyes of the pirates. Soon, a group of pirates armed with weapons surrounded them. Hey, you two, who are you? What are you doing here? The pirate leader shouted loudly, pointing the knife in his hand at Mo Yi. Mo Yi smiled slightly, raised his hands, and made a surrender look. Don't get me wrong, we are just travelers passing by. We heard that there is a treasure here, so we want to try our luck. The pirate leader laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Try your luck? You little characters are also worthy of trying your luck here? Be honest, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Yi cursed in his heart, but still kept a smile on his face. Yes, we'll go now, we'll go now. He turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked back at the pirate leader. But, can I meet your captain? I want to ask him for clues to the treasure. The pirate leader sneered and waved his hand. Our captain is not someone that everyone can see. You two, get out of here. Mo Yi's heart sank, knowing that this operation might be a little tricky. But he did not give up, but quietly gave Xiao He an order. Xiao He's figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. The pirates did not notice it and were still laughing at Mo Yi's cowardice. However, just when they were getting carried away, Xiao He had already started his killing. A scream sounded, and a pirate suddenly fell to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Then, several more screams sounded, and the pirates fell to the ground one after another. The pirate leader looked at everything in front of him in horror. His men fell one by one, but he didn't even see the shadow of the murderer. What's going on? Who is it? Is it a worker?